That is the last will and testament of the late Louisa Catherine.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. She's left us nothing. She had all that and we get nothing.
There is this letter, ma'am. It's addressed to you and marked private.
A letter for me? Quick, where is it?
Here it is. My instructions were to give it to you after the reading of the will.
My dear Alice, I can imagine how annoyed
you are at this moment. I haven't left you and that parasite of a son of yours a penny. It all goes to Catherine, whom you have often referred to as that colourless, unattractive girl. Well, she gets everything. Not because I care for her. I, too, find her colourless and unattractive. But I have to leave the estate to someone. Anyone but you, dear sister. You've had quite enough. You've always loathed me, yet were hypocrite enough to pretend love and devotion because of the money. Now it's gone. You and your son are on your own. Happy hunting. With fondest love, Louisa.
Well, ma'am, and what are your sister's instructions? Mrs. Mason, what are your sister's instructions?
Oh, she explains everything.
Satisfactorily?
Oh, of course, most satisfactorily. Well, now the will's been read, if you'll excuse me. Come, David.
I followed Mother, as I always followed Mother. She was small and elegant. I was tall and gangling and laughably shy, because of her. She did it to me, because she answered for me always. She lived my life for me. I had prayed for money from Aunt Louisa's estate, but there was none for me. There was no way I could escape this stifling love and devotion and possession, no way at all. I followed her to the car, and noticed the letter gripped firmly in her immaculately gloved hand. I didn't realize it then, but that letter was to be the key to my freedom. It was to open my cage door and let me fly. But before that happened, I had to stare at the bottomless pit of horror. I had to witness the biter bit.
Time, the silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
She didn't even talk when I parked the car and we walked into the house. But I could read the signs. A tight mouth and hard brown eyes. She was in a devil of a temper. Then suddenly she seemed to explode, and the words poured from her.
Louisa was amused when she wrote that letter, amused, and I could imagine the smile on her face. I'm getting even with Alice. I suppose she sat there and thought this is going to be great fun. Oh, what a wonderful opportunity to strike back.
What did she write in the letter?
Read it. Read it. Go on. It affects your future as well. She calls you a parasite, David. When I think of what you did for her, fetching and carrying without a word of complaint, what other man would have shown her such kindness and consideration? And she thanks you by calling you a parasite, ridiculing you, and leaving everything to that wretched girl, Catherine. Well, what do you think of that letter from your dear aunt?
Did you loathe her, Mother?
Of course, and you blame me. Do you? That letter proves the kind of woman she was.
But if you felt like that, why did you live here with her?
Where else could I live, silly boy? Your father decamped and left me no money at all. I had to make my home somewhere. Louisa lived in this tremendous house. She was alone. Of course, this should have been mine originally.
Oh?
She married the man I loved, and who, truth, loved me. She stole him with false promises. Your father came, and I accepted him on the rebound.
I see.
But I didn't love him. How could I after the way he treated us? You do understand that, don't you, David? It wasn't my fault, the rift in my marriage. It was his. And I brought you here because I felt this was your life. I did it all for you, David.
Of course. You did it all for me.
When I think of how I waited on Louisa, how I nursed her those last months, morning, noon, and night, I never left her, then what thanks do I get? This slap in the face. We'll have to leave this house, of course. I suppose Catherine will take over. The lady of the manor. What will that immature, callow girl do with all this house? How can she entertain?
I suppose she'll get married.
Some waster who will squander all Louisa's money. Anyway, I'm not giving up all that easy.
What do you mean? There's nothing you can do, Mother. Aunt Louisa made that will, and you can't contest it.
Perhaps not.
Mother didn't say anything else after that, but she sat a long time looking down over the rolling green lawns. She was thinking. I knew the signs. It was no good talking to her, so I left her there. And it was an hour later that she came into my room.
Darling, I've been thinking about Catherine. We should help her.
Help her? But Mother, you said
I know what I said, darling, but I was angry. I allowed everything to get beyond me. I've been reflecting back over everything. And after all, it was Louisa's money, wasn't it? She was entitled to leave it as she wished. Oh, darling, don't you look so surprised?
Well, this is a change of attitude.
I was shocked when I heard the reading of that will. Shocked and disappointed. Now I've had time to see everything in perspective. We must ask Catherine to come down. We must extend the hand of friendship, darling. You must be very nice to her.
But
I'll phone her now. After all, she has no one. She's completely alone, and I dare say this news has astonished and even frightened her a little.
Frightened her?
Well, the responsibility and all that. It's tremendous for one so young. £80,000. A great deal of wealth. 80,000. And all this. We mustn't envy her, darling. We must pity her. Now, where's her number? Ah, yes. All written here in dear Louisa's own handwriting. After I've spoken, you take over, darling, and tell her you'd be delighted to call and collect her.
But, Mother, I can't stand Catherine.
You do as you're told, David.
Yes, Mother.
And if we play our hands right, we may show a nice little profit on this deal.
Catherine Mason speaking.
Darling, it's your Aunt Alice.
Oh, hello.
We would so love you to come down and stay, and then you can settle in permanently later on.
Well,
Now, don't say no, darling, and spoil everything for David. He's looking forward to your company, and he says, bring your tennis things, as the weather is beautiful at the moment. Wait a minute, darling, let him talk to you. Here you are, David.
But, Mother...
Talk to her.
Hello, Catherine.
hello, David.
What about coming down, as Mother suggested?
Well, you're very kind.
Tennis. Mention tennis.
It's good weather for tennis.
You collect her and sound enthusiastic.
I'll come up and collect you if you like.
Well, I was thinking of buying a car, so I could drive down.
Oh, you'll come then?
Yes. Yes, thank you, I will. I'll phone back later and confirm the day if you don't mind. There are a few things I have to do.
Oh, very well, then. Goodbye.
Well, I must say you didn't sound enthusiastic, David. It was a deplorable performance. It was enough to put her off completely.
She's coming down, Mother, and that's what you wanted, isn't it? She's buying a new car.
So, a new car. She's spending the money even before she gets it. A new car. Our little Catherine is launching out. And it's our money, too. That's the wretched part of it. It's our money, David. It belongs by right to you and me. And that little chit is spending it. I suppose it'll be one of those flashy, expensive cars.
Mother, if you feel this way about her, why ask her down? Why?
Because it's the way I plan it. That's why.
You plan it? Mother, what are your plans? What are you going to do?
Get what is mine by right.
The money? But you can't.
Darling, you leave all this to me.
What are you going to do? You must tell me.
Don't worry yourself with this, David. Now, there's a good boy. I must slip along and arrange the spare room for Catherine. We must make her very welcome.
She bustled away, busy with her plans and her thoughts. She was my mother, but there were times when I feared her, and this was one of them. I hardly saw her until Catherine finally arrived, driving a sleek new sports car. My mother looked at it, and her eyes reflected disapproval, but her voice was as smooth as silk.
Darling, how beautiful. A lovely new car.
Yes. Isn't it nice?
And red, so pretty. David, do help Catherine with her luggage.
Of course, yes.
I suppose I should really say, welcome home. Because that is what the manor is now, isn't it? Your home.
Oh, Aunt Alice, about everything. I don't want the manor. It's too large for me, and I wouldn't be happy living here, knowing that this was really your home.
But darling, Louisa left it to you.
I believe she didn't. There must have been some mistake. These things do happen in people's wills. Oh, please don't move out of the manor. Take it.
That's very sweet of you. But a great home like this takes a fortune to keep up. Oh, no. You take it over. David and I have made plans. Now, let me take you to your room. I've decided to put you in Louisa's bedroom. You don't mind? The spare room is being painted. Come along, darling. This way.
Once again I followed my mother obediently, but this time my mind seethed with thoughts. Why Louisa's bedroom? The spare one wasn't being painted. Was this something to do with my mother's plans? I caught her eye a moment. She was enjoying herself hugely, playing a magnificent part. Then I asked myself a question. I wonder what she's up to. I couldn't guess, but I felt the icy prickle of fear. The first inkling Mother gave me of her plans was that night, shortly before dinner.
David, stop pacing up and down and listen to me. I need your help.
My help?
I have never asked you for it before, but I do so now. I need your help. You've always considered yourself an actor, haven't you?
Well,
This is your opportunity to prove it. At dinner, I'm turning the conversation towards the return of departed souls.
The return of
I do wish you wouldn't repeat everything I say. We shall talk of Louisa. We shall talk of her presence, still here at the manor. We shall talk of the return of the dead to the places they love.
But Mother...
I shall expect some help from you, David.
Help from me?
Oh, you've done it again. Repeat it after me. I do wish you wouldn't do it.
But I know nothing about such things.
Nor do I. But we shall both weave a convincing story. A prelude, as it were, to the actual drama which will take place later in the evening.
What are you talking about?
Louisa is going to return this evening.
What?
She won't materialize, of course, nothing like that. But she'll speak to Catherine.
Oh, but Mother...
She'll speak to her inarticulately at first. Then gradually her voice will clear. And she'll talk of another will.
Another will?
Made a short while before her death. A new will, in which, as a gesture of gratitude, she leaves me the sum of £20,000.
But this will doesn't exist.
On the contrary, darling, it does exist. Here. You see? Her signature. A perfect forgery. And witnesses. Everything above board.
You did this?
Yes.
But old Ratcliffe won't believe.
Even if he doesn't, she will. You saw how she was. Embarrassed about everything.
I thought she was rather decent offering you the house.
I'm getting the house and £20,000. That leaves her quite enough for her simple needs.
Mother, you're never going to get away with this. You can't.
That is the negative kind of attitude your father would have adopted. Of course I'm getting away with it. Louisa will speak of the will. She will indicate where it is hidden. She will find it and show it to Ratcliffe. He may not believe. He may well have his suspicions and his doubts. But there is no evidence that this is a forgery. Don't forget, I never disclosed the contents of her letter to him. I kept that to myself. And I intend to burn it now. There. That belongs to the past.
Oh, you mustn't do this. Please, you mustn't.
That from you? And I'm doing this for you. I don't want the money. It means nothing to me. Neither does this house. But you've no career, no profession. You must be protected from life. And money only can do it. I know you aren't a fighter, darling. You're sensitive and you don't like trouble. But leave this to me. First, a tape recorder. You see? I've been practicing Louise's voice. Listen.
Look, look, look. Desk. Hidden drawer. Hidden drawer.
How's that?
For pity's sake, don't do this. It can only lead to trouble. What if she dies of shock? What then?
That is extremely unlikely. Women of that description are horribly healthy.
Well, she might get hysterical or anything.
All the better. Now, all I ask of you, David, is to assist me.
I won't do it.
Of course you will, silly boy. May you run along and dress for dinner. At 7:30, knock on her door and take her downstairs. I'll slip into Louise's room and make the final arrangements.
But Mother...
There isn't much time, David. Now do as I say, quickly.
From then on, it became a nightmare, and I was powerless to resist the strength of my mother. You can condemn and criticize if you will. You can say what you like. I was weak and spineless. Oh, yes, I've said all that to myself many times. It was at dinner that Mother twisted the conversation with almost diabolical cunning.
I do hope you'll be comfortable, Catherine.
The room looks beautiful, Aunt Alice.
I feel most distressed having to put you there. After all, that was Louise's room.
Oh, but that doesn't make me afraid. She was such a sweet person. I'm sure her influence could be only for the very kindest.
Well, I'm glad you're adopting that attitude, darling. Especially
As what, Aunt Alice?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, no, please, tell me.
Well, this is really David's story. Do you mind if I tell, Catherine? Well, of course you don't. You see, the day after Louise's death, David saw her.
You saw her?
Only a pinpoint of light, wasn't it, darling? But her voice was unmistakable.
She spoke
Softly, and with the greatest effort. But she was distressed about something, wasn't she, David? She seemed to be sobbing.
But
I know you didn't want me to tell Catherine, darling. But she's very level-headed, and she should know. After all, if you love someone, it's comforting to know that they're around, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
Now, let's not talk any more about it. We mustn't make you worried.
by the end of the meal, Catherine had unbent completely, and I found myself liking her more and more as the evening wore on. Then, finally, the clock struck 11, and Mother rose to her feet.
Darlings, it's so late. Just look at the time. But it's been a most enjoyable evening.
Oh, I've enjoyed myself tremendously. Thank you, Aunt Alice.
Tomorrow it's tennis for you. Anything to exercise this lazy boy here.
I haven't played tennis for ages, but it should be fun.
I thought you were very keen on it.
Well, I had to give it up some time ago.
Oh?
I had heart trouble.
Heart trouble?
Oh, but it's all right now.
I'd no idea, Catherine. But then, of course, we haven't seen much of each other, have we? Anyway, we'll remedy that in the future, won't we? Well, here's your room, dear. Oh, good. Peters has remembered to light the fire. There's a bell if you need anything. And I do hope you sleep wonderfully.
Thank you, Aunt Alice. You've really been very kind.
Good night, darling. Be seeing you in the morning.
Good night, David.
Good night.
Well, that went magnificently. But no thanks to you, David. You were no help at all. You contributed nothing. I had to create the whole atmosphere.
Because I felt thoroughly ashamed of myself, that's why.
David.
You told that unfortunate girl a pack of ghastly lies.
Keep your voice down or she'll hear.
I hope she does. Mother, you aren't going through with this.
If you intend to work yourself into hysterics, kindly leave me and go to bed immediately. We'll wait until 12 o'clock. That is the witching hour.
Mother, she's a decent girl. Don't frighten her out of her wits. And remember what she said about her heart. What'll happen if she dies? What then? There'll be the police, there'll be questions, and I couldn't stand it.
The trouble with you, David, is that you're a coward.
I'm not a criminal, and that's what you are.
I'm only claiming what is mine by right.
Ask her for it, then. She'll understand, and don't stoop to this deception. She'll give you the wretched money.
That is extremely unlikely. Now, let's not stand out here in the passage arguing. We'll go downstairs and wait until 12 o'clock. Come along, David.
Once again I followed her obediently. But this time my whole being rebelled against her. For the first time I found myself disliking her. Then in some peculiar way she seemed to sense what I felt, because she looked up at me with her hooded brown eyes and said,
"It's no good hating me, David. I'm doing this for you."
"I don't want you to do it for me. I can manage."
Darling, let's be realistic. You've never done a day's work in all your young life. You've sat back and given me the privilege of waiting on you.
That's the way you wanted it, because of your domination.
Darling, how ridiculous you are. And do stop shouting. Oh, good. It's 12 o'clock. Now we put part 2 into operation. The recorder has been hidden behind her wardrobe. But the switch is in the passage. It was really very clever of me. Then we'll wait and see what happens. It should be most interesting.
The passage was pitch black, and there seemed a clamminess permeating the whole atmosphere. It almost seemed that one of the dead was with us. I stood back and watched her, with hate in my heart, for her and my weakness. She had it all organized perfectly. She bent to switch on the machine, and as she did so, I knew we weren't alone. There was someone else. I backed away, seeking to escape the malignancy of the presence. I gasped, but Mother was preoccupied with her plans. I remember she turned.
David, for goodness sake, what's the matter?
Don't you feel it, don't you?
Feel it? Feel what?
There's someone.
What are you talking about? There's no one. Now, don't try and distract me, David.
Let's leave. There is someone. Something. There is.
Of course there isn't.
She turned sharply from me, and her eyes widened with horror as she gazed with frightened intensity towards the end of the passage. I could see nothing. Then she gasped.
Louisa! Louisa, you!
I could hear nothing. I could see nothing. But I was aware of the rising tide of animosity and hate. Then, suddenly, my mother covered her eyes with her hands. She stumbled backward.
No, Louisa! No!
She turned. She tried to run, but she crashed to the floor with a scream of sheer terror that made my blood run cold. She lay quietly, but I knew even before I touched her, she was dead. The doctor came and the police came. There were many questions, and there'll be many more. They found the tape recorder and the switch. I remember our old lawyer, Ratcliffe.
Things are going to be difficult for you, David. There are so many explanations needed.
But I've told you everything, Mr. Ratcliffe. She stumbled and she was dead before I got to her.
A distressing and unfortunate affair. We can only wait for the doctor's report to be phoned through. It's unsatisfactory, and you can't blame the police feeling as they do. Your mother planned to frighten Catherine into handing over the money by imitating Miss Louisa's voice. And then suddenly, the deceased rarely arrives.
And that's what did happen. I didn't see her, but my mother did. I swear it to you.
But it's so unlikely, and... Excuse me, if I be the doctor. Yes? Yes? Most extraordinary. Yes, well, yes. Very well, thank you.
Well, and what was the cause of death? Well?
It's most extraordinary. It seems that your mother died of fright.
Time. The silent herald of life and death. Success or failure. The unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Now, Ellery Queen in The Adventure of the Message in Red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective, and your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nicky.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, well, no, Nicky, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus. Public stenographer. Well, yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they dictate their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used a house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't you?
Now, who's that? Huh. Nobody out here. Oh. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does. Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? What, at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes. All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right. Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Yes. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Pickett? Call back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nicky waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, Dad, huh?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nicky. First one, a public stenographer with the Hotel Arbutus on Lexington Avenue. Shot to death at 9:15 p.m. Name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison, the publishers, of Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both as opened their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive, no entangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses, no clues, no motive. And the girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders aren't connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nicky. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's a nut kill myself, Ellery. Yes, Billy?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Porter, Maestro.
Oh, Sergeant.
Inspector, know what?
No. What?
Another one.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Ooh, number 3 last night.
Who is this one, Billy?
Lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella? The, Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue. In her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
My poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, if you let me get away...
My husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, prostrate.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
Mrs. Canella.
You understand, Mr. Crean. I know you do.
The death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally. And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't.
The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
Your husband with you, madam?
Mr. Canet? Oh, no, he was out somewhere. His club or something.
How about your daughter?
Madge. Oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Crean. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell.
Oh, yes. I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Stiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and the poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful,
yes,
Mrs. Canella. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your daughter.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the third degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
Oh, Mother, stop drooling.
Oh, Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely not. I'll be some more policemen. Who's the wench, your sob-sister? The wench is Nicky Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen.
Sergeant Villy.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
And you're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you're to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No newspaper men.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway.
My fault?
Yes, I told you long ago you should send that snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad taste to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. At least our engagement was supposed to be announced this week. One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Well?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What, Henry?
Notice the facing surfaces of the tips of her index and middle fingers, Dad, on the right hand.
Huh. Oh, calloused. Only place for calluses?
Yes.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
Oh. All right now, Nicky.
But how do you
you know this maid's murder is connected with the other two murders?
Bradley was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nicky. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blasted. Oh, Veely?
You through with the corpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy.
What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant?
Names, Butler, James Smathers, Cook, Sally Fabian, Chauffeur, Waller Boyle. Upstairs maid, Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
Oh, I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge.
Inspector Queen.
Who are you?
I'm Milford Cannella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take her through.
Oh, Madge, I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
See yourself, Mother.
Mr. Cannella, we were just... Pardon me. Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, well, this piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red? That's it. Let me see.
In red, is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
She must have lingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
Starts with a capital M, but there are a lot of spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
I'll have Cranley look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Cannella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once. And without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been Father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret. Madge.
And Father's just a little guy who can do it.
Dad.
Harry, where are you going?
Out to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the three murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief. And that's why we say...
Take an Anison.
There's a good reason why Anison relieves the agonizing pain of headache so much more quickly. Anison is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anison to you. That's how millions first discovered Anison's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anison.
Anison, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anison.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Veely at the wheel, is threading its way through midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery?
And how'd you know, Maestro?
Oh, what was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
Public stenographer.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
The Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, do you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
And the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle fingers.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nicky, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time. Weeks, months.
A diary.
Perhaps, at least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant. So, we have Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand. When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript?
You take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely the unfortunate Miss Kirby. And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To a publisher.
And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple.
Maestro, you're a genius.
The murdered girls are probably the only 3 people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swept it, probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And destroyed it, Terry.
Yes, but there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Maestro.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
They're a bit on the sensational side, Nicky. Miss Jenkins?
Yes. Alberta Jenkins.
Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the receptionist's phone?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report.
Let me see, Ellery.
Say, she read a lot, doesn't she?
It'll be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad.
Maid tells all. By Lucille Dubois.
Wow.
Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office. No, it isn't here.
Oh, no.
But I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I've been so busy today. Here it is. Still unopened.
Give that to me, Bailey.
Well,
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts plus full reports later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Flo Gently.
Phooey. Romance in a phone booth, my Georgette bag. Wow.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois.
No.
Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... Well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed? Here.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Maid's manuscripts filled a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas that would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue blood Boston marriage.
Yes, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed her manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's got to wipe out whoever read it. Steno, wham. Reader, wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secret society.
Too safe, blast it. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity. But apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Stymied. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
There's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter.
You could only see some daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, at least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive. Or I would be if the great man's thoughts weren't.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Queen is with us again.
Where they learned?
The answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the triple header, Maestro.
In my pocket.
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red.
Holy. That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say.
The one we couldn't decipher.
Where'd I put it? Here. What's the matter with me? Feely, get down to headquarters. Quick.
Yeah, man. If anybody can make it out, it's that whiz in the lab. Men, we're in. Sailing, sailing over the boundary.
Beat it up. What's eating you now, son?
A car right in our trail coming up fast.
Some drunk who wants a race.
With a police car out.
Billy, he's out to wreck us.
Oh, yeah?
Keep going, faster.
Look out, Sergeant!
No, not with Nicky in the car.
Don't mind me.
He's gaining.
I could only spot the driver. It's too dark.
Don't tell me I'm in one piece.
Sorry. I'm okay, too. Inspector.
No bones broken, Bailey. Ellery.
By miracle, we're all right. Oh, Billy, that was quick thinking.
Certainly was.
Yeah, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining wall at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why?
Dad, Lucille's message.
Huh?
All 3 Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
Then the killer is one of the Canellas. And her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Bailey. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant.
Well, Bailey?
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
No good.
Kinda looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I-N, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N. The start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nicky.
But what's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
The daughter's name also starts with an M, Nicky. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as, Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the 3. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Back Inspector Man again.
And that nice Mr. Queen, etc.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you 3 late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
Why, yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down 5th Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston.
My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Well, Ellery, anything to ask these 3 people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I? To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anison's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. It's nice to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Well, thank you, Nicky. I hope you'll like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the 3 women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother, Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella Suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anderson.
Today, millions are switching to Anacin. For Anacin is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anacin is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
take an Anacin.
Anacin must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anacin does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anacin tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anacin. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
take an Anacin.
Time! All right, son. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the 3 girls? Sing out.
Dad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of a killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canella.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
How can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nicky? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. A clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear.
But what, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than a first initial, usually precedes a last name?
Huh? Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Oh, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
French?
What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French. And that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M period. Get in, Billy.
I'll see you all sizzle for this. Oh, yeah.
I disagree, Mr. Canella. If anyone's going to sizzle, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anacin has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pains so fast,
take an Anacin.
because it gives prolonged relief,
take an Anacin.
because it's made like a doctor's prescription,
take an Anacin.
there's only one Anacin. Get Anacin tomorrow. And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yes, we had so much evidence we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
Looks like that did it, Don. Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anacin presents The Adventure of a Happy Marriage.
If you are suffering miseries of a cold, why take chances with untried remedies when time-tested, reliable Hill's cold tablets may promptly relieve that dull, headachy feeling and the muscular aches and soreness of colds? Double your money back if you do not get satisfactory relief from such distress in half an hour. Take only as directed. Time the action. Only Hill's offers you double your money back if you do not get half-hour relief. Hill's cold tablets.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night for Anison.
Anison is a product of the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor of Time magazine, and Edward Pauley, who plays Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case will really test your mettle as an armchair detective, because I can assure you it had us thinking hard. It's about a man who could disappear almost at will. I call it The Adventure of the Vanishing Magician. Mamie Dover. What's the matter?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Forsythe. Oh, dear, my dinner will be ruined if that husband of mine doesn't get home soon. You'd think after 20 years of married life, a man would get to notice spare ribs get dry.
You were crying, Mamie, and it wasn't about Hal or the spare ribs.
Now, you go back in the parlor, Forsythe, and read your variety and billboard while I see if I can't save my dinner.
You were crying about the house, weren't you, Mamie?
Yes.
Well, we haven't lost the old shack yet, Mamie. Now stop crying. Think of the good old days.
Oh, the good old days. What for? We'll never see him again.
Oh, don't you believe it. Vaudeville's coming back. Yes, sir. Before you know it, you'll be right back in the old 5 a day again. Hal and Mamie Dover, songs and patter.
Maybe Vaudeville's coming back, Forsythe, but Hal and me won't come back with it. Nor you, nor Avanti. The great Avanti, magician supreme. Filbert Forsythe, quick change artist. Oh, it's old stuff, passé. They'd laugh us off.
Yeah? Well, I'm as good as I ever was. I've kept in practice, Mame. I haven't let the hinges on my theatrical trunk upstairs get rusty. No, sir. Remember that quick change act I had? Riley of the New York Finest? Where I played all 7 parts? Why, it laid 'em in the aisle.
It was corny, Forsythe. Hal and me were corny. Avanti and his magic was corny. We're through, and you know it.
Through, am I? I'll show you all, and especially that sarcastic booker who threw me out of his office yesterday.
Oh, what's the use? You knew we were through when you, Avanti, Hal, and me pooled our savings 13 years ago to buy this house.
Yeah, you're right, Mame. We thought we'd have at least a roof over our heads. Now
there's the front door. Hal?
Me, Mame.
Hal, I thought you'd never get home.
Home? Oh, evening, Forsythe.
Hal, did you see that pagan at the bank?
I saw him.
What'd he say, Hal?
He busted a gut laughing.
Oh, Hal.
So we lose the house, is that it?
Next week, unless the U.S. Marines save us in the nick of time.
But, Hal, what'll we all do? Where'll we go?
Search me. Oh, Mame, stop crying, huh?
Dover, I told you we did wrong when we mortgaged that house 5 years ago.
And what were we supposed to eat, Forsythe? Your 1929 billboard clippings?
Hal, Dover, I'll have you know
that.
Well, now, next week is next week. Right now, we have a dinner to eat. Though heaven knows, Hal Dover, you've done your darndest to spoil it. Now, sit down, both of you.
I ain't hungry, Mame.
You're going to eat, mister, and we're not going to wait for the great Avanti. I'll have the ribs out in a jiffy if they ain't dry as dust.
I guess I'm jumpy, Forsythe.
Yeah, it's my fault, Hal. It's losing the house and all the money we put into it.
Going back to a furnished room. Avanti?
Hello, Mamie. Hal, Forsythe.
Where are you, my friend?
In the dining room, Avanti.
Ah, I am late, no? The long, long faces. No luck today, eh, Hal?
Sit down and eat your soup, Avanti.
Avanti?
Yes?
Oh, it's about time. Now hurry with your soup.
Attention. The great Avanti is about to give a performance.
What's he so gay about? Cut the clowning, Avanti. I ain't in the mood.
No? Then I shall put you in the mood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Observe. There is nothing up my sleeve.
Cut it out, I said.
Now, Hal.
Hell's on edge, Avanti.
Oh, who wouldn't be losing the house?
And who says we are losing the house, huh?
The bank that's holding the mortgage, you punchy dope.
Avanti says it is not so.
What?
Your faces light up, eh? My friends, I have it all fixed.
Avanti, we won't lose our house.
No, Mamie. And what is more, we shall have enough dough to last us a long, long time.
You're crazy with the cold.
That's something crooked. No. It is not something crooked, Forsyth.
But, Avanti, you ain't serious. How can you save the house?
Follow my instructions and have faith.
What do we have to do, Avanti?
Merely, when the proper time comes, to get out of the house for one evening, leaving it unoccupied. That is all.
What are you going to do, burn it down?
Even that wouldn't do any good. Our fire insurance lapsed.
Now, you two stop. Avanti?
Yes?
You want us to leave the house for one evening, and that'll save it?
Yes, Mamie.
I suppose you'll do it by magic, Avanti.
Yes, Mr. Dover. By magic.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
I heard tell the other day about a lady who paid her first visit to New York just recently. That was plenty exciting for her, all right. Even though the bright lights aren't quite as bright as usual, there was plenty to see and do.
Plenty, I'll say so. I never saw so many people or places at one time in my life. And the crowd.
Yes, indeed, the crowd. Well, after a few days of helter-skelter running around, the lady woke up in her hotel room one morning feeling like this.
Oh, my head.
Yes, a common sick headache. Not unusual when you're on the move more than you're used to being. But was she going to let that stand in the way of seeing all there was left to see in New York?
Not on your life. I've had headaches in my own hometown, too. And if Bromo Seltzer could make me feel so much better back home, I guess it would work just as well in New York.
So she up and went down to the drugstore, had the clerk mix her a Bromo Seltzer at the fountain,
And pretty soon I felt like my old self again. So I went on to see Grant's tomb and the Statue of Liberty just as I'd planned.
Good for you. And good for Bromo Seltzer. You'll find it's handy to have around, friends. So get a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer tomorrow. And now back to our story. It's 2 mornings later, the scene, Inspector Queen's office at police headquarters.
There's the maestro and Miss Porter, Inspector.
Hi, Petey. Come in, you two.
Hurry call to headquarters, Dad, means a case.
Is it a case, Inspector?
It's a case, Nicky, but best if I know what kind. Ellery, shake hands with Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele. My son Ellery's secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
This really isn't a matter for the police, son.
The inspector and me thought it was a lot more in your line, Maestro. Screwball stuff.
Sounds interesting, Sergeant.
First, I'd better explain, son, that Mr. Steele here is a very wealthy businessman with a peculiar hobby.
I thought I recognized you, Mr. Steele. I read an article about you in a magazine recently with your photograph.
That's me, Miss Porter.
Your hobby's collecting magic tricks, isn't it?
Yes, indeedy. I'm an amateur expert in magic. Know more about magic than these fellows know themselves. Hey, Avanti? Mr. Steele, you are the boogeyman of my unfortunate profession.
Mr. Steele's a shower-upper, Maestro. These guys make up magic tricks. He figures them out.
I see.
For years, Mr. Steele's had a standing offer of $25,000 to any professional magician who can show him a magic trick he can't solve in 24 hours.
Wonderful. You're sort of magic detective, eh, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. The best of them have tried to collect that $25,000. No one's collected it yet.
Mr. Steele's seen through every magic illusion ever invented, Ellery.
Mr. Steele will not see through mine. You see, Avanti's taken up Mr. Steele's challenge.
He claims he can pull a trick that'll fool even Mr. Steele.
Oh, swell. What's your illusion, Mr. Avanti?
I shall disappear in thin air.
Oh.
But that's not new, Mr. Avanti. Houdini made an elephant disappear in full view of a theater audience.
I saw the old master do it myself. All disappearance illusions are done with mirrors and apparatus. You won't fool me with one of those moth-eaten tricks, Avanti. But, Mr. Steele, I do not use mirrors or apparatus.
Eh? Oh, Avanti, I'll hold you to that. No apparatus, Mr. Avanti? Wow. But may I ask why you've come to the police?
It's going to be a case for the Missing Persons Bureau, ain't it?
I wish Mr. Steele to be completely satisfied about the conditions under which my illusion takes place.
You see, Ellery, Avanti and some old-time vaudeville friends of his jointly own a two-story brownstone in Chelsea that's in danger of foreclosure.
It's one of them old babies, Maestro, and a solid block of attached houses, all alike.
All alike?
And Mr. Avanti wants to win Mr. Steele's money to save the house? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, but from now on, I'm on Mr. Avanti's side.
The more the merrier, Miss Porter. Disappear into thin air without mirrors or apparatus? No.
Mr. Avanti, just how do you intend using the house in this magic illusion of yours?
First, Mr. Queen, I wish the house to be examined from basement to roof, inside and out, to satisfy Mr. Steele that there are no sliding panels, hidden passages, tunnels, or secret hiding places anywhere inside.
There goes my solution.
Secondly, Inspector Queen may station police as guards at each exit from the house to see that I do not escape. As many men as you please, Inspector. On the roof, in the basement, the backyard, at the doors and windows. In fact, I shall be insulted if you do not put a veritable human cordon around the house.
You're sure making it impossible for yourself, Avanti.
That is the essence of the illusion. Finally, I shall enter, alone, in full view of all of you. And you will not find me in the house when you look. I shall have vanished. And then, Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to solve the problem of my disappearance, or pay me $25,000.
You're crazy, Avanti, but by George, you're on. When will you be ready?
Tonight.
Well, you gentlemen will have to count me out. I can't touch it. No crime involved.
Inspector, please make an exception.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen.
Yes,
very well,
Mr. Queen.
Dad, cooperate with Avanti.
But I've no authority, son, in a thing like
Oh,
this.
you can find the authority, Inspector. It means so much to Mr. Avanti.
The guy's a nutter, a publicity
He's
hound.
neither. He's doing it for that little group of ex-5-a-dayers, Sergeant. They need that $25,000 to save their house.
That's all very true.
Be a sport, Dad. Play along with Avanti. It's a favor to me.
Well, what'll the big chink say? And he talks 3 languages.
Inspector, please.
Well, blast it. All right.
Thanks, Dad. Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele.
Okay, Mr. Queen. I ought to have my head examined, but... Okay, gentlemen. Oh, good. Fine. Avanti, get ready to disappear from that house of yours. Tonight at 9.
Think Avanti's going to be able to pull this off, Hal?
I don't know, Mame. I'm hoping.
That man Steele must be as crazy as Avanti. Without apparatus, impossible. Why, when I headed the bill at the New York Palace back in 27...
Yes, we know, Forsyth. You laid them in the aisles, eh? Mamie, smile. The house is as good as ours again.
Oh, Avanti, please don't miss.
Avanti, well, good luck.
Avanti, I'm not against you. Well, it's just that, well, people get so darn bitter.
I understand. And I will not fail you.
Come on, you people. You're not supposed to be here, Mr. and Mrs. Dover, Miss Forsyth.
Now, according to the agreement, you folks wait in that corner cafeteria till this is over.
And don't worry, Mrs. Dover. I have a hunch Mr. Avanti's really going to do it.
Oh, I hope so, Miss Porter. Come on, Hal. And Mr. Forsyth, we'll get some clothes.
Avanti will bring the bacon to the house. Now, are you gentlemen all satisfied?
Yes, Mr. Avanti.
And where is Mr. Steele?
Here I am. Are you ready, Avanti?
If you are Mr. Steele?
Hold it a minute. Billy.
Yeah, Inspector?
Hurry up before the reporters get wind of this.
Everything's set, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, myself.
Mr. Steele, are you satisfied that there are no secret passageways or hiding places in the house?
Well, it's true. I searched it myself. It's okay, Mr. Steele. I had a department expert look the house over from top to bottom. He says there's no way out of the house except through the regular doors and windows and the roof and cellar.
I'll testify to that, Mr. Steele. I looked myself.
Is the house completely empty now, Sergeant?
Well, no. I met one cockroach in there. He kissed me. He was so glad to see somebody.
That was good for a laugh, but Tony passed us. Come on, Billy. How about the police detail?
Okay, Inspector. The whole place is surrounded. I've even got 8 cops on the roof watching the roof door. Don't worry, Inspector. He won't get out.
Okay, Billy. Mr. Avanti, go to it.
I shall, Inspector.
Now, you gentlemen will please allow me exactly 2 hours inside the house. At the stroke of 11, enter. And try to find me.
Really, escort Avanti up this stoop and see that he enters the house.
Ups to daisy, magician. Brother, you're faded.
Best of luck, Mr. Avanti.
And I hope we'll not be seeing you.
Hey, you'll see him, Miss Porter. Don't worry.
In you go, Avanti.
Arrivederci. Until later.
Watch closely, Mr. Steele. We don't want you saying afterwards he didn't go in.
I'm satisfied. He went in.
Keep that back of yours against the front door up there, Sergeant.
You'll have to ooze out of a crack to get by me, Maestro.
Well, now for a 2-hour wait. Might as well sit down here beside me on this bottom step, Mr. Steele.
With pleasure, my dear. If Avanti gets out of this house now, he is a magician.
I thought this would be exciting. All I've got out of it so far is a bad case of yawns.
Isn't the time nearly up, Ellery?
Yes, Dad. 1 minute to 11.
2 hours. He'd need 2 centuries.
Don't laugh yet, Mr. Steele. Oh, here's Sergeant Bealey back.
Bealey, shake a leg up this stoop. What do the men report?
You've made the rounds of the police on guard, Sergeant?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. They all say the same thing. Avanti didn't come out.
How about the roof, Dad?
You men up there in the roof.
Yeah, Inspector.
Everything under control up there, officer?
Avanti ain't come out of the house this way, Inspector. Hey, boys. Hey, Inspector, we're just stunned over. We're dying from the excitement.
It's exactly 11 o'clock. Let's go in and see.
Yes, let's get it over with. Well, open the door, Bealey.
Okay.
Wait, Sergeant. I see it now, by George. The tricky devil. Simple as ABC, too.
What simple as ABC, Mr. Steele?
Look, Queen. Avanti built up the psychology of his audience, in this case us, by making us wait out here for 2 whole hours. Of course he's still in there. But he's hiding in the hall somewhere, and he's waiting for us to come in.
So that we'll impatiently rush upstairs?
Exactly. Then he'll simply sneak out of the house through this front door we'll have left unguarded.
Of course, that may be Avanti's plan, Mr. Steele, but somehow...
But if it is, it won't work. Bealey, stay on guard at this front door while we go in. Don't move a step from this door.
Is that what I get after waiting 2 hours? Okay.
Ellery, for goodness sake, open that door.
Here we go.
Avanti! I don't see him hidden in the foyer down here. No place for him to hide.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it? Mr. Avanti? Oh, dear. Well, Inspector, where did Ellery and Mr. Steele go? Don't tell me they disappeared, too.
They're searching the downstairs rooms, Nicky.
Here I am, Dad. He's not down here. Oh, Mr. Steele, any luck?
No, he must be upstairs.
Avanti, come down out of there.
Let's go upstairs, too.
Right, Dad.
If he's really disappeared, it's the most marvelous thing I ever heard of. Oh, Mr. Steele, what...
He's not in that bedroom. Avanti. Queen, try that room.
Right, Steele. Oh, that's empty. I'll try this one. Looks like a study. Not in this one either.
There.
Dad, did you look at the stairs leading to the roof trap door?
Not hiding there, Ellery. Well, Mr. Steele, it looks as if...
No. There's one door we missed. This one.
Oh, yes. That's the door to Avanti's own room.
And this is where he is. Game's up, Avanti. We've caught you. Confound it, Avanti. Open this door and stop making a ridiculous fool of yourself.
You might try the door, Mr. Steele. It may not be locked, you know. Oh, it isn't.
He isn't here. This is the last room.
But it's not possible. Wait. That clothes closet. He's hiding in this clothes closet.
It's empty.
By thunder, he did it.
But he can't have.
Mr. Steele, you might be interested in this note I just found on Avanti's bed.
A note?
Let me see it, too, Ellery.
What did the little whiz write, son?
Gentlemen, you may search this house until doomsday, but you will not find me for the simple reason that I am not here. Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to figure out how I vanished into thin air, or failing, pay me $25,000.
Signed, the Great Avanti.
Listen, Mr. Steele, how many times do I have to tell you? Vandy didn't sneak past me at the front door.
But he did it some way. He got out some way.
This is getting monotonous.
You still have 5 minutes of your 24 hours left, Mr. Steele.
He didn't get out. He's still in the house.
Where, Mr. Steele? You practically picked the house to pieces in the past 23 hours and 55 minutes.
Inspector, you're sure the police are still on guard outside? They mustn't leave their post yet. You hear me?
I don't know why I take this from you, Mr. Steele.
But my men haven't left their post since they came on duty last night.
Then where is he? I can't understand it. Not a single clue, not one.
I disagree, Mr. Steele.
You what, Queen?
It's really a very simple problem.
Don't tell me. Maestro.
Yes, Sergeant. I know how Avanti did it.
Queen, tell me how. Quick, before my time's up.
Ellery Queen, don't you dare. He's supposed to figure it out for himself.
You heard the voice of the people, Mr. Steele.
I'll give you $5,000 if you'll tell me how Avanti performed the trick, Queen.
Tin horn.
Make it 10, Mr. Queen. 10,000.
You're a chiseler, Mr. Steele.
Sergeant, open the front door. We'll wait for Avanti on the stoop.
Well played.
I'll make it 15, Queen. Hurry.
Mr. Steele, I'm beginning to dislike you.
You want to chisel these people out of their home. When you've lost a bet you yourself made.
It's not that. It's my reputation.
Time's up. He's lost.
Oh.
Yes, you've lost, Mr. Steele. Our 4 ex-vaudeville friends of one.
I've won a tale,
And
my
here
friend.
comes the great Avanti strolling up the street. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. While you try to puzzle out just how Avanti disappeared, suppose we see how our guests are making out. Nicky, will you introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening, please?
All right, Ellery. Our first guest tonight is Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor for theater and radio on one of the nation's most important and widely read publications, Time magazine. Miss Bigman is an avid mystery story fan, and as such, we heartily welcome her as guest armchair detective tonight. Our second guest is a man who, like yourself, Ellery, is tough on criminals. He's Edward Pauley, who plays the part of Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. Big Town is the inside story of a big metropolitan newspaper, the Illustrated Press. Each Tuesday evening, Steve Wilson, as managing editor, with the beautiful Lorelei and ace photographer Dusty Miller, give radio one of its most exciting programs. Ellery?
Thank you, Nicky. Miss Bigman, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, I can only think because I'm not guessing it at all. The only spot that I can tie up this thing is when Mr. and Mrs. Forsythe, or Hal, and mainly Dover were talking about the great Avanti. They said he had once played all 7 parts in something called Riley of the New York Finest.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably got himself dressed up as a policeman and walked in and out all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Without being seen? Well, he just joined the cops or something like that. The only other thing is, the only other clue might be that all the houses look alike.
Thank you, Miss Bigman. And now, Mr. Pauley, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, Ellery, a managing editor, isn't a detective. Not much good without his staff. Now, if I could have Lorelei and Dusty Miller and Fletch to help me out, I sound like an expert. Well, I'll just have to take the flyer and say that I'll string along with Miss Bigman on their solution. As a matter of fact, I actually have some mental notes here, and that direction they follow pretty closely what she did. In other words, my mind goes back to the fact that there was a quick change artist involved, and I think that, like a lot of the actual function of these disappearing tricks, is that it happens before we actually think it, or expecting it to happen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pauley and Miss Bigman. We're going to tell you the correct solution to tonight's mystery in a moment. But first, Ernest Chappell has a most important word to say to you.
Friends, before you crumple a piece of paper to toss it into the fire, wait half a second and think about this. Waste paper is mighty valuable. America's paper mills need every scrap in order to produce enough new paper and paper board to make the containers and cartons that are so essential. Now, you'll be doing your country a real service if, instead of burning waste paper or otherwise disposing of it, you sell it to junk dealers, donate it to charitable organizations, or hold it for your local salvage committee. Consult your newspaper for dates of collection. We've got to get our mills back to full production so they can make the cartons for food, the containers for shells, the bomb fins, camouflage paper, dozens of other vital products needed to win the war.
All right, Mr. Steele. Cough up.
Avanti, here's my check for $25,000. And I still can't believe you did it.
My friends and I thank you, Mr. Steele.
But you've got to tell me how you did it. I've just paid a lot of money for not knowing.
Yes, I think we ought to tell Mr. Steele, Mr. Avanti?
You've solved my illusion, Mr. Queen.
Oh, he always solves everything, Mr. Avanti. Ellery, please.
I tell you, if you don't, I won't sleep tonight.
All right, Neely. Well, our magician went into the house. 2 hours later, we searched it, and he was gone. Vanished, as he claimed, in thin air. Yet the reports from the policemen on guard at every exit from the house were that Mr. Avanti had not left.
But he did leave, Ellery. That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Consequently, when your policeman said he hadn't left, they only thought he hadn't. He had.
You mean Mr. Avanti got out of the house under the eyes of grown policemen without their knowing it?
It's the only possible explanation, Nicky.
But how?
Well, what was the situation? A house surrounded by police, men in uniform, a couple of dozen of them. Take the roof. 8 uniformed police on guard. Let's consider those 8 policemen. Each officer, wherever he turned, saw another officer, another blue coat. The police uniform is a great leveler of personality. And besides, Mr. Avanti cleverly set the time of the illusion at night when visibility is poor. And because the roof held the largest congregation of police, I say Mr. Avanti got away by the roof, disguised in a police uniform.
Oh, sure. What a fool, what a fool.
Confirmation, yes. Mr. Avanti asked for 2 hours when obviously a few minutes would have sufficed. Why did he ask for 2 hours? Because he's a student of human nature, like all magicians. He knew that in 2 hours the watching police would be bored, that their vigilance would relax, that they'd start trudging around the roof to keep warm, smoking, chattering, milling about. So that Avanti, watching from inside the roof trap door, merely had to wait for a single instant when none of the 8 pairs of eyes was on the roof door, and in that instant slipped noiselessly out onto the roof in a policeman's uniform. And there he was, on the roof at night, just another officer of the law. He might have done the same thing, not disguised. But he knew he'd never be able to get off the roof once he slipped out of the trap door without being spotted. Dressed as a policeman, however, all he had to do from that moment on was saunter quietly about among the 8 real policemen, minding his own business, until he saw a chance to slip on to an adjoining roof. Remember, this is an attached house, and make his escape from some house farther down the street.
He may just make the trick possible by insisting on a big police guard.
But where did Mr. Avanti get the policeman's uniform, Ellery?
There was even a clue to that. We've all been told that Mr. Forsyth, the quick change artist, lives in the house and his old theatrical trunk is in his room. And what was the sketch Forsyth used to do in the glamour days of vaudeville? He used to play all 7 parts in a skit called Riley of the New York Finest. So in Forsyth's trunk, there must have been a New York policeman's uniform. Mr. Avanti, I should like to shake the hand of an artist.
No, Mr. Queen. The honor is mine. Believe me, Mr. Queen, I am so happy it wasn't you I challenged to solve my illusion of the vanishing magician.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment both of them for their skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Hang on now, friends, because Ellery will be right back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, you can grab a seat aboard the one and only talking train. Here we go. All aboard.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, that's the right track to quick, effective relief from common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer. You see, Bromo Seltzer fights headache not 1, but 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps relieve that pain in your head.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps settle upset stomach.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. But when it comes to common sick headaches, take a tip from our educated train.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
And now, Ellery, suppose you tell us about next week's case, huh?
Sure, Cat, sure, Chappie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, a young lady offers me $5,000 to get back the stolen sum of $3. I can't tell you more. I'd tell you too much. So I'll just caution you to get your thinking caps all shined up next Saturday for the adventure of the $3 robbery.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop starts its 12th year on the air. That's it, its 12th year in radio, when it takes you to Halifax, Nova Scotia, for interviews with Canadian Navy U-boat fighters. Don't miss Vox Pop next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Shenley Laboratories, producer of Penicillin Shenley and Shenley Pharmaceuticals, presents the Encore Theater. The Encore Theater play tonight, Dark Victory. Our stars are Francho Tone and Susan Peters. Tonight, Shenley Laboratories presents another in a new series of great dramatic programs. Some of our stories are fact, the struggles and accomplishments of great men of medicine. Others are fiction, stories of devotion to an ideal, individual heroism, or great courage. By these programs, Shenley Laboratories would remind you that medical science and progress is not cold, impersonal research or pages of statistics, but a warm human story told in living terms, whether it's the life of one of medicine's immortals or the everyday record of service rendered by your own physician. And now, Dark Victory, starring Susan Peters as Judith Traherne and Francho Tone as Dr. Fred Steele.
Now, look, Dr. Parsons, I'm sorry, but I've closed my office for good. I built a little laboratory on my farm up in Vermont, and I've been waiting 9 years to get started on my research.
Well, don't tell me you've been bitten by the bug for scientific research.
Something like that.
On what?
Cells. Brain cells. Tell me, why do healthy cells suddenly go berserk and grow wild? Do you know?
No.
Neither does anyone. We call them tumors, gliomas, cysts, cancers. We operate and cure with the knife. But one of these days, someone's going to find a serum that'll be to these growths what antitoxin is to diphtheria.
Can't you put off leaving and see this girl? She's desperately ill. I've been watching her like a hawk, and she's losing ground each day. Confound it, you're always talking about the obligation of doctors to humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in the reception room.
Well, all right, I'll have a look at the girl. But I warn you, I'm taking that train. I'm not going to be stuck here another 9 years.
I'll have her come in. Oh, Fred, you may find her a bit, defiant. She didn't want to come. She's trying desperately to convince herself and me that nothing's wrong with her.
All right, let me see her.
Come in, Judith. This is Dr. Steele.
How do you do, Dr. Steele?
How do you do?
And now will you please excuse me? I have to run over to the hospital.
Sit down, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Parsons tells me you're a great hunter. You don't look like a hunter.
Well, you could hardly expect me to enter your office leading a pack of hounds.
Hardly. Well, tell me about yourself.
I'm 23 years old and only child. I weigh 115 pounds stripped. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. Is that all?
All the inconsequential facts.
What are the consequential ones?
Does that light bother you?
No.
Do you use your eyes a great deal?
I generally keep them open, Doctor.
That light is in your eyes. I'll lower the shade.
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
You're squinting. There, that's better.
Suit yourself. It's your office.
What did you do yesterday?
I went to the theater in the afternoon. I played bridge in the evening.
Other way around, wasn't it?
Why, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play? Cyrano, wasn't it?
Yes, why?
Did you like it?
Well, you see,
You had a headache, didn't you? How long have you had these headaches?
Oh, I don't have them.
You have one now.
No, I have not.
How did you come out at bridge yesterday?
Well, let me
Quickly.
think. I don't remember.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Why do you ask me these stupid questions? There's nothing wrong with me. I'm well, absolutely well. I'm young and strong and nothing can touch me. Neither you nor Dr. Parsons can make an invalid out of me. Now I'm going. I'm sorry to have wasted so much of your time.
You're running away because you're frightened, aren't you?
That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. That's why you held certain things back from Dr. Parsons. You were afraid to admit them. You've been having those headaches for months. They've been getting worse lately, and your eyes have been cutting up, too. Just as though someone were shutting a pair of folding doors until your vision's almost cut in half. You pretended it was imagination, but it isn't. You can't concentrate. You're irritable because your nerves are all on edge. You're afraid to admit it, but you can't deny it.
It's a lie. I'm well. Oh, why do you bully me like this?
Because I want to help you. Won't you let me?
How about your train to Vermont?
There'll be other trains to Vermont. I want to examine you now. Take some x-rays.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry I was so difficult.
I like the way you fought back at me. You've been a good sport. Come on, now let's see what we can find out about this head of yours.
Well, Fred?
It is glioma, Dr. Parsons.
I was afraid of that.
We'll have to operate immediately, of course, but...
There'll be a recurrence?
Yes. Well, you know all the men I called in for consultation. They were all of the same opinion.
And that means?
Approximately 10 months.
She'll be an invalid in the meantime, I suppose?
No, this is a rare case. She'll apparently be as well as any of us. That is, until... Well, her sight may fail near the end. There'll only be a little time after that.
Fred, I don't know what to say. I love that girl.
So do I.
Are you going to tell her?
Would you want her to know?
No.
That's your answer.
Ready in surgery, Dr. Steele.
Fred? Fred?
Yes, Judith.
Will I be all right, Fred?
Yes, darling. You'll have a complete surgical recovery.
That's good. Fred, when you got inside my head, did you find any sense in it? How do you like this hat, Anne?
Well, I like each of the other 12. Say, you've certainly gotten fussy since that operation. One day out of bed and you're going through those hats like a cyclone.
Oh, I want to look my best. I'm going to meet Fred at 5. Oh, I want to look so dazzling that he won't look at another girl.
Judith, you're in love with him.
Does it show?
Oh, does it show? Just take a good look in that mirror. Oh, has he given you any encouragement?
Not a ripple on the water. Oh. It's awful. But it's wonderful. I've got something to live for now. Something to hope for. Anne, the next time he comes over, anytime there's a lull in the conversation, you might just mention what a good wife I'd make and what an ideal mother.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have an appointment with him in this afternoon in his office. I'll toss it in the conversation and let you know the results, if you're serious.
I'm horribly afraid. I'm terribly serious.
Well, it couldn't happen to a nicer girl.
You take these powders, Mrs. Robertson. You'll be all right.
Dr. Steele, I've only known you since Judith's operation, but I've known her and loved her most of her life. May I take the liberty of an old friend?
Yes, of course.
Does Judith mean anything more to you than just a patient?
Very much more.
Marriage would mean to her a home, children, plans for the future, Could you watch her growing happier every day with this thing creeping up behind her back? Could you stand that?
It isn't a question of what I could stand. The only thing that matters now is that she should be happy every hour. All my life, I've told people what to do. Now, I don't know what to do. I love her, and I don't know what to do.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Steele had to go out on a case. He wants you to wait. He didn't think he'd be long after 5.
All right, Miss Wainwright. I'll sit down here at the desk and wait.
Oh, do you mind if I finish packing the books in the reception room?
Not at all. Do you think he's really going to Vermont this time?
I don't know. I've given up trying to guess. I'm just going to have everything ready just in case.
He's going to be a great scientist. Case history folder. Judith Traherne. Well, this looks interesting. Might as well spend my time reading about myself.
What did you say, Mr. Hearn?
Nothing, just doing a little reading. My dear Dr. Steele, a study of the case history of Miss Judith Traherne and an examination of the tissue sample sent me lead me to concur with your diagnosis. The prognosis is definitely poor. Death in such cases is... Miss Wainwright?
Yes?
What does prognosis mean?
Why, it means what the future of a case looks like.
What does prognosis poor mean?
It means hopeless. Why did you ask? What are you reading?
My case history, Miss Wainwright. My case history. Tell the doctor that I couldn't wait. Tell him that I had nothing to see him about after all.
Oh, Mr. Hearn, please wait. These things don't necessarily...
Just tell Dr. Steele thanks. And goodbye.
In a moment we shall return to our play, Dark Victory. But first, a message of importance concerning the miracle drug of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, you, and most other people, realize that the early production of penicillin was beset by countless difficulties. But do you also realize that the expansion of production facilities for penicillin has resulted in more than increased quantities, has permitted the development of new forms of penicillin as well? When Shenley Laboratories, along with 20 other firms, was designated by the United States government to produce penicillin for the saving of lives on both battlefront and home front, the miracle drug was manufactured only in its original powdered form. Today, however, the Shenley Laboratories program of continuing research has developed additional specialized penicillin products that your doctor may, in his judgment, prescribe as penicillin troches and tablets for administration by mouth, penicillin ointment to be directly applied to affected skin surfaces, and ophthalmic ointment for treating certain infections of the eye. In the spirit of medical progress, Shenley salutes at this time the extensive experimentation which has brought the boon of many new cures to all mankind. In addition, Shenley Laboratories pledges itself to continue its extensive program of research in the field of pharmaceuticals, with the purpose ever before it of placing more and greater healing aids in the hands of your doctor. Now we return to our play, Dark Victory, starring Franch O'Tone and Susan Peters.
Why aren't you laughing, Alec? I came out with you because I thought you'd be gay and laughing.
All right, I'll be gay and laughing. What should we laugh about?
How about life? Life and the things it does to us. When we think we're on top, we're on the bottom. When we start making plans about all the years we're going to live, we find we haven't any left.
What are you talking about?
So, here you are, Judith. I've been hunting all over town. Did you forget you had a date with me?
I suddenly found I didn't have time to keep it.
Hello, Dr. Steele. Sit down.
Yes, sit down. Join the party. The more the merrier. Let's keep everything as merry as possible. A short life, but a merry one, I always say. What do you always say? I've been meaning to ask you, Doctor. Was I a specimen case? Will I make the medical journal?
Judith, I don't...
Why didn't you tell me?
What's this all about?
Tell him what it's all about. Explain to Alec about prognosis poor. A few months of pretending you're well, then blindness. Then so long, my friend.
Judith, don't talk
like that.
Oh,
stop it, Fred. It's no longer necessary to humor the patient. You'd have done anything to make me happy, wouldn't you? Even married me if necessary, out of pity. Oh, you're very kind. But thank you so much. It won't be necessary. You see, I'm not in your care anymore.
You will always be in my care. Judith, I hadn't thought to say it here, under these circumstances, but I do want to marry you. I love you. I want to marry you.
Why? What for? What's the point? What's the reason?
Judith, don't do this. Don't strike back at me this way. I want you to find peace. We all have to die. The tragic difference is that you know when and we don't. The important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives so we can meet death when it comes decently, beautifully, finally.
I'll die as I please. Come on, Alec. Let's get out of here. Let's go someplace where there's more laughs.
Judith.
Goodbye, Fred. Sorry I can't stay longer, but I'm sure you understand. I just haven't the time.
Hi, Miss Judith. What are you doing down here in the stables at this hour of the night?
I couldn't sleep. I just got in from a party and I didn't feel like going to bed. Saw your light. I thought you might like some company.
Yeah. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. How's Challenger?
He's a good horse. You were right about him.
I can tell a champion every time. Oh, I'm so tired, Michael.
You've been going too hard. For weeks now, it's been party after party. If you'll forgive my saying so, it's a great waste of time.
Waste of time? Well, why do you say that?
We only live once, Miss Judith.
That's right. Only once. Talk to me, Michael. I need someone to talk to tonight. Talk to me as one human being to another. Talk to me as a man. Are you happy, Michael?
Is anybody?
Are you afraid to die, Michael?
I wouldn't want to die while you're alive.
You're making love to me.
You invited me to talk to you as a man. One thing I know. I'm a lot better than a lot of them that's playing around with you.
Are you, Michael?
Yeah. If you only knew the things I've wanted to say to you ever since the first time I came to work for you.
Say them, Michael.
Have you any idea at all what you're saying, Miss Judith? I think we're both a little crazy tonight.
You're right. We are a little crazy. And you're right about something else. I can't go on this way. Tonight it would be you, and after tonight, someone else, and on until the last hour. Michael, I can't die like that.
Die? What are you talking about?
I'm going to die in a few months, Michael. Does that frighten you?
Heaven forgive you for saying a thing like that.
Yes. Heaven forgive me. When it comes, it's got to be met finely and beautifully, doesn't it? Michael, thank you. Thank you for waking me up.
Judith.
Hello, Fred. Look here, I came over to say that I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind the unorthodox hour.
Come in, Judith.
Oh, I've been such a fool, darling. I've been such a fool.
That happens to all of us periodically.
If only you let me see you sometimes.
You're going to. Every day. You're coming to Vermont with me. All this time I've been waiting for you, counting the moments.
A moment is all we have.
It's all lovers ever have. A few perfect hours. I tried to explain that to you before.
What will this do to you? The shadow's fallen on my earth. It mustn't fall on yours.
Your shadow's mine, and your victory over it will be mine, too.
I'm afraid it will be a dark victory.
Judith, darling, you look wonderful. Vermont agrees with you. Oh, but look, I haven't seen Fred yet.
Oh, I'd forgotten. He's working in there. You go on in and talk to him. I've got to see about dinner.
All right.
Come in.
Hello, Fred.
Anne. Oh, it's good to see you. I'm sorry I couldn't get away to meet you at the train, but we're working on an experiment.
Oh, I know. You just couldn't tear yourself away from the microbes, huh?
How does Judith look to you?
Oh, just like a bride of 2 months should look. Radiant. Fred, is there a chance for her?
No.
Does she realize?
Yes. All my life I've seen people suffer and seen them die. But I've never seen anyone like her. From what deep well she draws her courage, I can only wonder. Well, you saw her. She laughs, sticks out her chin. She can take it.
But she must think that there's
No, she doesn't think. It's forgotten. That's our pact. We never mention it. And you mustn't either. You'll want to, but you mustn't. Not even with your eyes. You're in the pact, too.
I'll try.
Isn't this a nice garden, Anne?
Beautiful.
Pretty soon I'll be all in bloom. There'll be roses over that arbor over there, and hey, hey, look how it's clouding up. It must be going to rain.
But Judith, it's not.
It's getting darker by the second. Well, Anne, look how dark it's getting.
Yes. Yes, I see, dear.
Anne, I can still feel the heat of the sun. Anne.
No, it isn't true. There are clouds. The sun has gone.
It's all right, Anne. Anne, it's all right.
Hey, out there, I got some news. We're going to New York. They just read me a wire over the phone. Come on in, I'll show you.
Judith, you can't go. Don't tell him. Maybe it isn't anything. Come on.
Hey, read this. A wire from Fisher in Philadelphia. Martha took it down.
Yes, of course, darling.
Well?
It's very nice.
Nice? Is that all?
Well, you read it, Anna. I never could read Martha's writing.
Dr. Frederick Steele, Brattleboro, Vermont. Wild with excitement over your latest report. Biological tests convince me you may be on right road with isolation.
Isolation, you see? Choke off the oxygen. No, you two wouldn't understand.
Believe we should present material at board meeting in New York tomorrow. Please wire. My enthusiastic congratulations, Fisher.
Oh, it's wonderful, darling. Isn't it, Anne? Oh, excuse my lack of enthusiasm. I was bowled over for a moment.
Sure, don't I know? I'm in the clouds myself. I wired Fisher I'd meet him at 10 in the morning. I've got to hurry and get packed. Martha's got your bags already.
You're going to tell him?
And keep him from going? No, I wouldn't dream of it. This means everything in the world to his career and his future. His life must go on.
Judith, come up here a moment, will you?
Anne, please, just go on as though nothing had happened. Please. I know what's best.
All right, darling. Whatever you say.
Judith!
Coming!
Where did Martha hide my shirts this time?
Darling, I don't think I'll go. You'll be busy, and I just be sitting around in the hotel room and...
Nonsense. A couple of days in New York will do you good.
Please, darling, don't force me to go.
Force you? Well, of course, honey, it's anything you want, but...
New York would bore me. Really, it would. This is my home now. I'd rather stay here.
Judith, you're trembling.
Am I? Well, it's the first time we've been separated. Mayn't a girl get a little sentimental?
I'm not going.
Darling, are you worried about me?
Every moment you're not in my sight.
You needn't be. Anne's here.
Yes, but if anything should happen...
It won't. But even so, I'm not afraid anymore. Hey, didn't we agree we wouldn't talk about it? I used to be afraid. I died 1,000 times. The next time, death will come as an old friend, gently and quietly.
Oh, Judith.
We've had so much, Fred. If we lived to be 100, we could have no more. Darling, you've done so much for me.
Judith, I don't want to go on living without you.
You must. You must go on with your work. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of that. What a great thing it is to be a doctor and a scientist. And what a proud thing to heal pain and save lives. You have so much to give to the world, Fred. I don't want my death to be futile and meaningless. I want you to wipe out this thing that is going to take me away from you. You must. And you will.
Darling, I'll try.
Nothing can hurt us now. For what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory over the dark. And it's a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, Judith.
Oh, now come on. You've got to hurry. You take your bag and I'll take your hat and coat.
You certainly packed in a hurry. Oh, I brought the car around the front for you.
You'll take care of everything, Anne.
Hurry, darling. Now you've got to drive like mad.
Goodbye, darling. You know where to reach me if you need me.
Mind yourself in the big city.
Bye.
Bye.
Did we plant any hyacinths yet, Anne?
Yes. No, I don't know.
Would you go out now and plant some? They're his favorite flowers. They should do well in this soil. The garden will be very beautiful in June with everything blooming. You'll take good care of my flowers, won't you? Yes. Go on. Plant them now.
Do you think I'd leave you, darling?
You must. Please understand, Anne, that no one must be here. No one. I have to prove to him that I can do it alone. Maybe it will help him over some bad moments in the future to remember it. I'm going up now and sleep. There used to be a prayer. Do you remember it? If I should die.
Now, I lay me down to sleep.
Yes, that's it.
I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should
die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. That's a beautiful prayer, isn't it? I haven't thought of it in years. Good night, Anne.
Good night, Judith.
Ladies and gentlemen, before Franchot Tone comes back to the microphone, may we leave this thought with you. All of us take for granted our feeling of confidence in our own doctor. Could there be any greater tribute to the medical profession than this fact, that we do take for granted the confidence we feel in its members? Shenley Laboratories presents this series of programs in honor of America's doctors. And now, Franchot Tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to sum up the spirit of this program, the simple and beautiful prayer of the physician, written centuries ago by Maimonides, seems to me to be apt and fitting. The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft. This is the prayer of the physician. It's ages old, yet today it is as new as the hope for a peaceful way of life for all the world. May we invite you to listen again next week at the same time when Shenley Laboratories presents A Man to Remember, starring Mr. Lionel Barrymore, a great star in a great story. Good night.
Dark Victory was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who this year is celebrating the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. It was a Gene Holloway adaptation. Susan Peters appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Holiday in Mexico. This is Frank Graham speaking for Shenley Laboratories, producer of Penicillin Shenley. and inviting you to listen next Tuesday at the same time when you will hear Mr. Lionel Barrymore in A Man to Remember. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Man proposes, but fate disposes. No, I'm not about to embark on some profound philosophical thesis. It was just that, as I was gazing through my casebook in order to find a story in which my line of investigation and the surrounding circumstances differed from those I've related recently, I came across a number of crimes that might have gone into the unsolved section of our files had it not been for some chance act that no one could have anticipated. It is this seemingly trivial and unpredictable intervention in the course of human activity which makes the perfect crime almost impossible. Had not a dear old lady dreamt that there was gold underneath the cement floor of the garage and paid for it to be dug up, the body of the previous tenant, Mrs. Mayhew, would never have been discovered, and her husband would have gone unpunished. Had not a dog, being exercised, decided to go chasing after a cat in Boreham Woods, Olive Henderson's body would have remained undiscovered until the following morning, by which time her killer would have escaped overseas. As it was, George Barker was arrested as he was about to board a ship. Take the story I'm going to tell you tonight. Had a holidaymaker not inserted his sixpence in the telescope on the top of Marlow Cliffs, he would not have seen Stephen Mannering disappear from the dinghy from which he was fishing, would not have raised the alarm, and his body might never have been found. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Waters of Death. The holidaymaker was a Mr. Patrick Scott. He rushed to report the incident and to seek assistance. Both he and those who went to rescue the man from the sea thought that they were taking part in a rescue operation as a result of an accident. Certainly they did not expect to find Stephen Mannering dead, nor that his death was caused by a blunt instrument and not by drowning. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, who or what is it this time?
Devon County Constabulary seeking assistance. Someone identified as Stephen Mannering. Coshed on the head and thrown into the sea.
The sea, you say? Where?
Marlow. It's a nice time of the year, sir.
Yes, it is indeed. Are they expecting us down there straight away?
Yes, sir. A body was found yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Matthews is in charge of the local station.
Right. Well, tell him I'm on my way. And first, I want to talk to this holidaymaker, Patrick Scott.
Well, now, this is the spot, Inspector.
Ah, delightful spot it is, too. Oh, this is the telescope.
Yes. Took me quite a shock, I can tell you.
Yes, I'm sure it did, Mr. Scott. Now, you put your sixpence in this machine like... Yes, so.
That's right, sir.
Yes. And you got a magnificent view of the bay. Yes, indeed, it is a magnificent view. No boats or anything at the moment.
Well, there wasn't any yesterday afternoon except the one dinghy.
Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't see anything clearly unless you looked through this telescope. Did you focus the telescope on the dinghy all the time?
Oh, no, Inspector. No, I arrived at the Marlow Cove Hotel yesterday morning.
Yeah?
Just started my holiday.
After tea, I thought I'd take a constitutional along the cliffs. I saw this telescope, and I thought I'd have a deco at the bay. Well, it was most extraordinary. Yes, I know you've given one statement to Sergeant Matthews. Would you mind telling it to me again? Nothing to tell, really. I mean, at the time, there didn't seem anything particularly exciting about a dinghy with a man in it fishing. Just a minute. Did you say fishing? Oh, yes, I could see that clearly enough. It was a bit of a surprise when we fished him out of the water and found that somebody had bashed him on the edge. I mean, there wasn't anybody near the spot. I know the sergeant looked at me as though I'd had a drink or two because it just didn't seem to make sense. Of course, I recognised him at once. Yes, he was staying at the same hotel. Had you spoken to him? No, not really. I saw them in the morning when I checked into the hotel, and then I heard them as I was unpacking my things. Heard them? Well, I suppose every couple has a row now and again. Not that I know much about it, being a bachelor. You heard Stephen Mannering quarrelling with his wife? Yes, it was a bit embarrassing for me. You know, these modern hotels, the walls are as thin as cardboard. I didn't want to eavesdrop. Well, there seemed to be three of them, really, all having to go at each other. His brother... Just a minute, Mr. Scott. You said he and his wife and his brother. Oh, yes. So I'm sure it was his brother. They all seemed to be having to go at each other. Could you hear what it was about? As I say, I wasn't paying much attention. Something to do with shares. I could hear something about accountants and divorce. Divorce, you say? Yes, I heard that distinctly. Decided then I should go downstairs. I didn't hear anything that might be of any help to you, I'm afraid. Thank you, Mr. Scott. What happened when you rushed to get assistance? Well, I ran as fast as my feet would carry me to the jetty. Luckily, Mr. Hayes was there with his boat. So I jumped in and we went after him.
If you say he fell out of the dinghy, he might have been drowned by now. I can see the dinghy, but I can't see any sign of Mannering. Are you sure it was Mannering?
No, I couldn't see his face or anything. It's that funny kind of double coat he was wearing at the hotel this morning.
Well, keep your eyes peeled. Here, what's that? That's him. It is Mannering. Here, grab that coat. Good.
The water must have been quite buoyant to have kept him afloat. No, Mr. Scott. He was dead before he went into the sea. Otherwise, his lungs would have filled with water and he'd have drowned. It's a lucky chance that you happened to watch the incident through this telescope. Well, thank you, Mr. Scott. Let's get back to the police car and I'll drop you at the hotel. I was as puzzled as the Criminal Investigation Department of the Devon Police. Here was a dinghy in the middle of the bay, with no other boat in sight, if Mr. Scott can be relied upon. And yet, this extraordinary mystery develops. We know he was killed before he fell into the water. The local police surgeon said someone had given him a tremendous blow and cracked his skull. But how? Who? Yet the witness is absolutely convinced that there was nobody near the place. I decided to start with Scott's interesting story of the quarrel.
It'll all come out. I'm so ashamed. Sergeant Matthews has just rung me.
Oh? What about?
Oh, well, you'll know it too very soon. We were staying here at this hotel as husband and wife, but we weren't legally married.
Oh.
That didn't mean anything. Stephen and I couldn't get married. But we loved each other.
His wife wouldn't give him a divorce?
She couldn't care less about him. It was my husband that put a spanner in the works.
Who is your husband?
Alan Phillips. He calls himself an actor, although he hasn't had a part since last Christmas. He's a ham, my husband, on the stage as well as in real life. When I told him that I wanted a divorce, he put on an act, talking about marriage being a sacred contract, never to be dissolved and all that. So Stephen and I thought, well, if we can't go to the registry office, we just have to do without it. Doesn't make any difference to me.
I see. Now, what happened here yesterday morning?
Stephen's brother turned up.
Name?
Derek. Came to see the horror of his brother living in sin on holiday.
I understand you all quarreled.
Understand. You mean all the nosy parkers in the hotel were listening with their ears glued to the keyhole. Yes, we quarreled. There was Derek, the pillar of society, threatening to throw Stephen out of the family business unless he went back to his wife.
And your husband, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mannering?
You may well ask. 100 times he used to swear he'd make any sacrifice for me, and that miserable little crawler actually considered going back to his wife. Oh,
I shouldn't have said that, should I? I'm sorry. But don't you see, now he's been killed, don't you see where it leaves me? What it makes me?
Have you any idea who killed him?
No. Yes, I have. Why should I shield him? Stephen's father made a peculiar will. The shares of the company weren't to go outside the family, should one of the 3 shareholders, that is, the mother, Derek Mannering, and Stephen, die without leaving children. Then the shares would have to go to the remaining members of the family.
And Stephen Mannering has no children?
That's right. So his shares will go to Derek and the mother. Quite a coincidence, don't you think, Inspector?
I see what you're getting at, Mrs. Mannering. Or, rather, I should call you... What's your married name?
Phillips.
Tell me something about your movements yesterday, Mrs. Phillips.
Stephen said he was going fishing.
What happened to the brother?
He wouldn't even stay for lunch. Went off with a triumphant grin on his face.
Because Stephen had agreed to go back to his wife?
Yes. He said he'd go fishing. He hired a dinghy belonging to this hotel.
And what did you do then?
Me? I stayed here in this room.
How long?
I don't know. You mustn't ask me these questions, Inspector. Say for an hour or so. First, I wanted to leave here immediately. I'd already written a letter to Stephen, but then I tore it up and thought I'd have another chat with him when he came back. So I waited in the hotel lounge. I had a couple of drinks at the bar there. The barman will confirm that. Then I went to the terrace and read my book.
Mr. Scott happened to see the empty boat just after tea. Do you remember what you were doing at that time?
Yes, I was here on the terrace.
Doing anything in particular?
Reading a book. Now listen, Inspector.
Now, let's not cross verbal swords, madam. I'm only trying to get to the core of the mystery. Your husband, or rather the man you wanted for your husband, has had his skull cracked open and his body thrown into the sea. You'd like us to find the person who did it, wouldn't you?
Of course I would. I know I said some nasty things about him. I did love him. My whole world is topsy turvy.
Yes. Will you go back to your husband?
No. I don't know where I'll go, but I certainly won't go back to my husband.
When do you propose to leave?
Well, there's nothing here, is there? I thought of going back to London tomorrow.
Well, I wonder if you'd kindly stay here at Marlow until, say, tomorrow night. Might want to get in touch with you again.
Yes, that's all right. I won't run away. I wouldn't know who to run to.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Scott. I've forgotten you were next door. Do you mind if I have another word with you?
By all means, sir. I'd like to come into my room.
Or if you don't mind.
Would you like a drink? Keep my own private supply.
No, thanks. Fact of the matter is that I can't get over this business of you seeing a dinghy in your telescope and Mannering fishing, and then he disappears.
Oh, you mean there must have been another man there to crack him on the skull, eh?
Precisely. Now, let's pinpoint it. Did you traverse the telescope from side to side?
Yes.
And then you suddenly saw that dinghy coming along?
That's right, yes. Mm-hmm. It just come round Brooker's Head, sailing across the bay.
And there was just one man in the boat?
Yes.
Couldn't another person have been hidden by the sail?
Well, I suppose it would have been possible. Mind you, I didn't pay much attention to it.
Well, at least this is something. I don't believe in miracles or conjuring tricks. No. If you saw Mannering in the eye of your telescope and in the next few seconds he isn't there, you'd have seen any other occupant of the dinghy. I don't know. Man has his head smashed in while alone in a little dinghy crossing the bay. Doesn't make sense, does it, Mr. Scott?
No, I suppose it doesn't. Now, look, Inspector, I'm no sailor, but couldn't he have knocked his head against something on the boat? I mean, those sailing boats have all sorts of masts and things that's swinging about in the air.
No, Mr. Scott, after my discussion with Sergeant Matthews and the police surgeon, we know that Mannering was brutally hit over the head with such force that it couldn't have been an accident. Now, is there nothing else you can think of?
Yeah. Now, wait a moment.
Yes?
Well, on the other side of the bay...
Well?
Yes. There was a car, a black car. I'm not sure about it. Just had a glimpse of it.
You say it was the other side of the bay.
Yes,
now, how would you know it was a black car? Had to be a powerful telescope.
Well, it's only a small bay.
That's fair enough. Here, wait a moment. The other side of the bay. If we were here 3 years ago, isn't it all marshland over there? Doesn't a road lead from the village to that point?
Yes. I haven't been over there yet. But according to the local guide, it's known as Dead Man's Point.
Were we really onto something? Or was the dramatic name, Dead Man's Point, influencing my desperate search for a clue? Whatever my reasoning, I decided to concentrate on that aspect. Look, Sergeant Matthews, I know you haven't got a large force in a small place like this, but Dead Man's Point must have some significance. Why is it called that?
Well, I believe at the time of the Armada, they found a dead Spanish sailor there. Well, what do you want us to do, sir?
Well, Scott says he saw a black car.
Rather a sticky place to drive a car. The road peters out, and all there is a marsh.
All the more reason. Find out if anybody's been seen in a car like that. Check the petrol station in the village. In a small place like this, every stranger's conspicuous. See whether anybody was here who attracted the attention of the people in the village.
Right, sir.
Try the pub. Try the verger at the church. Lots of people visit the old church. Well, you know, the usual routine.
Yes, sir. I'll do that, sir.
While the local sergeant set in motion the questioning of the villagers, I got through to London and invoked the aid of operations. Now, this is what I want you to do, Ops. I want you to get through to X branch. I want you to find out everything concerning the dead man, Stephen Mannering, his wife, or rather, Mrs. Edith Phillips, who had been living with him, her estranged husband, Alan Phillips, apparently an unsuccessful actor, and the dead man's brother, Derek.
Very good, sir. How's the inquiry going?
Oh, it isn't at all at the moment. Well, we have one slight lead that might get us somewhere. Still, we've solved cases that seemed worse than this. Get cracking, there's a good chap.
Right, sir.
Sergeant Matthews. Well, I hope you don't mind my sitting in your chair using your phone.
Not a bit, sir.
Any joy?
I think so, sir. I find something that might be of use.
Good.
First of all, the driver of the Newton Abbot bus remembered a passenger he had yesterday morning who came off the London train.
Mm-hmm.
It was a woman, and he said she was a bit strange-like.
Oh?
The way she was dressed, he said. She wore flat shoes, a large hat, and a suit, which, so he said, must have been 20 years out of fashion.
Huh, that's interesting.
Go on. Apparently, the woman made inquiries about where to find the Marlow Cove Hotel. But when she got off the bus, she made straight for Hatton's garage and hired a car.
Uh-huh.
She also inquired about a boarding house where she could stay, and Hatton mentioned Mrs. Mackenzie, who takes in boarders.
I see.
Well, the long and short of it all is that she did turn up at Mrs. Mackenzie's, took a room, paid for 3 days in advance, and then set off in Hatton's car, which is a black saloon.
Ah.
She returned the car early in the evening, and Hatton said she'd only done about 12 miles. She took the bus back to Newton Abbot, and that was the last anyone saw of her.
Well, didn't she go back to this Mrs. Mackenzie?
No, sir. She didn't leave any luggage behind. But you see, sir...
There's a gleam in your eyes, Sergeant Matthews. What is it?
Well, sir, Hatton said that when this woman returned the car to him, the wheels were caked with mud.
Mud, eh?
And the only muddy place we have round here is that marshy bit on Dead Man's Point.
That's interesting, Matthews. Very interesting. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that telescope on Marlow Cliffs that Mrs. Mackenzie will have some rather vital bits of information.
Mind you, Inspector, I don't know that I can help you, but she certainly was a mysterious guest.
Why mysterious, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Well, she comes here saying she wants to spend 3 days painting, pays her money in advance, and then disappears without as much as saying, "Thank you, but I've got to return home rather unexpectedly," or something. Do you not think that's rather strange, Inspector?
I certainly do. Tell me, when she came to stay, did she look at the room?
Look at the room. She just sat here for a few minutes, lugged her suitcase out again.
Just a minute. Why did you say lugged?
Oh, because I could hardly lift it when I tried to give her a hand.
I see. The painter's palette and easels and all that heavy?
Or neither a woman's clothes, which she may have had in it.
And so the $64 question is, what was she carrying in that suitcase? Can you describe the woman for us, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Oh, aye. She was about 6 feet tall, a little on the stout side. She wore a rather flowery hat, a muffler, and that dress of hers. It was a two-piece that must have been made before Sergeant Matthews here was born.
What was her voice like? Was it a sort of high-pitched, squeaky voice?
You mean it might have been a man dressed as a woman?
Yes, madam. There are scores of cases where... Well, let's not indulge in idle conjecture. Did you see her drive off?
I saw her drive the car round the corner, but from there she may have gone anywhere. Tell me, why do you want to know all this, Inspector? Is it anything to do with the dead man they found the day before yesterday? Someone told me that his wife was staying at the Marlow Cove Hotel, but they say she isn't really his wife.
I'm sorry I can't tell you anything about it. Now, thank you very much for your information. Come on, Matthews, we've got to go now. Maybe some news from operations.
Eric Mannering caught the 8 a.m. fast train to Newton Abbot. He is known to have returned on the 1:30, arriving Paddington 4:20.
Well, that lets him out. We know that the man was alive at that time. What about Edith Phillips?
Interesting point, dear sir.
Yes?
It's known that she created a disturbance at the Green Lantern restaurant 4 weeks ago. She was arrested for striking Derek Mannering with a bottle and was bound over the following morning to keep the peace.
Anything else? What about her husband?
The local manor says there's nothing known against him except he's heavily in debt in the district. The local publican and wine merchants say that they refused him credit.
Right. Anything else?
Nothing further, sir.
Okay, thank you. Oh, if you need me urgently, I'll be back at the yard tomorrow. I think I'd better have a word with the estranged husband. Mr. Phillips, I'm a police officer. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Through here, please. And what can I do for you? Is it something to do with the death of Stephen Mannering?
Oh, you know about it?
Of course, it was in yesterday's paper. Do sit down.
Thank you. You knew Mannering, I understand.
Yes, I knew him. My wife and I met him in Yugoslavia last year.
When did you last see him?
Months ago. I can't really recall the date. Oh, yes, it was at some party in our club, the Underwater Club.
And since then you haven't seen or heard of him?
No, I haven't.
What about your wife? Has she been in touch with him?
Now, look here, Inspector. You said you're investigating the case. You must have found out by now that my wife has left me and is living with him, so why ask these questions?
All right, then. So there's no need to beat about the bush. What did you do when you heard that your wife was leaving you for Mannering?
Gave it up as a bad job, Inspector. A wife who can do that to her husband after 15 years of marriage isn't worth bothering about, don't you agree?
You didn't make any effort to get your wife back, then?
Well, I wrote to her. I even rang her, but it was no good. To be quite honest, Inspector, it had happened several times before, and I've always taken her back. This time I'd had enough. I've got to draw the line somewhere.
Right. But I wouldn't be wrong in saying that the death of Stephen Mannering didn't upset you unduly.
Of course you wouldn't be. Well, what did you expect me to do? Die of a broken heart because that so-and-so had kicked the bucket? I never did like the man.
All right, Mr. Phillips. I'd just like to know from you what you were doing last Tuesday.
Tuesday? Let's see, I didn't go out at all. I was here all the time. I stayed here from Monday night until Wednesday morning. You see, I've got a part in a new play. I was learning some of the lines.
What's the play called?
Summer's End. One of these kitchen sink dramas. But it's quite a good play, really.
What about food? What about a charwoman?
Well, I had all the food I needed in the fridge. The charwoman comes in twice a week on Mondays and Thursday mornings.
So there's nobody who can confirm that you were actually here in this flat on Tuesday?
No, I'm afraid not. But one normally doesn't always have to prepare an alibi, does one, Inspector?
No, of course not. This picture on the mantelpiece, that's you, isn't it?
Yes, that was taken while I was in the Navy.
You're a frogman, weren't you?
That's right.
Now, look here, Mr. Phillips. On the day Stephen Mannering was killed, a strange woman appeared in the village. From the description, it may appear, I say it may, mind you, that she wasn't a woman at all, but a man dressed up as a woman. Now, for an actor, it'd be quite easy to do that, wouldn't it?
Steady.
Now, hear me out. We got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. How could that woman's description possibly fit me?
It's a very good description, Mr. Phillips. I put it to you that you took the night train to Newton Abbot. Then you took the bus to Marlow, where Mannering and your wife were staying. Knowing Stephen Mannering was fond of sailing, you watched for an opportunity to kill him while he was actually in a boat.
Rubbish. There isn't the slightest grain of truth in it.
Isn't there? When you saw that Mannering had taken a dinghy out from the Marlow Cove Hotel, you took your diving equipment, which you'd brought from London. What did you have in the case, Mr. Phillips? Oxygen bottles?
This is quite
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Phillips. You then drove the car you'd hired from Hatton's garage to Dead Man's Point. When you saw Mannering sailing across the bay, you put on your diving outfit, swam underwater to his boat, knocked him over the head and pulled him into the water, correct?
It's all lies. I wasn't near the place. I didn't even know Edith was there with him. I told you, I'd been here in the flat all the time.
Mind if I search your flat? I haven't got a warrant, but I can easily get one. A sergeant could be here.
Why do you want to search my flat?
Well, I'd expect to find an olive green muffler, a flowery hat with a broad brim and a bow, and a woman's two-piece costume.
All right, you win. I loved Edith. She was more than my whole life. No matter what she'd done to me, all I wanted was to get her back. I thought that once Mannering was dead, she might... Don't you understand, Inspector? The thought that she was living with this man drove me mad. It's like the last line of a play. Right, Inspector, you've solved your case. Have you got your handcuffs ready?
I don't think that'll be necessary, Mr. Phillips. Just pack a few things, come with us to the station where I propose to charge you with the willful murder of Stephen Manning.
You were very sure of me, weren't you? I suppose you knew I'd killed him all along.
Good heavens, no. You were suspect, obviously. But you gave yourself away. You made a silly mistake. Well, listeners, what was Alan Phillips' foolish mistake? Did you spot it? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
I know this is your favorite program, love, but, shouldn't you be baking for tomorrow's birthdays?
There's no hurry. I'm taking the easy way. I'm baking 4 maypole cakes in one batch.
4 maples? You mean they're all going to be the same?
Same light, fluffy texture, same moist flavor, yes. But they'll have different frostings and fillings. You know, chocolate, orange.
I know. You're trying to blind me with domestic science.
It's very simple. I'm making my usual foolproof maple margarine cake 4 times, that's all.
Maple has its own light blending texture that gives you light-hearted confidence cake after cake. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right with pure, light-textured maple margarine. No doubt about it, maple margarine, a truly great product.
Well, listeners, did you notice how Phillips gave himself away? If you remember, I told Phillips. Now, hear me out. We got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. Now, how could that woman's description possibly fit me?
See it now? How did Phillips know that the owner of the boarding house was a woman? I never said so. It was a foolish mistake, wasn't it? One for which he paid dearly, since he was sentenced to life imprisonment, as he deserved to be. Oh, the moral of the story: never go fishing when there's a skin diver about. You'll never know who is on the other end of the line. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana, and a nightmare world of terror and violence, as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, 3 Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse, rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great pilot schools of Portuguese man-of-war, and yes, sharks, the big ones, the 15-footers. And as if this weren't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the Main. A wind that smelled like death. A wind that had smelled the slow and frightful death that came one night to this bare black rock. Set in the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went. And up. Yes, up and round and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the three of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night you'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other two fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other two, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
John, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That
could keep
was
his
Louis.
mouth shut.
When he accused me of becoming like Auguste, I quieted down, because Auguste was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye I noticed something show up for a second, something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. Three-master, a big one, about a half mile off, and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us, and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
Quiet there! Ship headed for the reef! Hurry right up!
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squarehead.
What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-driven, must on...
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August, you can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time?
What?
I say, do you think she'll ground this time?
Huh? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. And what is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to talk about.
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No.
She's still coming on.
Go away! Go away!
Turn, will you? Turn, I say, I pray you! Turn!
She's climbing up. The rats! Look! On the water! Like a carpet!
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below! It's open!
Come on. Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry!
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at them.
Millions.
They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't it?
Here. Let me...
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One guy in. Look, there.
Get it!
Watch it. He's kicking. He was as big as a ton. Bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them! Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very, very quietly in the center of the glass room under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do. It won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody who want a cigarette?
Yes, I'll have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't light the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them and strike them and strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
You can take just so much horror and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right.
Wake me at 10.
I will.
Come along, August.
It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamps. It caught them. Lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. Light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about, ever turning, ever touching, ever moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. The bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris theatre. POIROT, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Marechal into the nether path. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August! August!
Ah, another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move over there.
Stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arm, slapped his face. He looked at me like a child. And then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy. But I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louie and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks!
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go!
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats!
It went on all day, and then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick!
What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand. Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy body scudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. So what was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There, now. It's not bad, just the flesh. And then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trap door. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we've got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trap door there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trap door in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trap door exhausted. While below us, the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off, and so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. The hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
August was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder.
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up, fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side, looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There was nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then, the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows, to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No, mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Tadouz, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as John. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key, created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder, and there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the double push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Prudential Family Hour of Stars. Each week, the Prudential Insurance Company of America brings you one of its family of 7 great Hollywood stars: Humphrey Bogart, Bette Davis, Ray Milland, Gregory Peck, Ginger Rogers, Barbara Stanwyck, and Robert Taylor, in a series of radio plays by Hollywood's finest writers, with the music of Carmen Dragon. Today, a dramatic story entitled The Deeper Shadow. Our star, Mr. Ray Milland. It's 4 o'clock of a mid-November afternoon. A cold, bleak afternoon huddled under a leaden Ohio sky. A tired young man carrying a doctor's black bag walks slowly down the street and stops to watch a crew of men empty the house ahead of him into a moving van at the curb. He smiles without amusement.
Hey, take it easy, will you, fellas? You ain't wrestling potatoes. This stuff breaks easy.
Yeah, very easy.
Huh?
Hello, Mac.
Oh, hi.
If anybody was to ask me, I'd say it looks like Doc Culver was going out of business.
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Culver.
You know, it's funny how much stuff a man can accumulate in a year.
Yeah, real tough, losing everything like this. A lot of people in this town are going to be real sorry when they hear about it, Doc.
Well, that's my own fault, I guess. Maybe I should have checked the patient's bank balances before checking the temperatures. Only the temperatures seemed more important at the time.
That's really a shame. You know, every guy in town without a buck always calls you.
Well, it's a strange thing about the poor. They get sick just as often as the rich. Maybe even more often.
You should have made sure that you had a few paying patients, Doc.
Look, a doctor's job isn't diagnosing pocketbooks. It's fighting disease.
Yeah, but you... Well, what are you going to do now, Doc?
I don't know. Look for a job, I guess.
You always wanted to be a doctor, didn't you?
Yeah, ever since I was a kid. Pretty much all through, aren't you?
Yeah, a couple of minutes.
Well, I'll go on in.
Doc, the guy from the finance company's inside, Mr. Barnes.
Ah. Probably wanted to make sure he didn't overlook any little items like the X-ray machine.
That's right, Doc.
Well, keep your feet dry. I'll be seeing you.
You bet, Doc. You bet.
Hello, Mr. Barnes.
Well, hello, Dr. Culver. Well, we're just about finished here.
Fine.
Yeah, bad business. Sorry about this.
Thanks.
Well, it's the way things are. Bills have got to be paid. Books have to be kept in order,
I don't suppose items like babies delivered or bones set or fever driven down, don't suppose they count, do they?
Well, they're not the kind of thing you can feed to an adding machine, are they?
No, they're not.
I'm much older than you are, Dr. Culver. I hope you're not too proud to take a little advice from me.
I'm not proud.
You're like a great many young men, Doctor. Idealists. Head in the clouds kind of thing. Doesn't pay, Doctor. Doesn't pay.
Look, I didn't become a doctor to make money, but because I wanted to help people.
Of course. But to do that, you need money, boy. Charity begins at home. A pauper is of no help to anyone, including himself. The moral?
Yes, Mr. Barnes, the moral. By all means, the moral.
Make money. No matter how, no matter what your ideals, aims, desires are, it all begins with one imperative. Make money. Well, goodbye, Doctor.
Make money. Hello? You want Dr. Culver? Well, he isn't in. When will he return? God knows. All right. Sorry, I dozed off.
You help me inside, Doc?
Why, sure. But look, I'm not taking patients.
Yes, I know. It's after office hours, but I need some help. I've had a little accident. Let me get my coat open.
Look, I'll take that briefcase you've got.
I can manage it. Yeah, I can get it out of this sleeve. There.
Good Lord.
How does it look to you?
Not good. Hey, you're losing a lot of blood. Sit down.
Okay.
Your shirt will have to come off. Here. Now.
Well?
Those are gunshot wounds.
I didn't say they were flea bites.
Sit tight.
Where you going?
A couple of phone calls to make. Hospital and police.
Police?
Routine. They have to be notified about all gunshot wounds.
Doc.
Hello?
Put that phone down.
What?
I couldn't miss you this close. I said put it down.
All right.
Starting from now, the gun's on you all the time. Doc, you shouldn't get ideas all by yourself. Now put a bandage on me and stop the bleeding.
That's no good. I have to dig for the bullets.
Well, later on, somebody might get nosy about that phone call you didn't make. Now, will you put a bandage on me?
All right.
Yeah.
You better hold still.
What's your name, Doc?
Culver.
Yeah, that's right. I saw it on the shingle.
Easy now.
Doc, how would you like to take a look inside this briefcase? Huh?
Look, you better not talk too much.
Who do you think you are, telling Barney Shields what to do?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Shields.
Yeah, heck, Doctor. Listen, I pulled the job off, didn't I? I got the proof right here in this case. And maybe I stopped a couple of slugs, but how many operators could take a bank all by themselves, huh?
There you are. That's all I can do for you here.
I don't feel so good.
The hospital's a place for you.
No hospital. I don't feel so good, Doc. Doc.
Yes?
I'm going to need some more medical attention. I think you better come with me.
But look,
I got a car. We can duck up some back road. Let's get started, huh?
No.
Listen, if I don't get taken care of pretty soon, I'll kick off, won't I?
That's right.
So I've got nothing to lose. So if you act stubborn, you'll get there first. Well,
it's a pressing invitation. All right, I'll come along. I don't have anything to lose either.
You drive nice, Doc.
Thanks.
If you're playing with any idea of driving right up to the police...
No ideas.
Yeah, you better not. You know, Doc, if you fix me up, I'm going to pay you a nice fee.
That makes you different from all my other patients.
Sure. How many of them go around carrying $30,000 in a briefcase, huh?
Not more than a handful.
You're a great kidder, Doc. Luck I'm not bleeding so much now.
No?
But I feel worse.
Well, you're probably bleeding internally.
That's not good?
No.
Tell me the truth. How are my chances?
I can't be sure, but I think you've run out of chances, Shields.
I like that, huh? Listen, cops. Step on it, Doc, will you?
No, the road's too rough. If we hit a bump too hard, it would finish you.
But they'll get me. Barney Shields.
Shut that door, you fool.
I'm getting out. No cops are going to get me.
Shields, this briefcase you... You won't need it. Not where you've gone, and I might. Wherever it is I'm going.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Deeper Shadows, starring Mr. Ray Milland. Have you knocked on wood recently? Chances are you have. Most people do. Lightheartedly, of course, to guard against bad luck or some specific evil. It's a deep instinctive practice, old as the human race, to employ some ritual or other to fend off misfortune. The ancient Greeks never started a procession to the Oracle at Delphi without waiting for a flash of lightning to assure them that bad luck would keep its distance. You will remember the elaborate hocus-pocus of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn to ward off disaster. Many a man carries a horse chestnut to keep rheumatism away, and rabbit's feet and horseshoes, many persons hope, provide magical protection against the caprice of an unknown tomorrow. But whether or not you believe in the power of good luck charms to prevent misfortune, there is a way to guarantee a safer and more secure future for yourself and your loved ones, and that's the prudential way. We don't call it magic, even though it sometimes seems like magic to prudential families when prudential monthly income checks begin coming in after Dads have permanently stopped. Magic to Dad himself when prudential checks begin to pay for Junior's education. Magic indeed when prudential retirement checks begin arriving to lift the burden of earning a living from Dad's shoulders. Some people believe a rabbit's foot will do it. Don't you think it would be wise to turn this job over to the prudential? Now, Act Two of The Deeper Shadow, starring Mr. Ray Milland. "10 years have passed. It's November again, but a warmer November in a small town on the California coast. A cornerstone is being laid, and in the warm sunshine, most of the town's population is listening to the mayor, who, like most mayors, is making a speech.
We're going to have a hospital here in Mika. About time, too. They've wanted one for years, needed one. And today we're laying the cornerstone for that hospital. That's what I want to hear. But before going on with the ceremony, I want to remind you that the man most responsible for seeing that this dream of ours is becoming a reality is that public-spirited citizen and leading industrialist.
Yes, Mrs. Randall?
Are you blushing?
Well, I am trying to.
You'd better. You'll lose your reputation for modesty if you don't. The mayor's talking about you, you know.
Well, not from the description.
And friend and fellow countryman, Theodore Randall.
Ted, come on, let's have a... Ted, make a speech.
Oh, Jane, I can't. I'm not that type to...
Type or not, they want you to.
All right, I will. It'll serve them right. Mr. Mayor, friends, I'm not sure I've got the right to make a speech to you. After all, I'm practically a stranger. I've lived in Mika for only 10 years. But Mika's been good to me. I found a home here, a wife and child whom I love, and happiness. And I've done all right in business, too.
Practically owns the town.
But that isn't very important, except that it's made it possible for me to help. And helping others is pretty much the first job of any man. And I've been lucky. Luckier than most people, I think, without doing anything to deserve it. And, well, maybe the best part of my luck was that I came to Mika one day years ago and that You let me stay and become one of you. And, well, that's about all, I guess.
Nice going, Ted.
Ted, you dope. That was a wonderful speech.
Was it? What'd I say?
Mr. Randall, turn your head this way a minute.
What?
That's right.
Ted, close your mouth. The photographer was taking your picture.
Photographer?
From the county paper. Ted, what's the matter?
Well, I gotta stop him.
Why?
Because I... Oh, nothing. Nothing. It's just that... Well, who in his right mind wants to look at this face over his morning coffee?
I do, darling. It's a very handsome face. You're too modest, isn't he, Mr. Mayor?
What's that, Mrs. Randall?
He's upset because he's getting his picture in the county paper.
That's downright silly. A man like you, Ted, ought to have his picture in every paper in the country.
Pop?
Not Pop, Johnny.
Why?
Well, it isn't dignified.
Stinky calls his Pop.
Sure, but don't forget that Stinky's father called Stinky Stinky.
Would you like to call me Stinky?
No. Look, why don't we drop the whole thing, huh?
Okay, Pop. Hey, what's the capital of New Mexico?
Butte.
Oh, that's Montana.
Since when? Little Rock?
Arkansas.
I give up.
You can't give up. We're not playing a game. We're doing my homework.
We are? Why don't you do your own homework?
It's beginning to look like I'll have to.
Well, dinner dishes are done. My, what a charming domestic scene. Ted, your pipe's drooling. Johnny, stop chewing that pencil.
Hi, Mom. Hey, Pop, how about some checkers?
Look, how do you expect to get your homework done?
I don't.
What'll your teacher say?
Same thing she said yesterday, I guess.
Well, that's nice. What did she say yesterday?
Doesn't look like I'm ever going to be president. Anyway, maybe you know something about Ohio.
Why should I know anything about Ohio?
Oh, gee, Pop,
Don't call me Pop. Look, you better run along, Johnny. I don't feel so well.
Okay.
Johnny, it's late anyway. You get ready. I'll tuck you in, huh?
Okay, Mom. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Johnny.
Ted.
Yeah?
Ted, what's the matter? You've been so jumpy this last week.
Oh.
Ever since the Cornerstone thing. Has anything happened?
No, nothing, Jane. Just nerves, maybe.
You're working too hard, most likely.
Yeah, that could be it. Look, honey, would you go tuck Johnny in? Huh?
All right.
Ohio. All right.
Dr. Culver?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, excuse me, that name was running in my mind. Mr. Randall?
Yes.
Mind if I come in?
No.
Nice place you got here.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me?
No. Should I?
The name is Shields, Barney Shields.
Well, what do you want, Mr. Shields?
Well, I saw this picture here in the paper. It looked a whole lot like a friend of mine, a Ohio man.
Well, there's a chance resemblance, I suppose.
You look a whole lot like this friend of mine. I'm not sure. I only saw this friend once, and the light wasn't very good. I was pretty sure that I'd recognize him again, though.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you.
You could easily be a brother of his.
I have no brothers.
His name was Culver, Dr. Robert Culver. Doesn't mean a thing to you, huh?
No. Good night, Mr. Shields.
Yeah, it is kind of late. The reason I'm so anxious to find this friend of mine is that he owes me a lot of money. $30,000. That's the only reason. Good night, Mr. Randall. How about another cup of coffee?
Coming up.
This Randall, Theodore Randall. He a local boy?
Yeah.
Is he born here?
No. Been around a long time, though.
How long?
10 years. There's your coffee.
Well, you usually get a crowd around a construction job. What are they building, friend?
It's a new hospital.
Hospital for a town this size? Somebody's got too much money.
Well, most of it's come from one man.
Who?
Theodore Randall.
How much did he throw into the pot?
$30,000.
Yes, Nellie?
Someone to see you in the outer office.
Who is it?
The sheriff.
Oh, well, send him in, Nellie.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Ted.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. You after my cigars again?
Oh, no, not today, Ted. Oh, there's something on my mind.
What?
Meeker's an awful small town. Strangers don't get lost here easy. A couple of 3 days ago, one showed up, a man named Shields. That name familiar to you?
No, not to me.
Yeah, well, I didn't like his looks. The way he spoke reminded me of something, so I checked. He's an ex-convict, just finished serving a 7-year sentence.
That's so.
Mm-hmm. Got himself a job working on the new hospital.
Oh, that sounds all right.
Oh, sure, I don't hold a man's past against him if he's gone straight. The only thing is he's been going around asking a lot of questions about you.
Has he?
Yeah, he has. Well, he also gave your name as reference for the job.
My name?
Yeah. A funny story about him, too. 10 years ago, he robbed a bank all by himself. Got away with a lot of money. Was wounded, though. When the police finally caught up with him, he was pretty near dying in a ditch out on a back road. And money was gone.
Well.
Yeah. Police spent quite a bit of time looking for accomplices. Turned out he didn't have any. Well, they figured somebody passing by stole the money and just let it go at that. Except for one thing.
What was that?
There's a young doctor in town left kind of sudden that night. He hadn't been doing well either.
Well, lots of doctors don't do well, in Ohio or anywhere else.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, anyway, the police were kind of curious, felt they'd like to ask the doctor a few questions. You know something? They never could find him.
Well, I don't imagine he'd have been able to help him, would he? After all, there was no connection.
No, except Shields had his wounds bandaged. The bandaging looked kind of professional. Well, I don't want to keep you all day gossiping here.
Oh, that's all right. I wouldn't worry about Shields.
Okay, you're the doctor.
What?
Oh, I just thought I'd let you know about it. You do whatever you please. Goodbye. Oh, say.
Yes?
Did I say anything about Ohio? I guess I must have. Well, goodbye.
Act 3 of our play, starring Ray Milland, in just a moment. Have you ever said, I want my children to have all the advantages I didn't have? Well, perhaps the first step is to make sure your children will have at least the advantages you did have. For example, if you were not here, would your youngsters be as well off as you were at their age? Would there be money for school and clothes, food and shelter? Would they have the full-time mother they need so much, or part-time mother busy earning a living? And would they be able to prepare themselves for worthwhile positions in later life, or would they be too busy helping to support the family? This is where the Prudential comes to your aid. The Prudential can help you guarantee that your children will have the advantage you want them to have. By means of the Prudential's Dollar Guide, you yourself can determine how much money you would need to provide for them. Then, when you have arrived at the amount, your Prudential representative can show you how you can be sure the money will be there when your family needs it most. Ask the Prudential man nearest you about the Dollar Guide. Now, Act 3 of The Deeper Shadow, starring Ray Milland.
Hi, Mr. Randall.
What? Shields.
Yeah, say, Randall, about that guy who looks so much like you.
Yeah? You run into him yet?
Yeah. He's been living in this town for 10 years.
Shields, why don't you get out?
I like it here. I like it $30,000 worth.
I haven't got nearly that much.
You've been handing out money to hospitals.
I had to do that.
Well, try a bank. You remember about banks, don't you? Now, listen, I'm getting tired working. I figure maybe I can hold out until tomorrow. And after that, I start talking.
I could kill you.
Oh, no. You're what they call a good man. You threw a curve once, and you won't anymore. Good night, Mr. Randall, and remember, tomorrow.
beginning to take shape, huh, Ted?
What? Oh, you mean the hospital? Yes, it is, Sheriff.
Yeah. Around about lunchtime, 3/4 of the town congregates here.
Jane and Johnny are taking a 50-cent tour.
Nice boy, Johnny.
Very nice boy. Sheriff.
Yeah?
Did you find out anything more about Shields and that doctor?
Yeah, there's nothing to find out. It's a closed case, I figure.
Oh, well. Hey, that sounded like Jane. Come on, Sheriff.
They were pouring concrete over on that side.
Couldn't be Jane or Johnny.
Now, hold on now. A lot of people gather around. Mike! Hey, Mike, what happened?
Props went out. Concrete mixer started downhill.
What about Johnny?
He's okay. There he is.
Oh, it's easy, Johnny. Easy, boy. It's all right. Oh, shh, darling. Nobody's been hurt.
Oh, yes, Ted. Yes, the man who saved Johnny was hurt.
Yeah, he was hurt bad.
Oh?
Johnny was right in the path of the mixer. Shields jumped in, pushed him away. Got hit himself.
Did you say Shields?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Oh, right over here. Come on. See? It's pretty much busted up.
Unconscious.
How about the doctor, Mike?
Doc Shea's up in the mountain, Sheriff, on a delivery. We can't reach him.
Well, that's no good. This man needs immediate surgery. He'll die. Unless
what, Ted?
The nearest hospital.
That's 40 miles from here.
Well, he'd never get there alive. He's got to be moved out of the sun, indoors. Look, my house is close by. Mike, get some men together, will you?
Okay.
You can make a stretch out of some 2x4s and some shirts.
Yeah.
Get him to my house quick, huh? I owe him a life.
Doc.
Any word from Doc Shea yet?
Not yet, Ted.
Ted, sit down. There's nothing you can do.
He's going to die. He's losing too much blood. Darling, where's Johnny?
I put him to bed.
How was he?
He's a little feverish, but he's all right.
Why should a man like Shields risk his life to save a child, Sheriff? There was no money in it for him.
I don't know, Ted, except that maybe the human animal ain't all bad, especially when it ain't given too much time to think.
Listen to him. Gasping his life out. A man whose life was lived under a shadow. An ex-convict. But maybe there's a deeper shadow. Jane?
Yes, darling?
Go upstairs. In my room, in a big closet, you know.
Yes?
At the back of it, you'll find a little black bag. Will you get it for me, please?
All right, Ted.
Say, Ted, during the war, I studied a lot of first aid. I won't be too much help, but I can help some when you operate.
Ted. Sheriff.
He'll live.
Oh, Ted.
It was a fine job. Better than Doc Shea could have done.
Just patchwork. But he'll last till he gets to a hospital now. Well, Sheriff, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Darling, what?
Ted, I'm sorry.
I thought building the hospital might repay, but that was too easy. Now it's about time I settled up. The only thing is, I got a lot of talking to do with Jane. If you could wait for me outside, Sheriff.
Ted, I'm frightened.
It's bad, Jane. It's very bad. But sometimes the doctor's got to hurt before he can heal. And if there's time enough and love enough.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Sheriff.
Oh, sure. Take all the time you need. I won't mind waiting. And after tonight, I don't think she'll mind waiting either. I'll be out here, Dr. Culver.
Ray Milland will be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's play and star. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll all enjoy Mr. Milland's stirring performance in the new Paramount picture, Sealed Verdict. Tonight's story was written especially for Mr. Milland by Doug Hayes and was directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Carmen Dragon, and brought to you by the Prudential Insurance Company of America, the company with the strength of Gibraltar. Now, here again is Ray Milland.
First, I'd like to say thanks to an excellent cast, and especially to Frank Lovejoy, who played Barney Shields. Now, next week, the Prudential Family Hour of Stars will bring you a story called Moonlight Sonata, and the star will be Barbara Stanwyck. Don't miss it. Goodbye, and I'll see you soon.
This is Truman Bradley speaking and saying good afternoon for the Prudential Family Hour of Stars. Humphrey Bogart, Betty Davis, Ray Milland, Gregory Peck, Ginger Rogers, Barbara Stanwyck, and Robert Taylor, and for the Prudential Insurance Company of America. Friends, if we are free and the rest of the world is not, we're not going to be free long. Now is the time to strengthen democracy here and provide an example of the superiority of free government for those countries which are in the process of making a decision. You can do this by keeping informed, by making your opinions known to your representatives, and by serving on juries and school boards. Remember, freedom is everybody's job. All characters and incidents used on tonight's program are fictitious, and any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Don't forget, next week, Barbara Stanwyck in Moonlight Sonata. Stay tuned now for The Pause That Refreshes, with the glorious voice of Jane Froman and the music of Percy Faith. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, AM and FM, Los Angeles.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. You've probably never ridden in a rickshaw. Frankly, I can't recommend it as the most comfortable means of travel. But in certain areas of India and China, where taxicab stands are several thousand miles apart, you either use a rickshaw or you walk. Now, a rickshaw is a rickety contrivance with two wheels and a couple of bamboo poles sticking out in front. The engine of the rickshaw develops exactly one manpower. Our favorite story this week is about a rickshaw, a phantom rickshaw. It really didn't exist except in the mind of a British administrator in India. But to him, it was real, incredibly, startlingly real. The story of the phantom rickshaw was written by the one and only Rudyard Kipling, and it was chosen for you as the favorite story of Mr. Deems Taylor, composer and music critic. Mr. Taylor is an old radio friend of yours. I know you've heard him many times in his commentary on symphonic and operatic programs. He picks good music for your radio, and he knows how to pick good stories, too. When you've heard Phantom Rickshaw, I'm sure you'll agree. Here it is, then, Deems Taylor's favorite story, Act 1.
No. Not the rickshaw again. Not again. Agnes, why don't you let me alone?
I'll stay with you all the rest of your life.
Pansy, snap out of it.
Agnes, why do you haunt me?
Pansy, stop this nonsense. Lie back in bed now.
She's calling me.
There's no one calling you. You've got a fever and you're imagining things.
I'm sure it's all a mistake. A hideous mistake.
You're dead, Agnes. Dead for a month now. Let me rest. Leave me alone. Go away and take that ghastly rickshaw with you. I hear it continually. The rickshaw. The black rickshaw with the yellow panels. The rickshaw and your voice.
We should be as good friends someday, Jack, as we ever were.
No, Agnes. You're dead. Go away.
Stop it, Pansy. Talk to me if you like. There's no one else here.
You're wrong. Agnes is here. April is gone, Agnes. April is over, and you're dead. And now there's Kitty, Agnes.
I'm sure it's all a mistake. A hideous mistake.
I'm sick of you, Agnes.
It's all a mistake.
Do you hear me? I'm sick of you. Let me alone. Let me rest or let me die, but let me alone.
Man, you've got to snap out of this. If I have to slap it out of you. Pansy, are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
There's no one here. Do you understand? There's no one here.
It's no use. She keeps calling me.
No one's calling you. And I want you to stop this nonsense about a phantom rickshaw.
Is it nonsense, Doctor?
Take my word for it. The hospital has handled hundreds like you. It's the fault of the system. They expect you over at the Katabundi settlement to do the work of 3 men. That's India. But it's no reason for you to get these strange, spectral illusions.
I don't know. I don't know.
In cases like this, what we need most is a brain purge. Now lie back and tell me all about it. From the start.
From the start.
This woman, Agnes, was she married?
Widowed. The wife of a fellow on the Bombay side. Keith Wessington.
Where did you meet her?
On the boat coming back to Bombay. But it only got serious when we were together again the next spring in December.
Darling, let's sit down here a moment and rest.
All right, my dear.
Oh, I could listen to those temple bells forever. Jack, do you suppose we can afford a bungalow here someday for the year round?
Perhaps, darling.
Oh, it could be so wonderful. Looking up to the snow peak, feeling the crisp air. Don't you love the snow?
Not when I have to climb a mountain for it.
Oh, dear, it's late. I must change.
Change?
We're going to a party at the Colonel.
Oh, must we go?
Well, if you love me, you won't say another word.
But, darling...
I won't listen to you. You don't want to go anywhere with me. You only want to make love to me.
Is that bad?
But I have a new dress. And if I don't get short off tonight, I'll be angry. Good heavens, what's that?
The sacred monkeys at the temple. You're disturbing them with your chatter.
I don't chatter.
All right.
I don't chatter, do I, darling?
No, but sometimes you talk too much.
Jack.
If there's anything I detest, it's a garrulous woman.
Darling. Darling, do you suppose we could ever fall out of love?
Huh? I never gave it a thought.
No. We've been too much to each other, haven't we?
Yes.
I'll stay with you all the rest of your life, Jack. You'll never be rid of me.
Oh, come, my dear. Don't sound so grim.
Mm-hmm. That's how much I love you, darling. That's how much I love you.
That's how it was that first year in Simla, Doctor.
Did you love her?
At first. She was very beautiful. The most golden hair. But then she became possessive. She hung on me every moment and everywhere we went.
When did you see her again?
The next year. But then things were different. I had not seen Agnes for many months. I'm afraid I had purposely not seen her. And then one day I had business that took me into the bazaar. It was there that it happened, the incident that was to change the course of my life. The incident that I shall have cause to regret till the hour I die. Gems, beautiful gems, ivory, gems, beautiful ivory.
Sahib, if you would buy a walking stick, this is a walking stick the gods might envy.
Is it a tough wood?
Like an elephant, Sahib. And yet it has spring, Sahib, like a fine blade. Listen.
Huh.
Sahib, the very air sings to this stick. Sahib, a woman calls.
Where?
There, Sahib, in the black rickshaw. The woman with the golden hair. Sahib, you will take this wonderful stick?
I suppose so. Here.
Oh, Sahib, it is 2 coins of such a brightness for such a stick.
Robber.
Sahib, the best from China. From Persian, Sahib, the finest Persian. Red wine, Sahib, red wine from the south side, right?
Jack, there you are. Oh, for a moment, I was afraid you weren't going to hear me. Oh, come to me if you did.
Don't be ridiculous, Agnes. How are you?
Oh, darling, it's good to see you again.
Is it?
Jack, why do you treat me like this?
Like what?
You've been avoiding me deliberately.
Have I?
Last year it was different.
How?
Well, we walked together. We rode together. Had tea, had dinner. Now you don't even want to see me.
People change.
Yes, they do. You changed so much I hardly know you.
12 months is a long time, especially in India.
You were very happy here last year.
That was last year.
Sahib, I have lovely gems.
No, nothing today.
I have here a ruby most crimson.
We don't want anything.
The man Sahib in the black rickshaw has hair as golden as the wheat of Samarkand.
Go away.
For hair so golden, I have 2 exquisite combs set with the tiniest and finest of sapphires. The blue Sahib on a field of gold.
The Mem Sahib wants nothing.
A crown fit for a queen, Sahib.
Get away or I'll have the Mem Sahib's rickshaw boys beat you.
Sahib, in another land it was once said, whom the gods would destroy, they first drive mad.
Then I am ready for destruction, for fools like you will drive me mad.
Before the gods work their will on you, Sahib, you would perhaps buy for the Mem Sahib a brooch of purest gold, fashioned by the craftsmen of Kashmir.
One more word and I'll use a stick on you myself.
May Allah preserve you from Fareh, Sahib.
You devil!
My back is broken in 1,000 places. Oh, Allah have pity on my children. May you have a short life, Sahib, and one of misery. May the gods of darkness creep into your mind and fill it with the fear of night.
Jack, you shouldn't have hit him.
The swine deserved it.
Jack, you've changed so. You were never like this before.
Flowers fade, grass turns yellow, and the bloom of love is gone with the dawn. For last year's rains.
Oh, please. Please forgive me, dear.
What for?
I must have failed you somehow, or you wouldn't treat me like this.
I can't pretend to love you any longer.
Oh, Jack, don't.
I'm fed up. I'm tired of your monotonous voice and weary of your appeals. I'm sick to death of your whining.
Oh, I'm sure it's all a mistake, Jack, a hideous mistake. We shall be as good friends someday as we ever were.
Can't you get it through your head that I don't want to be friends? I want to be rid of you, completely rid of you. I wish you were dead. That's what I said to her. That's what I said. And a week later, she was dead. Dead? Had she been ill? For several months. Only hope had kept her alive, and then I took the last hope from her. I'll never forget her sitting there in the black rickshaw, her golden head bowed. I'll never forget it. Did you know this other woman then, Kitty? Yes, we'd become quite thick all of a sudden. And everything was going fine until the afternoon we bought the ring.
The ring?
Yes, we had just left the jeweler's. Hamilton's, just outside the bazaar.
Jack, dear, there's never been such a ring in the whole world.
Ah, my darling, there's never been a love like ours in the whole world.
Oh.
Oh, Kitty, if you but knew what your coming into my life has meant to me. The freshness, the beauty, the understanding of you. And, yes, the unselfishness.
Jack, you don't have to say such things, you know. We're already engaged. Unless it's all been a dream these last days. Is it true, darling? Are we engaged?
Well, let me see your left hand. We must be. Kitty.
What's the matter, Jack?
Those rickshaw boys. They used to work for Agnes.
Who?
Agnes. Mrs. Keith Wessington.
Is she the poor woman who died last month?
Yes, that's the one.
Someone said she died of a broken heart. I didn't think anyone died of a broken heart. So old-fashioned.
That's her rickshaw over there.
Where?
On the bridge near the railing.
Are you joking? There's no rickshaw on the bridge.
No rickshaw?
There's nothing there.
You're blind. The black rickshaw's there. It's turning around now.
Jack, are you all right?
Tell me you see the rickshaw. It's off the bridge now. It's coming toward us.
Oh, let's not stand here in the middle of the street, dear.
It's the rickshaw. Agnes's rickshaw. Kitty, stop the rickshaw. Strike her, it's down, Kitty. Stop the rickshaw. Stop it, Kitty.
We're ready now with Act 2 of Mr. Deems Taylor's favorite story, The Phantom Rickshaw, with William Conrad as Pansy. Was it the insufferable heat of India? Or the influence of a native curse? Or could it have been the persistent memory of Agnes and the summer at Simla? One of these things, or a combination of them all, has driven Pansy to the edge of insanity. We hear him now, continuing his story to the doctor.
When I woke up, Doctor, I realized that Kitty knew. She knew about Agnes. Doctor, don't you see how I've paid for it? As surely as any woman was ever killed by man, I killed Agnes. And now she won't let me alone.
Pansy, that's ridiculous. You're suffering from some spectral illusion. Nothing more.
An illusion. If it only were, Doctor. If it only were.
Pansy, listen to me. In medicine, we have something we call a shock treatment. Right now, we're going to saddle up a couple of horses, ride to the spot where you saw that specter, and I'm going to prove to you that it was merely a combination of overwork, nerves, and the hot sun of India. Shall we take it to the faster gate? It's only a mile to the bridge.
You don't have to go to the bridge, Doctor. It's there, just ahead of us.
What's ahead of us?
The Phantom Rickshaw. It left the house when we did. It's about 20 yards ahead of us.
Maybe it's your eyes. I'll examine them more closely when we get back.
Doctor! Doctor!
Pansy, you're sweating and trembling like a frightened pony. Yes, I think it's your eyes.
Perhaps. My eyes see the rickshaw as surely as they see you riding beside me. My eyes see the 4 rickshaw boys. Do you know that all 4 of them died of cholera on their way to their new owner? And the rickshaw was broken up by the man she hired it from? Told me he'd never used the dead Mem Sahib's rickshaw. Spoiled his luck. Queer notion, wasn't it?
Pansy, the presence of the rickshaw is in itself enough to prove the existence of a spectral illusion. Perhaps one may see ghosts of men and women, but surely never of a carriage. The whole thing's absurd. Fancy the ghost of a carriage.
Yes, fancy. And yet there it is, ahead of us. The dead travel fast, and by shortcuts unknown to ordinary rickshaw boys. Wait a minute. Pull up.
What's the matter, Pansy? The rickshaw's come to a dead stop.
Where?
By the cliff.
Well, what do we do? Spend a cold night on the hillside for the sake of a blasted illusion? Let's ride on.
Wait.
Good Lord, Pansy, the whole cliff's coming down.
I told you we should stop, Doctor.
Man, if we'd gone forward, we should have been 10 feet deep in our graves by now. We'll have to turn round and go by way of the church ridge. Well, you've had 10 days of my treatment. How do you like it?
It's simple enough.
Liver pills, cold water baths, and strong exercise. And you agree the little incident at the cliff had nothing to do with the rickshaw, don't you? Don't you?
Yes, Doctor. It's eyes, brain, and stomach, isn't that it?
Exactly. At the end of the week, you won't know yourself.
You're sure of that, Doctor? You're very sure of that?
Well, what do you mean? What's the matter with you this morning, Pansy?
Kitty sent back my letters, and here's a note from her father. Says that a man who behaved as I did to Mrs. Wessington ought to kill himself. And Agnes won't let me rest. I keep repeating to myself, I'm on leave in Simla, ordinary, everyday Simla. I'm in Simla, and there are no phantoms here. But sometimes it seems that the rickshaw and I are the only realities in a world of shadows. That Kitty was a ghost, and that all the other men and women I know are all phantoms. And the hills themselves are just shadows to torture me. Why can't I be left alone?
Don't get excited now. Get back into bed and rest. A few more days and you'll be fit. You'll be laughing yourself at these fantasies of yours. Well, Pansy, after much examination of pupil and pulse, I'm ready to dismiss you. I certify to your mental cure, which is to say I've cured most of your bodily ailments. Now get your traps out of here as soon as you can.
You've been very good to me, Doctor. And very good for me.
Go out and see if you can find this phantom rickshaw business again. I'll give you a rupee for each time you see it.
Your friend is here, Sahib. He was carried into my humble shop just after he fell hurt in the street. As you see, the commissioner is already here.
Oh, Commissioner.
Doctor?
I fear your friend is near death, Sahib.
Pansy, can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor. I can hear you.
Are you all right now?
You've been much too good to me already, old man, but I don't think I'll trouble you further.
Are you hurt?
Should I be?
I don't know. Commissioner, tell me what happened.
When we got to him, he was lying in the middle of the mall like he'd been run over. Picked him up and brought him to this shop.
Tell me, Commissioner, will you carry the investigation of my death into the spirit world?
Oh, you're going to be all right, Pansy.
Never. You know, I debated with myself. Shall I die in my bed decently and as an English gentleman should die? Or in one last walk on the Mall will my soul be wrenched from me to take its place by the side of that ghost of a woman, the ghost of Agnes?
Stop it, Pansy.
Shall I return to my old lost allegiance in the next world? Or shall I meet her, loathing her and riding by her side in that rickshaw through all eternity? Shall we? Shall...
Pansy, it's an awful thing to go down quick among the dead.
Only one half of your life completed.
Commissioner.
Yes?
There are no marks on his body.
But he must have been struck.
Did anyone see him fall?
No, that's the strangest part of it all. He was found on one of the busiest streets, and yet no one saw him go down.
How about the sadhu?
The holy man?
Yes.
Oh, all right, I'll bring him in. Go on with your examination, Doctor.
You there, you say you own this shop?
Yes, it is my shop. I sell gems, beautiful gems, Sahib.
What do you know of this?
Only that the man was cursed, Sahib.
How do you know?
It came on the wind and died in the tree, Sahib.
What does that mumbo-jumbo mean?
That the man was cursed, Sahib.
Commissioner, what nonsense is... Oh, yes, there you are, Commissioner.
Here's the holy man. Let's see what he has to say.
Do you know this man, Sadhu?
The one who stands there and sells bits of glass, Sahib, or the one on the floor who now sells his soul to the powers of darkness?
None of that nonsense now. You know who I am, don't you?
You are the Commissioner of Police, Sahib.
I want you to tell me if anyone was with this man when he fell in the street.
All men are alone when they die, Sahib.
After he fell. Did you see anything?
When the soul is in flight, no one can see it or know whence it goes.
Did you see something on a more material plane? Anything on the street after the man fell?
Yes.
What?
A rickshaw, Sahib, moving very fast.
What did it look like?
It was a black rickshaw, Sahib. A black rickshaw with yellow panels. It was his destiny to die slowly and a little every day.
You can go.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I don't know what you want to make in the nature of an examination, but I don't need to go any further. I'm satisfied as to the cause of death.
You are?
Yes.
What are you going to put on the death certificate?
I'll just say he was run down by a phantom rickshaw.
Peculiar story, isn't it? Would you call it a natural death? Suicide? Or would you say Panzay was murdered by his own conscience? Who can tell? Well, it's not difficult to understand why Deems Taylor picked The Phantom Rickshaw as his favorite story. It's one of Kipling's most memorable works. In future weeks on Favorite Story, we hope to match it, bringing you dramatizations of the great yarns of all times. The entertaining, the astonishing, the bizarre. This we promise you on every broadcast of Favorite Story. Next week, a shotgun wedding. Well, with a rope instead of a shotgun and the threat of death in a smoothly gloved hand. It's the Sire de Maltroit's door, an unexpected romance between two young people in an embarrassing and extremely dangerous predicament. It's the favorite story of the distinguished American author and critic, the editorial chairman of the Book of the Month Club and the Saturday Review of Literature, Mr. Henry Seidel Canby. We hope you'll be listening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow of a Doubt, starring Ann Blythe and Ray Milland. Now to introduce tonight's program, here is our director, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, we introduce to you rather nervously a gentleman known as Mr. Charles Oakley, also as Mr. Charles Spencer and Mr. Charles Otis. But mostly he's Uncle Charlie. And when he's being Uncle Charlie, the family favorite, this man is probably a lot like someone you may know yourself. Tall, attractive, with a slight blur of gray at the temples, who often wears a curious, preoccupied expression, as if he had an important secret to keep. But we hope you don't know anyone with a secret like the Uncle Charlie in Thornton Wilder and Sally Benson's story, Shadow of a Doubt. Because life with anyone like him is quite unpredictable, as you shall hear.
Mr. Spencer. Mr. Spencer.
Yes?
Oh. Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you. I knew you was resting, but I thought you'd like to know there was 2 men here. 2 men asking for you, a young man and a kind of a older man. The older man was here twice before. I was sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Mrs. Teeler, don't stand there. Don't behave like a landlady. Come in and sit down.
Well.
And close the door. Forgive me for not getting up. It's good to lie down and rest on a hot day. Did they say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly, but I think they will. Just now when I had to walk down the A&P, I seen them standing there at the corner. Maybe I should have let them in, only you said not to disturb you, and...
Yes?
And I'm sure they'll be back. Mr. Spencer, you do look awful tired to me, and that's a fact. Maybe New Jersey doesn't agree with you. Have you got a headache or something? I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Maybe I do, Mrs. Teeley.
Well, I'd better go, and you better lock the door when I'm gone. Those friends of yours told me not to say they called, wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know, somehow.
Thank you, Mrs. Teeley.
You go ahead with your nap. I'll pull a blind down. You rest now, Mr. Spencer. You rest.
No. No! Yes. You're there. Down at the corner. But what do you know? You're bluffing. You don't know anything. You've got nothing on me. I got out the back way. Operator, Western Union, please. What do they know? They're bluffing. And it was very easy getting out the back way. Western Union? Oh, I want to send a telegram to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. That's right. Here's the message. You ready? Homesick for you all. Coming to stay a while, arriving Wednesday. We'll wire exact time later. Love to everybody and a kiss for little Charlie from her Uncle Charlie. Yes, operator, that's the signature, Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's right. Going to Santa Rosa, California.
Charlie. Charlotte.
Who is it?
It's me.
Oh, come in, Papa.
Well, look at you all stretched out on the bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
I'll sit down if you don't mind. What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family has just gone to pieces?
We have?
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens, and we've gotten in a terrible rut.
Oh, come now. Things aren't that bad. The bank gave me a raise last January.
Money. How can you sit there and talk about money when I'm talking about souls? We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother, she works like a dog.
What were you thinking of doing about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something.
Oh, you two are up here, I'm told.
Oh, here she is. In Charlie's room, Emmy.
All I'm waiting for is a miracle.
Now, Charlie.
Well, what's all this about?
Oh, what's the matter, Charlie? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it seems
Oh,
like...
it's just that I've become a nagging old maid, and Oh, Mama, you went downtown in that awful hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If he has something to say
I'm
or
going
if
downstairs in a moment anyway.
And I'm going down right now. Hope there'll be some dinner soon.
Mama, I'm going downtown to send a telegram. I want a short walk before dinner anyhow.
Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to?
Mama, I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up so we'll be good and dignified and intelligent
Why,
again.
Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us?
All this time, there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address? Wasn't he living in Philadelphia last we heard?
Darling, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money.
No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come.
Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all the way out west for nothing.
He'd come for me. I'm named after him. I'm going to go right now and wire him right away.
Well, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house a little while ago. A telegram for your mother.
Oh, did you, Mrs. Seastrom?
Uh-huh. Here you are. It's from your uncle, the spoiled one.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie? Oh, let me look.
Yes, youngest ones in the family always get spoiled the most, I guess. That's the way it was with my young brother.
Mrs. Seastrom, do you believe in telepathy?
Well, I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, no, not telegraphy. Mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and they answer you. And it's all mental.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way. Give my regards to your mother.
He heard me. Uncle Charlie heard me.
Sir, you'll like it here in Santa Rosa, Mr. Otis. Nice little town.
I'm sure it is.
I got all your bags here ready to unload. I'll help you down, Mr. Otis. Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you.
That's it. I sure hope you feel better, Mr. Otis. Too bad you had to stay in your room all the way. There you are, sir.
Thank you very much. Here, you've been very kind.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Otis. Thank you, sir.
Look, down there. I think that's him.
Oh, I think it is, too. Yes, I think so. Are you...
Why, young Charlie.
Oh, gosh, at first I didn't know you. You look so sick standing there. Why, you aren't sick, are you?
Me sick?
Papa, here he is.
Well, I thought so.
Why, Uncle Charlie, you aren't sick. That was the funniest thing, the way you were standing there. Come on, let's go. Mother's waiting at home.
But that's enough talk about my travels. All that's past. Dinner's almost over, and we haven't talked at all about you folks. And say, I've been forgetting something all this time. These parcels on the sideboard here. A few things I brought along with me. Now then, here we are. These are for you, Emmy. One new and one old.
Oh, Charles, you didn't have to think of me.
Presents are for children, Charles.
Of course they are. Here you are. And Roger.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Charlie. What is it? It's sort of lumpy.
Open up and see. And this is yours, Joe.
For me, Charles?
Oh, Joe, look. Oh, really, Charles, a fur scarf.
It's Kalinsky, Mama. 4 skins.
Oh, I wanted one all my life.
Oh, and it's exactly right, Mama. It's what you should have.
Open the little one, Emmy.
Why, look at this. Say, I've never had a wristwatch. Fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
I got a big brown bear. And look what I got.
Isn't it wonderful, children?
Oh, gee whiz, thanks,
Why,
Uncle Charlie.
Charles, the portraits of Mother and Father in a leather case.
Yes, Emmy?
Charles, did you have these all along?
All along. All these years, safe in a deposit box, stored away safe, no matter where I was.
Grandpa and Grandma?
Yes. Look, everybody.
Let me see, Mama. Gee, 1888 it says. That's over 60 years ago.
Oh, she was pretty, and he's sweet, isn't he?
Everyone was pretty and sweet then, Charlie. The whole world. A wonderful world, not like the world today. It was great to be young then.
But we're happy now, Uncle Charlie, now that you're here. Why, look at us. For once, we're all happy at the same time.
And now for your little present, Charlie.
Oh, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now, I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee. Excuse me.
Charlotte!
She's crazy. She doesn't mean it, really. If you ask me, I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school.
She'll like this when she sees it. You folks just sit here and I'll take it to her.
Well, tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
Charlie?
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
I can't explain. You came here and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. And it would spoil things if you should give me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. There's something else. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Give me your hand, Charlie. Now, you wear this ring for me.
Thank you.
But you haven't looked at it.
I don't have to look at it. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Yeah, now, let me show it to you. It's a good emerald. A really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Why, look, Uncle Charlie, you've had something engraved on it. Oh, that's different.
I haven't, but I will if you'd like me to.
Oh, but you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. It's way down under the stone. T.S. from B.M. Why, they must be somebody's initials.
The jeweler cheated me.
It doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
The jeweler cheated me. It's second-hand. The whole world is crooked. The whole rotten world. Give it back to me.
But I like it this way. Someone else was probably happy with
Give
this
it back
ring.
to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. Now you bring the sugar and cream, and I'll carry the tray.
Charlie.
Come along.
Charles, more coffee?
Not yet, thank you, Emmy.
What is that tune I'm singing? Anybody know?
Sing at the table, you marry a crazy husband.
Superstitions have been proved 100% wrong.
Well, to finish what I was about to say, Emmy, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. Deposit it in Joe's bank, say, until I see what's what. I suppose you take money to your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do all right, Charles. Rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back, of course.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning, open an account, 30 or 40,000, just to start things off right.
Say, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune and I can't get it out of my head. And then pretty soon I hear somebody else whistling it or humming it, too. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie?
I don't know.
I know what it is. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's a waltz, and it's Victor Herbert.
Victor Herbert wasn't a waltz. He was a composer who composed operettas.
It's the Blue Danube Waltz.
Oh, of course. That's what it is. No. No, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the MERRIWELL.
Oh, now look what I did. A half a cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Emmy. Hand me another napkin, Ann, will you?
Golly.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and stretch out on the sofa and read the evening paper. You look tired.
Yes, you do that, Charles. I'm going to walk down to the corner and get some tobacco.
Come on, Uncle Charlie. Lead a life of luxury.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mama wants to know if you'd like another cup of coffee or anything.
No. Thank you, Roger. No.
What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? Something bad in the paper?
What? No. I was just... Roger, look, did you ever make a house out of a newspaper? You see what I mean? First you stretch them all out on the floor, see?
Yeah.
Then you fold them, like this, like a tent. Yeah, and then you... Look, now you cut out a door, see? See? It's the doorway.
Well, now, what are you all up to in here? Why, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
Well, it's my fault, Charlie. I was showing Roger a game. I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 5, page 1, page 7. Here's part 2. But where's page 3? 3 and 4, where is it?
I never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one that touched it.
Well, Papa may not notice if we fold it very neatly and very evenly.
That's it, Charlie. Nobody will ever miss it.
Uncle Charlie.
Come in.
I've brought your water, Uncle Charlie. You said you liked a pitcher of water and a glass by your bed.
Oh, thank you, my dear. You're very thoughtful.
Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything away from me because I'd know? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
How do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger. You didn't want us to know, so you tore the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me, but it wasn't about me. It was about someone I used to know.
Oh, is this the page over here on the dresser? It's got a piece torn out of it.
Charlie, wait. That's none of your business.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me the paper.
You hurt my wrist.
Charlie, I didn't mean to. I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. It was just some gossip, not too pretty, about someone I met up with once. Nothing for you to read. Just forget it. And don't look at me like that, Charlie.
You have eyes like a child.
The piece in the paper was nothing, really.
Just like a child.
Have I? Good night. Good night, young Charlie.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams, always.
Dear, breakfast in bed. Such spoiling.
Oh, Emmy, you're magnificent. You know, I really can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak. What are you all up to this morning?
Well, a young man called on us about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's been sent around the country by a committee on an institute or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions. It's kind of a poll.
How'd he happen to pick this family?
Well, he said he looked around and asked around, and he decided we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us, Charlie. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes. You see, there were really two young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, so there were two of them?
Oh, Mr. Graham was the nicest. He doesn't want us to dress up or anything. He wants us to act just the way we always do.
Oh, Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Why do you let two strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Charles.
Good morning, Uncle Charlie. My, isn't this grand?
Good morning, Charlie.
Well, the way Mr. Graham put it, Charles, it wasn't like snooping at all. It was our duty as citizens.
Look here, Emmy, I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor, and my advice to you is to slam the door in his face.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I think it's kind of exciting. And they'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life, and I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
I tell you, there are none.
Oh, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
Oh, that. It's over here on my desk. I think you were cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see it.
Here you are. See?
Oh, I don't remember this at all.
Well, you were 9, Charles. You had it taken the Christmas you got your bicycle.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Oh, wasn't he, though? I always said Papa should never have bought him that bicycle. Charlie, he took it right out on the icy road and skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Well, he almost did, let me tell you. He had a fractured skull, and he was laid up so long, and when he got well, there was no holding him. It was though all that rest was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world is rotten. The whole world's changed.
Oh, I can remember that Christmas day when this picture was taken. Mama wanted a picture of you with your curls.
Did she?
Then that very afternoon you had your accident. And when the picture came a few days later, how Mama cried. She wondered if you'd ever look the same. She wondered if you'd ever be the same.
Oh, what's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today is the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you better get your clothes on, get down at the bank. Joe'll be waiting. He's arranged for you to meet Mr. Green.
Mr. Green?
He's the president of the bank.
And don't be late back. The questionnaire man's coming at 4:00.
Say $30,000, Mr. Oakley?
30, maybe 40, Mr. Green.
Indeed. Well.
I thought I might settle down here for a while. It's a fine little town.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Oakley?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. I've done a little bit of everything. You know, it's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well, you know as well as I do that there's plenty of money lying around waiting for someone to pick it up. Making money's a boring business. Shall we start with 40,000?
Yes, yes, Mr. Oakley, if you'll just fill out this slip.
Ah, details. Well, I'm glad to see you're a man that understands details, Mr. Green. They are most important to me, most important. All the little details.
Harry, I wonder if you... Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. Oh, we can come back.
Come in, Margaret, now that you're here. Come in.
I am sorry, dear.
This is Mr. Oakley, ladies, my wife, Mr. Oakley, and Mrs. Potter.
Oh, you're Emma Newton's brother. We've heard so much about you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter?
Mrs. Potter.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, there was something about you that made me think that...
Yes.
What did you want, Margaret?
Oh, well, we were going shopping, Laura and I only have $5, and I thought...
Here you are, my dear.
Thank you, Harry.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Oakley? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Well, goodbye, Mr. Oakley. I'm so glad we met.
Goodbye, Mr. Oakley.
Goodbye, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter.
Oh, Margaret, isn't he just as charming as Emmy said?
Now, Mr. Oakley, where were we?
Attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. Widow, is she?
Yes, he was the Potter of Potter Chain Stores.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Yes, Mr. Green, as you say, where were we?
My room here, gentlemen, but my Uncle Charlie's visiting us, and I've given it to him for as long as he stays.
Can we have a look, Miss Newton? Mr. Saunders might be interested.
Well, if you like.
Thank you.
Hey, nice room. You mind if I take a picture or two as long as your uncle isn't around? I sure don't want to disturb your uncle after what you said.
Well, I suppose so. But I can't imagine anyone being interested in my room. I mean, it isn't really the way I'd like to have it.
I like it fine. Worth a few shots.
We'll stay out here in the hall, Miss Newton. Might as well let him work in peace. Besides, I'd like to talk to you.
It's funny your survey happened to our family. Why did you pick us?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions. Thought you were about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closets, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as ours?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you're average. Oh.
Oh, why, Uncle Charlie, you scared me.
I got the back stairs and the kitchen, Charlie.
All through in here, now I better get one in the hall.
Mr. Saunders has been taking pictures of my room.
Well, my sister's just asked me to tell you she was ready for pictures in the kitchen, gentlemen, and I don't like to be photographed. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for that roll of film.
Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Too bad. There's a picture of Mrs. Newton and the children on this roll.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you, but that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, too.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. We want to help you in an important work, but
Oh, please. You've been very helpful. And, I'd like to ask another favor, if I may. Can I borrow you tonight for a walk around the town? I'd like to pick up a little atmosphere, and you know everybody.
Why, of course. Anything I can do.
Thanks. I'll call around about 6:30. You can show me the best restaurant in town, and we can have dinner.
All right.
See you then. Come on, Saunders.
Much of a park, really, but it's better than just an empty town square.
It's very pretty.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10, and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
Right at the elbow. And my wanting to run away from home, and you're wanting to run away from home.
Oh, I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either.
Want to sit down?
Sure.
This is a peaceful sort of town.
Yeah, seems to be.
I think you have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, taking pictures, asking a lot of questions. Why, just like an international spy.
Yes.
That tune. I know what you are, really. You're a detective. Yes, there's something the matter and you're a detective.
Charlie, listen.
I don't want to listen. You're a detective. Why, you're not making a survey at all. You just lied to us. What do you want? What are you doing around here lying to us? You keep away from us.
Charlie, come back here.
Keep away.
Look, Charlie, you've got to listen to me.
Just wait until I tell them. Just wait until I tell my mother you lied to her.
Charlie, you can't tell her.
I'll tell her. You'll see. I'll tell everyone. I'm not afraid.
Charlie, I don't want you to be afraid of me. You've got to trust me.
Trust you when you've done nothing but lie. When you probably didn't want to take me out at all tonight the way I thought you did. When you probably only took me out to ask a lot of questions.
Have I asked you a lot of questions? Have I? All right, I'm a detective. A pretty bad one, I guess. Now, won't you even listen to me?
Why should I when you lied to me?
I had to. You've just got to believe I had to. When I came here to this town to find a man, I hadn't counted on you. I hadn't counted on your mother or your family.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlie, this man we want may be your uncle.
I don't believe you. Get away from me and leave me alone.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be that man. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
My uncle hasn't done anything. Why don't they arrest that man in the east? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
If it weren't for you, you don't think I'd care when or how I caught up with your Uncle Charlie, do you? Because if he's the guy, I am going to catch up with him, Charlie. Remember that. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here in town with Mother?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. Charlie, you've got to help us.
All right. I won't say anything. The parking lot's over this way. Take me home, please.
Here we are. Charlie, he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in all my life.
Well, good night. Oh, this handle.
Oh, you have to give it a good yank. Here.
Thank you. Oh, something fell. What's this?
Oh, it's nothing. Just yesterday's paper. This car gets to be a regular goat's nest sometimes.
Yesterday's paper? May I have it, please?
Sure, you're welcome to it.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Charlie. I'll be in touch with you.
Yesterday's paper. It was page 3. Page 3 and 4. Let me see. Record storms in Midwest. Edward Fairbairn appointed to new post. No, that couldn't be. Where is the Merry Widow murderer?
February 8th. The whereabouts of the so-called Merry Widow murderer, strong-handed strangler of 3 wealthy women, is a question baffling detectives today who are conducting a coast-to-coast search for the killer.
Couldn't be Uncle Charlie.
The trailing detectives are after 2 men, one of whom they are certain is the actual murderer.
One was in the east, Jack said, in the east.
The fact that all the victims were wealthy widows accounts for his being known to the police as the Merry Widow murderer. His latest victim was Mrs. Barton Madison, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as the beautiful Thelma Shenley.
My ring. The ring he gave me. T.S. from B.M. T.S. from B.M. Oh, no. No. Please, no.
Well, where's our little Charlie? I've missed her all day.
She she'll be in a minute. She's getting some things in the kitchen.
Well, she slept very late today.
She was tired, I guess. She doesn't look quite herself.
Here's the sauce, Mama. I nearly forgot about it.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Gee, I wonder how many hours you slept today.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight. Nobody who sleeps all
I
day.
slept all right. And I kept dreaming perfect nightmares about you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares about me?
About you. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt terribly happy.
Charlie, how could you feel happy about seeing your uncle on a train? Goodness knows I don't want him on a train. I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. I mean, we all realize he has to go sometime. We have to face facts.
Yes, I like people who face facts.
Well, I'm not going to face any such facts as those. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Charles. I promised Mrs. Green, the president of our club, that you'd talk to the ladies, and she wants to know what you're going to talk about.
Well, what am I going to talk about? Lecturers usually give travel or current events, don't they?
Oh, not current events. We get current events.
Oh, what sort of an audience would they be?
Oh, women like myself, busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Women keep busy in towns like this. In the cities, it's different. The cities are full of women, middle-aged widows, their husbands dead. Husbands who have spent their lives making fortunes, working, and then they die and leave their money to their wives, their silly wives. And what do the wives do? These useless women. You see them in the hotels, the best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, playing all day and all night, just smelling of money. Proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat and greedy women.
But they're alive. They're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human or are they fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they die, when they get too fat and too old? I seem to be making sort of a speech.
Well, for heaven's sake, Charles, don't talk about women like that in front of my club. You'll be tarred and feathered. And that nice Mrs. Potter's so anxious to have you there, too. She was asking me all about you. The Greens are bringing her here to the little party I'm having after the lecture.
Excuse me, please, everybody. I'm not hungry at all. I'm going for a walk instead.
Charlie!
Where do you suppose she's going?
Into town, I guess.
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about, Charles. She often goes for walks. Maybe she's got a date with that young man.
Well, I'm not hungry either. You all stay here and finish your dinner. I'll catch up with her. Charlie, wait.
Please go away.
What's the matter, Charlie? What's the matter with you?
Oh, please, you're hurting my arm again.
Look, I've got to talk to you. Come along. Let's go in here, this little bar.
Please, my arm.
Well, come in here with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
Come on in.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
What does it matter where we are? Let's sit over here. Little table in the corner.
Hello, Charlie. Hello. Oh, hello, Louise. Uncle Charlie, this is Louise Finch.
Hello.
Glad to meet you.
This is my uncle.
I was in Charlie's class in school. Gee, I sure was surprised to see you come in, Charlie. I never thought I'd see you here. I've been here 2 weeks. I lost my job at Kearns. What do you have, Charlie?
Oh, I'll have a chocolate milkshake.
We haven't got anything like that.
Bring her a ginger ale. I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? We may have some. Never heard of anybody wanting brandy. I'll see.
Well, Charlie?
Well?
You think you know something. That young fella told you something.
Jack? Why should he know anything about you?
Now, look, Charlie. Something's come between us. I don't want that to happen. We're like twins, you said so yourself. Give me your hand.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
He's got nothing to do with it. I hope he never knows anything about you.
Charlie, you're a pretty understanding sort of girl. Now, if you've heard some little things about me, I guess you're a woman of the world enough to overlook them. I guess I've done some pretty foolish things. Made some pretty foolish mistakes. Nothing serious. Just foolish.
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
Here's your ring back, Uncle Charlie.
I'm sorry I was so long. We're awful busy. Oh, whose ring? Ain't it beautiful? Oh, I could just die for a ring like that. Yes, sir, for a ring like that, I just about die. I love jewelry, real jewelry. You notice I didn't even have to ask if it was real. You can tell. I can.
Bring me another double brandy.
Sure. Gee, I just die for a ring like that.
Someone will.
Will what?
Die. Someone did.
Sit down. Sit down. You think you know something, don't you? Or what do you know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You wake up every morning of your life. You know perfectly well that there's nothing in the world to trouble you. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep, filled with peaceful, stupid dreams. And I brought you nightmares, did I? Charlie, how do you know what the world is like? Do you know the world is a foul sty? Do you know if you ripped the fronts off houses, you'd find swine? The world's a hell. What does it matter what happens in it? Wake up, Charlie!
Oh, please. Please.
Charlie, you've got to help me.
Help you?
Yes. There's an end to the running a man can do. You'll never know what it's like to be so tired. I was going to... Well, then I got the idea of coming out here. It's my last chance, Charlie. Give it to me. Graham and the other fellow, they don't know. There's a man in the east. They suspect him, too. And if they get him, why, I... Oh, Charlie, give me this last chance.
Take your chance and go.
I'll go, Charlie. I'll go. Just give me a few days. Think of your mother. It'll kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. Oh, take your few days and then get away from here.
Well, everybody's back from church, I see. You're all looking very pleased.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No. Seats enough for everyone.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Show's had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
Anything special on the noon broadcasts, Charles?
No, I haven't been listening, Emmy. Joe has. I've been out on the back porch.
Nothing special, but they said they'd caught that fellow.
Did Roger go
The
upstairs?
fellow they call the Merry Widow Murderer.
Mama, did Roger... What did you say, Papa?
They caught that Strangler fellow.
Oh, they did they? Where?
Up in Maine, Portland, Maine. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police at the airport. They were about to nab him when he ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane. Cut him to pieces. They identified him by his clothes. Shirts were all initials C-O''H. Pretty fancy having your shirts initials. It must have been an Irish fellow, C-O''H.
Well, he deserved it. Never cared much for reading about that case. Come help with lunch, Charlie.
As for me, I think I'll go upstairs and wash up. I'm hungry.
Oh, Charlie, that young fellow from the survey was around asking for you.
He was?
Yep. Said he'd call around again after lunch.
And I really don't know when I've been so hungry. See you at the lunch table, Charlie.
Glad I came along while you were out in the front yard, Charlie. It's more private out here.
Yes, I know. I came out to wait for you. Papa said you were coming back after lunch.
Well, we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Me too. Now that it's over, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that the whole dreadful thing never happened.
You won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen.
Oh, look, here are Mother's gloves. She must have dropped them. Oh, Mother and her gloves. She's always losing things.
What's the matter?
I was laughing. It's been so long since I laughed.
I like it when you laugh. And I like it when you don't. I guess I like you whatever you do. I guess I like you.
I'm glad. I like you, too.
Funny how you happen to meet someone and like them and like them. Isn't it, Charlie?
Yes, it is. I'd like us to be friends. I know that we are friends. I'd like to have that to think about.
Nothing more?
I don't know, Jack. I just don't know yet.
All right. But I'd like to come back.
Oh, please do. Please come back.
Well, what are you two doing standing out here in the middle of the lawn? When I was your age, we sat in the parlor.
Hello, Mr. Oakley. I was saying goodbye to Charlie.
You all finished here, Mr. Graham?
All finished, but I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh?
Not on business, though.
Well, I can understand you coming back. Charlie's a fine girl. She's the thing I love most in the world.
Really?
Yes, I mean it. Well, have a nice trip, Mr. Graham, but don't take any more photographs without permission. Rights of man, you know. Freedom.
We'll have a talk about freedom someday, Mr. Oakley. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Graham.
Goodbye, Charlie. For now.
Goodbye.
You like to go for a walk, Charlie?
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, come now. That other business, it's all over. I'd like to forget it. We're all happy here, and I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you as a present.
When are you leaving?
I'm not going, you see. I'm not going. I want to settle down. Live in a place where people know me, have some money in the bank, some sort of business, be part of the family.
I see.
The most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. I can do a lot for all of you.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. Oh, I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
What could you tell? Who'd believe you? A waltz running through your head? You don't like the initials in a ring, and you connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't even got the ring. I don't know what became of it.
Why, you have it. I gave it to you in that little bar that night.
And I gave it back to you.
No. No, you didn't at all.
Yes, I did, Charlie.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. You and your lies and your fears and your evil. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you. Go away or I'll kill you myself. You see, that's the way I feel about you.
Dear, have you decided what you're going to wear for your uncle's lecture at the club meeting tonight?
I'm not going to go, Mama.
What's that, dear? Why, you're joking.
No, I've heard Uncle Charlie's speech. He was rehearsing it on the porch this afternoon, and anyway, somebody has to stay and get things ready for the party.
Oh, but we're all getting dressed up, dear, and everything. Your father's going to wear his tuxedo, and I have the new dress Uncle Charlie bought me.
I know, but I'd rather stay home and have everything ready for the party when you all get back. Please, Mama. I'd like it better that way.
All right, dear. Did you know that Uncle Charlie got some champagne for tonight? 3 bottles.
Yes, I know.
Now, Mr. Oakley, I thought champagne was only for battleships.
Not tonight, Mr. Green. I'd like to propose a toast to... Well, where did young Charlie go?
Yeah, she disappeared a moment ago.
I guess she's out in the kitchen for a moment, Mrs. Potter. Will you have another sandwich?
Oh, thank you, Emmy. No, I have to remember my figure, you know.
Well, then how about you, Mrs. Green? What would you like?
Oh, I'll have just one more little one, Emmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to propose a toast myself. To our distinguished visitor, to the man who has made the best speech heard in this town for years, to that very good fellow, Mr. Charles Oakley. We don't get many speakers of your caliber, Mr. Oakley.
Yes, isn't he just wonderful?
Why, thank you, Mrs. Potter. I particularly appreciate that from you.
Why, here's Charlie now. Where have you been, for goodness sake, dear?
Well, I nearly forgot my ring. I took it off in the kitchen while I was fixing things.
Oh, yes, Charlie, show everybody your ring. It was a present to young Charlie from her uncle, you see. It's an emerald, a real one.
Yes, Uncle Charlie's been keeping it for me. I nearly lost it last week. But I remembered it tonight and went up and got it while you were all at the lecture. Isn't it beautiful, everybody? Isn't it beautiful, Uncle Charlie?
Yes. Yes, it is. Good emeralds are the most beautiful thing in the world. Charlie, you're just in time for my toast. A farewell toast. I hate to break the news to you like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Why, Charles?
Oh, not forever, Emmy.
Well, if that isn't the strangest coincidence. Why, I was planning to go to San Francisco myself tomorrow morning.
Well, is anything wrong, Charles?
Oh, Emmy, darling, I didn't mean to spoil your fun tonight, but I got a letter today, that's all, and I have to catch the early morning train.
Oh, but I can't bear it if you go, Charles.
Oh, Emmy, I'll be back.
Well, you see, everybody, we were so close growing up, and then Charles went away, and I got married, and then, well, you know how it is. You sort of forget you're you. You're your husband's wife.
Yes, Mama, that's what you are. But you're you, too.
We'll be looking for you, Mr. Oakley. We feel you are one of us, don't we, Margaret?
Oh, indeed we do. And I want to thank you on behalf of our club members.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. You've all been very kind.
Roger. Roger, what did I tell you?
You the gentleman in room B?
I am.
Well, there's a Mrs. Potter in room F in car 142. Wants to see you after we pull out, sir.
Oh, thanks. And, Porter, there's one more bag of mine. I think it got taken into the next car by mistake. Will you get it, please? Ask around, see who has it. It's a big yellow Gladstone.
Yellow? Yes, sir. I'll go back and look.
Gee, the train's going to start. I don't want to get carried away.
Oh, boy, maybe it's too late. Maybe I'll have to go along.
Oh, there's plenty of time, children. You run along and we'll follow.
Race you to the platform, man. Oh, you can run if you want to. I'm a lady, and ladies
Charlie,
don't
just a
run.
minute. Give me your hand.
Please. You know what I think about you.
I want you to know that I think you were right to make me leave, Charlie. Best for your mother, best for all of us. You saw what happened to her last night. She's not very strong, you know, and I don't think she could stand the shock. I remember once when she was a little girl.
Oh, the train's moving now.
Don't be silly. There's lots of time. Listen, Charlie, I want you to forget all about me. Forget that I ever came to Santa Rosa.
Your hands. Please let me get the door open, Uncle Charlie. The train's really moving now.
I know it is, and we'd better get the door open.
Let me go, Uncle Charlie.
No, my dear, no, I won't. I'm going to help you forget me. I've got to do this, Charlie, so long as you know what you do about me.
Let me go.
Let's get the outside door open, too. Here, this way. Not yet, Charlie. Let it get a little faster. A little faster. And there's another train coming along the other track. You can meet it. Charlie, you can meet it. Soon now.
No.
Soon. Now. Grab him, Saunders. Grab him.
Santa Rosa has gained and lost a son that she can be proud of. Brave, generous, kindly, with all of the splendid dignity of fine...
I'm glad you were able to come, Jack. And thanks for standing outside here with me. I couldn't bear it inside the church. I couldn't have faced it at all without someone who knew. I did know more I couldn't tell you.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He seemed to hate them. He hated the whole world. You know, he said that people like us had no idea what the world was really like.
Well, it's not quite as bad as he thought, but it needs a lot of watching. Seems to go crazy every now and then. Like your Uncle Charlie.
The memory of our loved ones, the beauty of their souls, the sweetness of their characters, live on with us forever.
Here is another in NBC's outstanding parade of new shows, dramatically transcribed. 4-Star Playhouse, a repertory company of 4 great Hollywood stars.
This is Robert Cummings.
This is Rosalind Russell.
This is Fred McMurray.
This is Loretta Young.
Yes, these are the stars heard weekly on 4-Star Playhouse. gentlemen, one of our 4-star players and star of tonight's play, Robert Cummings.
Thank you. And in behalf of Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, and Loretta Young, let me welcome you back to our 4-star Playhouse. As you know, every Sunday night at this time, Roz, Fred, Loretta, and I appear in new dramatizations of stories selected from Cosmopolitan magazine. Stories by the world's leading writers of popular fiction. How often have you all had the strange, haunting experience which made you say, it seems that all this has happened to me before? Psychologists call that phenomenon prevision. Tonight's story explores an experience in prevision. We think it will hold you spellbound right up to its stunning and fearful finish. Prepare now for gripping action as we bring you Maurice Baudin Jr.'s strange and powerful story, The Hunted, in which I am Fred Woodard. The Hunted. I was tired. Looking for a job in a strange city wasn't doing me any good. I was hot. I felt weak. My eyes throbbed, my head swam. I had to sit down. To escape from the heat, I went into the small, air-cooled theater.
Feature picture goes on in 10 minutes, mister.
Oh, thanks, Asher.
Hot out, ain't it?
Yeah, it's terrible.
You look beat. Why don't you sit down and wait till the newsreel's over?
Oh, thanks, I will. I sat down to rest. I wasn't the only one. Across the lobby was a man, sound asleep. A man with a paunch. A man with a white scarf around his neck. And then she came in. The girl came in through the front door looking hunted and furtive. She saw the man with the paunch and started. Paunch opened his eyes and got up and walked toward her. In a panic, the girl dashed into the powder room. Paunch sat down again, closed his eyes. I didn't like it. Not a bit. Usher.
Yeah?
That guy over there with the paunch and the white scarf.
Yeah?
A girl came in and he tried to make a pass.
Oh, forget it. Happens every day in theaters. Me, I keep my nose clean. I keep out of it.
I don't like it.
Routine. Don't let it bother you.
I glared across at the sleeping fat man. And then my head began to nod. And then there she was again, the girl. She was coming in through the front doors again, with a hunted, fearful look on her delicate face. Impulsively, I got up.
Newsreel will be over in 5 more minutes.
Oh, excuse me.
Please, I'm in a hurry.
Yes, I know, and that man sleeping over that fellow with the white scarf is bothering you.
Who are you?
You wouldn't know me. I'm a stranger in town.
He isn't asleep. He's pretending.
Let me speak to him.
No.
Is he bothering you?
He's following me. He's everywhere. I tried to hide in here.
Here, give me these parcels. We'll walk out here together. He won't follow us.
He will.
Come on. Don't look back.
He's getting up.
How do you know?
I see him in the mirrors. He's following.
Well, let him.
Faster. He looks fat, but he's quick.
Well, then we'll ride. Let's see. Oh, taxi! Taxi! My name's Fred Woodard.
I'm Ruth.
Are you listed that way in the telephone book?
Just Ruth, if you don't mind.
Okay, Ruth. Oh, driver, this is all right. We'll get out here. Here, take my hand.
Thanks.
Okay, driver, how much do
Fred.
I...
It's him.
I looked back. The paunch was getting out of a taxi and paying his fare without even glancing at us. And then he stood at the curb and lighting a cigarette, ignoring us, but knowing we were there, knowing we would always be there. Here, driver, keep the change. Come on, Ruth. He can ride as fast as we can, but he can't walk as fast.
Oh, can't he?
Let me go back and smack him so he stays smacked.
No, that wouldn't do any good.
Still behind us.
No matter how fast we walk, he keeps the same distance.
I'm going back and talk to White Scarf.
Don't.
Well, why?
You said you wouldn't ask.
All right, but...
Hurry.
I'm hurrying.
Run. can't go any further.
No, not at this pace.
Oh. Let me sit down on this bench.
Oh. Oh, it's all pretty strange.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you'll tell me about it someday.
Maybe.
Hey.
What?
Hey, surprise.
What?
We've lost White Scarf.
Yes.
Well, now what shall we do? How about lunch? When did you eat?
Ages ago.
Well, let's eat. I feel good again. I don't remember ordering this iced coffee, did I?
You did, and very plainly.
That's funny. Obviously, you're too much for my presence of mind.
I hope you won't regret our meeting.
Oh, it's highly unlikely. Say, do you realize how rudely other men in this restaurant are staring at you and wishing they were me? Now, just glance about you modestly and... No. Don't.
Is it?
White Scarf. 5 tables behind you. No, don't turn around. Now, just smile and look animated, and I'll do the same. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll tell you when to look up at the clock and exclaim about the time.
Yes.
And I'll stand up and say goodbye. All smiles, just like this, see? And we'll part like old friends, going to see each other again. And make up something as you leave.
All right. What about you?
I'll stay right here.
He'll follow me.
And I'll follow him. I don't think he'll like that.
He'll know you're following him.
I want him to know. Now, look up at the clock.
Yes. Oh, dear, look at that time. I really must go now, Mr. Woodard.
He's getting up to go, too.
Of course.
Well, I'll meet you afterward.
Wheelock's department store, the information desk.
What time?
I'll be there in exactly an hour if I'm not followed.
Meet you there in 1 hour. Okay. Give me a big goodbye now.
Oh, it's been awfully nice, Mr. Woodard. Maybe we can do this again soon.
Oh, yes, Friday.
Good.
Well, it's a date.
Goodbye. See you Friday.
Right. And here comes White Scarf, right on schedule. Got a match, friend?
Did you speak to me?
Match?
No.
Going someplace?
Yes.
Why are you following that girl?
What girl?
You know what girl.
Point her out to me.
Why, well, she's gone, isn't she?
You think I've lost her, huh?
Who?
The girl.
Well, what girl?
Who knows?
Well, we must do this again sometime.
Not too often.
Well, that's up to you, isn't it?
Good afternoon, fool.
He walked out, obviously no longer following Ruth. Her trail was lost. I was pleased with myself, so pleased that I could hardly wait for the hour to pass to tell Ruth that I'd shaken White Scarf. I went to Wheelock's department store. I waited for her at the information desk.
Oh, there you are, Fred. Here's some packages for you. Are you getting bored or tired?
Bored? No. Didn't you see the excitement?
Excitement? No.
Well, it seems someone lifted a dagger at the antique jewelry counter, and they just found out a few minutes ago. More confusion.
Oh. Well, I'll be back again soon with more packages. Do you mind? Don't go away or get lost, will you?
Don't worry.
Cash, boy.
Okay, sucker, come along.
Who?
Come on.
White Scarf.
Let's go.
Well, you found us again.
If one knows where to look, one finds.
What do you mean by shadowing us this way?
We ask the questions. Now, come along.
Where?
Upstairs.
Who are you?
Guess.
The police.
Come on. Your lady friend's waiting for you.
Lady friend?
Come on.
I remembered vaguely reading something like this in the past. But what was it? I'd forgotten. White Scarf took me upstairs to a bare room with a single desk. I saw Ruth staring at the floor. She didn't look up. There was a pile of parcels on the desk. Behind the desk stood a tall, blond man about 35. He started speaking the moment White Scarf pushed me into the room.
Oh! The first thing you better do is empty out your pockets.
You're not talking to me.
He's talking to you.
Better do it.
What are you raving about?
You'll find some things in your pockets that don't belong to you.
They belong to Wheelock's department store.
Well, good Lord.
Put the watch in the desk, Woodard.
I don't know how it got there.
What else is there?
Well, Oh, this gold cigarette lighter.
On the desk.
Why, I never saw these things before.
See here. Don't deny you're Ruth's accomplice.
Accomplice? Why, Oh, Ruth.
She's a shoplifter.
Shut up.
Just remarking, Murray.
Remark when you're asked to remark.
Well, listen, wait, this is crazy. You're saying that Ruth is a thief and I helped her steal?
There's some excuse for Ruth, but there's none for you. Oh, please, Ruth. Don't, darling.
I don't know why I do it. I can't help it, Murray. I can't help it. I don't realize I do it.
All these things are stolen?
Things on you were.
But I knew nothing about it. Ruth, tell them.
Miss Fleming cannot answer for anything she does. You can.
Who are you?
Miss Fleming is not an ordinary thief. If she were, this would be for the police. As matters stand, the stores permit me to make an adjustment on the merchandise she appropriates.
She's in the clear. You'll get it, though.
Well, this is crazy. I didn't realize what she was up to.
You'll serve her sentence, too.
Shut up! Take her to the next room.
Come on.
Look, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief.
And I'm not the police. But I am that poor girl's fiancé.
Fiancé?
I've been doing everything in my power. Everything within the power of love and modern medicine to help Ruth, to cure her of her kleptomania. And when a sniveling, lying crook like you takes advantage of her and breaks down everything I've accomplished...
Stop it! Oh, cut it out. She was in trouble. That fellow with the scarf was following her. She wanted my help.
I hired him to protect Ruth against herself. And against weasels like you.
You don't know what you're talking about. I tell you...
I'm going to put you where you won't prey on sick and helpless people.
Don't touch that telephone. Put it down, I tell you.
I'm going to put you where you can't pull your low, sneaking tricks.
Drop it. Drop that phone.
Operator, get me the police.
Oh, I warned you. I warned you. I won't be framed. I won't. No one frames me like that. You hear? No one.
Listening to the four-star Playhouse dramatization of Maurice Bodin Jr.'s cosmopolitan short story, The Hunted, starring Robert Cummings and featuring Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad.
Fred?
I won't answer.
Fred, open up. It's Ruth.
It's a trick. She brought the police.
Fred, you must believe me. You must trust me. Fred!
All right. I'm coming. Are you alone?
Yes.
Well, come in.
Oh, Fred, I'm so terribly sorry I got you into all this. I didn't mean for you to get into trouble. I never in the world would have wanted that.
Well, you did steal those things.
Yes.
Well, why?
I don't know. I can't help it. I don't ever remember stealing them, but I do. They watch me and they try to prevent me. Murray pays for the things I steal. He's been so good, so kind. And now...
He was calling the police in on me.
I know. I don't blame you for what you did, not entirely.
I let him have it.
It was my fault, too.
I let him have it, all right.
Oh, why did you do it?
I don't know. I lost my head. I'd have gone to the police myself, but there was something funny about what was going on, some kind of a frame. White Scarf was too happy about sending someone up, but I wasn't going to be railroaded. I'm new in this town. I'm green. I can't take chances where I've got nobody to fight for me.
I know.
I'd rot here in jail.
I know. But you didn't have to kill him.
Kill him? Kill who?
Don't deny it. White Scarf went into the room when he heard you and Murray fight. Murray was on the floor. The dagger.
I didn't kill him, no.
Don't deny it. You stabbed him with that dagger I gave you, the dagger I stole at Wheelock's.
You stole that dagger.
I must have stolen it. I stole it and I gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
I must have. You stabbed Murray with it.
No, there must be some horrible, I couldn't have, some mistakes, some...
Oh, stop lying, stop pretending. I'm not blaming you. I gave you the dagger. I stole it and gave it to you. But you should have given it up with the other thing.
I've got to get out of this.
I had to come here before they find out where you stay.
Before they find out where... How did you know where I'm staying? I didn't tell you.
I'm so ashamed.
I asked you something.
I know.
I asked you how you knew I was at this hotel.
There was a paid hotel bill in your wallet.
My wallet? Well, how did... Oh.
I must have stolen it from... perhaps in the store.
Oh.
Here, take it. Everything's there.
You didn't tell them?
No. I wanted you to have some chance. I wanted to do something for you.
What? Bring Murray to life?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. Let me think. I've got to try to think.
Whatever I can do, anything at all, tell me. I'm so to blame for things, so tell me if
I don't know. How long did you know Murray?
2 years. We were to be married soon, even before I was cured.
How do I know you didn't kill him? How do I know you didn't keep the dagger and kill him yourself? How do I know you're not trying to pin something on me?
No. Why would I kill Murray? Would I murder the man I love?
I don't know. Maybe the man you love you hate.
But why?
I don't know why.
We mustn't shout. We'll be heard.
Oh, this whole crazy nightmare I've stumbled into. When will it end? Where does it all lead to?
If I killed Murray, would I try to help you? He was doing so much for me, and he loved me so much. And tonight we were going someplace special.
Where?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know if it matters or not. I've got to ask questions. I've got to keep moving in my mind or I'll crack wide open. Where were you going with Murray tonight? It just might matter.
There was to be a party at Maggie Bolton's. You know Maggie Bolton.
I don't know anyone or anything. I'm new around here.
Once a year she gives a big party and wears the Bolton necklace.
Wasn't Murray afraid you'd steal the necklace, too, right off of her throat?
Stop it!
Wait, that's something.
What is?
I'm not sure. Murray's being killed just today, the day of the party. I don't know. Maybe.
But you killed him.
Oh, you did. You never gave me that dagger.
I had no motive. I loved him.
You were going to the Bolton party tonight and see the necklace?
I had nothing to do with it. Nothing whatever.
We're going to that party tonight.
You'll be picked up by the police.
Not unless you tell them I'm there.
I won't.
I don't know what I'm trying to find out. I just know I've got to keep moving and doing or I'll go crazy. Where's this Bolton place? We arrived too late for the party. Too late to see the famous Bolton diamond necklace on the famous Bolton throat. There was some excitement about the house when we drove up in the hired car. I left Ruth in the car and walked up the driveway, curving around into the darkness, and stopped short. Police cars all around the house. I turned and began to walk down the driveway again.
Hey, no!
I began running.
Hey, stop!
In a panic, I plunged off the drive into the thick tangle of cypress that covers the huge ground.
Hey, no!
I lost the cop. In the dark, dense jungle of cypress, I even lost myself. And then something stepped out of the darkness. Something in a white scarf with flat, dead eyes and a toneless smile and that faintly foreign voice. White scarf.
Don't move. I want to talk to you.
Talk what?
I want to talk to you.
Well, there's nothing to talk about.
Theft is nothing?
Why, I didn't steal.
Murder is nothing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Murray Lister.
What? I don't know anything about Murray Lister.
You also deny that you strangled Maggie Bolton in the solarium an hour ago.
No, I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with it. Why, I didn't even know she'd been killed.
You didn't know she'd been killed? No.
No. You're not going to pin that on me, too. I didn't come near her. I just arrived. Say, how did you know it was an hour ago?
Because I strangled her.
You?
Aye.
Who are you?
I will tell you so that you will have the caution and the self-interest to cooperate with me.
I don't know how. Cooperate how? What?
In delivering the Bolton necklace to me.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Then let me sharpen your understanding of it. I killed Mrs. Bolton when she refused to tell me where the necklace was. I strangled her.
Strangled?
With this white silk scarf.
I don't...
I am Apache, you know. French Apache. I also stabbed Murray Lister.
Of course. You went it alone after I knocked him down. Of course.
Of course. I also stole all the things that Ruth Fleming is accused of stealing. Now we will put these together and it will become a diamond necklace for me. Huh?
You're crazy.
No.
You're crazy, Killer. You're crazy. You're crazy.
No. Murray Lister had me to plant stolen things on Ruth to make her think she was a kleptomaniac.
She doesn't steal?
I do. I stole and planted your wallet on her. I stole the dagger and planted it on Murray Lister.
But why?
Murray was preparing Ruth Fleming to take the blame one day for the theft of the Bolton necklace. That's simple. I helped prepare her. But today I thought, why work for Murray Lister when I can go into business for myself?
You stabbed a man and strangled Maggie Bolton.
I tell you this so you'll be warned. Now, you will reply to my questions, or...
Don't stop!
There you see. The white scarf about your throat. Enough. Be warned.
I can't help you. I don't know anything.
You do.
No.
You lie. Why do you lie when you know how unwise it is to lie to me? The strangler. Huh? Now, where is the necklace?
I don't know.
Do you want to die? Do you want your eyes to stick out of your head? Do you want your tongue to go purple in your mouth? Well, do you?
No, listen to me. You got to listen to me.
An end to these lies.
So, I'm new in this town. I just came in last week. I picked up this girl, Ruth Fleming, in the theater lobby. I didn't know anything about her, anything about...
Enough.
No, listen.
An end to talk.
Wait, don't. Listen.
Time now to act.
Stop, don't.
There you see.
Don't.
He strangles.
Let go.
The apache way. The way of the Paris apache. Vous savez?
No.
Die.
Excuse me, mister.
Excuse me, mister.
What?
What's the matter? Wake up. You dreaming? Newsreel's over. Feature picture's gonna start.
Huh?
Wake up. You fell asleep in the lobby. You bought a ticket. Don't you want to see the show?
I dragged myself back to consciousness. In seconds, the fabric of my awful dream unraveled and vanished. I was drenched in cold sweat, but overwhelmed with relief. And across the lobby, sleeping harmlessly, was the paunchy man with the white scarf who had helped inspire my dream, or whatever it was. And then the door of the powder room opened, and there was the girl, the Ruth of my dream, with a pale dread on her face. I got up quickly and eagerly to make the acquaintance of the real-life Ruth, or whatever her real name was.
Stick it in the box, lady.
Oh, excuse me.
What?
But, I know you'll think that this is the usual approach by a stranger, but didn't all this happen before?
What do you mean?
Well, it just seems that we met before, just this way.
I don't think so.
Well, the feature picture's about to start. Might I join you?
Oh, I couldn't. I mean, well...
I'm sure this all happened before. Even the scared look you just gave that paunchy man sleeping there.
Well, if you like, we could go in together, yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the honest feeling, really.
I've had that feeling, too, sometimes. Everybody has.
We went up the steps, talking and laughing. I held open the door leading into the cool dark of the balcony and stared. Below in the lobby, I saw the paunchy man slowly open his eyes and look up at us. He got up and with surprising agility began following us with rapid, ruthless steps. A man with a paunch, an olive skin, and a dead smile, and a white silk scarf draped loosely about his neck, following us. Four-Star Playhouse, Robert Cummings speaking.
Bob, this is Rosalind Russell with a very urgent question.
Roz, I didn't do it. I tell you, I was framed. What urgent question?
What happened to you after you picked that girl up in the lobby the second time? Did you meet White Scarf in Cyprus again? How did that come out?
Oh, I was choked to death. Next question?
Well, will you listen to me next Sunday when I do The Incredible Anna Lee? It's about a Hollywood motion picture actress, Anna Lee, a lovely and unpredictable ham who inflicts herself on films and on her press agent. How our ham becomes cured and our guy gets contented is the substance of next week's opera.
Roz, it sounds very inviting, and I'll recommend Russell's remarkable recipe for radio enjoyment to all my friends.
Thanks, Bob. And incidentally, thrilling show tonight. Bye, Bob.
Thanks, Roz, and thanks for calling. Au revoir, Roz. And good night, everybody, and thank you for calling. Call again next Sunday, huh? Night.
You have been listening to Four-Star Playhouse, tonight starring Robert Cummings in The Hunted, written by Maurice Boudin, Jr., and adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Lorene Tuttle was featured as Ruth, with William Conrad as White Scarf, Wilms Herbert played Murray, and Larry Dobkin the usher. Four-Star Playhouse is directed by Warren Lewis. Music composed and conducted by Albert Harris. Portions were transcribed. Robert Cummings may currently be seen in Walter Wanger's production, Reign of Terror. Each week at this time, one of our four-star players, Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, Loretta Young, and Robert Cummings, is heard in a special adaptation of a popular fiction story selected from Cosmopolitan magazine, written by the world's foremost fiction authors. On future weeks, you will hear Fred McMurray in a powerful two-fisted drama, and Loretta Young, who was unable to appear tonight as originally scheduled due to illness, in Virginia Faulkner's zany comedy, Once Upon a Horse. Next week on Four-Star Playhouse, Rosalind Russell will star in Robert Carson's delightful story, The Incredible Anna Lee. Americans, in the present unstable condition of the world, the United States needs unity among its citizens more than ever before. We simply cannot afford to be divided by racial and religious differences. Such division among us is advertised in certain countries as a sign that America is weak and that democracy is a failure. Don't help such propaganda. The very differences that exist among our mixed peoples have given us the variety of contributions that have made our country great and free. Keep it great and free. Fight prejudice. In just a few moments, you are going to hear another of the NBC Symphony Summer Concerts. And 1 hour from now, Ethel Merman is sure to delight you in her own new show. For the best in entertainment all evening long, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
That's it. 140 ballots. Gary's count was right. None of them marked with a blue pencil. Now, a closer look at that ballot box.
Oh, you back already, Bart? Come over here and take a look at this. There's something about this box, Bart, that makes me think... Well...
NBC presents The Adventures of Frank Merriwell. There it is, an echo of the past, an exciting past, a romantic past, the era of the horse and carriage, gaslit streets, and free-for-all football games, the era of one of the most beloved figures in American fiction, Frank Merriwell. Merriwell is loved as much today as ever he was, and so the National Broadcasting Company brings him to radio in a new series of stories based on the famous books written by Gilbert Patton under the pen name Bert L. Standish. Today, The Ballot Box Mystery. It's a pleasant May afternoon in New Haven as our story opens, and Frank and Bart, just out of class, are standing at the traditional Yale fence waiting for their friend Inza.
4 o'clock. Where's Inza? She'll be along any minute. What's that, Bart? Well, didn't I show you this? Oh, watch. Here we have a simple white handkerchief, right? Right. Very well. I'll say a few magic words. Hocus pocus alakazam. I draw it through my hand, and there. Bright red handkerchief. Oh, pretty good. How did you do that? Nothing to it. Look, it's all in this little device I hold in the palm of my hand. I stuff the white handkerchief in there. It disappears up my sleeve, and I pull the red one out instead. Where did you get that thing? Rodney Rowland gave it to me at rehearsal yesterday. It's pretty neat, isn't it? Very. You know, Bart, he strikes me as a pretty sad old fella. Who, Rowland? Well, he may be pathetic, but he'd never admit it. He's a real old ham actor. A true artist of the theater. But judging by the shabby clothes he wears, he's been out of work for a long time. Oh, not Rowland. He's never out of work. He calls it being at liberty. Well, no matter what he calls it, I doubt if he's been eating regularly. That is until Professor Stout gave him that job last week with our drama club. Yeah. He'll be at liberty again after this week, as soon as the Romeo and Juliet cast is completed. Wonder what the old boy will do then. Well, he's trying desperately to get a job at a summer stock company. That's what I hear anyway. I hope he makes it. Oh, speaking of the school play, here comes Romeo himself. Oh, yes. That was a raw deal, Bart. I thought you were going to get the role. Well, so did I. Oh, and Gary Roberts is a pretty good actor. No use being a bad sport about it.
Hi, Frank. Bart. How are you boys today?
Hello, Gary.
Hi, Gary. Fine, thanks.
Waiting for somebody?
Inza Burridge. Bart and I are going to coach her a little for the Juliet role before dinner.
Oh, don't waste your time, Frank. Lorraine's a cinch to win the part.
Don't bet on it, Gary.
She should win the way you're going around electioneering. You must have asked every man in the drama club to vote for her tomorrow.
Suppose I have. What's wrong with that?
Plenty. This is supposed to be a vote by the members of the drama club to pick the best actress for the Juliet role. You act like it was an election or something.
Oh, you two are just worried because you think Inza won't win.
She'll win, Gary. She's the better actress, and the whole drama club knows it.
I don't think she is the better actress. Don't forget, Lorraine's had professional experience, and Inza hasn't.
Oh, some professional experience. She toured with a second-rate magic show last summer.
Just the same, it was stage experience. All Inza's done is appear in amateur plays here at Yale. Anyhow, Bart, you're a little sore because I beat you out for the part of Romeo, aren't you?
Why, you...
Easy, Bart. Don't let him get your goat. This whole thing will be settled by tomorrow anyway. And if Lorraine gets more votes than Inza, more power to her.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I wish I could hang around longer, fellas, but I've got a date for dinner at Lorraine's house right now.
Well, don't let us detain you.
I won't. And, Frank, I'll remember to tell Lorraine how you were wishing her luck in the voting tomorrow. So long.
I'm so sorry Father couldn't be here at dinner tonight, Mr. Hollis.
It's quite all right, Lorraine. We understand perfectly.
Oh, he so much wanted to meet you. Mm-hmm. And you too, Mr. Rowland.
Even without your sire's presence, my dear, these groaning boards attest to his hospitality.
It's a shame, though, Lorraine. I was hoping your father would be able to discuss the new stock company Mr. Hollis is forming.
And so was I. Without financial backing, I frankly don't see how I can get the show on the road.
But I've already discussed it with Father.
You have, my dear?
What did he say, Lorraine?
Well, I told him all about you, Mr. Hollis, how you want to launch this new stock company for a summer tour, and about what a distinguished actor you are, Mr. Rowland, and how you would play the leading roles in the company.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
And I hope you told him that you would be playing all the ingenue roles.
Well, yes, Gary, I did. I tried to make him see that this would be my first really big chance in the theater.
And what did your father say, my dear?
I think he was impressed, but he really knows very little about acting. He told me if he could only be sure I had real promise, he'd back the show in a minute.
Well, if that's all that bothers him, he can stop worrying. You're going to be a great actress, Lorraine.
Oh, thank you, Gary. But I'm afraid Father needs more evidence than just your opinion. But I finally did get him to commit himself.
You did? Gosh, then you mean it's all settled?
Not quite, Gary. Father said he would back the show this summer, provided I were good enough to win the part of Juliet in the drama festival tryout tomorrow.
Is that all? Why, it's a cinch. You'll win the election hands down.
I wish I thought so, Gary.
Say, this sounds great. You're working with Professor Stout on that committee, Roland. How do you feel about Lorraine's chances?
Speaking for myself, I can only quote the words of the immortal bard. I would applaud thee to the very echo that should applaud again. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 3.
But as I understand it, Roland can only conduct the balloting. Isn't that right, Gary?
That's right, Mr. Hollis. Only the members of the drama club itself can vote.
I see.
But I'm still convinced Lorraine will win. I've been doing a lot of electioneering for her.
I wish I were as confident as you seem to be, Gary. What about Inza?
Inza?
She's talking about Inza Burridge, Mr. Hollis. A great many of the drama club members seem to think she's a good actress, too.
Oh, she is, Gary. Really, I'm afraid she'll win the role.
Well, I'm not. I've canvassed almost the whole club so far, Lorraine, and I already have 60 votes pledged.
Oh, really, Gary? Oh, but that's still not numbers. All the rest might very well vote for Inza.
I'm not through yet. I'll be able to swing some more votes your way before tomorrow.
This is a strange situation. From everything you say, it would appear the whole future of my stock company will hinge on the outcome of this confounded election tomorrow night.
That's about the size of it, Mr. Hollis. But don't you worry. I'm working hard on winning for Lorraine.
Oh, you're very sweet, Gary. But don't count too much on my winning.
Nonsense, my dear young lady. You must win.
Well, Enza, in about an hour, we'll know who won the role of Juliet.
I'm awfully nervous about it, Bart. Just look at my hand.
Don't worry, Enza. When the drama club hears your reading, you'll win in a walk. Sure you will. In spite of all the electioneering Gary's been doing.
Golly, I hope so.
Oh, speak of the devil, Frank.
Hello there.
Hello, Gary. Lorraine?
Hello. My, Inza, you look lovely this evening.
Thank you, Lorraine. So do you.
Where are you people bound so early? The readings aren't for nearly an hour yet.
Oh, Frank and I are getting the chairs set up for the meeting.
Oh, Lorraine and I were headed that way ourselves. We'll walk over with you.
Oh, fine. Maybe I better go on ahead, Frank. I have to get the ballot box out of the prop room.
Oh, don't bother, Bart. I'll get it while you and Frank set up the chair.
All right.
Lorraine, I hear you're getting a job with the new stock company Mr. Hollis is forming. Is it true?
Oh, that all depends, Enza. Mr. Hollis has offered me a job, but he's not sure yet whether the company will be formed at all.
Why? What's the trouble?
Money. Father offered to help finance it for Mr. Hollis, but there's a string attached.
Oh?
Well, Father doesn't know much about acting, but he says he'll be satisfied I have a future as an actress if I win the Juliet role today. If I do, he'll finance the company this summer, and I'll get the job. If not, well, there just won't be any company.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lorraine.
Don't be too sorry, Enza. Lorraine hasn't lost yet.
Oh, but I didn't...
I know what you meant, Enza, and it's really all right. No matter what, I hope the better actress wins today.
This is the last row of chairs, Frank.
Good. Here, set these right about here.
All right. Oh, I feel like we set up 1,000 chairs instead of 140. I hope the whole club turns out this time for a change.
I'll be surprised if they do. There always seem to be a few that never come around.
Is everything ready now, Frank?
Just about. What happened to Gary in the ballot box?
Oh, here it comes now, Frank.
Well, here's the ballot box. You fellas finished?
All set, Gary. Better put the box up there on the stage.
I tore up 140 slips of paper for the ballots, too. That's what took me so long.
Oh, I'll take care of those, Gary. I'll hand them to the members as they come in.
All right, here you are.
Oh, look, down at the end of the hall. Mr. Rowland's here.
Good. Well, we're ready to start as soon as the members show up.
Who's that gentleman with Mr. Rowland, Lorraine?
Oh, that's Mr. Hollis, the man I told you was going to start the new stock company. Would you like to meet him, Enza?
I'd love to.
Well, then come along. I'll introduce you.
Thanks, Lorraine. I'd like to.
Take a look at old Roland, Frank. He's really decked out for the occasion.
So I see. He must have bought himself a whole new outfit.
That's a typical ham actor for you. He probably pawned his overcoat just to make a good appearance before the club today.
Say, Bart, you'd better get over there to the door with those ballots. The members are starting to come in.
Oh.
Looks like we'll be starting in a few minutes.
Gentlemen of the Yale Dramatic Club, your own Professor Stout has accorded me the rare and delightful privilege of presiding over the day's final balloting for the young actress who is to play the role of Juliet in your most important dramatic presentation of the season, the immortal bards Romeo and Juliet. Miss Lorraine Winters and Miss Inza Burridge are both, in my humble judgment, capable of playing the role. Each will read an excerpt from the balcony scene for your consideration. Then we shall conduct the balloting. And now for the first young artist, Miss Inza Burridge. In the words of the immortal Shakespeare, play out the play. King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 2, Scene 4. Miss Inza Burridge.
Good luck, Enza. Show them what you can do.
Thanks, Frank.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
Gentlemen, your colleague, Mr. Gary Roberts, is still tallying the votes. I must plead your indulgence until the count is finished.
I'm ready now, Mr. Rowland.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Thank you. Now let me see. Gentlemen, the final results show for Miss Inza Burridge 65 votes. And for Miss Lorraine Winters, a total of 75 votes. Miss Lorraine Winters, the winner.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Gary? I can't believe it.
Oh, I told you it was a cinch, Lorraine. We knew you'd win.
Yes, indeed, my dear. And now it looks like our plans for the stock company will go through after all.
I'm so happy about it. I can't believe I've really won.
May I add my congratulations, Lorraine? I'm sure you'll make a wonderful jury.
Oh, thank you, Inza. I'm sorry we both couldn't have won.
I'll be with you in a minute, Lorraine. I've got to return this ballot box to the property.
All right, Gary.
Oh, thanks for being such a good sport, Inza.
Oh, that's nothing, Lorraine. Let's get out of here.
Oh, just a minute, Enza. Could you wait here with Bart and me for a minute?
Of course, Frank. What was it?
I think I'll go on, Inza. Bye, Frank. Bart.
Goodbye, Lorraine.
So long, Lorraine.
Thanks again, Inza, for being such a good sport.
Good sport. What you expect, anyway? Inza challenge the election?
Why not?
Frank, what on earth do you mean?
I mean, I'm beginning to wonder just how fair this election was.
I don't understand. Lorraine got more votes, that's all.
Do you remember that final count?
Well, sure. 75 votes for Lorraine, 65 for Inza. Total 140.
Right. And there were 140 chairs set up in the hall. But they weren't all filled.
Say, they weren't. I remember distinctly the last row was almost all empty.
Right, which means the number present was closer to 130 than 140.
Oh, Frank, couldn't we just forget the whole thing?
Not if there's fraud involved, Inza.
And that's exactly what I think.
Bart, where did Gary throw those ballots after he counted them?
Oh, right in this wastebasket. At least I think so. Yes, here we are.
Let's have a look at them.
You're not going to recount them, are you? Surely Gary would never deliberately miscount them.
Don't think we'll have to count them. Look at this, Bart. You notice anything about these ballots? The ones marked with Inza's name?
No, not offhand. What are you driving at?
Look for yourself. They're all marked with a regular black pencil.
What's that got to do with it, Frank?
Of course I see what Frank means. You and I used that blue pencil you have in your pocket to mark our ballots.
Right. And there are no ballots in this basket marked in blue. At least I can't find any.
Frank, what does that
It means we're going to protest this election, Inza, the minute we can get final proof of fraud.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Frank's right, Inza. We've got to. What's the next move, Frank?
Well, you better take Inza home and then come back here for me.
Where will you be?
I'm taking these ballots into the prop room.
What for?
I want to have a close look at that ballot box. That's it. 140 ballots. Gary's count was right. None of them marked with a blue pencil. Now a closer look at that ballot box. Oh, back already, Bart? Come over here and take a look at this. There's something about this box, Bart, that makes me think... Oh.
Are you all right now, Frank?
Yeah. Yes, Bart. My head's beginning to clear. What happened?
Well, you tell me. I took Inza home and then came back here. You were on the floor unconscious.
Oh, yeah. The ballot box. And the votes. Here, let me up.
Oh, easy. There you are.
I just opened the ballot box when someone hit me from behind. I thought it was you coming into the room, Bart. I never even looked around.
Well, whatever they were after, it wasn't the ballot box. Look, it's right here on the table.
Well, that's funny. It was open when I was hit. Now it's closed. Let's have a look inside again.
All right. Nothing in there.
Bart, this isn't the same box. I could swear it isn't.
Well, sure it is. It's just a regular prop ballot box. Here, look on the bottom of it. Property of Yale University.
Just the same, I don't think it is the one we used in the voting. I can't exactly explain it, but the other one seems smaller inside.
Are you positive, Frank? It looks like the one we put the votes in.
The votes? I had them right here on this table. I just finished checking through them.
Well, I don't see any sign of them. They're not here in the wastebasket either.
That clinches it. The person who slugged me was destroying all evidence of fraud in this election.
But did you find out anything when you examined the votes?
Just what we suspected. There were exactly 140 cast, as Gary reported. 75 for Lorraine and 65 for Inza. Yet all the votes were marked with ordinary lead pencil.
Our votes weren't there then?
No. Besides, there were 140 ballots cast, and you know as well as I do that there weren't that many members present at the meeting.
But it doesn't make sense, Frank. We both put our votes in the ballot box right there on the stage in front of everyone.
I know it. And the box was open, and the votes counted in front of the whole club.
That's just it. No one could have switched ballot boxes after the vote was cast.
Well, that's true enough. I was watching Gary all the time.
So was I. The ballot box wasn't out of sight for a minute. I don't get this at all.
Neither do I right now. But some sort of trick was used to cheat Inza out of the election.
Well, what can we do about it? No one will take our word for it, will they?
Now, just the same, Bart, we've got to report it. Whoever did this is not going to get away with it, if I can do anything about it.
Should we go to Professor Stout? He's in charge of the drama club.
But Roland handled the actual election. We better report to him first.
I guess you're right. Well, it's pretty late now. We better get back.
Well, we'll see Roland first thing in the morning. Now, supposing we pick up Inza and go down to Roland's boarding house. Maybe by that time we'll know more about how it happened.
But, Frank, even if you can prove the election wasn't fair, it's too late to do anything about it. The play starts rehearsals this morning.
I know, Inza, but this thing has to be cleaned up.
What's the number of Roland's boarding house?
That's it over there.
Oh.
Say.
It's Gary and Lorraine.
They've been to see Roland, too.
Aha, now I wonder why.
They've seen us. Frank, please don't say anything. Just be natural. I don't want Lorraine to think it's sour grapes, that I'm a poor loser.
I'm sorry, Inza, but this thing's got to be cleared up.
Well, hello, Bart, Inza, Frank.
Hello, Lorraine.
How are you, Lorraine, Gary?
What are you people doing down here? We came to pick up Mr. Roland and go to rehearsal. I guess he's gone on ahead.
Gary, we're going to protest yesterday's election.
What? Protest it? What on earth do you mean? Gary, what does Frank mean?
It wasn't a fair vote.
You'd better be able to prove that, Frank.
Oh, but of course Frank has proof. Haven't you, Frank?
Well, no. No, I haven't. At least, not yet.
Oh, Inza, I thought you were a better sport.
Listen, Gary, if you talk to Inza like
no,
that,
Frank, please. He's right. I was beaten, and that's the end of it. If Lorraine won, she deserves the part.
If she won. Say, are you people trying to say...
If she won is what we mean, Gary.
Really, Gary, I don't see any point in continuing this conversation.
You're right, Lorraine. Let them complain if they want to. We've got to go to the rehearsal.
They're certainly riding high.
I wish you hadn't stopped me, Inza. I'd like to put a civil tongue in Gary Roberts' head.
Let's go home. Come on.
All right.
Makes me so mad, that's all.
Let's not talk about it, Frank. I want you to forget it.
But Inza, the election was crooked. If you really
Bart,
want it...
please. No more of that talk.
All right.
There must have been some way to juggle those votes. But how? How?
Frank, you agreed to drop the subject.
I'm sorry, Inza. Well, let's talk about the weather, then, or about Shakespeare. What do you think of Romeo and Juliet as a play?
Wait a minute, Frank. I want to look in this store window.
This novelty shop?
Look, Frank. Remember that trick with the handkerchief I showed you? There's one just like it. They sell them here.
So I see.
My goodness, look at all the magic tricks on display.
Take a look at that.
What?
That box. That's the answer. I knew we'd find it.
What do you mean, Frank? What answer?
Come on, we're going inside.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Is that a magic box there in the window?
Why, yes, sir. One of our biggest sellers. Like to see it?
If you don't mind.
Of course. I'll get it for you in a jiffy.
What's the idea, Frank?
I think this is going to go a long way toward clearing up our mystery, Bart.
Here you are, sir. Fine model, if I do say so.
May I examine it?
Of course. Open it up.
How does it work?
Permit me. There. The lid is open. Now, I'll place this sheet of paper in the box. So. Now, close the lid. I tilt the box slightly. So.
Uh-huh.
Now, gentlemen, open the lid yourself.
Here, I'll do it.
Well, the paper has disappeared. That's amazing.
Yes, isn't it? You see, it works like this. When you tilt the box slightly, one side of the interior falls to the bottom, making a sort of false bottom. Then, if we lift this up, we'll find our missing sheet of paper. See that?
I see many things now. Thank you very much for the demonstration, sir. But could you tell me who has bought one of these magic boxes recently in the past day or two?
Goodness me, no. We sell a great many of them all the time. I don't keep any record of the sales.
Then there's no possible way of telling?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Well, thank you just the same. Come on, Bart. Inza.
But the magic box, don't you wish to purchase it?
Some other time.
What was the idea of that, Frank?
Don't you see? That's how the votes were switched.
Sure. Someone painted one of those boxes to look like the Yale ballot box.
Then they wrote out a bunch of fixed ballots, Inza, and put them in the false sidewall of the box.
Oh, I see now. Then the real ballots were placed in the bottom of the box when all of you voted. It was a fraud.
Exactly. When the voting was finished, the ballot box was carried over to the other table on the platform for the counting. Well, a slight tilt sent the false bottom into place, covering the real votes and exposing the fixed ones.
Yeah, pretty clever trick, all right. No wonder you were knocked out when you began to examine the ballot box.
And now that we know how it was done, we've got to figure out who did it.
Oh, that's not too hard, Frank. Who carried the ballot box from the prop room? Who counted the votes? Who put it away again?
Gary, of course.
But he's not the only possibility by a long shot. The person who had the strongest motive, after all, was Hollis. If Lorraine won, he was sure his stock company would be financed.
Well, that's true, Frank, but don't forget old Mr. Rowland. He's down and out and needs a job badly, and now that Lorraine's won, he'll get his job with the Hollis Stock Company.
That's so. How about Lorraine herself? Her motive's as strong as anyone's. And she did work in a magic show last summer, don't forget.
Oh, wait a second. There's something we've forgotten.
Forgotten? What, Frank?
Come on. We're going over to the social hall. We'll be just in time for rehearsal.
Stop that infernal hammering! That's better. One would think we were doing the gatekeeper scene for a Macbeth. Races, everybody.
The races have started already.
Here's Professor
Races.
Hello, Professor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merriwell. You should have been here a moment ago. You missed it.
Missed what, sir?
A beautiful reading of the Hamlet soliloquy by Mr. Rowland.
Hamlet?
Yes.
I thought we were rehearsing Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, we are, of course, but Mr. Rowland told me yesterday morning that the first production of the new Hollis Stock Company would be Hamlet.
Well, that's very interesting, sir,
Yes.
provided Mr. Hollis will produce any play at all.
What?
Come on, Bart, Hinza. See you in a few minutes, Professor.
What do you mean? Where are you going?
Down to the footlights, sir. I think someone is going to be in for a surprise, Bart.
Now, Mr. Roberts, take Romeo's speech, if you please.
Yes, sir. Lady, by yon blessed moon I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb.
Just a minute.
In her circled orb.
Stay, Miss Winters. Young man, what is the meaning of this interruption? Kindly leave the theater.
Are you back again, Merriwell?
Please, can't we go on with our rehearsal?
Not just yet, Lorraine. This is about the election.
Oh, good Lord, more of your sour grapes.
Enough of that, Gary. We know how the election was fixed.
And more than that, we know who did the fixing.
My good man, I must ask you and your friends to leave this theater at once, or I shall summon help.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Rowland. Frank, are you saying you have proof that the election was not fair?
Oh, don't believe him, Lorraine.
But maybe he is telling the truth, Gary. You know, I really didn't expect to win.
What sort of preposterous prattle is this? I will hear no more about fixed elections. We must get on with this play.
No, wait. Are you sure you know who is responsible, Frank?
Yes, Lorraine, we do.
Very well, then, if we must drag out this ridiculous discussion, may I ask who the culprit is?
You certainly may, Mr. Rowland, because as it happens, it was you.
Mr. Rowland? Why, you're mad. You haven't a shred of evidence, boy.
But I have, Rowland. I found the magic box you used.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the magic box you used to fix the election. It's no use denying it, Rowland. The magic box is right here in the back of the hall. Now start talking.
Why, well, that's impossible. I burned the box. I mean,
No use, Rowland. You trapped yourself that time. You might just as well confess the whole thing.
Very well. The game is over. Yes, I did fix the election, as you call it. I had to. If this young woman had not won, my friend Hollis would not have had the money for his company. I needed the chance. I've been at liberty too long.
You've got a lot to answer for, Mr. Rowland.
I meant no harm. What does it all matter now? My future is ruined.
Frank, stop him!
The knife, quick! I've got his arm. Drop the knife, Rowland. Come on, drop it. That's better. Now stop acting like a child and behave yourself.
Oh, why did you stay my hand? Oh, why didn't you let me put an end to this ugly farm?
For goodness sake, control yourself, Rowland. The only charge we have against you is one of assault.
But my future. I'm ruined.
If you can act on the stage the way you just acted for us, you've got no problem.
I guess Romeo and Juliet's a hit, Frank.
Lorraine was marvelous.
Oh, adequate, Enza. You would have been better.
It's such a lovely night. Such a lovely play. Let's sit down here and get a breath of air. I love the campus at night.
All right, here's a bench here.
Good. Isn't the air lovely? I thought Lorraine made a beautiful Juliet.
Well, she was all right, I guess.
Oh, come now, Frank. You must admit I was right to let the election stand the way it was.
Sure you were, Enza. That way, Lorraine's father backed the new Hollis company, and Nobody lost anything.
Just one thing, though, Frank. I know how you trapped poor old Roland, but how in the world did you guess it was he in the first place?
Yes, Frank, you never did explain that.
Well, if you think back to just before the election, you'll remember how Roland appeared all dressed up in new clothes.
Well, what about it?
Well, that took money, and Roland didn't have any. Well, that didn't mean much to me at first either until I realized one fact. If Roland were sure the Hollis Company would be formed, the very first thing he'd do would be borrow money on the strength of his new job and dress the part of a prosperous actor.
He would at that.
And yet, there's only one way he could be sure the Hollis Company would get its backing. He had to know Lorraine was going to win the election. And then, when we went to the theater and talked to Professor Stout, he told us one more thing that confirmed it.
What was that?
He told the professor he was going to open in Hamlet. And yet, that, too, was before Lorraine won the election. Now, add to the fact that he liked to perform magic tricks, and it seemed pretty obvious that Roland was our man.
Yes. A melodramatic stunt like that was in character, too. You know, Roland's a real ham if I ever saw one.
Just think how desperate he was, poor old fellow. He was actually going to stab himself when he was caught.
Oh, didn't we tell you about that, Enza? It was the greatest scene he ever played.
You mean he was only acting? Oh, I don't believe it, Frank. I really believe he meant to stab himself.
Well, that would have been a neat trick, Enza. As it happened, the knife was a prop. It had a rubber blade.
And so ends another exciting adventure with Frank Merriwell, beloved hero of American fiction, brought to you in a new series of stories by the National Broadcasting Company. And be sure to listen again next week at this same time when Frank Merriwell returns in another of his celebrated exploits. Frank is played by Lawson Zerbe, Bart is Hal Studer, and Inza is Elaine Rost. Other members of the cast were Rika Martens, Charles Mullen, Walter Black, and Bernard Grant. Original music on today's show is by Paul Taubman. The Adventures of Frank Merriwell is written by Ruth and Gilbert Braun and William Welch, and the entire production is under the direction of Harry Junkin. Be sure to meet the Meeks 1/2 hour from now, and stay tuned now for the Adventures of Archie Andrews, heard over most of these NBC stations. Mel Brandt speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
WBBM FM, Chicago.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Gangbusters! For chewing enjoyment plus long-lasting refreshment, treat yourself to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The pleasant chewing helps keep your throat moist and adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Enjoy it often, every day, as millions do. Gangbusters has asked Captain Carl B. Shoemaker, Deputy Chief in charge of Criminal Investigation Division, Portland, Oregon, Bureau of Police, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Shoemaker.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Not far from the picturesque town of Oceanside, Oregon, a small park overlooks the blue waters of the Pacific Ocean. Now, this is a peaceful place where man's thoughts might be pleasant and good. Only the thoughts of two young men in bathing trunks didn't fit the countryside at all.
Red?
Yeah?
I was just thinking. Guess a day like this makes you think, huh? Lying out here, looking up at those clouds.
Hey, where's Carol, Bert?
Oh, still down swimming, I guess. She'll be back. Like I was saying, I've been thinking about your idea.
Hmm?
You sure will work, huh, Red?
Oh, now look. Nobody's sure of anything. All I know is, Bert, I just got a peculiar habit, see? I like dough. I like lots of it.
Anybody does.
Yeah, I like what you can get with that dough. Swell clothes, big car with a top down. Dames.
Yeah.
You know something funny about me, Bert?
What?
I like throwing money around on women.
Yeah, sure. Who don't, huh?
You killed me, Bert. All right, now, are you in or out? I'm pulling out of here in the morning.
Hey, you guys gonna take a dip?
Oh, hold it, will you, Red? Here's Carol. We're hungry.
Ooh, that water's sure cold, but it peps you up. You know?
Hey, boy, you look good in a bathing suit, Carol.
Oh, you see, Bert? Other guys know how to say nice things.
Ah, now, I always thought you looked good, honey. You know that.
Well, time to head back?
So soon? I thought we could stay all afternoon.
Oh, I got things to do. Did Bert tell you? I'm pulling out in the morning.
You are? Well, gee, we'll miss you, Red. Won't we, Bert?
Huh?
Well, will you, Bert? Go on, answer the girl.
Well, we'll talk about that later, huh?
Talk about what? What goes?
Well, Carol, look, me and Red... Well, that is...
I'm going to get me some dough starting tomorrow. A lot of dough. And I asked Bert if he wants in.
Get dough how?
Oh, I got ways. It's going to take time, though. It's going to take maybe a month. Maybe longer. What's the answer, Bert? You got to make up your mind.
Well, I want to. Red, you know that.
Oh, then we pull out in the morning. Agreed?
Yeah, I guess so.
Bert,
Yeah, honey.
you're leaving? You just get out of Quinton and leaving again?
Well, I need money, too, Carol. How can we have any fun if I'm broke all the time?
Answer my question. I hang around waiting for you. Now you're pulling out on me?
This and that. Honey, I just...
Answer me.
Well, answer the lady, Bert.
Yeah, I guess I am, Carol. Honey? Say something, Carol.
You dirty, stinking rat.
Now get this, all of you. First jerk that makes a move gets a slug. You got that? Nobody moves.
Come on.
Okay, Bert, get it moving. Roll, I said. One of those punks pulled the alarm.
I am.
Come on faster, you dope. Think that's a squad car pulling out behind us.
Can't go any faster. Red, there's a lot of traffic here.
Hey, it is a squad car. Move this thing, will you?
Are they coming?
Keep going.
If we can get to the highway...
Look out, there's a car!
Hey, Red.
Just a side swipe. Now go on, pull back, keep rolling. Right. Come on, move it, I tell you. That's the boy. Now you're learning.
That car we hit there looked bad, Red.
Never mind what we hit. We're moving, ain't we?
What about squad car?
Nah, forget it. We got open road up ahead. Now go!
Two stools right here at the bar, fellas.
Oh, thank you. Hey, this is all right, you know, Red. Look at the way it's fixed up. Like Hawaii, huh?
Yeah.
The music sounds good, huh?
It's okay.
What'll it be, fellas? Beer?
Now, rye here. Water on the side.
I'll have a beer.
Yes, sir. Beer and a rye. Dixie special, all right, sir?
Huh?
House rye. It's excellent, sir.
Anything.
Hey, you know something? It's funny, sort of.
Yeah, what is?
Well, I mean, they call this place the Dixie Belle. Ain't that right, Red? Ain't that the name of the place there?
Well, so what?
Yeah, but inside it's Hawaiian. You get it? Should be southern, sort of, huh?
In Portland, Oregon?
I guess I never thought about that.
A rye and a water wash and a beer. Well, you fellas from out of town?
Yeah.
First visit to Portland?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, great city, great. Lived here all my life. You like that rye okay?
It'll do.
Excellent rye. Yes, sir, great little city. Here on business, are you?
Yeah.
Well, anything you boys want Alice to play, just write it on one of those slips. Great little trio, Alice's.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Plays Hawaiian, you know. I guess you can hear. Aloha, songs like that.
Yeah, sure.
Your own business, he said. Well, you'll like it. Yes, sir, Portland is just about everything. And it's yours for the asking.
Six o'clock, folks. Afraid I gotta lock up now. That side door's locked, Mrs. Hensel. Use the front way out, please, huh? Thank you. Good night. Well, sir, I guess you're the last one.
Me? Yeah, I am.
Glad you came in. My name's Pearlie. I guess you know that. Saw the sign outside.
Yeah.
Pearlie Brothers Supermarket.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Let's see. Bananas. I was going to weigh those. Or did I? Oh, let me see now.
Never mind.
Oh, gotta weigh 'em, mister. Wouldn't want to cheat a new customer.
I said never mind.
What's that, Willie? Oh, no.
Come on, move.
Don't get nervous now. Whatever you do, don't get excited and shoot.
Nobody's excited. Just do like I say.
Yes, of course, anything. Just be careful with that gun, that's all. You want the money? Here it is, right in the register.
Walk back to the office and back. Go on, fast.
In the back office? Sure I will. I'll do whatever you say. Just be careful now. Huh?
You be careful. All right, open the door. Go in.
In? Yes, sir. Right now.
Okay out front?
Yeah, so far.
There's two of you.
Yeah, we're friends, Pop. All right, now get going on the safe.
The safe?
What's the matter, you deaf? Open it up.
I can't, honest, that's the truth. Time lock's set. Won't open now until morning.
Yeah. Any dough out front?
Yeah, there's money in the register.
I told him that. I told him to take it.
All right, go on out and get it. When you're ready, call.
All right.
Oh, wait a second.
Well, you told me to get the money.
Yeah, I know what I told you. Pop.
Yes?
Give him your apron.
My apron?
Don't make me say everything twice. Take it off.
Yes, sure I will. Here, take it.
What for?
Put it on, you jerk. Anybody looks in the window, it'll seem like you work here.
Yeah, I never thought of it.
Yeah, well, I did. I'll get going.
This won't take a minute.
Oh, put the dough in a shopping bag and stick some groceries on top of it.
Hey, sure.
You sure about that safe?
It's honest. My brother and me, we set it that way. Once you set it, you can't open it without calling the protection people.
Yeah, what's the matter? Don't you and your brother trust each other?
Well, me and Ed, it ain't that. We just have to call. Okay.
No kidding. You expecting a call?
Well, it's just my wife. She always calls at closing time to see if I'm going to be late.
All right, let it ring.
I got the dough.
All right, stay there. If you're lying about that safe.
Oh, I'm not. Honest, I'm not. My wife will be worried.
I call her back. Only for now, just don't do nothing. You got that? Just stand here.
Whatever you say.
Just stand still.
Yeah.
That's it, Pop. Nice and still.
I got the dough in the bag like you said, Red.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, let's go.
Ella, call the police. Never mind what happened. Hang up, Ella, and call the police.
Friends, next time you chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, notice how cool and fresh it makes your mouth feel. That's because Wrigley's Spearmint Gum has lots of lively, refreshing flavor in every stick. The minute you sink your teeth in, that cooling flavor begins to freshen your taste and relieve that hot, dry feeling in your throat. It sweetens the breath, too. Millions of people carry Wrigley's Spearmint Gum with them wherever they go, for quick, long-lasting refreshment and for real chewing enjoyment. Next time you're at the store, get some Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Enjoy its refreshing flavor and good, pleasant chewing often, every day. Remember, that's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, back to Gangbusters and Captain Carl V. Shoemaker, Deputy Police Chief, Portland, Oregon.
In the language of a professional thief, Gangbusters listeners, a score is the amount of cash realized in a robbery. And the score in the Portland supermarket robbery was unusually good. An hour later, Locked in their hotel room, Red and his pal counted over $1,300 in cash. Back at Pearly Brothers Supermarket, Detective Sergeant Myron Warren and Detective Robert Shaler were at work on the case.
Now, if you're ready, Mr. Purley, we'd like you to ride down to headquarters with us.
Oh, tonight?
It'd help, Mr. Purley. We'd like to have you look at the photographs in the file.
Well, if it'll help, I will. Just a second while I lock up and back. Don't know why, though. Nothing to lock up now. They took all the money.
Take your time. Any ideas, Bob?
Might tie up to those teletypes.
Yeah, I thought of them, too. How many? Do you remember?
At least 7. The job in Sacramento was a supermarket.
Yeah, so are a couple of others. And day by day, they get closer to Portland.
Maybe something will turn up in the mugshots.
Maybe. I think we better have a plan if Purley can't pick them out, though.
The roadblock's all set up.
Good. What about that motel out on the south end?
The report on the 2 guys, I just called in to get it checked. Negative.
Oh.
Looked good for a minute or 2. 2 guys and 2 dames killing a case of beer. Not our pigeons, though. They established alibis in a bar out there.
So that leaves us where? Where would you go?
Me?
If you just stuck up this place and scored more than 1,300.
Mexico. Winter's coming.
Maybe you got a point.
Mexico?
The spree.
Oh.
Bob, I've seen quite a few of these jobs. 9 times out of 10, they get their hands on big money, they start spending it.
Sounds reasonable.
Let's try it, okay? After we're through with Purley, let's look the town over. Maybe run into a couple of real smart boys out spending their dough.
I'm ready, officers. I phoned Ella. Told her not to wait.
Good, Mr. Purley. We're ready, too.
Want a drink, Jim?
Hey, you kill me, you know it, Lester? 10 times a night you ask me if I want a drink. The answer is no. Not when I'm working.
I just thought you looked pooped.
Well, I am. This is no picnic, Lester. On the force all day. In Dublin here tonight.
Well, I keep wondering why the boss thinks he needs you. Excuse me. Yes, sir, gentlemen?
Rye. Water on the side.
I'll have a beer.
Right, a water chaser and a beer. Yes, sir. Say, weren't you fellas in last night?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get the drinks, will you?
Never forget a face. Glad to see you again. If you want Alice to play a request, just write it on one of those slips.
Yeah, you told us. Now get the drinks.
Yes, sir. Coming up.
What do you mean, Les? You wonder why the boss needs a security man.
Just a second while I serve these drinks, Jim.
Okay.
Rye, water on the side, and a beer.
Hey, she'll play requests there?
Alice? Yeah, that's what she's here for.
Well, ask her to play that one she just finished, eh?
Oh, you like that song?
Yeah.
So do I. Alice plays it swell. Yes, sir, you just listen. Repeat number 1, Alice.
That's it.
Say, Les.
I didn't mean anything, Jim, but this is a respectable place. Why keep you hanging around?
Now, look, it's okay with the department if we take part-time jobs off duty. It ought to be okay with you.
Oh, it is, Jim. Sure it is. It's just that this is a respectable place. Nothing ever happens here at all.
Hey, you like that song, Red? She can play that swell,
Oh, look, will you request something else? That's about the 10th time.
I think that's pretty. Don't you, Red? You know, someday, maybe me and Carol could go to Hawaii, huh? You know, eat that pooey stuff or whatever they... Red?
Right.
What?
You know that guy sitting over there, the one the bartender keeps yakking to?
Him? No, why?
I'll bet he owns this chap.
You think so? Why?
Why? Oh, you sound like a kid. Because he ain't drinking. Because he's been sitting there all night.
I never would have thought of that.
Well, I didn't. I got another thought, too. Boy, this would be an awful easy touch.
Here? Now? Oh, Red, now you said we were going to have a ball.
So we didn't find any dames, did we? Why not touch the lousy joint?
I don't want to, Red. I'm having fun.
Who cares what you want? Look, there he goes into the lobby. Ooh, and there ain't a soul around.
Be right back, Les. Yeah, okay, Jim.
Here, this one's gonna be easy.
Hey, Red, wait.
You wait. Right there.
Another drink, fellas?
Give him a real drink, pal. Maybe give him some guts.
I'll have another beer.
Looking for the restroom? It's right over there. Do you... Oh, I see.
Yeah, you see good, pal. Where's the office? Up those stairs?
No use going up there. The owner went home hours ago.
All right, start up the stairs. Now, come on, fast. Don't you know a gun in your back when you feel one?
I know a gun, all right.
I move.
Whatever you say. Only there's nothing up there. I know.
All right, keep going. Don't stop looking around.
Oh, I'm going, friend. Going.
Red, don't stand there. Let's go.
Stop! Both of you, stop!
Jim, you hurt?
Phone in, Lister. I'm going after them. Stop!
They're outside, Jim. Look, on the street.
Yeah, I see them. They haven't got a chance. Stop!
Peters.
What? Oh, Sergeant Warren. It's a stick-up. Those two guys in the corner. Come on.
Bob, head them off the intersection.
Right. Watch it. One of them's armed.
There they go into the alley. Come on.
Sergeant, we're splitting up. One of them's heading south.
Head them off. Come on, Jim. We'll get the other one.
Look. You stopped, Sergeant. Should I fire?
Hold it. All right, you're boxed in. Throw down your gun and walk toward us. Now, look, we won't fool around.
Now, don't shoot. I'll come out.
Watch him. He's the one who tried the stick-up.
In the Dixie?
That's right.
Bob and I were just coming in to case it.
All right, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
All right, just stand perfectly still. Keep your arms on your head.
All right.
Bob.
Sorry, Myron. I lost the other one.
Yeah. I got his gun, Sergeant.
Where's your pal heading? Come on, talk to me.
Him? Wouldn't you guys like to know?
Carol, honey, am I glad to see you.
You are?
Oh, you got my telegram, didn't you? You knew I was coming, huh?
Oh, I knew, Bert.
Did I have a time getting here, baby? They got red. Did you know that?
You don't say.
Sure, up in Portland. We were... What's the matter, Carol? You sore about something?
Me? Why should I be, Bert? I wait for you all the while you're in Quinton, then you get out, say hello, and walk out on me. Why should I be sore?
I didn't walk out on you, Carol, honest.
I got news for you, Bertie boy. Nobody walks out on Carol.
But, baby...
Now I got more news for you.
News? What news, baby?
You asked, did I know you were coming?
Yeah.
Turn around and open the door, Bert.
Huh?
Go ahead. Who knows? Maybe I baked a cake.
This door?
Open it, lover.
What? Sure.
Oh, Bert.
Carol.
We're grateful to your girlfriend, Bert. Back in Portland, we've been looking for you.
Carol, why? Why, honey?
I don't like being walked out on, Bert. Like I think I said before. You dirty, stinking rat.
I'm glad to report, Gangbusters listeners, that in the circuit court in Portland, both these men received long sentences, which they are now serving in the state penitentiary in Salem.
Thank you, Captain Carl B. Shoemaker, Deputy Chief, Portland, Oregon, Bureau of Police. In just a moment, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues. Friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum is a refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're working, driving your car, or busy doing other things. Just slip a stick into your mouth and chew it as long as you like. The pleasant chewing will make the time pass more pleasantly for you, and you'll enjoy that cooling, refreshing flavor. It'll help keep your mouth and throat moist. A real help on warm summer days. Keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy all the time. Chew and enjoy it often, as millions do. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week. to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens. Be vigilant for Charles Ray Downing, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for murder. His official description.
Charles Ray Downing, alias Chuck, age 30, 5 feet 10, 175 pounds, medium build, brown hair, may be dyed black, blue eyes, ruddy complexion, may seek work as a farmer, salesman, or cook. This man's nose is twisted to one side. He has 2 tattoos, heart and arrow with name Mickey on left forearm, eagle with word liberty on right forearm. His fingers are drawn and upper arms underdeveloped, reportedly as a result of polio.
Caution, Downing may be armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. If you have any information concerning this clue, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Robert J. Shaw and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Charles Chuck Webster, William Frederick Zuckert, and Lawson Zerby in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking. Gangbusters, a production of CBS Radio in cooperation with Phillips H. Lord, is brought to you each week, same time, same station, by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're busy. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Have you heard the Monday through Friday mystery series over WBBM lately? If you haven't, start tonight beginning at 9. It's thrills and excitement every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when it's time for Boston Blackie.
I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome once again to the world of wonder and imagination. The world not only of today and tomorrow, but of yesterday. The magic world of radio. You know that today our nuclear submarines prowl the whole floor of the 5 oceans and all 7 seas. They skirt the equator and slide silently under the great polar ice cap. But a century ago, only the genius of someone like Jules Verne could have prophesied its coming or imagined a ship like the Nautilus, that strange, unexplained monster of the deep that you are about to meet and live with now. Our tale today is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, adapted from Jules Verne's novel for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Ian Martin. It stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. In the year 1866, a sea monster was sighted by merchant ships at various times in every ocean of the world. It was larger than a whale, long, cigar-shaped, gray-mottled in color, and when approached, disappeared beneath the surface so rapidly and mysteriously that no one could get near enough to classify it. What was it? Arguments, even among scientists, ranged from prehistoric monster to half-submerged wreck to some incredible man-made subterranean vessel.
For myself, Professor Aronnax, I am convinced it is a machine.
That can roam the world at will, Mr. Secretary, submerge for incredible lengths of time, and is at least the size of the largest whale?
Incredible, I know, but as Secretary of the Marine, I would value your opinion.
Well, then, consider the sightings of Australia and in the Pacific by the steamship Phoenix and the Columbus. They both thought of it as a sandbank until suddenly 2 columns of water shot upwards from it to the height of 150 feet into the air, correct?
Those are the reports.
Yes, well, does this not suggest some species of whale?
With a natural force to spout that high? Besides, remember the steamship Moravian? And far worse still, the Scotia?
Yes, those two ships which were struck.
Exactly. Rammed by something powerful enough to pierce iron plates 2 inches thick and rip holes in them 2 yards in diameter below the water line. Now, what animal, what whale could accomplish that?
Well, the narwhal, perhaps?
But the narwhal is relatively small, some 30 feet.
But suppose that bug travels at a speed of 20 to 30 miles, armed with a battering ram like a long lance tooth. Now, let us speculate on an enormous narwhal, a sea unicorn.
I hope you're right. But as an American concerned with the defense of my country, I must lean to the other side of the argument. That this is some gigantic war machine. The United States has made its decision. The heavily armed frigate, the Abraham Lincoln, under the command of Captain Farragut, has been outfitted to hunt this creature, machine, whatever it is, and destroy it.
Well, I cannot imagine it is anything man-made.
Would you care to join the Abraham Lincoln in its search?
Well, I am just about to return to France, Mr. Secretary, but why me?
Because in your capacity as professor to the Museum of Natural History in Paris, we consider you the foremost marine biologist in the world. If we cannot destroy this terror of the seas, perhaps we can at least identify it.
I shall give you my answer before I return to France.
I hope it will be yes. Now, I must hurry back to the ministry.
Very good, sir. I will have my servant Conseil bring you to your carriage. That is the bell, Conseil.
I have it, Monsieur le Professeur.
Professor Aronnax?
I am his servant, Conseil.
I'm Lieutenant Heath, United States frigate Abraham Lincoln. I bear this message from my captain, Captain Farragut.
Will Monsieur enter?
No, I think I'd better stand by my horse. Will you be so good as to deliver this letter to your master? I'll wait for the answer.
As you wish, Lieutenant. Excuse me.
Who is it, Conseil?
A message from Captain Farragut.
Let me see.
Doctor, something is wrong.
Oh, the monster has been sighted in the Pacific, off the coast of Peru. I am invited to sail on the American ship to track it down. Well, what do you think, Conseil?
Whatever pleases Monsieur le Professeur. There is a lieutenant outside the door who awaits a reply to his captain.
Well, will you go with me?
Oh, where else, monsieur? Shall I tell the lieutenant?
No. I will tell him myself. Finish our packing. We should sail from Brooklyn with the tide.
Oui, monsieur.
Lieutenant, I am Professor Aronnax.
At your service, sir. What message do I bring my captain?
That I and my servant accept a gracious invitation from him and the United States and will be aboard before the tide turns.
Monsieur Pierre Aronnax?
Yes, the same, and this is my servant, Conseil.
Conseil. I'm Captain Farragut, and the large gentleman beside me is Canada's gift of whalers, the finest harpooner in the world, Ned Land.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Professor. Conseil.
I am particularly pleased to make yours, Mr. Land. We will need all your skill if we are to capture this creature who has managed to terrorize the world.
Lieutenant Heath, have we slipped mooring?
We have, sir.
Very well. Full engines ahead. Set the men to the shrouds. We'll clap on all sail before we clear the headland.
And so began the great adventure, with all of us straining forward in anticipation, almost as though the monster would come boiling out of the water the moment we had cleared the harbor. But it was to be many weary days and weeks before that happened.
Until further proof, Professor, I'd have to deny that any whale or sea unicorn such as you described could pierce the hull of a ship.
My legend is full of stories of ships the narwhal has pierced through and through.
Wooden ships, perhaps, not the iron plates of a steamer. There might just be such a creature as your narwhal. And if there is, I can't wait to sink my harpoon in him.
Well, Mr. Land, you may just have your chance. what the lieutenant had sighted proved to be a real whale, a whole school of them, in fact, and not the monster we were seeking. Still, the encounter was to establish one thing, that Ned Land was a formidable friend, and his skill with a harpoon was beyond belief.
There she blows, Mr. Land. Which side shall we come up on her? Steady as you go, Lieutenant. Left up hard as starboard as we fetch her. Good job, Max, lads. We're headed for a kill. Just as she runs. Pretty, lads, pretty. Driver, now. Come on out. Sit forward and hold fast. Beautiful. Now.
The harpoon throw was unerring. The bar bit sure and true, and suddenly, as the great mammoth reacted to the strike and sounded deep, our frail boat was streaking through a white, curling foam.
Flag off on the line. Let her run. Let her sound. She's ours, lads. She's ours.
It was on the return from this adventure that I started my log. Its first entry, 6th of July, 1867. We have finally rounded Cape Horn at the tip of South America. We are now beating up to the northwest into the great body of the Pacific, and Captain Farragut has gathered all of us on deck.
Now, we've just rounded the Horn, and all of you on board know what we seek. I'm empowered by the United States government to offer prize for the first man to sight this scourge of the seas, whatever it is. And the prize is a purse of $2,000.
It was an excitement that was gradually ground to boredom, as during the next wearying 4 months we crisscrossed the waters of the Mid and North Pacific. Finally, on the 5th of November, with the coast of Japan only about 200 miles to leeward, the great moment arrived. Night was approaching, and 8 bells was striking. Every eye, telescope, set of glasses was still fixed on our horizons. Look sharp, Conseil. This may be the last chance of pocketing that $2,000.
If I may be permitted to say, monsieur, I never counted on it.
You are right. It is a foolish affair, after all. So much time and emotion lost. When we could have been back in France 6 months ago.
We in your smart apartment. And the museum, with all the specimens we had brought from America. There she blows! But this is no whale. This is the monster we seek. I claim the $2,000. Everybody on deck to check me out. Way ho! Way ho! Whatever it is, there she blows.
At 2 cables' length from the ship, on the starboard quarter, the sea was boiling. In the center of it was the mass, the reality, the strange center of a violent activity. What was it? What could it be? That would have to wait for closer inspection. An inspection I might have been well counseled to leave alone. Because what had turned out to be a roundabout trip back to France was suddenly about to be a wild trip beyond imagining. A voyage that, before it was finished, would add up to 20,000 leagues under the sea.
What is it that Ned Land and Conseil and Professor Aronnax are looking at? What strange monster of the deep has risen to challenge them? Is it a living, breathing monster? Or some strange undersea boat beyond anyone's understanding in that day and age 100 years ago? And if it is, who commands it? Is he a man? Or what? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. The chase is on. Zigzagging across the wide wastes of the Pacific, the USS Abraham Lincoln pursues the gigantic narwhal. It maneuvers with breathtaking speed, spinning around and away and back towards the ship. And as the shades of the night start to come down, more and more it glows like something red hot. Its darting and cutting and swooping bewilders its pursuers, and its evasiveness makes a mockery of the conical bullets designed to pierce armor which are loaded in the ship's guns.
Is that a hit, Captain?
No, sir, not yet. Another ball to the right. Keep your eyes on it, Mr. Aronnax. Hey, right on target. Well, it slid off without damage. Full steam ahead. I'll pursue that beast till my ship bursts. How fast are we going, Captain? 19 3/10 miles. It can't outdistance us. Would you break out the small boats to attack, Mr. Man? We'll never take the beast that way. Oh, what would you advise? I'll post myself by the bowsprit. Just get me within harpooning distance, and I'll strike it.
I'll join you, Ned. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
And I will not leave my master out alone.
Very well. Come along, Conseil.
Good hunting, all three. I'll try to bring you within range.
Night was coming down as the three of us clung to the twisting, heaving bow of the ship, water streaming back as she cut through the waves. Ahead of us, suddenly still, floating on the surface as we cut towards it, lay the great narwhal. Ned Land, one hand grappling the martingale, the other brandishing his harpoon, leaned out with us over the water. Then, all of a sudden, the monster came to life, the huge, dark mass suddenly glowing as it twisted toward us. Look out ahead, Ned!
I'm watching, Professor.
Oh, yes, it's enormous. It must be nearly 300 feet long.
Well, let's see how it likes the taste of a harpoon.
Aye? Yes, Conseil, but the harpoon bounced away as though it had hit armor.
I didn't stop it. I thought you may have hurt it.
Yes, but not stopped it.
Look out! It's trying to attack us.
The frigate catapulted the three of us into the water. It was dark by now, and thrashing about, I was conscious that our ship was disappearing into the night. I was struggling and yelling, "Help! Help!"
If Master would lean on my shoulder, he could swim with more ease.
Okay. It is you.
Oui, Master.
And our ship.
When I threw myself into the sea, I heard men cry that both screw and rudder were broken.
And we are lost.
Oh! Professor, are you there? Yes! The same. Still seeking his prize.
You were thrown into the sea as well.
Yes, Professor. But more fortunate than you, for I found a footing on a floating island.
What are you talking about?
And discovered why my harpoon was useless.
I don't understand.
Because, Professor, your gigantic narwhal is made of sheet iron. It's lying just under the water, and we can stand on it.
Before I could reach for it with my feet, the strange machine came to meet us and carry us above the surface of the ocean. Desperately, we clawed and found a sort of tap rail to cling to.
As long as it sails horizontally, I don't mind. But if it takes an ocean to dive, we're all goners.
In the light of the moon, I could see the silhouette of our ship some 5 miles off, fading over the horizon. There was no more time for talk. Only time enough to lash ourselves to the railing and ride out the night. A long night, during which, from sheer exhaustion, I blacked out.
Master.
What is it? Conseil?
Yes, Master.
Where are we? Oh, it's dark. I can see nothing.
We are inside, Monsieur. They came for us.
What? Who came for us?
8 of them. Masked.
Ned, is that you?
No one else, Professor.
Who were these masked men?
They came from inside this ship, armed, and forced us into captivity.
A ship?
Aye, your giant narwhal is no freak of nature. It's man-made. Yes, Master. A huge vessel that does sail upon the sea, but beneath it also. This is a submarine ship. Who knows how deep in the ocean we're buried?
Well, who commands it?
We don't know. For all I know, they're pirates. But I still have my bowie knife, and if there's any trouble...
Ned, no, it's no point in useless violence. Let us first study where we are, and, if possible, why. I have been unconscious, but it seems you were not now. Tell me what happened. But he had little to tell me, beyond the simple facts that 8 masked men had driven us into the dark, confined cell in which we found ourselves, and that the language they spoke, however little it was used, was unfamiliar. Apparently, we were prisoners. But of whom, for what reason, and what our fate might be, was as mysterious as the room we were shut fast in. A room which had no break in its smooth walls, save for a door, which we discovered...
What? Lights. But they don't show us much we don't already know.
What time is it?
No idea. Except for my stomach. That says it's dinner time. If so, we must have slept 24 hours. And what we were given to drink after they hauled us aboard must have been drugged.
That is very possible. I wonder what they mean to do with us.
Starve us to death, maybe. I'll make them pay some attention. I'll break the door down, or cause enough excitement to get someone here to stop me.
Calm yourself, Mr.
I can't, Professor. I'm a man who wants results.
Which you can get without forcing the issue if you'll only take time to see that the door is already opening. 5 men entered, 4 of them armed. The 5th man, tall, lithe, muscular, with a high forehead which suggested deep intelligence. His most remarkable feature, aside from a great mane of deep chestnut hair, were his eyes, spread so far apart that they could take in a quarter of the horizon at one glance.
You arrogant pirate, I demand you set us free.
Quiet, Mr. Land.
How do you know my name?
Whether you remember it or not, I've already interrogated all of you.
While we were drugged?
We'll say rather, Professor Aronnax, while you were under the influence of medication to help you recover from exposure.
But we did not ask for it or need it.
Possibly, Monsieur Conseil. But then it is I who give the commands aboard this vessel.
By heaven, I'll not stand for this.
You will, Mr. Land. And listen.
Yes, please, Ned. We owe him that courtesy.
Very well.
You are all a threat to me, Professor.
Unintentionally, sir.
Unintentionally? Well, was it unintentional that your ship, the Abraham Lincoln, pursued me? That you took passage on that ship? That the cannonballs from your ship rebounded off the armor of my ship? That Mr. Land struck us with his harpoon?
I don't think you understand what a mystery and a threat you pose to the world outside your own.
I have done with the world. I am my own world. And in my own world, my word is law.
But
Hush, Ned. Very well, then. Since you control our fate, will you please tell us what it is to be?
I will assign you cabins. You will have the freedom of the ship. And in exchange for this liberty, I only ask one thing. Your word of honor to accept its limitation.
You are not offering us anything but a life sentence? Cruel and unjust.
No, sir. It is clemency. You are my prisoners of war. You attacked me, tried to surprise me, and unlock the secret of my whole existence. You think I can send you back into a world which must never know me again? Oh, never. In keeping you, it isn't you I'm guarding, but myself.
So, in effect, you are offering us life or death.
Exactly.
There isn't much choice as to what our answer will be. But no word of honor will bind us not to escape, if we can.
I will accept that qualification and offer in return one of my own. From time to time, certain unforeseen events may require me to consign you to your cabins for some hours or days, as the case may be. Other than that, you are free members of our society and the world of the Nautilus.
The Nautilus?
The name of my ship.
And how are we to address you, sir?
My name from your world I have abandoned. Here I am the captain. If you must have a name to go with that, you may call me Captain Nemo.
In the next days, I was to become amazed by the wonders of this strange world in which I found myself. The spacious cabins, the drawing room, the dining room, the library, and the control cabin all left me breathless. But most of all was the construction of the ship itself, its engines and its capabilities. Dining with Captain Nemo, he seemed to have no hesitation in answering whatever question I raised.
Did you enjoy your dinner, Professor?
It was excellent, Captain. But what amazed me beyond belief was not the fish, which of course your nets can capture, but how you can supply meat.
What you thought to be meat was fillet of turtles. What you thought pork, dolphin livers. You see, we find our game in our submarine forest.
Yes, but the ship itself.
Well, here in my room, you can see all I need to navigate it. You know these instruments.
Yes, most. Barometer, compass, sextant, chronometer. The dial with the movable needle, is a manometer, is it not?
Correct. It measures external pressure and reads out depth.
And these other instruments?
Do you really want to know?
Well, I don't want to pry into any secret.
Oh, my dear Professor Aronnax, I need have no secrets from you.
I am grateful for your trust in me.
Oh, it is not a matter of trust. Where could you break it? Since I can assure you your life belongs here on the Nautilus. I will not permit you, or anyone, including myself, to leave this ship alive.
The incredible Captain Nemo, captain of a ship built a century before its time. A sleek submarine run on power drawn from the sodium in the seawater, capable of speeds up to 50 knots an hour, constructed to travel on the surface or submerged to the deepest trough in all the oceans. The Nautilus, queen of the sea, a world to itself, and at the same time, a prison from which no man could escape. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. It is estimated that the amount of Earth covered by water is about 140 million square miles, about equal to all the water from all the rivers that they would pour into the sea in 40,000 years. Now, all this water is divided into 5 great oceans, and of all these, the Pacific Ocean is the quietest. Its currents are broad and slow. It has medium tides and plenty of rain. And it was on this ocean that the last voyage of the Nautilus began.
Now, Professor, I brought the Nautilus to the surface. You see where we are now. We have climbed by the central staircase to the steersman's cage, all glass enclosed, as you see.
But it is not this way when we are submerged.
Oh, no. This and the other glass cage like it forward, which contains our great searchlights, are retracted into the body of the ship when we go down, as is the longboat.
The longboat?
Oh, you see the swell of the hull between the cages? Beneath those plates lies a small boat which can be released either on the surface or by a watertight arrangement when submerged. There. We've taken our bearings, and this voyage is about to begin.
We've got to make a plan to seize this ship, Professor.
Yes, but how, Ned?
Well, you've talked to the madman. How many men are aboard? 15, 40, 100?
I have no idea, but I would think nearer the larger figure.
Oh, it is that big?
Oh, it is enormous, my good Conseil.
Then this man must be the richest man in the world.
I have no doubt that...
The lights have gone out. I knew this ship wasn't safe. It isn't natural to sail under the sea.
Look.
He's going to drown us.
Easy, Ned, easy.
But he's opening the hull to the sea.
Yes, with glass to hold it back. Windows to the sea.
But, Master, how could glass stand against the pressure of the water?
I expect it's only one of the many miracles we will see before this strange voyage is over. No words can describe the enchanted forest we were looking upon. 75 fathoms down, lit by powerful electric floodlights. The sea was visible from the Nautilus for a mile around. For 2 hours, an aquatic army awed and delighted us. The green labret, the banded mullet, the round-tailed goby, white with violet spots. Japanese salamanders, spider lampreys, serpents 6 feet long, a breathless parade too many to mention. Until suddenly, the cabin lights went on and the panels shut as Captain Nemo, followed by 6 of his sturdy crew, entered, his brow black as thunder.
Roast before you. Let go.
What is it, Captain? Why have you ordered your men to seize us?
Because I require to keep one of the conditions that bind you to me. You must be confined till I see fit to release you.
You are the master, but may I ask you one question?
None, sir. Prisoner Kostagat.
We were hurried to the same cell in which we had spent the first night. A meal was waiting for us. A meal that must have been drugged, for shortly after eating it, all 3 of us were dead to the world, with no knowledge of what had happened during the night. When we woke the following morning, only I was given some glimmering.
Monsieur Aronnax, I know that several of your colleagues at the museum in Paris have studied medicine. Are you a doctor?
Yes, I am. I am still resident surgeon to the hospital.
Will you prescribe for one of my men?
Is he ill?
You will see.
Well, I will prescribe for him, if I can. The man was not ill. He was wounded. Badly. A dreadful wound, some blow which has shattered the skull and hopelessly damaged the brain.
Well, Monsieur Aronnax?
What has caused this wound, Captain?
It does not matter. Will he live? The man does not speak English. He will not understand.
Very well. He will be dead before tomorrow.
Can nothing save him?
Nothing.
You may go now, sir.
I left Captain Nemo with tears in his eyes, bent in what seemed like prayer over the dying man. And that night, and for many to come, we saw nothing of him. But his presence was felt nightly as he played a great pipe organ whose oscillating tones filled the Nautilus as she sped through the ocean depths, headed we knew not where. Then one morning, the ship's engines were stilled, and the captain came to me.
Monsieur Aronnax, would you like to walk with me in the forest?
Oh, I would be glad to set foot on dry land and breathe fresh air again.
The walk, I project, will be on the sea bottom. Its object a sad one, and not without danger.
But how will we walk at this depth?
In the diving gear I have designed, in which you will be as comfortable as a man on the surface.
Ned and Corset were of the same mind. Helped by members of the crew, we were fitted with rubber suits, heavy copper helmets, and a kind of iron mail like a flexible suit of armor. Heavy leaden shoes and the tanks on our backs completed it all. And we were ready. Once in the water, the heaviness vanished, and we walked easily and comfortably. We passed suddenly into an incredible coral kingdom in the center of which was a huge cavern like a sunken cathedral. It was only then I saw that the crew were carrying an oblong shape. Facing us was a huge cross of coral. And now they took this coffin, for that is what it was, and laid it gently beneath the cross. In a circle around their captain, they knelt and extended their hands in a last adieu. But it was on the way back that a new tragedy almost struck. A school of sharks were suddenly swarming about us. One of them, jaws opened wide like a factory shears, plunged at Captain Nemo. Coolly he slipped to the side and buried his knife in its side, clinging with his other hand to the fin. The creature thrashed and whipped in a frenzy, the water boiling with such fury that it swept me from my feet. But as I fell, I saw Ned Land go to the rescue and with one mighty lunge bury his harpoon to the hilt in the shark's heart. Are you all right, Captain Nemo?
quite. Thanks to you, Mr. Land.
I owed you that one. Makes us even. Now will you let us go?
Never.
You expect us to live and die aboard this boat?
It is the world I've chosen.
But not the one I did.
You chose to invade my world. I leave yours alone.
What about that dead man you buried today? How did he get killed?
Be silent.
That wound was no accident. He got that in a battle.
Who told you?
What is it you're trying to revenge yourself on? Who are you?
That secret will go with me to my grave. If my men and I are outcasts, it is because we want to be.
On the 4th of January, having traveled 11,340 miles, came our first real opportunity to escape. I was up with Captain in the helmsman's cage as we sailed on the surface near the coast of Papua, when suddenly...
An accident, Captain? No, an incident. Yes, but we are fast aground in open sea. The tides are not strong in this ocean. You have little hope of setting the Nautilus free. It is true that the tides are weak, but have no fear. In 5 days, the moon will be full and we will float again. Now, if you will excuse me, I have duties below.
Professor.
Yes, Ned.
Now's our chance to escape. We'll all have to leave this ship. For you, mark my words, this piece of iron will navigate neither under or over the seas again.
Yes, I don't despair as you do, Ned. I will give the captain his 5 days to see what the moon will do to float us off.
The captain is right, friend Ned. For God's sake, just to set foot on land again, to find some game, some fresh meat.
Now it is Ned who is right, master. Will you not ask the captain for permission to go ashore?
I will ask him, but I am afraid he will refuse. But to my amazement, he not only gave his permission, agreeably enough, but even furnished us with guns and hatchets. I should have known he had little to fear. We had spent 4 days ashore, and we had just dined on delicious game fowl, succulent yams with thick slices of breadfruit pie. What was that?
You have some fruit from the cabbage farm.
That was a spear.
Savages! Look, there must be 50 of them. Can we make it to the boat?
We'd better, or they'll be the one filling their stomachs, and the dinner will be us.
Ship oars, Ned, ship oars. We have reached the Nautilus.
Hurry, Professor, hurry. They're right on our tail.
No, come on.
Hurry, all will be well.
Not if those headhunters get to us.
Nothing to fear from them. Let me have the men see to the boat. Stood aft. Prisoner aft. Come, gentlemen. Step below decks.
Batten down all the hatches before they board.
No need. We will leave the hatches as they are.
But the Papuans, they are cannibals.
Perhaps, but we will not harm them, and they will not harm us. Watch.
What is that?
The whole hull is charged with electricity. But don't be alarmed. Just enough to stun, not to kill. It's enough to scare off the natives. I have no quarrel with these people.
What can I say of the miracles performed by Captain Nemo, even to the fact that just as he had predicted at the exact hour, on the 5th day, the last waves of the tide lifted the Nautilus again to continue her endless journey under the waves. And now, after a year and nearly 20,000 leagues under the sea, this brilliant madman was heading us for the North Pole, up along the coast of Norway. We were standing on deck.
What is that ship, Ned?
Why, it's rigging a ship of war. Oh, may it reach us and sink this cursed Nautilus.
But where is Captain Nemo?
Below, I think.
So now is our chance. Into the water. Escape.
Say you're right.
Stay where you are, gentlemen. You are not leaving the Nautilus. Besides, it will benefit you little to flee to that ship. I intend to sink it. Attack is begun. Go below. I will have my revenge. I am the law, and I am the judge. Through men like you, I have lost all I loved and revered. Country, wife, children, all that I hated before me. And I will strike them down with the spell of the Nautilus. Die! Die! Die!
The bowsprit of the other ship, as we crashed, peeled back the helmsman's cage and spilled Conseil, Ned, and myself into the sea. Frantically, we swam away as the two vessels, still locked together, went down into the sea, almost sucking us down after her. Had it not been for Ned's strength, we would not have escaped. And only we three did, picked up by a Norwegian fishing boat. The strange ship that attacked us was lost with all hands. Captain Nemo and his men chose to go down with the Nautilus to a watery grave. Or did they? Perhaps they still roam as free as any undersea creature beneath the waves.
Of course, whatever happened to Captain Nemo, he and his boat must have long ago disappeared, since our adventure happened over a century ago. Captain Nemo was before his time. Today, with all the submarines in the world, Captain Nemo would find his private world a little crowded. And don't you think all of us are lucky that, thanks to the vision of Jules Verne, we were the first to sail with Captain Nemo for 20,000 leagues under the sea? I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Paul Hecht, William Griffiths, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Break one, Nana.
The General Motors Hour. General Motors Holdens, through the Macquarie Network and cooperating stations in all states, present Invitation to Murder, starring Nigel Lovell and Thelma Scott. This is John Deese introducing our play. Janet and Martin Stone outwardly were a successful and conventional married couple. Successful because the business Janet had inherited was prosperous. Conventional because their joint life appeared to follow the usual pattern of people in their circumstances. But the outward appearance concealed a very different life, which had in it the makings of a violent explosion. As our play unfolds, we shall see just what did come out of this strained relationship. Invitation to Murder is by English writer Frank Rennie, whose play Release was so successfully broadcast in the General Motors Hour a few months ago. As Janet and Martin Stone, we star two distinguished players, Thelma Scott and Nigel Lovell. They are supported by John Alden, Brian Anderson, Geoffrey King, Charles McCallum, Patty Crocker, and Wynne Nelson. The play will be produced by Harry Harper. Ladies and gentlemen, Act 1 of the General Motors Hour production of Invitation to Murder.
Pass me the toast, please. Martin.
Oh, sorry. Did you say something?
Merely a request to pass the toast. You're very preoccupied this morning. What's the matter with you?
Really, Janet, why should you think there's anything wrong just because I failed to hear?
Oh, never mind. Just pass the toast and have done with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd finished breakfast, Mrs. Stone.
That's all right, Elsie. You can take everything except the coffee. You might pour me another cup as well, Martin. Do you mind?
It would help if you passed your cup.
Oh, Elsie, did you pack my overnight bag?
Yes, madam. I put it ready in the hall.
Good. Then you can put it in the car for me, Martin.
I'll pick it up on the way out. When are you returning?
Well, let me see. Tuesday today. I'll dine with Brenda and Paul tonight. The Rutherford meeting tomorrow. Oh, and I must call on Sampson Locker Limited on Thursday.
Well, I didn't know we did any business with Sampson Locker.
There are quite a lot of things about the firm which you apparently don't know, Martin.
Well, that's surprising. You're the managing director. I'm only the personnel manager.
I'll come back for the rest later, madam.
And I fail to see why you should always consider it necessary to try and humiliate me in front of the maid.
You humiliate yourself by your lack of knowledge. If you showed a little more interest as to what goes on in the firm...
Chance would be a fine thing.
Oh, so we're back to that, are we? You still think you should be on the board of directors, I suppose?
Well, why not? After all, I am your husband.
The fact that you're my husband doesn't necessarily make you a fit person to direct the policy of a firm the size of J. Stone Limited.
Well, the least you could do is to give me the opportunity to show...
You've had the opportunity to show your capabilities. And you haven't shown any yet. No doubt you think because you changed your name...
That's not true. When we got married 5 years ago, I changed my name to yours solely because I knew you were proud of the firm your father had built up.
I have reason to be.
I took it for granted that as you'd been managing director since your father's death, that you'd remain so. And so I thought you'd like to retain the name of Stone.
Thoughtful of you. Of course, it never crossed your mind that it also might be a more suitable name for you to bear as a co-director.
Well, what if it did? That's not unreasonable, is it? But all you did was to make me personnel manager.
It never occurred to you that it was essential to learn all about the business before you became a co-director of mine?
Well, I didn't complain then. That was 5 years ago.
And you still haven't bothered to learn anything?
No. Because you've taken good care that I haven't. These trips you make to London...
When you used to come with me, you made no contribution at all.
You said you valued my social contacts.
Oh, you're very good at your social graces, for what they're worth. But as soon as I got to discussing business with people, you were bored to death and you showed it.
That's not fair. Merely because I didn't pick everything up right away,
You never tried to pick anything up. You never tried because you weren't interested. You're only interested in the position and the money that goes with it.
Well, that's your fault because you keep everything from me.
Oh, nonsense. Take this proposed contract with Sampson Lockers. You could have asked me about that months ago.
Yes, and have to listen to a lecture from you on high finance as if I was a small boy.
You behave like a small boy.
And small boys have to stay in minor positions and do what they're told, isn't that it?
If you like to put it that way.
If I like.
When you show me you're fitted to be a co-director of mine, I'll make you one, Martin. Now, I think it's time we were moving.
Oh, yes. We mustn't be late. The managing director must set a good example.
Nobody expects that kind of example from me. It just so happens that I'm interested in the firm.
Perhaps you have the incentive to be interested.
Since the allowance I make you and the salary you draw both come from the firm...
Oh, spare me the lecture. Come on, let's go. Are you going to drive?
No, you drive. I've got some papers to look at. Oh, now you haven't put my bag in the car.
All right, I'll get it. No harm done. It won't take a minute.
I should have thought you could at least have remembered that. I'm in a hurry.
Here's the bag, Mr. Stone. You'll want that.
I was just coming back for it. Thanks, Elsie.
Will you be in at the usual time this evening, sir?
Oh, I don't know. As Mrs. Stone is going to be away for a couple of days, you might as well take the time off.
Will it be all right, sir? I mean, what about you?
Oh, I'll have my meals down at the club. You pop off home at lunchtime today, Elsie. You needn't come back until Thursday.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Chief Cashier?
Oh, Davis. Did you leave the £50 out for my wife? You know she's going to London tonight.
Yes, that's all right. I've just taken it up to Mrs. Stone.
Oh, good. Well, will you ask Wilkins to have the car outside at 4:45? I'm driving Mrs. Stone to the station.
Certainly, Mr. Stone. I'll see to that.
Thanks. That's fixed. 5 minutes and I must go greet her.
What time shall I meet you, Martin?
Oh, suppose we say 5:30?
Where?
Well, I thought we might have a cocktail at the Grand, first of all.
Well, in that case, you better make it 6, darling. I want to change.
All right. 6 o'clock at the Grand, then.
Lovely. But I hope we don't run into old Higson again.
Oh, that's very unlikely. Anyway, there's no earthly reason why I shouldn't take my secretary for a drink, is there?
It shows what a considerate employer you are.
And
What a fascinating secretary I've got. Oh. Martin Stone.
Oh, Martin, I shan't be through in time to get the 5 o'clock. I'll have to take the 6:15.
Well, what's the trouble, Janet?
No trouble. I want to check this contract of Rutherford's before I go.
Well, shall I order a taxi for you?
I told you I want you to drive me to the station. It won't hurt you to wait another hour.
Well, it seems a bit unnecessary.
Why? You're not doing anything particular tonight, are you?
Oh, all right, I'll see to it.
Oh, Martin.
Yes?
Would you like to take a couple of days off and come with me?
Well, there's the weekly departmental meeting tomorrow. I should be there.
Very well, 6 o'clock then.
Anything wrong?
She's not going until the 6:15. Well, I've got to wait and drive her to the station.
Oh, is that all? I thought perhaps she wasn't going away at all.
Oh, there's no fear of that. Our managing director can smell new business. She wouldn't miss that.
And what's worrying you?
It's odd.
What?
Janet hasn't suggested that I went with her for a long time.
Just a sudden whim, I expect.
No, that isn't like Janet. She doesn't have sudden whims. She thinks things out carefully, and she never does the obvious. Oh, let's forget it. I wish she'd gone on the 5 o'clock, though.
It's only another hour to wait.
5 minutes too long.
Oh, darling, you say the nicest thing. What is it?
I thought I heard someone. Wait a minute. No, nothing. Nobody there.
Oh, you're getting jumpy, darling.
Yes, it won't do at all. All the same, Greta, I think you better go now. Janet might come down and she'd wonder why you're still here.
All right. At the Grand, then?
I'll be there at 6:30.
Lovely. Oh, we'll have 2 whole days. Martin, what about her maid? Will she talk?
No, I've taken care of that. I told her this morning that she could take a couple of days off.
You think of everything, do you? Love this tune.
It's a bit too loud. That's better. Soft and romantic, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, let's have some wine. Something to match the moment.
The moment?
The golden moment. A golden wine, a golden dress, and a golden girl. To you.
To us, darling.
You look wonderful.
Careful, you'll spill the wine.
Oh, sorry, put your glass down.
No. Not yet. I want to talk.
You look very serious.
I am serious, Martin. That's why I want to talk.
What about?
About us and about your wife.
Well, why turn the radio off? And why do you have to mention Janet?
Because you can't discount her.
Look, why should she worry you? You don't care about her.
I care about me and about us. We have a few stolen moments.
Well, there'll be others.
Dependent on your wife's decisions.
Well, you haven't minded before.
I haven't said anything. I hoped I wouldn't have to. I thought perhaps you would.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, Martin, why are you so frightened of your wife?
I'm not.
Darling, let's try to be honest.
All right. What makes you think I'm frightened of Janet?
Everything you say and do, and everything you don't do.
I don't understand.
Do you love me?
You know I do.
Then let's go away together. Not like this, not a couple of days hurriedly snatched.
But you make longer trips.
A week, a fortnight. No, Martin, I mean for good.
What are you saying?
Come away with me. Leave your wife.
But I can't.
I see. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Well, agree to try and understand.
A cigarette? Thanks. You don't really love me.
Darling, I do love you, but...
But? That's what I mean.
But don't you see, Greasy? What you ask is impossible.
Impossible?
Look, I'd leave her tomorrow, but what would we live on?
I don't understand. You've got money.
Not a penny. Oh, there's my salary at the works. Janet makes me an allowance.
And you'd lose both those. Yes, I see that. But you could get other work.
What other work? As a personnel manager? Reference. Last employer was my wife. She sacked me and is divorcing me.
Well, surely there must be something. What about before you married?
Oh, I had a private income shares. But now they're worthless.
So you married Janet?
Well, Janet knew my position. It was a bargain, that's all.
What kind of bargain?
Well, Janet wanted a husband with social contacts. I wanted security. We got on well enough, and I thought it would work out, but... Well, it did for a while, but I didn't know how difficult she could be. We started quarreling. She taunted me, and then I met you.
Better if you hadn't.
No. Greta, you're not going to leave me, are you? I couldn't do without you.
But you can't do without Janet either. You need her money.
Greta.
You've admitted it. You've got to face things, Martin.
Well, there must be a way out somehow.
The way out is for you to make a choice. You'll have to do it sometime.
Well, give me time and I'll find a way. But you must go on seeing me. I'd be lost without you.
Don't you see? You've got to do something. We can't go on like this forever.
Say you love me. Say you love me enough to wait, darling.
It would appear you haven't been too lonely while I've been away, Martin.
Janet! I thought...
You thought I was safely in London and you could enjoy yourself. Don't tell me the obvious.
Mrs. Stone, please understand.
Don't bother to explain because I shouldn't believe you.
I'm not denying that Martin
Very
and I...
wise of you. Very wise indeed. Useless to waste your breath with denials when I can see quite plainly what you are.
You've no right to assume because I love your husband...
That you make a habit of loving husbands? I see. You're just a beginner.
I mean that I love him, which is more than you do.
Indeed. It looks as if you've loved yourself out of a job. Well, you've said your little piece, so now you can go. Go on, get out.
Martin.
Save your breath, my husband stays.
Martin, you have to make your choice now.
I said my husband stays. You obviously don't know him as well as I do.
Martin, if you don't come now...
He can't come. Now or any other time. You see, he hasn't any money.
And you think you can buy anything with yours, sitting on it like a bloated spider.
Get out. Get out of my house.
Martin.
Get out. Do you hear? Get out.
Martin.
Now I've got rid of that woman. We'll have a little talk, Martin.
And so ends Act 1 of our play. Millions of pounds invested in plant and equipment will not alone make a firm prosperous or win fame for its products. People are the deciding factor. The men and women who man the machines, create the designs, conduct the research, type the letters and check the details essential to production, distribution and sales. Close on 19,400 people are directly employed by General Motors Holdings. And the company is particularly proud of the harmonious relations existing between management and personnel in its 10 busy interstate plants. Every man who works for GMH knows he will get a fair go, and if he wants to better himself, he will be offered practical encouragement and the kind of opportunities only a large and expanding company can provide. Wages, for example, are high at General Motors Holdings. During the last financial year, GMH payrolls reached a record £20.75 million. Through the medium of the GMH service loading and other plans, hourly rate personnel alone received £1.75 million over and above the established award. But good money and excellent working conditions are only half the story. Later this evening, I shall be pleased to outline some of the social and educational activities which play such an important part in maintaining the well-being of the 19,400 Australians who make more and better things for more people at General Motors Holdings. And now Act 2 of the General Motors Hour production of Invitation to Murder.
I must remind you, Mr. Stone, as your counsel, that you're on trial for the murder of your wife. Now, you told us at yesterday's hearing how your wife discovered your liaison with Miss Pierce. And this entirely coincides with the evidence given by her. We know that Miss Pierce left the firm immediately and went to London. Did you see her again?
No, I'd never seen Greta again until the trial.
Until you saw her in court, precisely. Did you try to reach a reconciliation with your wife?
Yes, I tried everything, but Janet refused to listen to me.
And this went on for some time?
Yes, but Janet was immovable. After about a month, I was determined to have things out with her. But she wasn't easy to approach.
I've told you to keep out of my room. Do I have to lock the door?
Janet, I must talk to you.
There's nothing to discuss.
But there is. Look, we can't go on like this. We hardly speak to each other in the house. You avoid me at home and you slight me at work. I'm not going to stand it anymore.
Indeed. That's very interesting. What are you going to do?
Well, we must do something. We can't go on like this.
Perhaps you can't. I can.
But it's also futile.
What do you suggest? A big reconciliation, see?
Well, why not? If we're going to continue living together, we've got to come to some understanding. Or are you getting tired of me as a husband?
Not getting tired. I got tired of you about 2 years ago when I discovered you'd only married me for my money.
That's not true. I
Don't
tried...
bother to try and justify yourself. I'm not interested.
If you really feel like that, why can't we part amicably? You don't want me, yet you force me to stay. Why?
I'll tell you why. Because I've bought you for what you're worth as a husband. Now you're going to keep your part of the bargain.
You can't make me.
Can't I? I think I can.
I can walk out?
Oh, yes, you could walk out, but you won't.
Not very sure.
Because I know you, Martin. Why didn't you walk out a month ago at your girlfriend's invitation?
I thought we might make it up.
You mean you thought you could carry on with your little affair and still get paid by me? Well, I've stopped that. And you don't like it, do you?
Don't drive me too far.
I'll drive you as far as I like. If you don't like it, you can go. Walk out now if you like. Go to your lady love. She's in London, as no doubt you know.
I gave her my word I wouldn't see her, and I've kept...
Yes, you've kept it, all right. I've seen to that. No trips to London, Martin. Or you're finished. Of course, you've spoken to her on the telephone.
You've no reason to...
Oh, I'm not worried about that. A telephone's a poor substitute for reality, isn't it? You only make it worse for yourself that way.
Why can't you accept the fact that I've stayed with you?
Oh, I have. But you're staying on my terms, not yours.
What do you mean?
You know what'll happen if you leave me, and you don't relish the prospect. You'd have to start working for your living, and you wouldn't like that.
I told you I'll stay with you.
I know you will, but you're going to behave yourself. Try and see that girl or any other, and you're out. Out of here and out of the firm, on your neck.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Very clearly. And now, hadn't you better get along to the office?
Well, aren't you coming?
You know perfectly well I'm going up to London today. Pity you can't come. Don't worry, though. I shall be back late tonight.
Well, any instructions before you go?
You'll attend the weekly meeting, of course.
Well, naturally, they're bringing up the complaint about the late payment of wages.
Did you investigate the reason?
I spoke to the chief cashier. Davis says he's understaffed. He wanted to draw the money from the bank today.
Well?
I told him he'd have to draw it on Friday morning, as usual, and work harder.
You told him that? Davis has been with my firm for nearly 30 years, and you spoke to him like that? Haven't you any idea of handling staff?
Well, I don't see why you should...
Tell Davis he can draw the money today.
But it'll mean keeping it in the safe overnight. I don't think...
Exactly, you don't think. You never do think. Tell him to draw the money today. Those are my instructions. Tell him so.
Very well.
Oh, Martin.
Yes?
One more point.
What is it now?
I'll set your mind at rest about one thing. I haven't altered my will. You still get my money when I die.
Why tell me that?
You tried to get the keys of my desk. Don't bother to deny it. Your anxiety is perfectly natural. But to save you the trouble, the will is at my solicitor's. You can call and see it any time you like. I've given them instructions.
Do you think I care?
Oh, but you do. And I know you do. That's why I'm telling you. Behave yourself and you get your reward. Eventually. Of course, you may have to wait a long time.
Aren't you afraid that I might try and kill you?
You might like to, but you haven't got the nerve.
Don't be too sure of that.
Do you think you can frighten me? If you want to kill me, go ahead. You've only got to put your hands round my throat and squeeze. Well, why don't you? Because you haven't got the nerve.
Oh, is that my London call? Thank you. Greta, how are you, darling?
Martin, I asked you not to phone me at the office.
Well, I had to speak to you. Are you all right?
Yes. Now I've made the break, I'm getting over things. Settling down.
Oh, Greta, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Martin, you've said that so many times. We must be sensible. It's all over. I see now that you couldn't give up your position. I shouldn't have asked you. I realize that. You would only have hated me if you'd lost everything.
Yeah, but don't you understand? I'm going to leave her.
Why? What's happened?
Well, I thought of a way. I can't tell you now, but trust me, Greta. Wait another month.
Has Janet agreed?
Oh, will you wait, darling?
I'll wait. But not indefinitely, Martin.
Another month. That's all.
All right.
Oh, I'll ring you tomorrow. Come in. Oh, yes, Davis.
The check for the wages, Mr. Stone. I think there's some mistake.
Mistake?
Why, yes. Miss Brand said you wanted the check cashed today.
Oh, that's right.
But we don't draw the money for the wages until Friday morning, Mr. Stone.
We've been late paying the wages. Draw the money today. It'll give you more time.
But the money will be on the premises overnight.
Well, what of it? We've got a safe, haven't we?
Yes, but it seems an unnecessary risk.
We've had money on the premises before.
I know, but I've never liked it. Suppose anything happens.
Why should anything happen? Anyway, those were Mrs. Stone's instructions before she left this morning.
Yes, but I still don't really think...
You don't have to. You're not the managing director.
No, sir.
And neither am I. So we just carry out the managing director's instructions. Hey, Davis?
Very good, sir. But I hope you'll remember that I queried the instructions, sir.
Janet! Why, you're back early.
Well, don't just stand there. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. It's just that I was surprised to see you. You said you'd be late.
So you don't regard 11 as late? And where have you been? Don't tell me you've been working until this time.
No, I called in at the Grand for a drink.
I always thought the bar closed at 10. Had they taken to serving drinks after hours?
No, I drove around for a little while. Well, why shouldn't I? Do I have to account to you for every movement?
Don't bluster, Martin. Because if I choose to insist, you do have to account for every movement.
Oh, all right, I'll get the map and show you where I went.
Don't bother, I'm not interested. I merely wondered why you were so nervous. Now, who on earth can that be at this time of night?
Well, I'll see, it's probably a wrong number.
No, I'll answer it. Hello? No, this is Mrs. Stone speaking. Yes, Mr. Stone is here. Who wants him? I see.
Who is it?
The police, Martin.
The police? What do they want?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I was speaking to my husband. Oh, I see. Shall we come down? Yes, I understand that. All right, in the morning then, Inspector. Goodbye.
Well, what are you looking at me like that for?
It seems I've underestimated your talents, Martin.
I don't know what you mean.
Your concern about the welfare of the firm. I should have listened to you. You see, you were perfectly right in thinking it was dangerous to leave money on the premises overnight. You say there were 2 men, Inspector?
Yes, Mr. Stone. One struck the night watchman, the other blew open the safe. We've caught one of them. He was shot in the arm.
And the other?
I'm afraid he got clean away with the money. Drove off in a car.
Oh, that's bad. What about the car?
Nobody got a good look at it, sir. Black, they think.
Well, that doesn't help you very much then, Inspector. There are thousands of black cars. It was probably stolen anyway.
Quite possibly, sir.
What about the man you caught? Can't he give any information about his confederate, or won't he talk?
Oh, he's talking all right. He's talked quite a lot.
What did he say?
Well, I'm coming to that in a moment, sir. There's a little point I'd like to get cleared up first.
What is it?
I understand that you gave the cashier instructions to draw the money for the wages on the Thursday, Mr. Stone.
They were my instructions before I left for London, Inspector.
Oh, I see. Might I ask why, madam?
Well, the banks don't open till 10. I didn't think they had long enough to make up the wages. They've been late paying out before.
I see. You didn't tell the chief cashier yourself?
I told my husband. He's the personnel manager.
And your husband, of course, passed on the instructions to Mr. Davis. Well, that clears that up. And now this man Simpkins.
Oh, the man you caught?
Yes, sir. He's one of the workmen here, isn't he?
Yes.
So he'd know, of course, where the gelignite was stored.
Oh, everybody knows where the whereabouts of the explosive shed.
But I thought you said it was the other man.
Oh, yes. It was the other man who blew the safe.
How do you know?
The night watchman heard the explosion just before he was hit from behind. And Simpkins hit the night watchman. He admits it. What I'm wondering is whether the other man worked in the firm as well.
Quite possibly. We're over 600 on the payroll, Inspector.
In any case, surely they were both in it together.
I don't think so, sir. The other man shot Simpkins.
If his story is true.
He's got a bullet in his arm, sir.
They might have still been working together. Perhaps they quarreled over the money.
Well, surely in that case Simpkins would give him away now.
What does Simpkins say?
According to Simpkins, he never even saw the other man.
Then he can't identify him?
No, sir.
Then how did Simpkins get shot?
Well, Simpkins says he saw a light and climbed over the wall to investigate. He heard a noise, rushed in, and hit the night watchman in mistake for a burglar.
It was an odd mistake to make.
Yes, sir. Anyway, as he hit the night watchman, he says he heard the explosion. And hit the night watchman in mistake for a burglar.
It was an odd mistake to make.
Yes, sir. Anyway, as he hit the night watchman, he says he heard the explosion, so he rushed upstairs. He saw a man coming out of the cashier's office, and the man fired twice and hit Simpkins in the arm. Then the man got away.
The whole story sounds a bit thin to me.
I quite agree, sir. He broke in after the money, all right, but the other man got there first. But if Simpkins sticks to his story, we may have a job to pin anything on him. You see, part of it is obviously true.
How do you know?
The bullet that Miss Simpkins lodged in the plaster. We've recovered it. It shows where Simpkins was standing. We found 2 spent cartridges at the other end of the passage outside the cashier's office.
If the cartridges were ejected, it must have been an automatic pistol then.
That's right, madam. A 38, probably a Luger, I think.
Can you tell from the cartridges?
Pretty well. We'll be able to identify the gun they were fired from, too, when we find it.
I see. A Luger 38, you think?
Yes, madam. Do you know of anyone who has one?
No, I was just thinking there can't be all that many about. Don't you agree, Martin?
Yes.
It'll turn up sooner or later. Probably when we least expect it.
Sit down, Martin. Now we're back at home, we can talk undisturbed.
What about?
By the robbery, of course.
What about the robbery?
I want to know what you've done with the money. £9,000. Where is it?
But you've gone crazy.
Or would you like me to ring the police and tell them I know you have a Luger 38?
That was a long time ago. I haven't seen it for years. I don't even know where it is.
Then we must find it and prove your innocence.
Oh, don't be absurd. How will finding an old gun prove my innocence?
I should imagine the police can tell if a gun has been fired recently. The inspector said they could match the cartridges with the gun.
I tell you, I haven't seen it for years. Why should you think I did the robbery? The whole thing's fantastic.
If your gun hasn't been fired, I'll apologize most humbly.
Well, that's something you'll never know because I haven't the faintest idea where it is.
I'll ring for the maid.
What do you want Elsie for?
Perhaps she's seen the gun recently.
She hasn't. Oh, you're just being spiteful.
No, I'm only trying to help you to clear yourself.
Look, I've known...
Oh, yes, you have. And I'm going to see that you do. Elsie is going to look for your gun and she's going to go on looking until she finds it. Well?
Janet, don't be a fool. Think of the scandal.
I thought you'd break. Now, where's the money? Quickly, before Elsie comes in. Where is the money, Martin?
It's in a briefcase in my bedroom.
You rang, madam?
Oh, yes, Elsie. Mr. Stone has left his briefcase upstairs in his bedroom. Would you mind getting it for me?
Oh, certainly, madam. Whereabouts is it?
Where did you say it was, Martin?
It's in the bottom of my wardrobe, but it's locked. You'll need the wardrobe key.
Thank you, sir.
Janet, what are you going to do?
I haven't decided yet.
I can put it back.
Can you? How?
Well, we could find it.
Find it? Where would we find it?
Well, I'd say we found it in a ditch along the road. The man drove off in the car. We could say he must have dropped it.
Why should he drop it in a ditch out of his car?
We could make some marks as if he'd skinned it. The police wouldn't worry too much as long as the money was recovered, and if you backed me up...
I certainly wouldn't back you up on a ridiculous story like that. You know, Martin, I don't think you make a very good criminal. Oh, I know you're only an amateur. But you seem to be a failure at that as you are at everything.
But you drove me to it.
Even your excuses are so pitifully weak.
Here it is, madam.
Oh, thank you, Elsie. My word, isn't it bulky? Full of papers, I suppose. You must have been working very hard, Martin.
Will that be all, madam?
Oh, yes, thank you, Elsie. That's all I want. We'll have tea in half an hour.
Very good, madam.
Now, I'll have the key to the briefcase, Martin.
Janet, you've got to keep quiet about this. You daren't give me away to the police.
Daren't?
You couldn't bear the name of Stone being dragged through the police courts.
Yes, you would think of that. The key, Martin.
Promise me...
The key, Martin. Hand it over. That's better. £9,000 in hard cash. Quite a useful sum. Oh. And one Luger 38, which you hadn't seen for years. 2 shots fired. The police would be interested. Just think. This gun could send you to prison for 5 years.
Janet, please.
Don't whine. I'm not going to say anything to the police.
Well, what about the money?
It stays here in my private safe as a guarantee of your good behavior.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. All that concerns you in the future, Martin, is that you do what you're told. You may not like it very much, but you haven't any choice, have you?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, yes, it does. You can't walk out now, ever. I suppose you reckoned on starting a new life with your girlfriend on the proceeds of the robbery. No question of that either. Now or ever, is there?
What do you expect me to say?
Nothing. I'll cover up for you so you won't go to prison. But you won't go to your girlfriend either. When I crack the whip, you're going to dance. Now, pass me that gun.
My God!
Well? Why don't you fire? Don't just stand there pointing it at me. Squeeze the trigger.
You don't care, do you?
Why should I? I'm going to die anyway.
What do you mean?
I've been having a lot of pain lately. I went to see a specialist whilst I was in town. That's why I got back earlier.
And did he tell you?
Yes. He gave me 2 months. Possibly 3 with care.
Why, I never dreamt Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't bother to pretend. You're longing to kill me just now.
Yeah, but I lost my head for a moment, but... This...
Martin, spare me the mask of sorrow. Why, you're already thinking of how you're going to enjoy yourself when I'm dead.
Oh, Janet, don't say things like that. We mustn't quarrel.
You mean you mustn't quarrel? You must play the considerate husband, in case I alter my will.
Oh, Janet, at a time like this...
Don't worry, I shan't. Not because of any affection, Martin. But it will amuse me to see you hoping.
How can you say such things?
And as long as I don't alter it, you'll put up with anything to get my money. And you'll have to put up with a lot.
Don't you just saying that to torment me?
Oh, no. The specialist was quite definite. Just think, Martin. That £9,000 is nothing to what you'll have in 2 or 3 months. But you're going to have to earn it. I'm going to enjoy myself while I'm still here. Watching you writhe.
And so ends Act 2 of our play. General Motors Holdens is big business. Big not only in the sense of its physical resources, the number of motor vehicles it produces, but big, too, in its conceptions and aims. Because it is big in outlook, GMH has an added sense of responsibility towards the 19,400 employees who have helped and are continuing to help in the manufacture of its products and the growth of the company. For instance, when a man joins GMH, every encouragement and amenity is available to ensure his training and advancement over a lengthy period of years. In this connection, GMH is particularly proud of its 25-year club. As the name implies, membership is open only to employees who have completed 25 years in the service of the company. The GMH 25-year club was founded in 1949. Since then, 1,067 employees have qualified for membership, and the majority are still with the company. Inaugural dinners are now being held in each state to admit this year's members, each of whom receives a suitably inscribed gold watch. In other ways, too, GMH takes care of its employees. There is a suggestion plan offering money prizes of up to £1,000 for ideas that will increase efficiency and production. The GMH Group Life Assurance Plan provides assurance protection to both hourly rate and salaried personnel. GMH apprenticeships carry free training and diploma courses at senior technical schools. Cadetships provide special free schooling and time off for study. And under the GMH Overseas Scholarship Plan, suitable technical candidates are selected each year for specialized courses at the General Motors Institute in America. GMH, General Motors Holdens, a link in the chain of Australia's progress, a partner in Australia's future. Here is the final act in the General Motors R production of Invitation to Murder.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. You've given a very frank account of the events leading up to the terrible tragedy. But before I ask you to continue with your account of that fatal day, there are a couple of points I'm sure the jury would like to have made clear. This visit your wife said she made to a specialist in London. Did she amplify that at all at a later date?
Well, yes, he spoke of it on the day that...
Quite. Then no doubt you'll be telling the jury about that in its proper context. Did she tell you which specialist she went to see?
No, she would never tell me that.
I see. Then there is no means of checking with the specialist?
No. I asked her several times, but she wouldn't discuss it.
Then I take it your relations were still somewhat strained.
They got worse. She humiliated me in every possible way, even at the works, in front of the staff.
Which brings me to the second point. She still attended her business then, in spite of her health.
Yes, at any rate for another month or so. Then she gradually took to going less and less.
Didn't she give any explanation to the staff at the works?
Well, she said she was a little run down and was going to take things easy for a while.
So she didn't tell anyone the real reason?
Not as far as I know.
Didn't you tell anyone?
Well, no. Janet wouldn't allow it. She told me on no account was anybody to know.
Did she give any reason for this attitude?
She said she couldn't stand people making a fuss and that it was her business and her business alone as to how and when she died.
Didn't you try and reason with her about this somewhat odd attitude?
It was impossible to reason with Janet. She said that I was there to do what I was told, and if I didn't, I'd have to take the consequences.
Her own doctor was attending her. You have heard his testimony that she never gave him any idea that there was anything seriously wrong with her.
Well, of course she didn't tell him. She said no one could do anything for her, so no one was going to know.
Quite so. I think that gives the jury a good idea of Mrs. Stone's attitude of mind. Now, regarding the evidence of the maid Elsie Charters concerning the fatal day, you've heard what she said about the letter to Mr. Bryant. The letter itself has been produced in evidence. Do you dispute any of this?
Oh, no, it's all quite true, but there's another reason for it. You see, I was down at the works that day. Janet was always sending me on errands like a messenger, and she gave Elsie the letter before I came back.
Oh, Elsie, I want you to take this letter for me.
To the post, madam?
No, I want you to take it round yourself. It's very important, so I want you to go right away.
Yes, madam. Is there anything you want before I go?
No, Mr. Stone will be back shortly. Is the address plain?
Mr. L. Bryant and Windlesham, solicitors, 37 High Street, Cranford. Yes, madam.
Take a bus down and give it to Mr. Bryant personally.
I'll see he gets it.
When he's read the letter, I'll expect he'll come straight here. So you can ask him to bring you back with him.
Oh, thank you, madam. Is there anything else you want me to get while I'm out?
Oh, is there plenty of medicine there?
Yes, madam. Nearly a full bottle.
Good. Then I've got everything I want. Run along now. I think Mr. Stone has just come in.
Very good, madam.
Oh, Elsie, you can get tea now.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Martin. Elsie is going out on a message to me.
Oh, I could get it first if you like, madam. It won't take a minute.
No, go right away, Elsie.
Yes, madam.
Couldn't she have waited 5 minutes?
No, I give the orders here.
I'm not likely to forget that.
See, you don't. Look out of the window and tell me if she's on her way.
She's just going down the drive. I don't see what can be so urgent.
You will. You will.
Are you up to something?
What a suspicious mind you have. What could I be up to?
Well, here's the stuff from the office for you to sign.
Put it down there. I'll attend to it later.
Well, some of it should go today.
I said I'd attend to it later.
Oh, it suits yourself.
I intend to. Pour me out a dose of medicine, will you? It's on the table over there.
All right. Here you are. Anything else?
Yes. Plug in that tape recorder and put it here beside me.
There you are. Is that all right?
Admirable. Now, sit down, Martin. We're going to have a little talk.
What about?
About you, so listen carefully. After all, this will be our last conversation.
What do you mean?
I mean I shall be dead very shortly. That gladdens your heart, doesn't it?
Well, what do you expect after the hell you've given me these last few months?
The hell you've been going through these last few months is nothing to the hell you're going through the next few months.
What new devilry are you up to now?
Elsie will have caught the bus by now.
Well?
She's on her way to my solicitors.
You've altered your will?
No, I've kept my word. You'll inherit my money, Martin. But I don't think you'll enjoy it very long.
Why not?
All these months you've been waiting for me to die, so that you could go to your girlfriend with a fortune. But it's not going to work out that way. You'll never see her again.
What have you done?
That letter Elsie's taken to my solicitors. I've told them I've just found out about the robbery.
Why, you devil, I could kill you for that.
Yes, that's exactly what Mr. Bryant will think. I've told him in the letter that I'm afraid you may try and kill me.
But I haven't. All right, I'll face them about the robbery. I'll tell them...
Ah, but it isn't a charge of robbery you'll have to face.
What then?
A charge of murder.
Murder? You're crazy.
No. Not when they find the evidence.
Evidence? What evidence?
They'll have the evidence of the robbery. Then when they find that you've been plotting with your mistress to kill me...
But that's ridiculous.
It was very silly of you to telephone that woman from here. But then you are very silly, Martin. It's wonderful how you can take a recording of a telephone conversation from an extension.
So that's why you got the tape recorder.
Yes. Now listen to what you said.
Hello?
Oh, Greta? This is Martin.
Who?
Martin. Look, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, just a minute. I'll shut the door. That's better. Hello, Martin. How are you?
What was all the noise?
Just a party in progress. I can't talk for long.
Well, Greta, darling, you sound odd.
Martin, it's all finished, you know. I told you a month ago it was no use coming on.
But everything's going to be all right now, darling.
You always say that.
But it is. We'll be able to get married in a few months.
You mean you and Janet have agreed to terms for a divorce?
No. In a month's time, Janet will be dead.
There we are. Interesting, isn't it? I wonder what the police will think of it.
But the rest... I told Greta you were ill. I explained what had happened.
And I didn't take it down. What a pity. This sounds quite different, doesn't it?
A tape recording can't be used as evidence.
Not in a court of law, no. But it'll give the police some ideas to work on, won't it?
The police won't have this. I'll see to that.
Don't bother to destroy it. You don't think this is the only recording, do you?
Where are the others?
In my safe, with the stolen money and the gun.
Well, where's the key to your safe? Give it to me.
Wouldn't you like it? You'd be able to destroy all the evidence. Oh, well, you'll have an interesting time hunting for it. Not very much time, of course. Mr. Bryant will be coming here at all speed when he reads my letter.
Well, I'll tell him you've taken leave of your senses, that you're crazy.
That you're crazy, you mean? You're beginning to get a bit crazy with fear already, aren't you, Martin? That's nothing to what's in front of you, though. You might, of course, plead insanity, but I don't think you'll get away with it.
Get away with what?
The murder charge.
You're raving. I haven't killed you. You know I haven't.
Oh, yes, I know. But it's the judge and jury you'll have to convince. You may find it difficult.
But this whole thing's fantastic. They'll know you died from natural causes, especially...
I didn't give my real name, and I haven't told my doctor. I haven't told anyone, neither have you. I've seen to that.
But I'll tell them now. They'll examine you. They'll find out.
Yes, they'll find out. They'll find the poison.
Poison? What nonsense are you talking?
The poison I put in my medicine, the medicine you gave me.
Oh, no. You couldn't.
Don't confuse the unlikely with the impossible, Martin. I've taken an easy way out for myself. Quite painless and peaceful. And I've arranged an appointment for you with the hangman.
But it's true. You couldn't do such a thing. It'd be murder.
That's exactly what the police will think.
You won't get away with it.
Going to pour the medicine away, Martin. Be sure you hide the bottle, and hide it quickly. They'll still find it, you know. They'll search until they do find it, no matter how small the fragments. And what are you going to say when they ask where the medicine is? Elsie will remember there was a full bottle. I carefully drew her attention to it.
Oh, Janet, you can't do this monstrous thing. You can't die, knowing you're going to kill me.
There's nothing that gives me more pleasure. I'm dying happily, knowing I've settled everything.
I'll ring the doctor. I'll tell him now.
Yes, do that. He might get here before I die. That would be perfect. It'll be so nice to tell him how you poisoned me. Changed your mind. What a pity. I should have enjoyed forgiving you with my dying breath. Would have been such a nice touch, don't you think?
Janet, have mercy. You can't be so inhuman.
Beginning to get really frightened now, aren't you, Martin?
You must write a note. Tell them you committed suicide. Now, look, here's a pen and paper. For pity's sake, write and tell them that you did it. Tell them that you've taken poison.
Yes, I'll write. And tell them you've murdered me.
No! Janet, have mercy. Have pity. Look, you've had your revenge. You're driving me mad. I'll do anything. Anything you say, only write and tell them.
Just think. If you had the key of my safe, you could destroy the other evidence. And anyway, you could take the money and escape. You might get out of the country.
Yes. Yes, it's a chance. Janet, give it to me. But tell me where it is. You can't be so heartless as to condemn me without a chance. The key, Janet. The key.
The key?
Oh, you've got it?
Yes, I had it all the time. Here, in my hand. Such a little key.
Well, give it to me.
No, keep back. Unless you want me to swallow it.
Janet, give me that key.
You might almost call it the key of life or death. I put it in my mouth. Watch my throat as I swallow.
Oh, no, you don't. Give me that key. Spit it out.
You're choking me.
Give me the key. Give me the key.
Martin, I haven't...
You're not going to swallow it. Give it to me. Janet. Janet?
John Martin Stone, after having had a fair trial, you have been found guilty of willful murder. I must say that on the evidence they have heard, I cannot see that the jury could have returned any other verdict. Have you anything to say before I pass sentence?
Yes, it wasn't murder. Janet meant me to kill her. She knew she was dying, and she planned it all. Don't you see? She planned it from the very beginning. I didn't mean to strangle her. She told me she'd taken poison to get me hanged. She told me.
You are admitting now, as you did in the witness box at your trial, that you killed your wife. The only defense that you have offered is your story that your wife told you she had taken poison. But, as you heard from the evidence given by the pathologist, there was no trace of poison to be found either in her body or in the medicine. In fact, there is not a single shred of evidence to support your story of your wife's attempted suicide. In any case, even if it were true, according to the law, you are still guilty of murder. Of course, had they been able to believe your story, the jury might have seen fit to add a recommendation for mercy to their verdict. The fact that they have not done so shows that they have, quite rightly, given no credence to your fantastic assertions. I have therefore no other course than to pronounce the prescribed sentence. John Martin Stone, the sentence of this court is that you be taken to a prison with a lawful place of execution, and there hanged by the neck until you are dead.
And so ends the General Motors Hour production of Invitation to Murder, written by Frank Rennie, in which you heard the following players. As the judge, Geoffrey King. Elsie, Patty Crocker. Davis, Charles McCallum. The inspector, Brian Anderson. Defense counsel, John Alden. Rita, Wynne Nelson. And as Martin and Janet Stone, you heard our stars, Nigel Lovell and Thelma Scott. General Motors Hour is directed by Harry Harper, who produced tonight's play. 2 weeks from tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the General Motors Hour will present Tony, Her Son, an original play by the American playwright Richard Wendley. It is a powerful story of the possessive love of a mother for her son. We shall star Lyndall Barber. And now, a closing message. A good car is a prized possession. To get the best out of your investment, you need good roads to run it on. If you're not happy about the state of the roads you use, wherever you are, wherever you go, talk, think, and campaign for better roads. And remember, 2 weeks from tonight, the General Motors Hour production of Tony, Her Son, starring Lyndall Barber. Now, this is John Deese saying goodnight to you all from the General Motors Hour, which now signs off from the Macquarie Network and cooperating stations throughout Australia.
Here's your pass to the Globe Theater. This is the Globe Theater, the radio playhouse especially for men and women of the armed forces of the United Nations. Just as the Globe Theater has meant the best in entertainment since the days of Shakespeare, today it means the best in radio drama for servicemen and women all over the globe. Here to tell you about tonight's play is your host at the Globe Theater, Herbert Marshall.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Globe Theater. As always, the theater doors are open wide to every man and woman in the uniform of the armed forces of the United Nations. And as always, we have some of the theater's finest performers here to entertain you with a play which really should score. Tonight, the playbill reads Walter Abel, Louise Alberton, Ralph Bellamy, and David Bruce. The story is from one of the past year's very successful motion pictures, Phantom Lady. During the next 26 minutes or so, you are going to find out what not to do with a necktie. For behavior of this sort results not only in frowns from Emily Post, but also in jury verdicts of guilty of murder. I think you'll get a kick out of this murder mystery yarn, so let's get on with the action. You'll hear Louise Alberton as Kansas, Walter Abel as Inspector Burgess, David Bruce as Scott Henderson, and Ralph Bellamy as Marlowe. Curtain going up on Phantom Lady.
You see, I was Scott Henderson's secretary, and not that I'd ever have let him guess, but even then I knew I was in love. That morning started like any other morning. I went into Mr. Henderson's office and switched on the dictaphone to see what instructions he'd left for me.
Good morning, Kansas.
He always called me Kansas.
Listen, I won't be in till noon. I got a meeting on the Peabody job.
I stood there,
So you'd better
listening,
check
glancing at the morning paper. And then
off to him.
Mrs. Scott Henderson strangled to death. Police hold well-known
We'll
engineer.
have to revise the Henley bit.
I stood there, and the dictaphone ran on, and the sun came flooding in the window. And suddenly, all the world was black.
Why don't you stop? Why don't you let me go? I'm tired.
I'm tired, too. We're all tired, Henderson, all but your wife. She's dead, with your necktie knotted around her throat.
I didn't do it. How many times do I have to tell you?
All right, let's go over it again. Yesterday you gave a little cocktail party.
That was for Jack Marlowe, my friend. He was sailing for South America.
And afterward you planned to take your wife to dinner in the theater.
She wouldn't go. She knew I'd gotten tickets, but she laughed at me. Said she was bored. Said she couldn't stand me anymore.
So you went out and had dinner alone, and then you dropped into that little bar.
Anselmo's place on 56th. And I got to talking with that girl. The bartender saw us sitting together.
The bartender says you were alone.
I wasn't. I was sitting with that girl. She was feeling low, and so was I. So I asked her to go to the theater with me.
And she said she would. So you left together and got into a cab.
That's right. Just ask the driver. He'll tell you I was with the girl.
The driver says you were alone.
He's lying. That girl went to the theater with me. We were in the first row, and the drummer in the orchestra kept smirking at her. That drummer saw her. Why don't you make him talk?
The drummer says you were alone.
Then what about that singer, Estela Montiero? She was wearing a hat. A funny hat, the kind you don't see in 100 years. And then she looked down and saw this girl's hat, and, well, she got so mad she could hardly sing.
Your companion's hat was a duplicate of hers?
That's right. Absolutely the same.
Montiero says there are no hats like hers. Hers are designed and made to order.
She's lying. They're all lying. Why are they ganging up on me? Why doesn't somebody tell the truth?
Why don't you tell me your girlfriend's name?
I've told you I don't know her name. She wanted it like that. Just companions for the evening. No names, no questions, nothing personal.
Then all you're sure of is the hat.
Oh, it's getting so I'm not sure of anything. I've got to find her, Inspector. I've got to find her.
That's right, or you're going to find your neck in a noose.
Yes?
Hello, is Miss Carol Richmond there?
This is Carol Richmond.
One moment, please. Rio de Janeiro calling.
Rio?
Ready, Rio. Go ahead.
Hello, Miss Richmond. This is Jack Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe, you've heard.
Just read it in the papers down here, but I don't believe it. Scott wouldn't do a thing like that.
Of course he wouldn't. But they're holding him. They're trying to save him.
Maybe I better hop a plane. I could be home in a couple of days.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. Mr. Henderson says it's your big chance down there. He says you'll be the greatest sculptor in the world.
But he's my best friend, and he's in trouble.
Don't you worry, Mr. Marlowe. We'll work it out. We'll get the truth. Somehow, some way, we'll get the truth. The truth. It all depended on that unknown girl. The girl with the hat. The girl that no one else had seen. But they had seen her. I was sure of that. I was sure that all those witnesses had lied. Someone would have to break them down. Take them one at a time, right from the first. The first. That meant the bartender. And so I went to Anselmo's place.
Something for you, miss?
2 scotch and sodas, please.
2? You expecting somebody, miss?
Yes. I'm waiting for Scott Henderson. That hit him hard. I could tell by the way he looked, by the way he watched me all night as I sat there at the bar just staring at him, never saying another word. And when he left at closing time, I followed him. He managed to walk rather slowly at first, almost defiantly, as if he didn't care. And then he went a little faster, and faster, and faster until he was almost running, and then suddenly he stopped and turned.
What do you want? Why do you keep on following me?
You have something to tell me.
You're wasting your time.
You know what's going to happen to him. You can prevent it. Get it off your conscience.
Don't ask me. Go ask the guy that give it to me.
Gave you what?
Nothing.
It was money, wasn't it? Somebody gave you a bribe.
I ain't talking, I tell you, and I ain't staying around here either. I'm going to get so far away from him.
Look out! He was dead when they picked him up. And all my hopes of getting the truth might have died there with him. Except that next day I had a visitor. Inspector Burgess, who had handled the case against Scott.
Miss Richmond, I won't say I did my job poorly. The evidence is taking him to the chair. But, since the trial, I've done a lot of thinking.
I think you should have done it before.
Only a fool or an innocent man would have stuck to that silly alibi, and Scott's no fool, so maybe he's been telling the truth.
What? Are you trying to say that...
Well, officially the case is closed, but unofficially, I'd like to help. How about it?
Oh, Inspector Burgess.
No, take it easy. We got a lot of work to do. With that bartender gone, I figure that drummer is our best bet now.
Yes, maybe. He must have seen the girl. Scott said he smirked at her.
Yeah, nasty little character. You can take this report along and read all the dope we've got on him.
Reading a report won't make him talk.
Now, that's just the beginning. Suppose you rig yourself up like a cheap little dame. You know, tight dress, frizzed hair, lots of rouge and mascara.
Oh, I don't get it.
You will. You're going to that show tonight. A seat in the first row orchestra on the side where that drummer can't help but notice you.
Oh.
And when he looks at you, you look right back. And maybe you sort of give him the eye.
And maybe he tries to make a date.
No maybe about it. If he doesn't, you're slipping.
Hiya, baby.
Let me have a look at you. What do you know? You really waited.
Well, you asked me, didn't you?
I sure did. Hey, when you started giving me the eye, I come near falling right in my drums.
Oh, I'm just nuts about drums. And you play swell.
Thanks, baby. Oh, by the way, the handle's Cliff Milburn.
I'm Jeannie.
Okay, Jeannie, let's go out and get some drinks, huh?
Sure, Cliff. Then maybe later we can go up to your place and, sort of have a talk.
Come on, baby. How about a little kiss, huh?
Kiss?
Why do you think we come up here? You like me, don't you?
Oh, I'm sure, Cliff, sure.
Oh, it's more like it, Jeannie. Oh, what do you think of my place?
Well, it ain't exactly what I expected, Cliff. I mean, with all the dough you make.
My dough goes on other things. And a lot of it's going to go on you, too.
Honest, Cliff? No kidding?
No kidding. I'm going to make you look class, baby. No junk, either, like this dress you got on. This dress is cheesy.
Oh, I suppose you don't like my hat, either.
I'm going to stake you to a carload of hats.
Oh, Cliff, you're sweet. Oh, but just imagine you picking out hats for me.
Why not? I'm an authority on hats. Sure, I get paid for knowing about hats.
Do you, Cliff?
The dame is sitting right behind me, right where you were sitting tonight. 500 smackaroos for just looking at a dame and saying I didn't see her.
Did she give you that 500, Cliff?
Huh?
Who gave you that money?
Some man. I want a cigarette.
Later, please, Cliff. What did the man say?
He says no matter who asks, I gotta say I didn't. Give me a cigarette.
I haven't got it.
Oh, sure you have, right here in your purse.
Oh, don't open that, please.
Why not? All I want is a Hey, this paper.
Give it to me, Cliff.
A police report. It's got my name and all about me. The cops are after me. They sent you here.
Oh, no, Cliff, they didn't.
Sending me a line saying you liked me. Trying to make me shoot off my mouth. Trying to make... Hey, turn on that light. I can't see. Where are you? Hey, don't go. I won't hurt you. Don't go. Jeannie, come back. Come back, will you? I'm scared. I'm scared.
You sure he's still here, Carol?
I'm sure, Inspector. I watched the house from across the way. That's where I phoned you from that delicatessen. He saw her, Inspector. Somebody bribed him. If we can make him talk,
I've got a warrant in my pocket.
Here, this is the door.
Now stand behind me. Don't take any chances. That's funny. The door's open.
What? And the lights are on.
All right, Cliff, you've got company. Come on, Cliff. Where are you?
Oh, he's gone. My purse, too. He took it with him.
He might have gone out the back. There's a flight of steps that...
But what? What's wrong?
He hasn't gone. He's here on the floor. Behind that chair.
All crumpled up. That muffler knotted around his throat.
Steady now. I'll have a look.
What is it? Is he?
Yes, Carol. He's dead. And this time it's no accident.
Two of them dead now. Two of them who wouldn't talk anymore. And the time getting so terribly short. I felt so helpless, all alone. But the next day I had a wonderful surprise. Scott's best friend, Jack Marlowe, flew back from Rio. He was so understanding, so kind.
This thing has hit you pretty hard, hasn't it, Carol?
It's been agony, Mr. Marlowe. If I could only find that woman. One word from her. Yes, I was with him that night, and Scott would walk out a free man.
Scott said there were several people who saw her. Have you tried them all?
Oh, I tried two of them. Now they're both dead. There's only that singer left now, Estella Montiero. If she won't talk, I don't know what I'll do.
I can tell you. You're going back to Kansas for a while and take a rest from all this.
Oh, I can't. Not until that woman's found. I can't think of anything else.
You'll wear yourself out.
I don't care if it means Scott's life.
This is a man's job. Let me handle it.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't sit by.
I tell you, I'm afraid for you, Carol.
Don't worry about me. Just find that woman. We've got to, Mr. Marlowe. The murderer would kill her if he could ever find her.
Yes, I think he would.
I suppose he'd kill me, too.
Don't say that.
Do you think I care? Do you think I'd want to live if Scott, if they... Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I know all about it. I used to watch you sitting at your desk, the way you looked at him. I don't think he's ever dreamed that you're in love.
His life, that's all that counts now. And it looks so hopeless. Someone, whoever it is, always gets there first. He's so clever.
Yes. There's genius behind such audacity.
No, not genius, only madness.
Madness is a frightening word.
What else can you call it? To go on killing. But we will find him, all right. We'll find that woman. We'll work together, Mr. Marlowe, you and I, and Inspector Burgess.
Burgess?
He's helping unofficially. You don't mind?
Mind? Not at all. As a matter of fact, I'm glad to have him.
Good idea, Marlowe. You're taking Carol to dinner. She's been running herself ragged on this case.
I'll take her to dinner, Inspector, if she ever finishes dressing. She's been in there almost an hour.
Oh, well, girls.
She's been taking this thing pretty hard, hasn't she?
Well, I don't blame her. I thought this case would be a cinch at first. Get the lowdown on everyone, friends, relatives. So I did. Even you, Marlowe. Though I knew you were Scott's best friend.
I was in mid-ocean when it happened.
Oh, that's not important. None of you could have committed those murders.
Why not?
You're all too normal.
And you're sure the murderer isn't normal? You know, possibly he's just very clever.
Yeah, they're always clever when they're insane.
Insane?
Paranoiacs. They all have that ego, that abnormal cunning, that contempt for life.
You make him sound unbeatable.
No, it's just the time element I'm worried about. Scott's only got a couple of weeks.
But eventually, you're quite certain you'll catch the murderer?
I'll stake my reputation on it.
You might lose.
Oh, no, I won't lose. I know his type too well. We used to talk about the criminal type. Criminal type, my eye. It's not how a man looks, but how his mind works that makes him a strangler. Someday we'll train the mind as we train the body. And then they won't need any men like me, and that'll be all right, too. Sorry I'm all wound up tonight. Tired, I guess. You know how it is.
Yes. Yes, I think...
Oh. Marlowe, what's wrong? Easy now. Let me help you up.
I'm all right. Just got a little dizzy, that's all. I've been having these headaches.
Headaches?
Nothing serious.
Well, I'm ready. I said I'm ready. What's the matter? Is anything wrong?
Not at all, Kansas. We were just talking.
Yes, I was telling Marlowe I've got to go to Philadelphia tomorrow.
Philadelphia?
Just for a day. I'm on a case. And, Carol.
Yes?
I want you to make me a promise. Don't do anything until I get back.
I suppose I should have listened to him, but I couldn't. I just couldn't sit by and wait a whole day. I thought maybe there was one person left who could tell me the truth. Estella Montiero, the girl in the show. She would talk to me, one woman to another. So early next morning, I went to her hotel and...
Well, I'm very sorry Miss Montiero is gone.
Gone? Are you sure?
Her show closed last night. We're just shipping her baggage out now. It's piled up over there in the lobby.
Oh, thanks anyway. Excuse me. Is that hers, too? That hat box?
Oh, yes, that's hers.
You're sure? You're absolutely sure?
Why, of course. She has all her hats made by Madame Katisha.
It was true. Katisha had made that hat. That one that Miss Montiero had worn on the show. She had made that hat and a duplicate. I finally forced her to admit it. For Miss Ann Terry, Hillhaven, Long Island. Jack, Mr. Marlowe, drove me down. And all the way we kept asking each other if Miss Terry had spent that evening with Scott, why hadn't she come forward to save his life? And then at last we had the answer. From Miss Terry's nurse.
She's been very ill for weeks. Quite irrational. It often happens in these cases of shock.
Shock?
Yes, her fiancé died just before their wedding. He was sick only 2 days.
Oh, that's too bad.
She seemed to take it rather well at first. Until that day she went into town. She didn't come back till late that night.
That may have been the night she met with Scott. If we could just talk to her.
Carol, if she's irrational.
Oh, that's right. Wouldn't help. Nurse, could we see Miss Terry's hats?
Why, of course. They're all here in this closet.
At least if we could find the hat, we could prove that Scott was telling the truth. Then maybe
Yes, miss?
The hat. There it is on the shelf. I was so terribly happy all the way back to town. But Jack, Mr. Marlowe, was acting strangely. Sort of dazed and confused. He said he was having one of his headaches. And when we got to his place, he stretched out on the divan and closed his eyes. After a while, he seemed to be asleep. So I tiptoed into the bedroom to freshen up a bit. I remember I was looking for a comb. I opened the top dresser drawer, and it was there, lying in the drawer. The purse I'd lost at Cliff Milburn's place. I knew now. I knew who had murdered Cliff. I knew who had murdered Scott Henderson's wife. For a moment, I stood there frozen, terrified. And then...
Carol, what are you doing?
Just freshening up a bit. I'm coming right out. There, don't I look better? I thought you were asleep.
That light, it hurts my eyes. Turn it off, please.
Of course.
My tie feels like it's choking me. Mind if I take it off?
No.
Thanks. You opened the dresser drawer, didn't you, Carol?
No.
Yes. You saw what was there, the purse.
Oh, please, let's not talk about it now. We can meet tomorrow. It's getting late. I ought to go.
It's no use, Carol. The door is locked.
Locked? You did kill her. You did.
Burgess thinks I was on the boat. He doesn't know I got off before it sailed. She'd promised to go away with me. When I went back to get her, she laughed. She kept on laughing. I had to stop her.
You killed her. And you let them blame Scott.
What should I do? Give up my life, my work?
You let them blame Scott.
What's his life beside mine? A stupid engineer working in sewers, drain pipes, muck.
You did it all. You bribed that bartender and Cliff Milburn.
And then I flew to Havana and caught the boat there. Don't you think I was rather brilliant?
I think you're mad.
Don't say that. Don't say it, you hear?
You're mad. You're sick. Those headaches of yours, they're all part of it, aren't they?
I didn't want to hurt you, Kansas. I tried to warn you. You wouldn't listen. And now...
No.
You're the only one who knows. The only one...
Open up, Marlowe, open up.
Burgess.
Come on, Marlowe, I know you're in there. I've been trailing you all day.
He couldn't. Too clever. Too smart.
All right, if I have to break it down.
That noise. Make him stop. My head. Everything's spinning. Make him stop. I can't stand it. Make him stop. Make him stop.
It's all over now. Scott has been cleared and we're back on the job. The same old job, the same old routine, the same old boss who doesn't dream his secretary is in love. So I start the day like any other. That means the dictaphone to get my instructions for the morning.
Hello, Kansas. I won't be in today. I've got a lot of important things to tend to down at City Hall.
Well, that's that.
Don't hang up yet. I think I'm going to need you tonight. About 6:30 for dinner.
What?
8:30 for the theater.
Oh.
And after that, on to dance and have some fun.
Oh, Scott.
I mean it, Kansas. Tonight, and tomorrow night, and the night after that, and every night, and every night, and every night. And every night. And every night.
Thank you, Louise Albritton, Walter Abel, Ralph Bellamy, and David Bruce. Thanks also to Wilbur Hatch for the music and to William Lawrence for his direction. For our next performance from the Globe, we've arranged the revival of a very important motion picture. Not only a great story, but a theme which is significant to all people who are concerned with the proper functioning of democracy. This is the Oxbow Incident, with the stars Edward Arnold, Henry Davenport, and William Ive. Here's a scene or two by way of preview.
I don't suppose many people remember it now. It was back in 1885, you see. A small thing, not much. You might say just an incident. The town looked almost deserted that day. A few wooden shacks, a blazing sun, one dusty street, and nothing moving except an old, tired, mongrel dog. Until that cowhand came pounding down the road, pulled up his horse in front of Darby's saloon and yelled,
"Hey, men! Where's everybody? Where are you, men?"
The boys came filing out of the bar. And pretty soon, by the way they sounded, I could tell that something was wrong. So I left my place. I ran the general store, you see, and went right over to find out. Darby was the one who told me, standing behind the bar, polishing glass.
Someone got Larry Kincaid last night. They found him laying in a dry wash this morning.
Dead?
Shot right through the head.
But who? Kincaid didn't have any enemies. Who'd do a thing like that?
There's been a lot of cattle stolen this year.
You mean rustlers?
Maybe. Jeff Farnley's taking it pretty hard. Him and Kincaid were buddies.
Yes, I know.
Then the other boys are kind of hot, too. They find them rustlers, they might do something about it.
A lynching?
I wouldn't be surprised.
You've just heard a sampling of the forthcoming fare from the stage of this Servicemen's Playhouse. At our next performance, the Globe Theatre presents Edward Arnold, Henry Davenport, and William Ive in The Oxbow Incident. By the way, if there's some particular movie story or stage play you'd like to have us plan here in adaptation form, drop us a note, will you? Or if there's some star whose voice you'd like to hear over the Globe Theatre microphone, just tell us the name and we'll do our best to arrange for the people you want to hear at the earliest possible date. The address remains Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Until the next performance from the Globe Theatre, then, this is Herbert Marshall saying so long, and I'll be seeing you.
You have been listening to the Globe Theater with Herbert Marshall as host and master of ceremonies. The Globe Theater is presented for servicemen and women of the Allied Armed Forces all over the globe. Listen for our next Globe Theater production soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Masks of Azure.
What's the matter, honey? What's wrong?
Well, I must be going insane.
Why?
Well, I was asleep. Suddenly, I woke up. A voice seemed to be calling to me. I started downstairs, always listening to that strange, unearthly voice. When I got down here, I walked into the living room and stood by the fireplace looking at the masks of Azure. And Bert, I saw a pair of eyes in each mask, looking down at
me. In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Masks of Azure. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Masks of Azure.
There's certain things in this life of ours which can never be explained, at least with any normal, rational explanation. Often we try to shrug them off, to forget about them, so that the question will not rise in our minds to trouble our waking hours and to create nightmares in our sleep. But there are some things which can never be forgotten, and among them are the masks of Azure. Marcia's uncle sent them to us. Harold Letterby was a man of wealth and unusual tastes. He traveled a good deal, and frequently he'd send back little curiosities that he thought we might enjoy. So we thought there was nothing unusual about the masks of Azure.
Oh, who can that be at this hour?
I don't know, but don't you think you'd better see who it is?
I suppose so. Yes?
Package for Marcia Stanton.
Well, I'm Marcia Stanton.
Will you sign here, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Good night. Did you order anything, Bert?
No. Did you?
No, not that I can remember. Oh, wait a minute, Bert. It's from Uncle Harold.
Harold to go broke sending us all these things. Well, open it, honey. See what's in it. Did you notice the postmark?
Mm-hmm, Istanbul.
Well, I'll save those stamps for Greg. He'll want them.
Uncle Harold's certainly been useful to Greg in his stamp collection, hasn't he? Well, there, that's done. Now I'll take the top off the box. What are two masks in the box? Gold masks.
And a letter.
Uh-huh. Here, I'll open it.
Read it aloud, Marcia.
All right. Let's see. Oh, my dear Marcia and Bert, here is a little present
I picked up in Istanbul. I hope that you like them as much as you seem to have enjoyed the other curiosities I have sent you. I picked them up at a little shop from a dealer who was quite anxious to get rid of them. He called them the Masks of Azure. They're almost pure gold, and yet I bought them quite cheaply. There's some kind of a story connected with them. I don't know what it is. If I learn anything more, I'll be sure to write you. We'll return to the States shortly.
Love, Uncle Harold.
They're beautiful, and yet grotesque at the same time.
Well, they look human, and yet...
Well, it was pretty nice of Harold to send them to us.
Where should we hang them?
I don't know. That's your domain, not mine.
Well, how about... Oh, over the fireplace? One on each side of the mirror?
That sounds pretty good.
Oh, we can hang them right now.
Anything to make a man work.
Bert.
Yes, dear.
Oh, it's nothing.
Well, what were you going to say?
Well, I don't know. For a minute, I had the strangest sensation about those masks. As if they could actually see me.
It didn't take more than a few minutes to hang the masks. They hung one on each side of the mirror over the fireplace. They looked quite good there, and yet, in a way, they seemed out of place. The following night, Greg dropped in for a while.
Thanks for the stamp, Bert.
That was the first thing he said when the package came. Greg will want the stamp.
All the way from Turkey.
From your Uncle Harold, Marcia?
Mm-hmm. He sent us those.
I wondered where you'd got them. They're really quite nice. They're beautiful and yet grotesque in a way.
That's just what I said.
Practically the same words. You'd think you both had one mind.
They certainly catch your eye. Is that real gold?
According to Harold, it is.
Well, it must be quite valuable.
Well, Uncle Harold said he bought them for his son.
It couldn't have been very cheap. The gold alone is worth a good deal.
As a matter of fact, Harold said the dealer seemed quite anxious to get rid of them.
I wonder why.
Well, why worry about it?
Do they have a name?
Mm-hmm. They're called the Masks of Azure.
Azure. You know, I've seen that name somewhere before. A-S-H-O-R, I think it's spelled. I can't remember where.
Well, don't worry about it. What? Anything wrong, Greg?
The holes the masks have for eyes. I thought I saw something, that's all.
Saw what?
I don't know. For a minute, I thought there were really eyes in the masks, and that they were watching me. Watching every move I made.
Yet it happened again. I looked closely at the masks, yet I could see nothing unusual about them. They hung there on the wall, lifeless, with that strange, mocking expression on their gold faces and yawning empty holes for eyes. For a minute, I had the desire to destroy them. Greg left about 10. At 11, Marcia and I went to bed. I fell asleep almost at once. I don't know what woke me, but of a sudden I was awake. I looked over at Marcia's bed, only to find it unoccupied. There was no sound in the room. Nothing save for the tiny heartbeat of the clock. For some reason, I had a desire to go downstairs. Something seemed to be directing my actions. I was fully awake, yet I seemed to be in some kind of trance. I'd started down the stairs. Marcia, is anything wrong?
Bert! Bert!
What's the matter, honey? What's wrong?
I must be going insane.
Why?
Well, I was asleep. Suddenly I woke up. A voice seemed to be calling me. I started downstairs, always listening to that strange, unearthly voice. When I got down here, I walked into the living room and stood by the fireplace, looking at the masks of Azure. And Bert, I saw a pair of eyes in each mask, looking down at me.
You must have imagined it.
No, Bert, I didn't. Those masks had eyes, and they were watching me. Watching every move I made.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Masks of Azure.
I had awakened in the middle of the night. Something had compelled me to go downstairs. And I found Marcia down there. She was almost hysterical.
Those masks had eyes. And they were watching me. Watching every move I made.
Wait a minute, Marcia. Take a look at them again. With the lights on.
No, I can't.
Of course you can. Take your hands away from your face. There. Now take a look at them.
They're just as they should be.
Of course they are. You imagined you saw eyes, Marcia. Perhaps it was a trick of the moonlight.
I guess you're right, Bert.
Oh, of course I am. Now let's go back upstairs to bed. The following day was Saturday, and I didn't have to get down to the office. We both slept rather late that morning. A short time after we'd eaten breakfast... I'll get it, Marcia.
All right, dear.
Telegram, sir.
No?
If you'll just sign right here.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Who was it, Bert?
A telegram.
Well, who'd be sending us the telegram?
I don't know. I'll see.
Who's it from?
Harold.
Uncle Harold? What does he say?
I'm returning to the States as soon as possible. Taking plane this evening. Be very careful of masks of ASHOR. Do not let anyone have them. Am in danger of my life. Harold.
In danger of his life? What did they mean?
I don't know. But it has something to do with the masks of ASHOR. Saturday evening, Greg dropped in. What he told us that night was the first inkling I had that Harold Letterby had stumbled upon a relic of the past that would have been better had it been forgotten for all time.
By the way, I did a little research on those masks of yours.
Oh? Did you find out anything interesting?
Yes, quite a good deal.
Well, give us a rundown.
I don't know if you'd like to hear it.
Why not?
It's not very pleasant.
Well, tell us anyway.
All right. You see, I knew I'd heard the name Asia somewhere. Finally came back to me. In college, I took a course in mythology. That's where I'd heard the name. Azure was the messenger of the underworld. It was he who went forth and summoned the victims to death in the final accounting. He wore a mask when he appeared on Earth, which he removed when he saw his victim. The mask was also worn to protect others, for whom the time was not ready to gaze upon his countenance. For the sight of his face meant death.
You were right when you said it wasn't pleasant.
He was accompanied always by a dog, a large dog of indeterminate breed who went before him. Azur's presence was always known by the howling of the dog.
Well, of course, that's just a myth. Azure never really existed.
I have to take it for what it's worth. Oh, yes, and one other thing.
Yes?
It said that the masks were once stolen from him, and he's been searching for them ever since. That he wears a different mask while searching for the gold ones.
Oh, you've given me the shivers.
Well, that's the story, Marcia.
Well, it sounds like nonsense. A being who set forth to summon people to death, always accompanied by a dog. It's a superstitious belief that's come down to us from the childish minds of an ancient people.
Did you hear that dog?
Oh, it's only a dog in someone's backyard baying at the moon.
Rather a coincidence, you might say, talking about a dog and then hearing one howling.
But just a coincidence.
What's that?
I don't know.
Sounds like an animal of some kind. Scratching at the door.
I'll take a look.
I'll go with you.
Now be careful.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
There's nothing out here.
What?
I said there's nothing out here.
But I think I heard something scratching at the door.
Well, there's nothing here now. There's no need to get upset about it. Let's go back in.
I can't understand it.
Forget about it, honey.
I'm sorry if what I've told you has upset you.
That dog, howling again.
Somebody ought to talk to the guy who owns that animal.
There's something at the door.
Someone must be playing a joke on us.
See what's there. I want to know what's outside.
I'll go, Bert.
I'll go, too. If it is someone playing a joke on me...
Don't move. It is a dog.
Why, I ought to...
You wouldn't stand a chance.
Ballout, come here.
Must be the dog's owner.
Ballout, where are you? Quiet, Ballout.
Are you the owner of this dog?
Yes. I'm sorry if it's caused you any trouble.
Well, you ought to keep him on a leash.
Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's all right, Marshal.
Oh, your dog, it frightened us.
I'm very sorry about that. Balak, you shouldn't run so far away from me.
What are you looking at?
I'm sorry. I was looking past you to those masks you have hanging over the fireplace. Right. I'd better put the leash on him. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going. Sorry to have disturbed you.
go back inside.
Wait a minute.
Why?
He dropped something. I'm going down to get it.
He was a queer sort of fellow, wasn't he?
Yes. His face looks so strange. Soft. Almost like rubber.
Marcia!
What's the matter?
Look. He dropped it as he was walking away. He dropped it deliberately.
Well, what is it?
It's a mask. The mask of ASHOR.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Masks of ASHOR.
We stood just outside the house. A minute before, the man and his dog had disappeared from our sight. Marcia went down the stairs to the walk where he dropped something. And then she screamed.
It's a mask. The mask of ASHOR.
Here, let me see that. It is a mask. A sponge rubber mask.
Remember what I said about his face?
Yes, I do.
What are we going to do?
We can't do anything until Harold gets here. Maybe then we'll learn some more about these masks of ASHOR. I'm sure that Marcia didn't sleep that night. As for myself, I dropped off occasionally, only to awaken with a start. But each time I looked across the room, Marcia was still in her bed, staring at the ceiling. Occasionally during the night, I heard the sound of the dog howling out there in the darkness. And each time I heard it, the sound of its voice made me shudder. The following afternoon, about 4 o'clock, a cab pulled up in front. Harold Letterby got out and came up the walk leading to our house.
I see that you received the masks.
Yes.
And did you receive the cable?
Yes, the following morning.
When you bought these masks, you said that the dealer was anxious to get rid of them. Why?
Had I known then what I do now, I would never have bought them.
I think we know some of the story about ASHOR coming to Earth to conduct his victims back to death.
And the dog, Bert. Don't forget the dog.
Then you know about the dog?
Yes. We found out about it last night.
Oh? How?
It was here.
Here?
That's right.
Then ASHOR has found the masks.
He knows they're here. He saw them last night when the door was open.
Are you sure it was ASHOR?
After he left, Marcia found a mask. A sponge rubber mask.
He will be back, you know.
Oh, I wish you'd never found the mask.
No more so than I, my dear. A short time after I'd mailed them to you, ASHOR paid me a visit. He and the dog. I, too, found a sponge rubber mask after he'd left.
The night before last, I saw something behind the mask. Like eyes.
We must hide the masks from him. Otherwise, he will claim us all.
What are you talking about?
I have a plan. It may work, I don't know. Perhaps we can strike a bargain with him.
Bargain?
Yes, our lives for the masks. We must find someone else who will keep them for us.
Greg will do that.
Greg?
A friend of ours, Greg Hunter.
You must tell him it will be dangerous.
I will.
Good. Get in touch with him immediately, for I am positive that ASHOR will return tonight.
I called Greg and told him of our plan. Harold decided that he'd go back to Greg's apartment with the masks, and if ASHOR agreed to the bargain, we would send him there and Harold would return them to him. Greg would stay with us to await the appearance of ASHOR. By 6 o'clock that evening, Harold had gone to Greg's apartment with the masks, and Greg had come to our house to await our expected visitor. At 7:30, the shades of night had diffused themselves across the sky. By 8:30, the tension had mounted in each of us to a point where we were jumpy and irritable.
What time is it?
A little past 8:30.
Do you think he'll come?
Uncle Harold said he would.
Just waiting. It makes me nervous.
So am I.
Listen.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Well, the waiting is over now.
Oh, Bert, I'm frightened.
Everything will be all right, Marcia.
I don't know. I feel that something's going to go wrong.
He's here.
Well, let's go let him in.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes, I guess so.
Here goes. ASHOR's not here.
No, but he will be. Here he comes.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. It seems that my dog has been scratching at your door again.
We've been expecting you.
Oh? Really?
Yes, won't you come in?
If you don't mind, come, Balak. You have a very pleasant little home.
Oh, thank you.
Do you mind if I set my package down here?
Go right ahead.
I see the masks are gone.
Yes. We put them away.
They were very interesting, you know. Weren't they, Balak? Balak is a good dog, yet he frightens people sometimes.
You came here for the masks, didn't you?
The masks?
The masks of Azure.
Oh. You don't have them, though, do you?
Not right here.
You have them somewhere else?
Yes. We'll make a bargain with you. We'll return the masks if you leave us alone.
Then you know the legend of Ashore.
Yes.
I brought you something. It's in this package. In time, Barley, in time.
What about the bargain?
The bargain? Oh, yes, the bargain. I'm afraid I can't agree to it.
Why?
You see, I already have the masks of Ashore. Look for yourselves.
But Uncle Harold
is no longer alive.
Why, you dirty... I'll tear that mask off your face and...
Quiet, Balak. Quiet. I have no mask on, Mr. Stanton.
But
you are gazing upon the face of Azure, and those who see him no longer remain alive. Now, Balak, now. Look out! It is time for us to go back, Balak. We have recovered the masks of Azure, and we have many calls to make.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. Breakdown. Sybil Wells' gray head lies wearily on her pillow. Her eyelids are closed, as if it were too great an effort to lift them. She can hear Dr. Adams and her nurse talking, but they seem distant, remote, much farther away than the thoughts in her own brain.
She'll be all right now, nurse. Just give her this every hour.
Very well, Dr. Adams.
It's amazing she's pulled through, isn't it?
I'd been ill. Very ill. For how long, I could not even guess.
It was a close call, but then she's always had a good constitution. I've known her for many years.
Since I was 20. Since before it happened to Father.
No, it's not her physical health that worries me. She's always been high-strung, nervous, like her father was. Before, well, I suppose you know.
Not my physical health. What does he mean? Why must he tell her that Father died in an insane asylum?
Poor Mr. Courtney. His family had to commit him. Mad as a March hare, of course. But each time I'd visit his cell, he'd plead that he was sane.
Yes, he'd plead he was sane. And his eyes would be wild and desperate. And dead of hope.
Sybil, I'm not mad. You're the only one who loves me, who cares if I live or die. Please, make the doctor understand. I've been railroaded here, Sybil, because I had money and they wanted it.
Oh, Daddy, I have to go now.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me either.
Oh, of course I do.
No. Oh, Lord, if you could only know how it feels to live among these dead and be considered one.
Oh, Daddy, please, please. I must go now. Goodbye.
Oh, Sybil. Sybil, I swear I'm sane. Sybil, I'm sane. I swear.
Tragic case. Well, I'll drop in tomorrow to see how she's doing.
Madness. The horror of vacuum. I guess I'd always feared it. I was sitting up in bed now. Except for the weakness, I could hardly recall that I'd been ill. Good morning, Nurse Curran.
Good morning, Mrs. Wells. I'll take that breakfast tray. And I think you're well enough to have the morning paper if you wish.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I haven't seen one for weeks. I settled back against the pillows and began to read. Earthquake, followed by fire, was yesterday for 33 miles along the shore. 14 people were many more injured. Authorities have the damage $4 million. It didn't make sense. I read another sentence, and then a different article. What was wrong with me? Oh, of course, my eyes. I'd been ill for so long, that's all it was. Nurse! Mrs. Curran! Yes, Mrs. Wells? Nurse, will you please read this newspaper to me?
Why, of course. Is anything wrong? You look so...
Oh, no, everything's fine. It's just my eyes.
I see. Well, what shall I read?
This one.
Earthquake followed by fire was yesterday for 33 miles.
She read on. Her face was grave and slightly bored. She showed no surprise, no puzzlement. The words made sense to her. It was only I who couldn't understand them. Only I to whom they were a senseless jumble.
People learning...
Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to hear anymore. Please, just leave me alone, Nurse Curran.
But, Mrs. Wells...
Leave me alone, I tell you! Leave me alone! That was the first discrepancy in my mind. I don't know how long I'd been hearing the music. It had seemed all part of a dream. But then it began to unnerve me. It became frenzied and hating and evil. It sounded like all the demons of hell and the things of the night were after me. Make it stop! Make it go away! Please!
Wells, what's the matter?
Oh, it's all right now. It's all right. The music's gone away. The music? What music? For a few days after that, it didn't bother me. Not till early one evening. I'd rung for Nurse Curran twice. Where was she? I was very angry. I got out of bed and went across the room to the door. Mrs. Curran! She was walking down the hall, her back toward me. And she had my little daughter by the hand. Elsie, my baby. Her sailor hat was bobbing over her curls as she skipped. She had on a blue flouncy dress and the long white stockings and Mary Jane she loved to wear. Elsie! Elsie, darling! Mrs. Curran! Mrs. Curran! Why didn't they stop? They walked right on as if I hadn't spoken. Nurse! They turned the corner, then out of my sight. I began to run. Do you hear me? Stop, Mrs. Curran. I want to talk to you.
Why, whatever is the matter, Mrs. Wells?
Where's Elsie?
Elsie?
Yes, my daughter. I saw you walking down the hall with her, and then you turned this corner, and now she's gone. Where is she?
I assure you, Mrs. Wells, I was with no one. As a matter of fact, I didn't know you have a daughter.
Oh. Well, I haven't any more. She was drowned with her father 20 years ago. I knew I had to be more cautious after that. For if Nurse Curran ever suspected, she'd tell the doctor. And I'd seen enough of those walls when I was a girl.
Well, how are you, Sybil? How does it feel to be downstairs for dinner?
Oh, if you're ready to eat, I'll start serving.
Why, Mrs. Curran, you needn't do that. Where's Mary?
Well, there wasn't much for her to do with you ill, Mrs. Wells, so when she asked to visit her sister for a few weeks, I didn't want to disturb you with details.
Oh, I see. That's all right, Mrs. Curran.
Then I'll get the soup.
Sybil, I've been worried about you.
Worried? Really?
You're not recuperating as quickly as you should. And, well, Curran's been telling me things
Yes, what has she said?
Oh, nothing much, really, but perhaps you're a bit more ill than we thought.
So she had noticed. I must be careful, very careful. Whatever happens, I must never let them send me there.
I said, will you have your soup, Mrs. Wells?
Oh, yes, please.
And you, Doctor?
Yes, thank you.
I took my first spoonful and could barely swallow it. The soup tasted far too salty. I was about to remark as much to the doctor when he said...
Delicious soup, Sybil.
Delicious. Oh, of course, George. Of course.
Sybil, what's wrong? You hardly touched a thing all through dinner.
Well, I guess I'm just not very hungry. Salt. Everything tasted of salt. First my sight, then my hearing, and now even this sense was playing me false. How long could I go on hiding what was happening to me? I think I should have resigned myself to insanity. If the very next afternoon I hadn't wakened early from my nap. I wanted some warm milk, and when Mrs. Curran didn't answer my ring, I went down to the kitchen myself. Nurse Curran, is that you? Oh, it was a child. A little blonde girl who greatly resembled my daughter. She was playing with a toy tea set.
Mother isn't here right now. She's gone to the village for some groceries. Would you like to have tea with me? It's only make-believe, of course.
Mrs. Curran is your mother?
Yes, I'm Jean.
She'd never told me she had a daughter. nor that the child was living in my house with her.
Here's your tea. Sugar or cream? Oh, I forgot. You only take salt in your food.
I only take salt. What do you mean, dear? I don't quite understand.
Oh, my mother explained to me. I asked her why she put so much salt in everything she brought you to eat last night. And that's what she said, that you only take salt in your food.
Jeannie, are you sure of that?
Yes, of course. I know who you are. You're Mrs. Wells, the funny lady we had to play a game with.
What kind of a game, Jeannie?
Well, dressing me in those funny clothes Mother found in the attic. Not looking around when you called to us. And then, when we turned the corner, I had to pop right into the linen closet and not make a sound until Mother called. It was like hide and seek. Only you didn't find me.
Yes, it had been a hideous, twisted parody of hide and seek. But at last I knew. I was not going mad. I had been terrified, blundering in the dark against an unknown opponent. But the game was clear to me now, and the rules, and the tricks, and most vital of all, my foe. Nurse Curran had tried to drive me mad, was still trying, but I could fight her. I had to fight her, for the stake was my sanity.
I guess that's Mommy now.
Now, Jeannie, listen to me. Your mother mustn't know I was down here talking to you.
Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her? Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her?
Well, it's a game, Jeannie. It's like that hide and seek we played, remember? Please promise you won't say anything about my seeing you this afternoon.
I promise. I promise, Mrs. Wells.
I needed patience now, and cunning. Mrs. Curran was trying to destroy my reason. I couldn't let her succeed. But I needed definite evidence. And then one day, a letter came. A letter? From me, Mrs. Curran?
Yes, it's postmarked New York City.
Well, now, who would be writing me from there? It's from my brother, Frank. He's coming to see me and bringing a friend of his along. Someone who can help me, he says.
When does he arrive, Mrs. Wells?
On the 24th, the 3:30 train.
Well, he didn't give you much warning. That's today, you know.
I wonder why he's coming.
You're his sister, and you're ill. What better reason?
Frank and I have always loathed each other. He's not traveling all this way for affection's sake.
It might be nice if I met the train.
Well, if you think he'd appreciate it, you're very much mistaken. By the time you get there, he'll probably have chartered the most expensive car in town anyway. Frank's a spendthrift and a wastrel. He ran through his share of my father's estate before Daddy was cold in his grave.
Just the same, it would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it, Mrs. Wells?
Well, you know where the car keys are if you insist on being polite. Go ahead and meet him. Yes?
Special delivery for Mrs. Agnes Curran. That's your nurse, ain't it, Miss Wells?
Oh, yes, it is. I'll take it, Postman. She's not in right now.
I'm awfully sorry this is late, ma'am. But you see, one of our sorters put it in the regular mail route bag, and I only just discovered it.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any great harm done.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope not. Well, goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye. I shut the door quickly and stood turning the letter over in my hands, for I had suddenly recognized the writing on the envelope. It was Frank's. And how could he know the name of my private nurse unless they knew each other? George hadn't corresponded with him, I was sure. He was aware of the hatred between us. I quickly ripped the envelope.
Dear Agnes, Just a line to let you know of Jean's safe arrival. I think your fears that Sybil saw her and suspects you are groundless, but perhaps it is safest this way. I feel sure that by this time my dear sister has passed, or at any rate is near, the breaking point. I'm coming down next Thursday and will bring a specialist with me. I am certain that when she tells him of her hallucinations, shall we call them, he will have no hesitancy in declaring her insane.
There it was. The whole fiendish scheme. I held all the proof I needed right in my hand. I called George and asked him to come over as quickly as he could. And then I'd barely gotten upstairs when I heard the front door open.
Sybil! Sybil!
Please, Mr. Courtney, she may have fallen asleep. She's still rather weak, you know.
Of course. I understand.
If you and Dr. Randall will make yourselves comfortable, I'll go upstairs and see how she is.
Splendid idea, nurse. Mrs. Kern, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
If only George would come. Now the showdown was at hand, I was frightened. The nearer she came, the more frantically my heart beat. These next few minutes would decide so much for me. And I was alone. I felt sick with terror at having to face Mrs. Curran without George's comforting presence to reassure me, to make me know that everything would be all right. Because if I played my hand wrong now, if I couldn't convince the specialist of my sanity, I might never spend another night in the house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you, Mrs. Wells?
Well, I didn't hear you come in.
Your brother and Dr. Randall are in the parlor.
Oh, yes?
Well, don't you want to come down and see them?
We're not leaving this room just yet, Nurse Curran. Not until we settle a few things.
But I don't understand. Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Wells?
No. I'm just curious. Where did you have that trick newspaper printed?
What?
And how did you manage the music that night? Was it a phonograph record played from your room directly into the ventilator?
I don't get what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. I've known for almost a week what you were up to, young lady. But I wasn't sure just why you were doing it or who was behind you. I am now.
You're crazy. I felt it all along. You're mad.
Oh, no, my dear. That was your aim, but you didn't succeed. You see this letter? The same stationery as the one I received today. The same handwriting, too. But this was written to you, Mrs. Curran. Fortunately, it wasn't delivered till after you'd left the house.
Give me that.
Oh, no. No. You'll have to kill me to get that. And I'd rather be dead than be in an institution. And we wouldn't want too loud a scene with that specialist downstairs, would we? He's not in my brother's pay. Is he?
No. All right. You win. I was working for Frank. He promised me a share in the estate.
Why, I can't believe it. I simply can't believe it.
George. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, Sybil, don't cry. You know she almost had me fooled, Sybil.
Well, here's the proof, George. A letter that Frank wrote to her.
Dear Agnes, coming down next Thursday, declaring her insane. Sybil, you'd better go downstairs and bring Dr. Randall and your precious brother up here immediately.
10 minutes before, I'd gone down these steps an old woman. But everything was different now. The shadow had been lifted. I was free again.
Well. My dear sister, Sybil.
Don't you dare sister me, Frank.
Why, Sybil, and here I brought Dr. Randall all this way to see you.
To see me, indeed. To declare me insane so you could get your foul claws on the rest of Father's money.
Sybil, what are you saying?
I don't think I understand, Mrs. Wells.
I told her she was...
Mad? Insane? Yes, I'm sure you did. And it's no fault of yours that I'm not. Dr. Randall, a few weeks ago I was very ill. My brother took advantage of that by planting Nurse Curran with me. She took all her orders from him, and those orders were to drive me insane.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. I hadn't realized she was quite so badly off as this, Randall.
Oh, there's no use your blustering anymore, Frank. George Adams has written proof upstairs. The letter you sent Mrs. Curran.
Why, I never wrote her my whole life. I never met the girl till today.
Suppose we go and see what this is all about. Well, Courtney?
Oh, of course. As you say, Doctor.
Frank's face was gray. Perspiration beaded his brow as we went back up to my bedroom. George and Mrs. Curran were standing by the window quietly when I opened the door. Here they are, George.
Yes. Thank you, Sybil.
Well, aren't you going to show Dr. Randall the letter?
What letter, Sybil?
The one Frank wrote Mrs. Curran. The one
There isn't any letter, Sybil.
But I gave it to you just before I went downstairs.
Mrs. Wells told me she had definite proof that Mr. Courtney was planning to railroad her.
Ah, it's terrible how convincing they can be. Isn't it, Randall? How very convincing.
I see.
George! George!
I could hardly bear to recognize those first signs, Dr. Randall. I've known Sybil for 30 years. She was very dear to me.
What did you do with it? Is it burned or torn into little pieces in your pocket, George? Where's that letter?
But I'm too much of a physician to blind myself to facts. She'll be happier.
Behind those walls, George, those walls where you and Frank put my father.
Come, Mrs. Wells, you'd better come with me.
No, you can't believe them. They're lying. No, please, no.
You'd better take her right to the sanitarium. It's not safe to keep her here another day.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
I'll help you with her. We can use my car.
Don't touch me, George. Don't you come near me. Get your hands off me.
Adams, let her go. You seem to excite her unduly. Now, please, Mrs. Wells, take my arm. You know, we want to do what is best for you.
Dr. Randall, please, I swear this on my eternal soul. There was a letter. It was special delivery written by my brother Frank to Nurse Curran.
I wish I could believe you, Mrs. Wells.
Watch your step, Sybil.
Don't be so solicitous, George. I'd rather you'd kill me than betray me as you have.
If there were one shred of evidence on your side, Mrs. Wells, one slightest bit of proof.
Oh, say, I beg your pardon, Miss Wells. I had to come all the way back again. I forgot to have you sign this slip on that special delivery for Mrs. Curran.
Adams, give me those car keys. And turn around. We're going back into that house. I think we've got a few things to discuss.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory. In the haunting hour.
Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Byron Kane. P.T. Barnum once said, "There's a sucker born every minute." Men throughout the ages have realized this to be true, and some have made considerable fortunes following the sucker star. But this old adage works two ways, as we'll discover in our story this week, The Con Man, written for Heartbeat Theater by Christopher Young. Byron Kane stars as Eddie as we hear Act 1 of The Con Man.
to do it?
Looks awfully complicated for a 4-year-old's birthday party.
Well, you wanted something they could play pin the tail on the donkey with, and you didn't want pinholes in the landlord's wall, so presto.
That's marvelous. And so are you. When you're like this.
I bet Lonnie's as excited as a flea in a dog show.
I didn't think I'd ever get her to sleep. You know, she still remembers every detail of her 3rd birthday party.
Well, who's impressed? So do I. I didn't have one.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hank called.
Oh, he did, huh? Wow, good. I wonder if he'd like to take in a ball game.
He said you called him. He was returning your call.
Let's go upstairs. This basement's getting chilly.
I don't want to get into another argument, Eddie.
And we won't, Sue. We won't.
You promised to stay away from Hank.
Oh, look, honey, Hank's an old friend. He isn't as bad as you make him out to be. I've known Hank longer than you. We were in college together.
And you were thrown out together.
Well, I didn't have a sense of humor on that campus.
What you did was so funny. Selling raffle tickets for non-existent prizes.
We never sold more than $1's worth to any one person. Nobody got hurt, and we made a little money. Now, look, Sue, let's not go over a bunch of dead issues.
When you call Hank, I'm not so sure they're dead.
All right. Maybe they're not.
If you're going to yell, can you wait until we get inside the apartment? I don't understand you. I really don't. You're two different people sometimes. One is the Eddie I married, a sweet, attentive guy who loves his wife and child, and the other is a conniving crook.
I never broke a law.
Only because you think up schemes for which the normal legal mind never devised a law. Eddie, there are laws that aren't on the books. Laws of decency, fair play, consideration.
I consider my family. What I do, what I get is for you and Lonnie.
We have enough.
Yeah, we'll check the balance of the bank book and say that.
So we can cut down.
I'm sick of cutting down.
Eddie, please. No more schemes. I don't think I could go through it again.
Honey, look, there's nothing wrong with my idea. Nobody loses anything. Everybody will benefit.
Then why not tell me about it?
Because you put business on a pedestal. You can't build an altar around money-making. Believe me, Sue, a seat on the stock exchange is a long cry from a seat in church. All I'm doing is manipulating people so they'll spend money that will benefit me instead of someone else. And that's what every so-called honest businessman from Wall Street to the corner grocer does.
I can't believe that, Eddie.
Sue, don't try to understand it. Take care of the apartment, Lonnie, and leave the breadwinning to me.
Well, don't hurt people, Eddie. Not if you want me and Lonnie.
Now, don't talk like that.
I mean it, Eddie. I mean it.
I thought you were all excited about this deal.
So I am.
Well, then give a little, man. You picked me up 10 minutes ago. You ain't said a thing.
I'll show you on the next block.
You're trying to tell me there's money in this crummy neighborhood?
Say, while I think of it, Hank, will you quit calling me at the house?
Oh, is that what's eating you?
Use Nick's phone if you have to call.
Yeah, she's got you trained, all right.
Yeah, we get along. Is that a parking space?
It's a fire plug, but there's one just ahead there. Looks like they're tearing down one of these dumps.
Guess again. This one collapsed all by itself.
Are you kidding?
Why don't you trade in your ignorance sometime and pick up a newspaper? This has been all over the front page. 14 people hurt, 2 killed.
Oh, yeah. I heard it on TV. Well, so what's in it for us? Used lumber?
Oh, boy. Come over this way.
All right.
Now, you see all these people watching them clear the mess away?
So?
Well, I've been coming down here the last few days. Most of them live in these other dumps. There are even 2 or 3 owners in that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what every one of these people are thinking? They're thinking this could have been my place. The hurt and the dead could have been me or my family.
Well, likely.
A fact.
Well, if you say so, yeah.
Well, does that give you any ideas?
Well, I probably could use a couple of good carpenters like us, but we quit that bit.
Well, we're resuming our craft. Now, whatever happened to Max in college?
Max? They're around. I see them now and then.
Living soft?
No, hardly.
Still trying to figure the ponies?
Well, they could use a buck, if that's what you mean. Come on now, what's the shake?
Ever hear of TBCU? Tenement Building Control Unit. Part of the City Department of Building Inspection. My card.
Hey, real fancy. Had them all printed up and everything, huh?
Uh-huh. Would you mind? I find I left my office with just this one card this morning, and I have several other stops.
Nobody keeps the card.
Right. Now, this card is the only legal loophole. Tenement Building Control Unit is a phony title. Now, nobody will remember it.
Yeah, but you lost me when you whipped out that card. Would you start from scratch?
All right. After this building collapsed, a city official announced that there were probably 200 more buildings in the same condition.
Mm-hmm.
But there weren't enough inspectors to condemn them. Now, it could take 3 years before they got around to them.
I begin to get the picture. Yeah?
Okay. Now, we approached the owner. I present my card. I'm with the Tenement Control Unit. You're a busy contractor who's volunteered a few hours a week to substantiate my findings, all in the interest of the owner and the good citizens living in the building.
I'm with you.
Okay, now we go under the house. We study the foundation. Immediate work is necessary, or my department will have to file a recommendation for condemnation proceedings that very day.
Yeah, they don't get time to think, huh?
Right. Then you move in. You point out that the job isn't as bad as I make it seem. You suggest I offer to hold back my report if Mr. So-and-so, the owner, would accept a bid on the work which you're ready to make at the moment.
Yeah, you're playing my song, Eddie boy. This is a dream.
So you submit a bid right there. Now, I'm hesitant, but when Mr. So-and-so signs the bid and authorizes the work, I agree not to file my report, since the owner's intentions were obviously good.
So we sign up 20 or 30, get an advance, and skip.
No, nothing of the sort, no. We take no advance at all. Max and Collie show up the next morning. They strengthen a few joists, put in a few new planks, make a lot of noise under the house.
Now, look, you make it sound almost legitimate.
It is, technically.
Well, where's the gravy?
Oh, this is good for $200 to $300 a day.
Yeah?
Sure, the average estimate runs around $350. The layout for Max and Collie and materials are no more than $100. And all we're doing is overcharging. Our prices are high, but the owner authorized both the prices and the work.
Yeah, but isn't somebody going to make a fuss when they see how little we did for $350?
How little you did. So he gripes to you. Maybe. But he doesn't go any farther. Why? Because some man from some city office, the name of which he forgets, almost recommended his property to be condemned.
Yeah, I see it now. He makes a stink. He calls attention to the rotten condition of his property. The bill was steep, maybe, but he's in the clear as far as getting his property condemned.
That's the whole picture. But we work fast, 30 or 40 days at the most, signing up at least one place a day. We split about 10,000.
Hey, when do we begin?
Tomorrow. All right, now stick to the routine and don't say any more than we talked about.
Will you relax? You mean the owner of this dump actually lives in it?
A lot of them do. They're old-timers. Been here since the building was in its prime. The change is gradual, and they don't see it the way we do. Now, here it is. It's apartment 1.
Yes?
Mrs. Corman, my card. I'm with the Tenement Building Control Unit.
Oh, dear.
This is Mr. George Gray, a contractor who volunteers a few hours each week to help our department.
How do you do?
I wonder if I may have my card back, Mrs. Corman. I forgot to pick some up at my office, and I have many calls to make today.
Of course.
Thank you, Mrs. Corman. You're familiar with the building down the block that collapsed last week?
It's a terrible thing.
Yes, it was. And it's my job to see that it doesn't happen again. Now, I wonder if you could take us to the basement.
Oh, certainly. Just follow me. I'll close my door. I have to be careful for thieves these days. I don't know what's happened to this neighborhood. Right this way.
We're starting with the buildings where the owner is a resident because we feel that these people will be even more anxious to avoid a calamity.
Well, I should say so. It's down these stairs. The light's on the bottom, so I'll lead the way. I know every step by heart.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm glad to see you. Mr. Corman passed on 12 years ago, and it's not easy for a woman to keep up on these mechanical things. Now, the light. Of course, when you get to be my age, you have to watch every penny.
Well, Mrs. Corman, the protection of your life and others, I'm sure, comes before money.
My life?
Well, don't forget, 2 people were killed and 14 injured when that building went.
Oh, well, that's true. Yes, that's true.
Now, this inspection is brief. We can spot trouble in less than a minute. As a matter of fact, Mr. Gray, would you take a look at this?
Yeah, I was just noticing that...
Runs along the whole beam.
Yeah. Ever notice those cracks there, Mrs. Corman?
And the dampness in the wood?
I don't believe I've looked before.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Corman, but this is exactly the condition we found in the rubble of that building that collapsed.
Good heavens.
Now, I want you to understand, I am in no position to condemn your property. That isn't my job. But I'm afraid I'll be forced to file a recommendation that the building be condemned.
Why, you mean everybody'd have to move out?
Well, if the building is condemned, it's for your own good. And you certainly wouldn't want to have the lives of any of your tenants on your conscience.
Oh. But isn't there something I could do?
Pardon me. I don't think the danger is quite that immediate, Mr. Plyer. Suppose I made Mrs. Corman a bid on the necessary work right now, and you hold up filing that recommendation.
Yes. Couldn't we do something like that?
Well, that's very generous of Mr. Gray. And you'd have a top man, of course. But I'd have to assume, Mrs. Corman, that there'd be time spent while you got other bids. And I'm afraid I disagree with Mr. Gray. The danger here is quite immediate.
Oh, now look, Mr. Plyer, I could have 2 men on the job by noon today.
Well, that would satisfy my department, but, well, it's entirely up to Mrs. Corman.
Yes. Oh, well, anything.
Well, then you'd like me to make a bid, Mrs. Corman?
Now, I suggest you think this over, Mrs. Corman. You're putting yourself in the position of taking only one bid, which isn't good business.
Well.
Of course, I can assure you that my department thinks a great deal of Mr. Gray and his men.
Oh, well, that's good enough for me. Well, how much would it be, Mr. Gray?
Oh, well, let's see. It isn't so bad. I'd been going over it in my head. I think, let's see, it'd be about... I think about 470 will cover it.
That much?
Well, it's kind of specialized work, you know.
Oh, well, I see. Well, all right, then.
All right, I'll have 2 men here at noon today.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Corman. I feel a lot better now. And I'm sure you do, too, knowing everything is going to be all right. Does that door lead to the alley?
What? Oh, yes, it does.
Well, that's where we're parked, so we'll bid you good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much.
What do you think you're pulling?
Huh? What's biting you?
$470. And I told you 350 tops.
Oh, we had her in the palm of our hands.
So we lower the price for a tough one, and then they all start comparing notes. With a 350 top, nobody gets mad enough to risk sticking his neck out. You milk it for more than that, and somebody's likely to feel around about that tenement building control unit.
All right, we'll do it your way. What's the matter with you? You've been griping ever since you picked me up this morning.
Sue. She's taking Lonnie. She's leaving me.
That was the first act of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie. As I'm sure you're already aware, con man is short for confidence man, a person who utilizes your carefully built-up confidence in him to separate you from your money. The Salvation Army wants to build your confidence in them also, not, however, to separate you from your money, but to let you know that they're a friend to rely on in need. An example of this trust and confidence you can put in the Salvation Army might be their day nursery service, which we'll mention later in our program. These nurseries can be found in most of our larger cities and serve a vital need in this modern day when both parents or an only parent must work to support the family. Preschool children are cared for during the working day with as much love and affection as it is possible to give. Where there is a need of any kind, you can be confident that the Salvation Army will fill that need. And that's what confidence really means. Now, Act 2 of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie.
Won't you come in, Mrs. Wilder?
Thank you, Major. I know I didn't have an appointment. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, not in the least. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Did you bring your daughter? Lonnie, isn't it?
Your wife took her out with the other children. She's having a wonderful time.
You could be referring to Lonnie or my wife when you say that.
I think I know what you mean. She seems to love every one of those children as if it were her own.
Well, of all the activities of the Salvation Army, the day nursery is one of the happiest ones. At least the nursery itself is a happy place, although the circumstances that bring the children to it aren't always the most pleasant.
No, Major. I suppose not.
I've looked over the application you gave Lieutenant Mendoza yesterday.
Well, I didn't expect to find work so quickly, Major. But I'm supposed to start in the morning, and I just have no one to leave Lonnie with.
Well, that's why we're here. Of course, my wife is in charge of the nursery.
I understand.
I was just wondering if there was any way I could be of help to you. Your application states that you're not divorced, and your husband is not deceased.
I left him. Major, it just happened, and I'm too confused to even think about it.
Well, if the time comes...
I probably will. And I'll be only too happy to have someone like you to tell the whole story to.
I see your last residence was way at the other end of town.
Well, I grew up in this neighborhood.
Oh.
The rents are reasonable, and I suppose I thought I'd run into some old acquaintances. But I'm afraid they've all moved away.
Well, I'm sure it helps being in a familiar area, at least. And I hope you'll consider us your friends.
Thank you, Major.
And you needn't worry about Lonnie when you're at work. She'll be well cared for, well fed, and we'll try to give her as much love as you would during the day. The Salvation Army considers that last item one of the most important in running a day nursery.
I know, Major. You see, I spent a year here myself when I was Lonnie's age.
Why don't you tell me why we're switching to this end of town? I thought that collapsed building was the bait.
This part of town is old, too. The gimmick can work here, too.
Yeah, but we only worked that area for 2 weeks. We didn't even begin to tap it.
I'm making the decisions.
Oh, I sure wish you'd find that wife and kid of yours and get back your sense of humor. I'm telling you, Eddie, you're getting to be a real drag.
What's that building over there?
Huh? Oh, some kind of Salvation Army building. It's old, but it looks awful solid.
Hey, there's an angle. Salvation Army. It should be a soft touch. Repairs won't come out of their own pocket.
You're the boss.
Only let's go a little heavy on this one. Have Max and Collie put in a full day, maybe more. Matter of fact, we're going to do a good job and take a cut in the profit.
Are you sentimental about the Salvation Army or something?
Public relations. Let them spread the word around.
Oh, suppose they don't need anything done.
Now, how are they going to know that? We're the experts.
There's someone in uniform right over there.
Yeah, he could be our man. Excuse me, I'm looking for someone in charge.
Well, that would be me. Can I help you, gentlemen?
My card. Major?
Yes, Major Ford.
As you can see, I'm with TBCU, a Tenement Building Control Unit.
Well, that's a new one on me.
This is George Gray, a building contractor who volunteers a few hours a week to our department.
Oh, Mr. Gray.
How do you do, Major?
Oh, I wonder if I may have my card back. I left the office without taking any more.
Oh, well, certainly.
I'm sure, Major, you read about the building that collapsed a few weeks ago in which 15 were injured. Well, Major, ordinarily I'd file my recommendation for condemning the building immediately, but I can understand your position.
Well, as I say, I'm certain Mr. Gray here would give me a fair price for the work, but I just can't commit us for any expense without certain routine procedures.
Well, you understand my department only recommends Mr. Gray because he's a specialist in this type of work.
And most likely Mr. Gray will be doing the job. Could you call back in 2 or 3 days, and perhaps we can get the whole issue settled at that time?
I'll do that, Major, and thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you for not condemning the building immediately. Good morning.
Good morning, Major.
Yeah, good morning, Major.
Major, it's nice of you to see me without an appointment.
Oh, not at all.
I was in the neighborhood and just thought I'd stop in to see if you'd finalized your agreements.
Well, how's business, Mr.
Plyer, Hal Plyer.
Hal Plyer. I never did get to keep one of your cards, you know.
Oh, wouldn't you know, I'm out of them again.
I'm not surprised, Mr. Plyer.
Beg your pardon?
Mr. Plyer, you made an unfortunate choice when you came to me.
Well, you're in my territory.
Wouldn't you say your territory is any area occupied by people anxious about the structures of the building they frequent since the tragedy of that collapsed tenement a few weeks ago? Oh, you needn't answer that, Mr. Plyer. But it's true. We were anxious, too. We called in a reputable firm and had a complete inspection.
Major, I'm a busy man. If you're not interested in Mr. Gray's bid, then...
I'm a busy man, too, but in a different direction. I try to help people. You try to harm them. Now, let's not play around. Your game is obvious. I realized after you left the other day that I didn't have your phone number, and the operator found no listing. I then called the building inspector for 2 reasons. To question the validity of your department, he never heard of it, of course, and to have them recheck the foundation in all fairness to your partner. He is your partner, isn't he?
If you'll excuse me, Major.
No. You've taken a lot of my time. Now, you give me some of yours. That isn't too much to ask. Oh, I'm certain you've covered yourself legally. There's no formal charge I can bring against you, for we never consummated a deal. And those you've built probably wouldn't have a case either.
You're right. My operation is legal.
But hardly moral. Now, you may not think you're concerned with the moral aspect, but I think you are. You're a human being, an intelligent one. But you've isolated yourself. You've sold yourself a bill of goods that says you're different, apart from everyone else. The hurts others bear are no concern of yours. It isn't so, my friend. We're all in this together, this business of living.
I've been around, Major. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
You like it that way?
Of course not.
Well, then why not fight it instead of nurturing it?
It's the way things are. If it's bad for someone else and good for me, then it's good, period.
Come with me. I want to show you something. I don't suppose you're familiar with the Salvation Army's operation.
I've got my own problems.
And we're concerned with yours. And I hope to prove to you that you're concerned with ours, even though you don't realize it. The Salvation Army is a worldwide operation. It runs homes for unwed mothers. It feeds starving people. It cures the diseased in undeveloped areas.
I'm sorry, Major. You're not reaching me.
Can you not be reached by little children either? Look ahead there. 30 preschool children, 2.5 to 6. Here because one or both parents must work to support their families, and there's nobody to watch over them. With this care, their parents can feed and clothe them better, help them to become healthy, well-adjusted citizens someday. They're important, my friend, important to you, and you're important to them. You were trying to cheat us, and if you had, one of these children, or another child in China perhaps, or a blind man in the West Indies, somewhere, someone would have gone without, because the Salvation Army would have had a few $100s less to carry on its work.
You made your point. Can I go now?
If you want to. But won't you think about it?
I can't help how I feel, Major. These aren't my kids. I want to fix it so my wife never has to work. So my kid doesn't have to rely on strangers for care and love. I want to be sure that...
What is it? Are you all right?
That little girl. It's Lonnie.
You know her?
That's my daughter. My baby. What's she doing here?
Then you must be Mr. Wilder.
What's she doing here?
I can't help thinking, Mr. Wilder, that God brought her here to help convince you you're not apart from anyone else.
But then, Sue, my wife...
is working, Mr. Wilder, despite your efforts to the contrary. And Lonnie stays here during the day with us, receiving the care and love that we give to her. It would seem that despite your rejection of ethical business practices, Mr. Wilder, your unethical ones haven't fared so well either.
For the moment, perhaps.
For the moment. Is it going to get any better? If you succeed with a few more gullible people, do you think your wife will come running back to you with open arms? Will you be able to give your daughter any more than she has now? If that? Think again, Mr. Wilder.
Look, Major...
Yes. You know, I can't help thinking about a certain interesting psychological phenomenon in connection with your coming here today, Mr. Wilder. Police have been familiar with it for some time. It seems that a person who's done something wrong will frequently return to the scene of his crime, or will do something else so clumsily and obviously that he's bound to be caught, and later will admit that he knew he was doing wrong but couldn't stop himself, so he made it possible for someone else to do it for him.
Sort of an unconscious plea of guilty, huh, Major? Well, if you think
Mr. Wilder, why you came back here today, I don't know. But you did. And I think you've gained something by coming. I'll tell you this. Mere coincidence didn't bring you back. Tell you what, Mr. Wilder. A few days ago, you and a friend of yours tried to make a deal with me, profitable to you, costly to me. Now, I've got a friend, too. And we'd like to make a deal with you. One profitable to both of us, but mostly you. Shall we go into my office and talk it over?
All right, Major. Let's talk it over. Sue.
What are you doing here?
The Major told me you picked Lonnie up at 5:15. I thought maybe we'd pick her up together.
I told you, Eddie, it's all over.
The Major gave me another chance, Sue. Can't you see? I'll admit it's not going to be easy for me to turn down a chance to fleece a sucker, but something happened in here that makes everything look different to me. Please, Sue, let's talk about it.
All right. I have to get Lonnie now.
Can we go in and get her together?
She's missed you. All right, let's go in together.
That was the final act of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie. Be sure to be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and it's one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Ah, oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Oh, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
the man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett, you got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you... Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine. Where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
Here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open.
Oh.
And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, then into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small. Mm-hmm. Now, the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So, he tears up part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now, all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
No. Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Well, here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, Mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, Mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. These do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers.
Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son.
George, what about him?
Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame?
Yes, sir. His day off.
Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day too, huh?
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind.
Oh, must you go so soon?
Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
April 3rd. 2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abby. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
In that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3 and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, You are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Why, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I've just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine and you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls, and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now... Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. If I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place, I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey. Oh, but monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She has dropped your glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur, I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
High Adventure.
An innocent business trip into Bulgaria becomes a journey into hell. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Night Arrest.
Ah, there you are, Blake. Good. Come in. Close the door. Sit down for a moment.
Yes, Mr. Billington.
Well, I suppose you must be wondering why I've sent for you on a Friday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm sending you on a week's holiday.
What?
How does that strike you?
Oh, very nice, Mr. Billington.
To Bulgaria.
Bulgaria?
Yes. Sofia. There's a trade exhibition there. I'd like you to go as an observer.
But Bulgaria's behind the iron curtain.
Oh, codswallop, Blake. It's more of a plastic curtain these days. Keep up with the times, man. Read your newspapers, not just the sports and comic strips.
Mr. Billington.
Now then, I have the official invitation here from the exhibition organizers, so you'd better take it. There you are. And I booked a seat for you, Sunday morning, Heathrow. There's your ticket. It's a direct flight.
But this is all very sudden, Mr. Billington. I mean, I haven't been east of Colchester in my entire life.
Yes, I've heard you're a bit of a recluse, Blake. 40 years old, aren't you, and still not married? Well, it's about time you spread your wings and saw something of the world.
But, sir, I'm in the accounts department. Surely going to Sofia would be a sales rep's job.
Well, I can't spare one, Blake. What with the recession ending and China now wide open for trade with the West, I've 9 of my best men there right now. And nearly $1 million worth of new business they pulled in this month. It's all expansion, Blake. Wonderful.
What exactly will I have to do?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. You've been booked for a week into the Hotel Byzantine, which is only 5 minutes' walk from the exhibition site. You'll take a briefcase full of our latest brochures and hand them around. You'll find dozens of reps who are interested in heavy engineering products. Just let it be known who you are. Get names and addresses, all that kind of thing. It's all a matter of using your common sense, Blake.
I have to miss my Sunday golf.
Well, there's more to life than whacking a silly white ball all over the countryside. So, that's about it, Blake. If you see Carruthers, he'll give you a letter of credit for £1,000 and all the brochures you'll need. So, have a nice trip. The weather in Bulgaria will be lovely at this time of the year.
I'm sure it will, sir.
Friday was a bad day for Arthur Blake. He was a quiet man, unworldly and rather narrow in his lifestyle. He lived alone in a small semi-detached where he spent most of his time gardening, listening to orchestral concerts on his hi-fi, or fussing over his stamp collection. His only outside interest was golf, which occupied his Sunday mornings. Then he would go to a quiet corner of his local, where he would drink 2 pints of mild before going home. And now suddenly he found himself being thrust out into the world for a whole week, and the very thought appalled him. On Sunday morning he nervously checked in at Heathrow and was airborne an hour later, his stomach churning with horror as he saw the land fall away and the puffy white clouds beginning to swirl past the window next to him. Luckily for him, the airways provided a sick bag for passengers such as Arthur Blake. It was 3 p.m, local time, when the plane touched down at Sofia, and Arthur thankfully made his way out into the warm afternoon sunlight. At the airport, he changed some traveller's checks and took a taxi to the Hotel Byzantine. His room was comfortable, and his window overlooked a well-tended park. Feeling even braver still, Arthur went down to the bar before dinner. To his considerable annoyance, they didn't have any pints of mild like his local, so he had to settle for a bottle of Polish beer. It was dark and vaguely sweet, and yes, it tasted foreign. He took his dinner in the restaurant and then went back to his room, resolved to take a bath and have an early night. He had no sooner taken off his shoes than...
Oh, now who can that be? Yes?
Good evening. I am Major Gregor Rukas of the State Security Bureau. Here is my identification. May I come in?
Why, yes, certainly.
My 2 men will remain outside the door while we talk.
What can I do for you, Major?
Your identification first. Passport, please.
Yes, it's here in my jacket pocket. I'm sure you'll find it all in order.
I hope so. Thank you. Arthur Blake. Where were you born, Mr. Blake?
It says in...
I know, but I want you to tell me.
Wimbledon.
You play tennis?
No, golf.
In Wimbledon?
No, I live in Hampstead now.
I see. And what is the purpose of your visit to Bulgaria?
Oh, business.
The trade exhibition?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you here to meet anyone in particular?
No, just to look around.
At what?
The heavy engineering exhibits.
Anything else?
Well, just to talk to the exhibitors, hand out a few of my company brochures.
And where are these brochures?
Here in my briefcase. Do you want to see them?
All in good time, Mr. Blake. Are you using traveler's checks for money?
Yes, and I also have a letter of credit for £1,000.
I see. I think, Mr. Blake, we shall go for a small walk.
But I was about to go to bed.
I think the walk will do you more good.
Where will we walk to? And why?
To my office. It will be more convenient for us to talk there.
I haven't done anything wrong.
Did I say you have? This is purely a routine matter, Mr. Blake. An hour, perhaps, no more.
Can you tell me why?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the matter here. Please, Mr. Blake, your shoes.
But I'm not sure I should.
You would be making a terrible mistake to refuse. I and my superiors would be forced into believing you have something to hide.
All right. But please, I do want to be back as soon as possible. I have a very busy day ahead of me tomorrow.
I'm sure you have, Mr. Blake.
Arthur Blake accompanied Gregor Rukas from the room, fighting back a feeling of blind panic. The two uniformed policemen outside the door fell in behind them. After leaving the hotel, they walked a distance of 3 blocks to a squat black stone building and went inside. After passing through 2 doors guarded by heavily armed policemen, Rukas barked an order to his uniformed companions, and then he smiled at Blake.
They will take you to my interrogation room. I shall join you in a few minutes.
Rukas walked off down a corridor. One of Arthur's guards prodded him along another corridor, down a flight of stone steps and along a dark, narrow passage with a line of steel doors set into the walls on one side. Arthur's panic grew, especially when the policeman stopped outside one of the doors and unlocked it.
Wait a minute. This is a prison cell. No, it's a bloody dungeon.
Arthur was pushed forward and the door was slid to and locked. Light came from a dingy bulb far above his head. The ancient stone walls were wet and moss-covered. The only furnishings were a bare plank bed, a chair, and a metal pot filled with water. A small hole in the floor was obviously intended to serve as the latrine. Succumbing to his terror, Arthur flung himself at the steel door.
Let me out! I've done nothing wrong! Let me out of here, please! For the love of heaven, listen to me! What have I done? It's monstrous what you're doing to me! Please come and listen to me! Don't leave me here like this! Please! Please!
Mr. Blake? What is this? Have you broken down so soon?
What are you trying to do to me?
You have been in here less than 10 minutes, and I find you weeping. I find that quite strange.
I'm scared as hell, that's why. Could you tell me what this is all about?
I think you know.
I don't know anything.
Who really sent you to our country?
Oh, Mr. Billington. I didn't want to. He forced me into it. All I wanted to do was stay at home. I should have known something horrible like this would happen. It always happens when you mix with foreigners.
You are the foreigner here, Mr. Blake.
It's not the same thing at all. I'm not a proper foreigner. I'm British.
Ah, yes. Which brings me round to the subject of your passport. It is forged.
Forged? But that's impossible. I got it myself from the passport office.
According to you, yes.
But it's true.
Tell me, why have you really come to Bulgaria? To spy on the new Soviet missile base at Constanza?
You think I'm a spy? Oh, no, that's absurd.
Is it? Can you explain the automatic pistol we found in your briefcase?
Gun? Oh, no, you must be having me on. I've never touched a real gun in my life.
I'm being very patient with you, Mr. Blake. But for your own sake, you must tell me the truth.
I am.
Then explain the weapon and the map we found stitched into the lining of your suitcase.
Am I going mad?
If you insist in playing innocent, I shall be forced to hand you over to Sergeant Savek for intensive interrogation.
No, this can't be real.
I'm sure you must have seen in movies what a medieval torture chamber looks like. The rack, the boot, thumb screws, all that kind of thing. Well, Sergeant Savek is an expert, and he has such a chamber only a few meters from here. You know, he even has a brazier and branding irons.
I won't listen. I refuse to listen. It can't be real. This is a dream. I went to bed, and now I'm dreaming. Having a terrible nightmare.
Oh, this is real, Mr. Blake, or whatever your name really is. If you are not prepared to cooperate, then Sergeant Savek will be allowed to have his way with you.
No.
Now then, shall we start at the very beginning? What is your real name? The name of your superior officer, and who you have been instructed to contact in Bulgaria.
I wish to heaven I was a spy. Then I can tell you all you want to know. Is it lies you want?
I have heard enough lies, and now my patience is exhausted. Sergeant Savek, take him away. He is all yours.
Things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on SpringbokRadio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on SpringbokRadio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at SpringbokRadio.com.
Water hogs splashing on and on, using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help them, this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
A huge, burly man entered the cell as Rukas left. Sergeant Savek was accompanied by two policemen. They roughly grabbed Arthur and stripped off his clothing. He was then frog-marched out of the cell, along the narrow corridor and down a steep flight of stone steps. Arthur's eyes bulged in horror at the sight that met his eyes. Rukas had been right. The chamber he was dragged into was a medieval torture chamber. The only sign that it was the 20th century were the two fluorescent lights set high in the stone ceiling. He felt sick and faint. Savek barked orders to his assistants, and Arthur was strapped onto a circular rack. Arthur alternately cried and sobbed.
Please,
How do you like my workstation, eh? A pretty sight for an enemy spy, don't you think?
I'm not a spy. Honestly, I swear it.
Major Rukas says you are, and I prefer to believe him.
I came here for an exhibition, I tell you.
Oh, now you are the exhibition. Well, shall we get to work? You surprise me, Englishman. Most suspects break down just at the sight of this chamber.
I've broken down too, believe me. I'm terrified out of my wits.
No, you cannot be, I can tell. You only pretend to be afraid.
Why should I do that, for heaven's sake?
To make us sympathetic and ready to believe you are innocent. Let me explain to you what there is to look forward to. The wheel you are strapped to is capable of pulling your arms and legs from their sockets. A very painful experience. Noisy, too.
You're sick.
But back to business. The wheel rather slack at present. Rodescu, swear the dog
No, please don't. No. Oh, heaven help me.
You make such a lot of noise, yet we've barely taken up the slack.
What do I have to do to make you stop?
Just tell the truth. Major Rukas asked the questions, and I'll call him if you want to provide the answers. What's this, old boy?
No, please, no more. I'll tell him everything.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am certain. Slacken off the wheel.
I cannot do that. I'll call the major, but I must warn you. If you are bluffing for time, you will regret it. That is a promise.
No.
Aye, you do look a sorry sight, Mr. Blake. The sergeant tells me you want to cooperate.
Yes. Just let me off here, please. I'll tell you all you want to know, please.
Tell me, and then you can come off the wheel.
You didn't have to take away my clothes.
It was very necessary. Humiliation is part of the treatment. It brings a man down to the status of a caged animal. All his dignity and resolve fades away to nothing except for a desire to survive. Now to business. You are a spy, yes?
Yes.
Name?
Reginald Charles Ogden.
Service number?
334-079.
Strange one. Are you telling me the truth, Ogden?
Yes, it's a new department.
Who is its head?
Brigadier Summers.
He isn't on my list. What was his former position?
I don't know.
Very well. We'll come back to that question later. What was your mission here?
To gain information on all the Soviet installations here.
And who are you to contact for assistance?
Nobody. I was to work on my own initiative.
You're lying again.
No, it's the truth, please.
How could you tour the country and get your information without assistance?
By train. You found the map.
The map didn't tell us much. But all the sensitive areas were clearly marked on it. Yes, it's possible that you are telling me the truth.
Oh, yes.
We can go into the finer details later. Why did you risk bringing a gun into Bulgaria?
To defend myself, of course.
The custom officials could have found it.
I hid it.
Where?
In my trousers.
Why didn't it affect the alarm system at Heathrow Airport when you passed through?
It was arranged for me to pass through a separate entrance into the departure lounge.
Sergeant Savek, I'm sorry to have to deprive you of your night's work. Take the prisoner back to his cell while I go and check on the information he's given to me. I hope you've been telling me the truth, Mr. Ogden. One lie, and it's back to Sergeant Savek's playground.
Feeling weak but relieved, Arthur Blake was unstrapped from the wheel and marched back to the cell. Never for a moment would he have believed it possible to be thankful to be back in such a place, but at that time it seemed like paradise. He sat for a while on the wooden chair after putting his clothes back on. He wondered how long it would take for Rukas to find out he had invented the whole story. An hour, perhaps 2, and then back to the torture chamber, the steel boots. He shuddered. Death would be better.
Yes, you look more dignified now, Mr. Ogden. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised to find you told me the truth.
I did? I mean, yes, I had to. The place was more than I could bear.
A confession is being typed out by one of my men, which you will sign. Then it will be all over. Does that make you feel better?
Wonderful.
It should be here in a few minutes. The execution will be at 8 in the back courtyard.
Execution?
Well, the usual reward for captured spies, is it not?
But this is monstrous.
Surely you didn't believe we would let you go.
But
I did everything you asked of me. I cooperated.
It was that or Sergeant Savek. In my opinion, the firing squad is the far better choice.
So that's what it was. A choice between death and torture, followed by death.
Exactly. This must be the confession. Carlo Roggia, here it is, Mr. Ogden. Just sign each copy on the dotted line at the bottom, will you?
I can't read it. I don't know what it says. It's not in English.
This is not England. What it says is of no real interest to you. Now, please, sign.
Sign my own death warrant. What did I ever do to deserve this?
You became a spy. Now, kindly sign.
Here you are.
Thank you. Well, I'll see you when they come for you at 10 to 8. Have a pleasant sleep.
For a while, Arthur stared at the steel door that separated him from freedom, from the world he had seen so little of. His earlier panic had subsided, and now he felt strangely calm. There was nothing he could do to save himself, and Rukus had been right. A quick death was infinitely preferable to Sebek's barbarity. His mind pondered the outside world. All the good things in life he had missed because of his reclusive habits. If he could live it again, life would be different. He would make friends, become a more social animal. He sat on the edge of the plank bed. Sleep was out of the question, of course. Time dragged slowly until he wanted it to be 8. It was better to get it over and done with. And then he heard it.
It is time.
I'm ready.
I didn't bring you breakfast. We consider it a waste of valuable food. Shall we go?
Yes.
Slightly stooped, Arthur marched with his executioners up the flight of steps, down a long corridor and out into a courtyard. The sun was shining, and he straightened himself up, determined now to face the final ordeal with a show of bravado. The guards stepped away from him, and he found himself in front of a car. The rear door was opened, and Major Rukus was sitting inside. The driver was in civilian clothes.
Morning, Mr. Ogden. Please, get inside.
What is all this?
Do as I ask. Close the door.
Is this some more of your torture? I'm to be executed somewhere else?
No. It's nothing like that at all.
Where are you taking me, then?
There is a flight for London in an hour. Your things have been collected from the hotel and are waiting for you at the airport.
Oh,
this package contains your passport, money, and other documents.
I don't understand.
You're free to go, Mr. Blake. We found you were telling the truth the first time around. I must say, though, that your second attempt was very convincing.
What happened?
Oh, no doubt you will learn the truth in due course. I suppose the world looks a better place now, eh?
I'll never whine again. Believe me, I'm ready to enjoy every minute.
Oh, by the way, you can have this.
It's my confession.
Oh, not really. It was really your acceptance of an apology given by my government for your mistaken arrest.
So you knew I was innocent when I signed it?
Yes.
You bloody sadistic swine. I spent all night thinking that
It was necessary. Please believe that, Mr. Blake. It was vitally necessary.
The gun and the map you claim to have found?
Oh, those. Well, they didn't really exist. I think the whole incident is best forgotten. Please, have a nice flight home.
Had an exciting time, I hear, Blake.
I'm back from the jaws of hell.
Oh, Major Rukus saw you out safely, didn't he?
You
know of him?
Oh, yes, one of our great operatives. Great chap. Intensely loyal.
What?
Oh, well, I suppose you deserve to know the truth. You were used as a scapegoat, Blake. It's a bit hard on you, I'll admit, but it was essential to get in a genuine agent. The Bulgars were tipped off. They were looking for him. I sent you so that Ruckus could use you as a smokescreen while the real agent got through.
Oh,
no. It was a bit tough on you, I'll admit, but, well, you came out unscathed. There was very little risk in it for you. Oh, yes. I'm an administrator of Special Intelligence Services. We're rather an elite little group of hellraisers. Right, now then, Blake. How soon can you get the Atkinson account ready? Should have been finished last week.
I know, sir. I was a bit pressed for time.
Yeah, well, you better get on with it then, Blake.
Not before I tell you what I really think about you and your damned elite little group of hellraisers. And after that, I'm going to resign and enjoy life and all the petty vices I've been missing.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
The makers of Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. Beauty cream for the skin you love to touch. Present Dennis O'Keefe and Constance Moore in Hollywood Mystery Time. Tonight, hot and low down. You'd expect a producer of Hollywood smash hits like Jim Lawton to be interested in nothing but the motion picture business. But with a warm July sun making a golden blot on the thick carpet of his studio office, and his very personable secretary, Gloria Dean, close by, pencil and notebook in hand, Jim's mind and eyes are wandering to a newspaper on his desk.
Jim, I know Dick Tracy is fascinating, but you started dictating a memo, remember? Father always said there would be days like this.
Yes, I wish that's all your father ever said about me.
Oh, Jim, will you stop mumbling into that newspaper and finish dictating me?
Hey, I get this editorial.
Editorial? You mean you finished with the sport page and the funnies already?
It looks like Cookie has his head on the block and it's about to be chopped off.
Cookie? In trouble?
Yes, up to his pretty sun-kissed neck. Listen to this blast. It's addressed to the police commissioner. What are you going to do about the racketeers and gamblers who are taking millions a week away from the war workers of this city? Or is Captain Cook allowing this vicious racket to survive for reasons best known to himself?
Why, that's rotten. If I were Cookie, I'd sue that sheet for libel. Cookie wouldn't even take an apple off a push cart.
Oh, of course he wouldn't. But it is true, Gloria. Gambling places are springing up like mushrooms all over the...
I'll get it. Mr. Lawton's office.
Hello, Gloria?
Cookie. Well, of all things, Jim and I were just talking about you.
Oh, then Jim's there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, good. May I talk to him?
Just a minute. Here you.
Hiya, fella. And before you say a word, I want you to know that I'm going to ask the head of our studio advertising to pay a little call on the editor of that slandering yellow newspaper and tell them that...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jim. I've been whipping boy for those sensational so-called journalists before, and I can take it. But I got a favor to ask you, Jim. Something personal.
Favor? Okay, Cookie, fire away.
What is it, Jim? Has Cookie lost a job?
Don't be so impatient, my pet. Go on, Cookie. What's on your mind?
Well, Jim, you know my kid brother, Stan. Well, he's a civilian again. Just got discharged after 37 months in the Army.
Oh, that's grand. I'm glad to hear it. And look, if you're worried about a job for Stan, just send him out here.
No, that isn't it, Jim. With what he gets from the government and my savings, I want that kid to go back to college. But he's got a screwy idea of his own.
Well, maybe after 3 years in the Army...
He wants to join the force. Be a cop. If I have to beat it through his thick head with a nightstick, no brother of mine's going to make the same mistake I made.
Oh, what do you want the kid to do?
Well, you know how he respects you, Jim. Now, he's coming down here to have lunch with me. And I thought if you just happened to drop in and had a little talk with him, you could convince him to go back to college and learn to be a chemist the way he'd always planned.
Right. If you don't mind my own lunch date, Gloria coming along will be at your office at, say, 12:30. Okay, Gloria?
If we can finish this memo there, let's go. Stan, won't you even listen to what Jim has to say?
Okay, Mr. Lawton, I'm sorry. But honestly, you might as well save your breath. I don't want to go back to college. All I want is to be like my brother.
Oh, now look, if you learn a profession, you might find opportunities that you don't even dream exist.
Jim's right, Stan. Police work is a thankless job.
I don't care. It's the kind of work that'll make me happy.
You think Cookie's happy?
Well, if you mean that blast in the paper this morning, sure he's upset. But that isn't going to stop him. Why, he told me just before lunch that he'd already closed 6 of those gambling joints last week. The whole trouble is that just as fast as he closes one location, they open another next day.
Fast workers, those boys, aren't they? I wonder how they manage to move around that quickly. Jim, doesn't it seem strange to you that they close one night and open up the very next day someplace else?
Well, yes, it does. Say, you know, there might be a couple of interesting angles there at that. For example, suppose this gambling syndicate is run by, a real estate operator, you see, who has a lot of vacant houses.
Vacant houses? These days?
Well, suppose we discard that theory and attack the problem in a different manner.
And you were the one who was just going to talk me out of being a detective.
Uh-oh.
Well, Cookie is on a spot, and there might be something I could do to help him.
I know, Jim. You can find out where those gambling houses are located. Go there, play roulette, and with your luck, break the bank and make them close, because they're out of money.
Gloria, just because I lost $11 last night playing gin rummy. Oh, but honestly, Stan, if I could do something to help that brother of yours, it...
Oh, Cookie. Didn't expect you back yet.
Well, I got as far as the garage when I was called back. Bill Reardon, one of our motorcycle boys, was just killed by a truck.
Killed?
Murdered? What do you mean?
Well, 2 witnesses saw him light out after a truck. Just as he pulled alongside of it to flag him down, the driver deliberately swerved into him and then beat it.
Oh, that's awful.
Any idea why he was chasing the truck?
No. Bill was dead on arrival when they got him to the hospital. So I sent Tex Campbell out to check on the license number of the truck.
Wait a minute, Cookie. Aside from the fact that you liked Reardon, he was in the traffic division, not in your department. Why did they report it to you?
Well, if you must know, Reardon and 2 other motor cops were assigned to me just this week to see if they can run down any information on those gambling houses.
Gambling houses? Say, this thing might start fitting together.
You're right, Mr. Lawton. Now, look, suppose these gamblers...
That'll be enough out of you, Stan. Incidentally, I got you a reservation to go back to college next week.
I'm not going back to college. And what's more,
No, wait a minute, Stan. There are enough things worrying Cookie right now without you adding to it.
Yeah, there comes Tex. Hope he's got some dope on that truck.
Hello, Mr. Lawton. Miss Dean.
Hi, Tex.
Hello.
Captain, the truck belonged to Chick Crutcher, one of his fleet of moving vans.
Crutcher. That dirty chiseler. I knew I'd catch up with him someday.
Well, you haven't caught up with him yet, because the truck was reported stolen 2 hours ago.
Jim, isn't Chick Crutcher supposed to be sort of a racketeer?
Oh, look, honey, you're getting no place fast. Even though the truck belongs to Crutcher, if it were stolen, he's not responsible. Besides, this isn't going to... Say, wait a minute. Didn't I read that Crutcher bought that big ranch out in the Baldwin Hills?
Oh, you mean the one we used as location for the ranch follies of 1945?
Now, wait a minute, you two. What's a ranch got to do with finding out who murdered Bill Reardon?
Maybe nothing and maybe a lot. Maybe finding out who's running the gambling racket in this town.
What do you mean, Jim?
I mean, let's get back to my office. If I'm not mistaken, we have some still pictures of that ranch, and I want to get a gander at them right now. Sure. I bet that's it. Look at this picture that shows the side of the house and the 2 barns.
Yeah, I'm looking, but I don't see anything that looks like an answer to our problem. Do you, Tex?
No, I don't, Captain.
Don't you get it? See the size of those 2 barns? Why, those barns are large enough to hide 20 trucks in.
Oh, but who wants to hide 20 trucks?
Chick Crutcher. He's the kind of a no-good character I think he is. Don't you see it, Cookie? His ranch is right smack in the middle of the biggest war plant area in Southern California.
Oh, I see. The trucks he already owns, legitimately. So he loads them with gambling equipment and hides them in those barns so that he can set up on a new location on an hour's notice.
And that would account for Bill Reardon following the truck that killed him.
Bill must have gotten wise to something and was trailing it.
Yeah, except that the truck was reported stolen 2 hours before.
Tex, they reported it stolen 2 hours ago, but that doesn't say the report was turned in 2 hours ago.
Look, Captain, let me go out to that ranch and do some checking up. I got a little personal axe to grind. Bill Reardon was the best friend I had in the world.
I'd like to, Tex, but you can't just walk in out there and look around, you know. If Jim's right about Crutcher, there'll be a couple of strong-arm boys guarding the gate.
Well, couldn't you sort of hide Tex out there, Cookie? Say, disguised as a petunia or something?
That's the answer. We could plant Tex out there and, no pun intended, as a gardener. That way, Tex would have the run of the entire place.
Come on, Captain, you gotta do it.
Oh, he's right, Cookie, and just think. In nice sunny weather like this, Tex will get a better suntan than he would down at the beach. Yes?
Mr. Lawton, there's a Captain Cook and his brother here to see you.
Oh, good. Send him in. Send him right in.
Well, I'm certainly glad Cookie's here. Maybe now I can get you back to work. He probably has the news you've been waiting for.
Oh, I hope so. Now we're getting places. If Tex got inside those barns and found the trucks with the gambling equipment in them... Oh, come on in, Cookie. Well, you got the report from Tex?
No, I haven't got a report from Tex, but I've got a report about him.
About him?
That's right, Gloria. We just brought his body in from the ranch. Tex died an hour ago of sunstroke. Hollywood Mystery Time will continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, important Hollywood beauty news. Important to you.
Gorgeous Hollywood stars like Lana Turner know there's no substitute for the appeal of lovely, smooth skin. To help keep skin always soft, radiant, at its very best, lots of those Hollywood stars depend on Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. Now, that's important because it tells you exactly how you can give your own precious complexion screen star care. Care that helps prevent underprivileged skin, the flaky roughness and unsightly pores that may come from halfway cleansing and care. All you need is Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream, because that one wonderful cream performs all 4 basic beauty purposes. It cleanses thoroughly, it softens and smooths away flaky roughness. As a night cream, Woodbury helps banish old-looking dry skin lines, and it makes a grand powder base. Remember, your complexion should have fine, thorough, absolutely complete care for lovely, soft smoothness. That way, your charm is bound to score a hit on his heart.
Remember, only Woodbury has exclusive Sterisin, always purifying the cream in the jar against blemish-causing germs. Once you begin using Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream, you'll notice that skin seems smoother, lovelier. Begin tonight with Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. And now back to the Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream program, Hollywood Mystery Time, starring Constance Moore and Dennis O'Keefe.
Well, Stan, now what do you think? You still determined to be a cop?
2 of your brother's best friends killed inside of 48 hours.
Yeah. But for the life of me, I don't see how a husky 6-footer like Tex could be killed of heat prostration.
I wouldn't believe it myself if the police medical examination hadn't said it was unmistakable. All the symptoms and effects of the sunstroke.
Yeah, it was kind of warm today, but I wouldn't say it was that hot. There's something phony about this thing. Someone doesn't find it soon, I'm afraid there'll be a lot more widows living on police pensions.
You know something? I've got a hunch that we ought to go out to Mr. Crutch's ranch and look around.
Oh, Jim, you're acting just the way Dad says you always do. You're 2 full days behind now on your work.
Oh, you and your father. Oh, all right, then I've got a suggestion. Isn't a capable secretary supposed to take all the responsibilities off her employer's shoulders?
Yes, but...
Oh, good. Then you stay here and bring my work up to date. I'm going out and pay a little sub-rosa call on Chick Crutcher.
And I'm going with you.
Hey, the least you 2 can do is wait for a lady to powder her nose. feet feel, Chick Crutcher hasn't just got a ranch. He must own a quarter of the state of California.
Well, we've covered the whole place twice, and we still haven't found out whether Tex Campbell really died of sunstroke.
That was a neat trick, Mr. Lawton, making your car backfire and scaring those two hoods away from the gate.
Well, here we are at the side of the house again. If it comes to a vote, I say we get back into the car and head for home in a pair of comfortable slippers.
Yes, and I second the motion. Hey, hold it. Look here.
Why, it's nothing but a little mound of dirt.
Yes, but if that hasn't been poured into a freshly dug hole, I'll eat your hat.
Why should anybody dig a hole here and then fill it up again?
How do I know? Maybe for a barbecue.
Or maybe for a body.
Ooh, cheerful little child, isn't she? Come on, Stan. I always heard you GIs would rather dig than eat.
Well, maybe if you had some of those K rations, you would too, Mr. Lawton.
Find anything, boys?
Oh, nothing. Except a couple of earthworms.
I wish digging foxhole had been as easy. With all this loose dirt.
Ouch. Darn, there goes my last good fingernail.
You won't have to chew them anymore.
Say, I'm down to the bottom of the hole over here.
Yeah, me too. From here on down, it's tightly packed.
Well, that's the prize for the right answer, Mr. Bones.
No, but the prize for the wrong answer is the commissioner may be forced to ask Cookie for his resignation. Well, who would dig a hole just for the sake of digging up? Gloria, give me that still picture of this ranch house.
Oh, the absent-minded producer at work. The picture's right there in your coat pocket, dear.
What am I doing wearing a coat in this weather? Here. Let's take a squint at this picture and...
What are you filming about?
Here, both of you, look. Where's the big oak tree that's in the picture and that isn't here now?
You mean somebody dug up an oak tree and threw it away?
Well, it certainly looks that way, but why?
Well, maybe because Tex didn't die of sunstroke. When Chick Crutcher realized that Tex couldn't have been found out here dead of heat prostration while lying in the shade of a tree, Crutcher had the tree removed.
But the medical examiner said it was sunstroke.
If I remember my college chemistry, the sun isn't the only thing that can cause heat prostration.
You're right, Mr. Lawton. A foreign substance injected into the veins, something like an aniline dye, could raise the body temperature and cause death just the way the sun does.
Are you sure you're right?
I know Stan's right about the dye. The thing I don't know is whether that's what killed Tex. The only way we're going to find that out is to have a post-mortem.
The coroner's back.
Mr. Lawton, I'm sorry to tell you that you were right. His death was due to an injection of dye into his veins causing heat prostration by artificial means. Well, if you'd like, I'll call Captain Cook.
Yes, I suppose you'd better tell him, even though there still isn't enough evidence for an arrest.
Doctor, don't call my brother. Look, Jim, we've gone this far. Why don't we follow through with it? And if I can help get the goods in Crutcher, no one can say I don't belong to the police force.
Oh, I don't know, Stan. If I took you out there, Cookie would have my hide.
Yeah, but if my brother went out himself, Crutcher would recognize him and either give him the slip or... Well, look what happened to Tex.
Okay, you've convinced me. Let's go, Stan.
What do you mean, let's go, Stan? I'm in on this, too. It's dark enough for all of us to pay our final call on Brother Crutcher. Here we are at the ranch again. Now what do we do?
Well, you two stay here in front for a moment while I go around to the other side of the house.
Oh, Jim, be careful.
Well, hadn't I better go with you, Mr. Lawton?
And leave me here all alone?
No, honey, if those big men come after you, just blind them with one of your dazzling smiles. Stan, you hold Gloria's hand, and I'll hold my rabbit's foot. If I'm not back in an hour, I'll be sitting up with a sick friend. Vice versa.
Gee, Miss Dean, what a wonderful guy.
A wonderful guy for what? The woman who marries him is going to be prematurely gray from worry or is going to run out of shoe coupons from trying to keep up with him. Say, Stan, now that you're out of the Army, what are you doing with your number 3 stamp?
Number 3 stamp?
Let it go. Just a civilian expression. It shouldn't take this long for Jim to peek into a window.
Well, maybe he couldn't see anything. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Well, look. Are those shadows moving around through the blinds?
Oh, good heavens. 4 men and... Look, one of them holding a gun.
It's only a shadow, but the tall one looks like Mr. Lawton.
Oh, Stan, you've got to do something. I mean, we've got to do something.
Come on. Let's go over to the window and see if we can peek in.
This is the noisiest gravel. I think a man like Carruthers, who owned a whole fleet of trucks, would lubricate his gravel every 1,000 miles.
Here's the window. Oh, can't see a thing.
Oh, darn it.
What is it?
Voices. Don't you hear them?
Yeah, I can hear them, but I can't hear what they're talking about.
Oh, we've got to get that window open.
Oh, but how?
Always heard G.I. Joe is the most resourceful soldier in the world. Haven't you got a bazooka in your pocket?
I don't even have a penknife.
Wait a minute. Let me try something. Well, what do you know? It wasn't even locked. Either that or I don't know my own strength.
Well, don't open it any further. You can hear them good now.
Yes, you're quite right, Crutcher. Just the way it happened. Just enough college chemistry to figure it out.
Too bad, Lawton. Just goes to prove a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. At least it's going to be dangerous for you.
Oh, that sounds very ominous.
Yeah, don't it?
But apparently you must have studied chemistry, too. Or else how would you have known about aniline dyes causing heat prostration?
There's a lot of things I know, Lawton, but they ain't going to do you a bit of good.
Oh, didn't they teach you not to say ain't in college?
Look, Lawton, here it is quick. These two boys of mine are going to take you out in your car, and it's going to have a little accident with the truck. Oh, nothing simple. They'll still be able to recognize you, I think.
Come on, Lawton.
Oh, you don't have to pull me. I can walk.
You may be able to walk now, brother. Come on, let's get going.
So long, Lawton. And even if you hadn't come butting into my business, I owed you this. I paid 60 cents to see your last picture.
You know, if you'd give up this idea, Crutcher, I'll give you a free pass to everything I make.
Sorry. You aren't going to make any more pictures.
Oh, Stan, what are we going to do?
Come on. Let's get around by the front entrance. Maybe we can find something by the steps.
Oh, great. Maybe something was just coming to us.
Oh, now let's see here a minute. If only there was something we... Wait a minute. That vine up over the doorway.
The vine?
Yeah. Hurry, let's rip it down.
Okay, but... Here. Got a piece of the vine, but what good's it going to do?
Well, it worked in the Pacific. I hope it works here. Now, hold on to your end.
Yeah.
Hurry now. When they come out of the door, we may be able to trip them.
But...
Come on, here they come.
Okay.
So long, Lawton. And as you college men say, bon voyage.
Oh, thanks, Crutcher. Thank you. As you racketeers say, nuts to you.
Okay, but quit stalling. Down the steps and don't try any funny stuff or else...
Look out, Mr. Lawton. I grabbed this fat one's gun.
Behind you! Hey, put that gun down or else
You'll do nothing.
Jim, what a punch.
All right, Crutcher, you take one more step and I'll...
Okay. Leave the artillery where it is.
Hey, you are smart. Maybe you did go to college. It may be a big help to you in the future.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Maybe the warden will let you compose your own epitaph in Latin.
Jim, sometimes I think you're wonderful.
Yes. Go on.
Sometimes I think you're awful.
Well, which sometimes is it now?
Well, it's a little of both. I think you're wonderful for having convinced Cookie should let Stan join the force. You're awful because you won't get back to work.
Oh, but I am working. I'm sitting here planning the greatest romantic epic I ever made. Title, The Girl I Loved. Starring Gloria Dean as Mrs. Jim Lawton.
Oh, darling. Darling, can you make it in Technicolor? You know, I look so well in blue.
Yes, and your father will be so colorful in these deep purple rays.
Now, a Hollywood beauty tip.
Girls, if you could just ask some of your favorite Hollywood stars like Olivia de Havilland, Lana Turner, and Lorraine Day about beauty care, you'd almost certainly hear about the wonders of complete skin care with Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. Famous stars depend on Woodbury, and at bedtime, many of them believe in the famous Woodbury Beauty Nightcap with Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream. Here's all you do. Cleanse skin thoroughly with beauty-giving Woodbury. Tissue off the cream, and skin is gloriously free of stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. Then, swirl on a delightful, cool film of Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream and leave it on all night. It helps banish flaky roughness, softens and smooths your skin to exquisite, endearing, fresh charm.
You can try Woodbury for as little as 10 cents. Then, when your thrilling new beauty wins admiration from him, get the $1.25 size Woodbury Complete Beauty Cream, the cream for complete beauty care. Tune in again next week at the same time for Woodbury's double feature, Luella Parsons with exclusive news about your favorite movie stars and another thrill and laugh-packed story with Dennis O'Keefe and Constance Moore in Hollywood Mystery Time. Music on this program was arranged and conducted by Charles Hathaway. This is James Doyle saying goodnight for Woodbury, for the skin you love to touch. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever paused to wonder what happens to famous people when fame is wrenched away? Consider this. To singers, actors, dancers, to all who perform on stage before live audiences, applause is their life's blood. To performers, that sound is the music of the spheres. They live on it, thrive on it, feed on it. But when homage fades, dies away into silence, what then? Some accept retirement gracefully, or seem to, as did a world-renowned ballerina until her 50th birthday.
I will pay anything, everything, to be young, to dance again.
I warn you, the cost will be high. And before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with me? If yes, then there is no turning back. What do you say? Alexandra, yes or no?
Our mystery drama, Give the Devil His Due, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Mercedes McCambridge. Alexandra, incomparable ballerina, toast of 2 continents, Alexandra the unsurpassed. It was said of her dancing that she was more than a star flung from the heavens. She was a constellation.
What is wrong? What happened to my applause? Where is it, my applause? The bravos. I can't hear them. Please applaud. Call my name. What is wrong?
Sandra, wake up, Sandra.
What applause? Where did it go, please?
Wake up.
Please. I want my applause. That lovely sound. Someone has taken it away.
Darling, wake up.
Where?
There now. That's right.
John?
Yes, dear, it's John. You were dreaming.
I was dreaming.
Yes, a bad dream.
But
You awake now?
Where am I? What am I doing in this place?
Sandra, you're home. Now, come on, back to bed.
I'm all mixed up.
Come on now, take my hand.
I'm so cold.
Of course you are. That thin nightgown dancing around the room.
Oh, my head, it aches so.
Oh, there now, that's my good girl. You'll feel better in a minute.
Swan Lake.
Huh?
I danced Swan Lake.
Oh, in the dream, yeah, yes.
What dream? What are you talking about? I danced Swan Lake last night. And such applause, John. I can't remember how many curtain calls. And the flowers. There were never so many.
Sandra.
Brava, Alexandra, brava. And one young man was calling out, I love you, I love you. And after the 7th encore, or was it the 8th?
Sandra, stop it. Stop it right now.
John, what has happened to you? You've always been so proud of my talent, my fame, and lately you seem actually jealous of it.
Alexandra, will you listen to me? You did not dance last night. You will not dance tonight. You haven't danced for 13 years since you retired. You're 50 years old.
I am not 50 years old. Why do you say such things? Why have you turned on me like this?
Sandra, dear Sandra, you're ill. It began a week ago on your 50th birthday.
It's not that I am not 50. I am not.
Exactly what you said on your birthday. You screamed at you. You knocked the cake off.
I am not 50. I am not. Where are you going?
Forget your hand mirror.
What?
You look at yourself. Something you refused to do all week.
No.
All right, then, if you can. Tell me you're not 50 years old. There. Go ahead, look.
No.
Don't turn away. Look.
I won't.
Yes, you will.
Please don't do that. You're hurting me. There will be marks on my arm. They will show in my costume tonight.
All right, open your eyes and I'll let you go. There. Good. Now tell me what you see.
I see beautiful Alexandra. The greatest ballerina the world has ever known.
Oh, stop looking past the mirror. Look into it. Look.
No, that's not me. That is someone else. She is ugly. Oh, so ugly. Take her away.
No, she's not ugly. She's still very beautiful. But she is 50. Face it, Sandra. Face yourself.
Why do you make me face it? Why? I hate what I am.
Then you do know what you are. You know.
Sometimes I know, but I don't want to. I want to go back.
Darling, you can't go back. You can't live in the past. This is now.
I hate now.
But it exists and you're part of it.
Yes, John, you are right. Of course you are.
You listened, Daniel. You heard me, understood.
I listened, I heard. Now, will you do the same for me?
Listen? Oh, certainly.
I've known what's been going on this past week. Part of my mind has always known. I've tried to blot out the truth, pretend that it is lies, and sometimes I can do it. But you drag me back. How cruel, just now, in the mirror, with the wrinkles.
Sandra, I don't want to hurt you, but I can't let you go on like this. You're getting deeper and deeper into this pretense. I don't know where it'll lead. Thank God we've talked about it honestly. And tomorrow, we'll talk more. Now, let's try to get some sleep.
No. I haven't finished. There's something I haven't told you. You say I need to know that I am 50, that I can't dance, that I will never dance again. Well, you need to know that I will dance. I will.
Oh, Zan.
I know it sounds impossible to you, even mad. I know you can't believe it, but it is true. Alexandra, the unsurpassed, will dance again.
All right, Sandra. Will you promise me something?
All right. I'll stop talking about it. But that does not change what will be.
No. I want you to talk about it.
What?
To a doctor. To a psychiatrist.
I see.
Please, darling, I beg you. This is madness, what you're saying. You're headed straight for a breakdown.
Do you think so, John?
Well, there's been plenty of evidence, and now this. But I think it can be prevented.
Very well, then I shall see a doctor. Yes, I certainly will.
You will?
Tomorrow. Dr. Stern, I want the truth. Please, don't make promises you cannot keep.
But I have no intention of doing that, Mrs. Scott. What would be gained by you or me? Aside from that, it is an honor to have the great Alexandra come to me for help.
I have simply come to the best doctor in the profession. Now, Exactly. What can you do for me?
First, you must understand there is no absolute guarantee.
None?
Plastic surgery will make you look younger. That is absolute. But for exactly how many years is speculative. However, I can make a very educated guess. You have fine bone structure, and that is basic to all beauty. Bones don't change. Only the skin, the muscles. When your skin is smooth again, wrinkles gone, loose flesh tightened, eyelids no longer sagging, 15 to 20 years, I think, Mrs. Scott. That's a lot of years, I know, but I believe I can achieve it.
20 years? I will be 20 years old again.
No. You misunderstand. 15 to 20 years off your present age.
Oh, how silly of me to put it that way. In other words, I would look 30.
30, 35.
I suppose that will have to do. Now, about my body.
You want body surgery as well?
Of course. You can do the same thing for my body.
Oh, Mrs. Scott, no. Age takes a toll of the body we cannot change. Ah, yes. Breasts lifted, superfluous fat removed. But if you mean your entire body made firm and beautiful...
That is precisely what I mean.
My dear lady, be realistic. Only magic could accomplish such a thing.
Magic? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Stern. I am sorry for taking so much of your time. What is the lady's wish? Her fortune in the tarot cards? The palm? Or the crystal ball? I think the crystal ball. The lady has chosen well. And please, I am in a hurry. Something troubles you very deep. We will begin. My hands upon the crystal. Oh, it's most strange what I see. I see you young and beautiful. Tell me if I am dancing. Tell me. The crystal grows cloudy. The mist, I can see no more. Gone, all gone. But I have told you true. You will be young again. Please try again. I must know if I will dance. Carlotta has no power to see what her crystal ball does not wish to reveal. But you have other powers. No ancient magic. Can you make me young? Tell me, does the lady fear a witch? I don't fear anything except age and not dancing again. Send me to her. The witch is a man, a warlock. But, lady, beware the cost. I don't care what it costs. Tell me his name. He wears many names, many faces. What name today, what face, I do not know, but I do know where he dwells. Number 13, Gehenna Street. The door knocker. It's hideous. Gargoyle. Never mind that. Just knock. That sound. It's like doom. There is still time to run back down this crooked street. No, I will not.
There is still time to run back down the crooked street, Madam Scott.
You know my name.
Your true name is Alexandra. I've been expecting you. My house is honored.
How strange this room is.
Don't be alarmed by my treasures. They are ancient symbols of the occult.
I am not alarmed. I am only surprised. Since you expected me, sir, and you know my name, you must also know my need.
Your quest, your heart's desire. Yes, I know.
Can you do it?
Oh, not can I, but will I?
Then will you?
If, and only if you agree to my terms, I warn you they are costly.
To be young, to dance again, there is nothing I wouldn't pay. And now, since we are here to do business, I should know your name. You haven't told me.
Well, my name, for a while, as long as it amuses me, is Azazel.
Azazel. I've never heard that name before.
That may prove to be your loss.
Well, I have heard it now. So can we get started, please?
Not yet. Not yet. Before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with Azazel? If yes, then there is no turning back. What say you, Alexandra? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Azazel. Yes.
Azazel. If Zandra Scott, if Alexandra had remembered Milton's Paradise Lost, she would recall that Azazel is the name of a fallen angel who, with Satan, rebelled against heaven. And perhaps she would have run for her life down the crooked street. We will return to that street shortly with Act 2. It was Daniel Defoe who wrote, "Every devil does not have a cloven foot, nor has Azazel, if devil he is. We can't be certain, can we? He may very well be only a charlatan, preying on the gullibility of foolish, vain people who wander down his crooked street. However, this I can tell you with certainty. Azazel is devilishly handsome. And wasn't it Shakespeare who wrote, 'The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman'? So seems Azazel, genial, courtly, charming."
Madam, will you sit here?
Why, it's a kind of throne.
And what more appropriate for Alexandra?
Oh, how lovely it is to hear you call me that. Nobody does anymore. They call me Sandra. Now, Mr. Azazel...
No, please. I dislike Mr. Azazel is enough.
Azazel. Such an odd name. But I like it.
I'm flattered. Now, you are about to ask what price I demand to make you young.
20. That's the age I want.
Now, what if I said I'd take your husband from you?
John, I wouldn't care.
No? Your fortune?
I quote you. Money, it's nothing to me.
How charmingly we agree. But I'm saying neither of those things. Merely testing you. All I require of you now is your promise that you will indeed pay anything I should ask. You'll learn the cost only after your transformation. Are you willing to enter a pact so blindly?
Yes.
Oh, how swiftly you leap. Like a ballerina. But consider, my lady, Azazel may demand more than you care to pay.
What have I to lose? I have nothing I care about. Nothing.
Very well. Your promise, state it. I promise I will give...
I promise I will give anything, everything, to be young, to dance as I danced when I was truly Alexandra. Don't make me wait any longer. Change me. Hurry.
Here, this moment?
Yes.
How greedy, impatient Alexandra. The metamorphosis will be done my way, in my time, not yours. 3 nights must pass. The morning after the 3rd night, you will be Alexandra.
I must wait 3 whole nights.
Well, 30 years you've waited to be 20 again. You can wait 3 nights more, surely. Now, each night you will drink from this bottle.
How much of it?
You require a label, as on ordinary medicine bottles. Very well. Shake well before using. 3 tablespoons before bedtime. Prescription not refillable.
Now you're laughing at me.
Indeed, no. I'm laughing at other people who take only man-made potions. Now, all is understood?
Yes. Give it to me.
Not so fast. Not quite all is understood. One more promise. On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here down the crooked street. Go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay. Give me your promise.
Yes, I promise.
Excellent. And I give you the magic potion.
Sandra? What are you taking? What's in that funny-looking bottle?
Oh, it's medicine, John.
Oh, what for?
Well, I'm not feeling quite myself.
You're not?
Well, isn't that what you have been saying for a week?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know psychiatrists prescribe medicine.
But how silly you are. Of course they do. Tranquilizers, things like that.
Oh. And you do seem better already.
Yes, I am. Much.
All evening, not one word about it. No, I don't want to get you started.
About being young again? About how I will dance again?
Well, Sandra, please don't start.
All right. Turn off the light, darling. A dancer needs a full night's sleep.
Oh, Sandra. You said that with humor and a smile, and you know it's a joke. You are getting back to normal.
Yes. Back to normal. Good night, John. John, wake up. Oh, please. John.
What time is it?
It's 6.
6? What the devil are you waking me up at 6 o'clock for?
Because I want to know if I... Well, how do I look this morning?
How you look?
Yes, that medicine last night. The doctor said...
Well, he said take it and you'd feel better, didn't he? Do you?
Yes. Yes, of course, but I thought... I just got a notion that I might look better, too. Do I, John?
You look rested and very pretty. And there's a light in your eyes you haven't had for a long time. And I think your doctor is a genius.
We might even say a magician. John. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
7? Oh. Sandra, what has gotten into you? We never open an eye until 8:30 or 9. Now, 2 mornings running. You... What?
John. How do I look?
Sandra, what is it you want me to say? I told you... Sandra.
What?
Sandra, are you taking some kind of youth-restoring quack medicine? Is that what you're up to?
I am taking what the doctor told me to take. And yes, I did hope it would make me look better. I mean, all week I've had such worry lines, so tense, so nervous. That's all. I just wanted to look better.
That doctor, you never call him by name. Why?
Well, it is such an odd name, it's hard to say.
Just what is this doctor's name?
It is Dr. Azazel.
What nationality is that?
How do I know? And I certainly didn't ask.
Now, Sandra, listen to me. Something's wrong. There's something phony here. What do you know about this doctor's credentials, about his... Where are you going?
Do you mind? To wash my teeth. I can't stand this awful bitter taste. Oh, the mirror. Look at me. Nothing has changed. Is something wrong? Azazel phony. Is he...
Sandra, I can't hear what you're... I can't hear you.
No, I was just looking at myself. And I can't bear it.
Oh, darling, please don't start all that again.
Oh, you old woman staring at me. I loathe you.
Sandra, what on earth happened in here?
It's nothing. It's nothing, John. It doesn't matter. I broke the mirror. By accident.
Sandra, you awake? Oh, what time is it? It's still dark. Oh, where's that blasted light there? Oh, not quite 6, damn. Sandra's got me in a habit of waking. Honey, it's not fair you sleep while I... Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Sandra, what's happened to you? Sandra, wake up!
What?
Oh, would you please, for God's sake, open your eyes?
John, what on earth are you shouting for? John, have I changed? Am I different?
Different?
Answer me. I am afraid to go and look.
Go, look.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't believe this.
Just now, when I got out of bed, it was not my heavy 50-year-old body.
Will you get to the mirror? This can't be. Am I mad, or do you look the way I think you look?
Oh, I am 20 years old. I am Alexandra.
20? In the name of heaven, will you explain to me how this could happen?
Yes. It is the medicine. It was a magic potion given me by a warlock, a witch, Azazel. No, you are not dreaming. You are not mad. I am exactly what you see. He has given me back my true self. Please, John, no more arguments. I am going now.
Sandra,
this is goodbye.
Sandra, one last time.
No.
Undo this unnatural, unholy thing before it's too late.
You are too late. There is no turning back, even if I wanted to.
Wait. Once you leave this apartment, walk out that door.
Once I leave this apartment, I am free.
Where will you go?
Where else would I go? To the most famous of all ballet companies. To Sergius Kerensky, ballet master, and old friend.
Oh, Sandra, you see how mixed up you are. Sergius managed you 30 years ago. He's dead.
Oh, how could I forget that?
You see... Come back in and close the door.
Oh, don't be stupid, John. It is his son's company now. Peter Kerensky. I will go to him. He doesn't know it. But this is the luckiest day of his life. And mine. Goodbye, old man.
Sandra!
I am free. It is the luckiest day of my life.
On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here, down the crooked street. You will go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay.
But I have paid, Azazel. I lost poor old John and his silly old money. Why should I go down your crooked street again?
Do not play fast and loose with promises made here. It will be at your peril.
But Azazel, Mr. Azazel, Dr. Azazel, all this abracadabra was done so that I could dance. I can't bear to waste another minute. I am terribly sorry, but I have an appointment with Peter Kerensky.
It was Cervantes who wrote, "He needs must go, whom the devil drives." But is that quotation appropriate here? Is it the devil who drives Alexandra? We still do not know who Azazel is. To her, he's only a sorcerer. And with the arrogance of newfound youth, she now dares defy him. It may well be that by not keeping her pact with Azazel, Alexandra is traveling down another crooked street. A dead-end street. We'll follow her when I return shortly with Act 3. Backward, turn backward, O time, in your flight. Can the clock be turned back? Can youth be relived? It would seem so. But is it wise to reach for the past? Finding it, may we not live it worse instead of better? Alexandra, age 20 again, has billed herself to Peter Kerensky as Zandra Scott. Curious that she should send in that name. Curious, too, that Kerensky agrees to see her. As a rule, he is not interested in unknown young dancers.
Zandra Scott, is that right?
That is the name I am using just now, Mr. Kerensky.
Oh, you have another?
A name you would recognize if I told it to you.
Well, then why the secrecy?
No, it is not secrecy. You will know exactly who I am when you see me dance.
Now, see here, I'm not sure I'm amused by such games. And why are you so sure I will give you an audition?
I know, that's all. I am absolutely certain.
Well, that's more than I am. I can't think why I even let you in here.
Perhaps because I am a relative of the great Alexandra.
Are you? But I didn't know that when your name was sent in.
Aha, you knew it intuitively.
Oh, come now. Well, at least I know why you looked familiar when you walked in. There's a very strong resemblance to Alexandra. Quite remarkable, really.
So you remember how she looked?
My dear lady, how could I forget? My father left a collection of at least 1,000 photographs of that incredible face.
You keep staring at me, Mr. Kerensky.
Yes, you know, it's uncanny. More and more, I see her face in yours. Are you her daughter?
Alexandra had no children.
Oh, a niece, then.
Again, Mr. Kerensky, you will know who I am when you see me dance.
Oh, no wonder you were sure I'd audition you. What fool would refuse any relative of Alexandra's?
I did rather count on that.
Yes, but it's not like me to waste time this way. Let's get on with it, please. You've brought leotard and toe slippers in that bag, I assume?
Yes.
Well, I'll get hold of the practice pianist. What music, ma'am?
Giselle, the mad scene.
Why, that's one of the most difficult. Isn't that rather ambitious of you?
For some ballerinas, yes. For this one, though, I have danced that role many times.
As you will. Oh, that door just to your left. You can dress in there. Then come on stage. I'll be waiting out front with my assistant.
But why should I audition for anyone but you?
Because I want it that way. How much warm-up will you need?
None.
None?
I shall be ready in 5 minutes.
Vain as a peacock. But if you're as good as you think you are, then why not? Wait until you see her, Trina.
Oh, the reincarnation of Alexandra?
Well, that's the feeling I have.
Oh, well, if she has half Alexandra's talent, a quarter of it, but she's a find.
A real beauty, too. Eyes like... Oh, there she is in the wings.
Oh, Peter, she could be Alexandra's twin.
What did I tell you? You ready, Miss Scott?
I have always been ready.
Oh, very well. Music, begin. Now, you vain, lovely creature, let's see what you can do. Oh, the little fool should have had a warm-up. All right. I expected a slow start, but come on, let's see something. I don't believe this. What's going on up there?
Wait, Peter, give her a chance.
I am. Oh, I will be damned. What is that?
It's nothing. No elevation, no extension, no technique whatever.
Not even any grace. This girl's clumsy.
That is a trained dancer. Well, she's a rank amateur.
Did she really think she could put this over on Kerensky? A chance resemblance to Alexandra, and she palms herself off as a relative.
Oh, she couldn't have a teaspoon of Alexandra's blood.
That damn little upstart tricked me.
Does she really believe she can dance?
All right, cut. That's enough.
Why? Why did you stop me?
Come down here, please, Miss Scott. Trina, this girl's out of her mind. I'd better handle this alone. Wait for me in the office, please.
Thin ice, Peter. Handle with care.
I know.
How could you do such a thing? I was just beginning the marvelous dramatic passage when I...
Yes, I know, but I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think you're quite ready for that just yet.
Not ready.
Miss Scott, do you think you're ready?
My experience, my talent, how could I not be ready?
You actually think you danced well up there? You believe that?
I didn't.
Indeed, you did not.
But I felt so marvelous. And the music and the stage. I was Giselle. It all came back to me as if I were... Mr. Kerensky, what are you saying to me?
I'm saying you're not ready for this company, or any company for that matter.
No, please. You don't understand. I came here too soon. I should have trained. I thought I didn't need to, but I... Mr. Kerensky, I have not danced for some time. I did not realize I would be so rusty.
Any real dancer knows she has to practice every day of her life.
But I didn't think that I had to. But I will go, and I will train, and I will be back.
Miss Scott, please, I'm a busy man. You've had your audition. It's over. Don't bother to come back. I'd be less than kind to encourage you. Now, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you simply have no talent.
How dare you say that to me?
How dare you claim you're related to Alexandra? If by some mischance you are, you blight that famous name.
No, I am not related to her.
So you admit it.
I am Alexandra. I am Alexandra.
Oh, wait.
You fool! You tell me I have no talent. I who danced with Nijinsky.
Oh, my poor child. Nijinsky died before you were born.
So, you have come.
What have you done to me? Why have you done it?
Come in, Alexandra.
I am not Alexandra. I am nothing. Why did you do it?
Why did you break your promise to come here?
There was no need to keep it. I paid what you wanted.
You have not paid. You went your own foolish way. That was your gratitude to the one who made you young and fair.
I am young again, yes. But my body, it won't obey me. Can you say that you didn't do that?
If you had kept your promise, you would have kept your talent. And I must ask you to stop shouting. It offends
I want to go now. I don't like it
Not
here.
so fast, Alexandra. It may be I shall reconsider what I have done.
Huh?
If you are still willing to give everything in return.
But I have already given everything.
No.
I don't know what else you want. But I don't care whatever it is. You take it all. And let me dance.
The bargain is struck. You shall dance.
As I used to.
Far better than that. But you shall dance to my tune. Look into my face, Alexandra.
Oh.
What do you see?
You.
Who am I?
Oh,
you know my name? Say it.
No.
You've known me from the beginning. If you thought of anyone except yourself.
Oh.
Are you ready to dance?
Now. Here.
Now. Here.
A kind of rehearsal.
You could call it that.
But in these clothes, I can't.
The first change, then. Look upon yourself, Alexandra.
What? It is my costume for the Sleeping Beauty and my ballet slippers. Everything.
An appropriate costume, yes? Have you not been sleeping?
Huh?
But now, the prince has awakened you. Alexandra, may I have this dance?
Dance with...
A pas de deux with the devil himself. You are highly honored.
But can the devil dance?
You will find that Nijinsky was an ox compared to me.
All that I don't believe.
You doubt that Satan can do anything he desires. Music! Come, your hand. Beautiful, Alexandra. You dance like an angel.
Yes, I know. I feel it. Never before like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now I will conquer the world again.
No.
What do you mean, no? You promised me.
My promise will be kept, as you have kept yours. You promised to give everything. At this precise moment, you have.
What have I given?
The world. You've lost it. Alexandra will dance forever, but only in limbo with Satan.
Warning. The devil will have his due. To those who refuse to heed that warning, let them learn from the fate of Alexandra. Oh, yes, she realized her ambition. We can accurately say her burning ambition. But until the end of time, the flames of hell will lap at her dancing feet. I'll be back shortly. You don't believe in the devil? There is no such evil being? Then a final warning needs to be sounded here. In the too often ignored words of Baudelaire, the devil's cleverest wile is to persuade us that he does not exist. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Joe Silver, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Peter Donald. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.